Chapter 1, Bailinguin. The scorching sun poured down from the sky, causing the entire land to be in a state of transpiration. The willow trees hung slightly, converging their branches and leaves and trembling. In the open space where bright spots of light were projected by willow branches and leaves, hundreds of figures sat quietly in circles. These were a group of slightly inexperienced young boys and girls. At this moment, they were all serious and slightly closed their eyes, breathing rhythmically between their noses and breaths. As they exhaled, their bodies seemed to have subtle lights that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. A gentle breeze blew quietly, and clothes fluttered, which was somewhat spectacular. In front of these hundreds of figures, there is a stone platform, on which there is also a figure sitting quietly cross-legged. His hands are aligned in front of him, his fingers crossed, and his eyes tightly closed, as if he has entered a state of cultivation. This figure also has a youthful appearance, with soft and slightly disheveled black hair, and a youthful face that looks a bit thin, giving people a very comfortable feeling. At this moment, around the young man, there was a visible light blooming, and under that light, there seemed to be a mysterious energy rushing towards his body. Under the stone platform, some young people suddenly opened their eyes quietly. They looked at the radiance around the young man on the platform and couldn't help but lick their mouths. Their faces showed some envy and admiration, and then the silence was broken by their whispering. Mugu is really amazing. We are still sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he has already successfully entered the realm of agility. He truly deserves to be the first person in our Eastern Academy. Of course. Not to mention the Eastern Court. I'm afraid there aren't many people of the same age in the entire Northern Spirit Temple who can compete with Brother Mu. A gray-clothed boy in front seemed quite familiar with the boys on the stone platform. He heard everyone whispering and couldn't help but laugh proudly. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Mu is someone who has been selected to participate in the Spirit Road. Among our entire Northern Spirit Realm, only Brother Mu is famous. You probably know what kind of perverts participate in the Spirit Road, right? Back then, our Northern Spirit Realm was heated up for a while because of this matter. Most of the people who came out from there were reserved by the 5 Great Courtyard in the end. Many young people couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they heard the extremely dazzling name 5 Great Courtyard. Their eyes were filled with longing and passion. It was the ultimate dream in the hearts of all young people. But the selection process for 5 Great Courtyard was extremely strict. Those who could enter were all geniuses. If anyone could enter it, it would truly be a promising future. Mugu is very powerful. However, it seems that Mugu only participated for 1 year. I heard from others that Mugu was the first person to be expelled before the end of the Spirit Road time. A young man hesitated for a moment and whispered, but then quickly added, "We all know Mugu's abilities. Even if there are talented demons from all over the world in that spiritual path, Mugu will never be inferior. Being expelled like this must be unfair treatment." For many years, the young girls looked at each other in confusion. This matter was not a secret in the North Spirit Temple or even in the entire North Spirit Realm. While they felt regretful about it, they were also quite curious. They wanted to know why this outstanding shepherd, who had also convinced them with a bit of pride, had been voluntarily expelled by the Spirit Road. The gray-clothed boy pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, "There must be someone jealous of Mugu in that Spirit Road who used means to force him away. But it's okay. With Mugu's ability, sooner or later he will be able to enter the 5 Great Courtyard, and then people will naturally understand." For many years, they have been taking the lead. Although they also know that this shepherd is extremely talented, it is not so easy to enter the 5 Great Courtyard. After all, he has only been practicing for a year in that spiritual path and cannot be considered a successful completion of his training. Compared with those genius demons who truly come out of the spiritual path, he should still be slightly inferior. However, as they were speaking, a piece of broken wood suddenly flew down from the stone platform and landed on the forehead of the gray-clothed young man. A light laugh and curse followed. "Su Ling, do you really think I'm just a decoration? Do you believe me? Tell Master Mo that you should stay in the Eastern Academy for the rest of your vacation to study and cultivate." For many years, the young girls hurriedly lifted their heads and saw that the boy practicing on the stone platform had already opened his eyes. His dark eyes were like the night sky, full of spiritual energy. At the corner of his mouth, there was also a smile, which was sunny and soft, like the finishing touch, making the boy's face somewhat handsome. I have to say, this is a young man with quite a taste. Brother Mukin, please don't. After finally taking some time off, I still hope to go back and have fun. If my father finds out that I did such a shameful thing, he will definitely beat me to death. The gray-clothed boy covered his forehead and chuckled. The surrounding boys and girls also burst into laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. You also know that your father is fierce. If you can't enter the realm of agility within 3 months, you'll have to wait and be beaten. The young man known as Mukin shook his head and said unkindly, "It's not so easy to enter the Lingdong realm, and I'm not a pervert like Mu Ge who can easily participate in the Ling Lu." Su Ling pursed her lips and quickly stopped speaking. Although this matter is not a secret in the entire northern Lingjing, and Mu Chen himself is not shy about it, this expulsion will never be a glorious thing. The young man named Mukin smiled upon hearing this, his expression not showing much fluctuation. He just raised his head slightly and looked at the tree branch with scattered light spots, his eyes slightly nostalgic and complicated. Ling Lu, I don't know how those guys are now. They should have already finished their cultivation, right? If that's the case, perhaps they will be able to enter the 5 great courtyards soon. Also Mukin pursed his lips, and a black-clad girl with a graceful figure and a cold yet beautiful face always carried a dark long sword on her back, flashed through his mind. As the graceful figure flickered, the dazzling silver hair, as bright as the Milky Way, also fluttered with it. It was this mysterious and indifferent girl who, while practicing, made people feel crazy. In that spiritual path, she inexplicably chased after him for half a year, and the reason that made Mu Chun grit his teeth was that he saved her once. However, when he was forced to leave in the end, she was the first person to draw her sword and block him without hesitation. Thinking of the cold and murderous expression on his small face, which had never had much emotion but had the potential to become a troublemaker, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I really miss it. Isn't this the only little shepherd in our northern spirit realm who participated in the spirit road? He's leading people to practice again? Master Mo really values you. And just as Mu Chun was immersed in that complex mood, a slightly piercing voice suddenly came from him. His face calmly lifted his head, and he saw more than 10 figures walking slowly not far away. The first person was a young man with a rebellious face, who was holding grass roots with his mouth and smiling at Mu Chen. Lu Che, why did the people from your western courtyard come to our eastern courtyard? Can you beat them up? The young man who was previously called Su Ling by Mu Chen looked at these people with a heavy expression and stood up to sneer. Wow! The hundreds of students from the East Campus on the vacant land also stood up at this moment, looking at the group of visitors with unfriendly eyes. The number of people gathered together, which was quite imposing. In this North Lingyuan, there are 2 branches, the East and West. There is often competition between the 2 branches, but overall, the West branch has always been stronger than the East branch. In front of the West branch, most of the students in the East branch also avoid going. However, the situation has changed a lot in the past year, and the reason for this change is due to the presence of Mu Chun. In a competition between students from the 2 academies before March, Shuedong, who ranked 3rd in the Western Academy, was defeated by Mu Chen. This not only angered many students from the Eastern Academy, but also weakened the arrogance of the Western Academy. And now, these guys from the Western Court have come to provoke Mu Chun, which makes Su Ling and the others unable to bear it. The Eastern Court is getting more and more awkward now. Do you think that just because there's a Mu Chun, you can really challenge our Western Court? When Lu Che saw the large number of people in the Eastern Court, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he curled his lips and pointed his fingers to the nearby high platform, grinning and saying, "Do you dare to give it a try?" Su Ling and the others looked away and saw several figures on the high platform, smiling as they looked over. After seeing those familiar faces, Su Ling and the others' expressions changed. It's the senior students of the Western Academy's Heavenly Academy. In the North Spirit Academy, it is not only divided into the East and West Academies, but also into 2 classes, Heaven and Earth. However, Mu Chun and his team belong to the Earth class. The people on the high platform now are the senior students of the West Academy's Heaven class, and their strength is naturally much stronger than theirs. And when Su Ling and the others' faces changed as a result, The senior students on the high platform also looked down at them with smiles and talked to each other. That's Mu Chun from the Eastern Academy, right? He's now a celebrity in our North Spirit Academy and even the North Spirit Realm. I didn't expect to be promoted to the Spirit Realm at this age. Although it's only the early stage of the Spirit Realm, he still has the qualification to ascend to the Heavenly Realm, which is quite impressive. It's not bad. The East Academy has produced a talent. In the future, when he is promoted to the East Academy Tianjin, our West Academy Tianjin may have some pressure. This kid is said to have been selected to participate in the Spirit Road, but I don't know why he was expelled, which is a bit funny. It's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Didn't you choose the wrong person? Is that why you threw him out? Ha! Among this group of people, there is a girl in a red dress. She has a slender figure, skin like snow, and a beautiful melon seed cheek that looks somewhat charming. She lazily leans against the railing, her narrow and beautiful eyes looking at her friend on the open ground, and then her gaze stays on the young man named Mukin, seeming to be interested. Hongling, it seems like you still know this Mukin, right? A senior student from the Tian class smiled and said. From everyone's positions, it was obvious that she was the center of this small circle. Well, his father is one of the masters of the Northern Spirit Realm, and he has some relationship with my father. We used to play together when we were children, said the girl known as Hongling casually. It said that he seemed to like you back then. Red Ling's narrow and beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the upright and coiled body not far away. At this moment, a beam of light pierced through the willow branches and leaves, just landing on the handsome face of the young man, forming a faint arc of light that was comfortable and beautiful. This made her slightly stunned, and she could vaguely remember the little boy who followed behind her buttocks when she was a child. However, at that time, he was not particularly eye-catching, and she did not pay too much attention to him. However, who would have thought that this young man, who was somewhat distant from each other now, could become the only person in the Northern Spirit Realm who qualified to participate in the Spirit Road? Mukin was extremely popular in this Northern Spiritual Realm, and that kind of popularity only began to fade away after he was suddenly expelled from the Spirit Road. When she was a child, nothing could be considered a liking. Hongling smiled indifferently, but her bright eyes glanced at Mukin more. Nowadays, Mukin has also begun to make a name for herself as she enters the North Spirit Temple. Although she is not yet the first person in the North Spirit Temple, it is still a bit embarrassing for her to have such an excellent person like this spreading the news. Even though she knows in her heart that this matter is mostly based on rumors, girls of this age are still somewhat vain. Haha, Hongling's vision is extraordinary. Although Mu Chun is decent, he hasn't reached the point where he can win Hongling's heart. Haven't you seen even Lin Xiu fail? He's the 7th most talented person on the overall list of our North Spirit Academy. He's now in the middle stage of the dynamic realm, and there's still a gap between Mu Chun and him. It seems that the only one who can make Hongling take a second look at our North Spirit Temple is brother Lu Mubai. As soon as the name Lu Mubai came out, even the senior students of these days paused in their expressions, obviously feeling a considerable amount of pressure. Lu Mubai is ranked first on the overall list of Biling Academy, and his father is also the domain master of the largest domain in Biling Realm with a prestigious reputation. Regardless of appearance, strength, or background, this is a name that can easily attract some teenage girls who are infatuated with flowers in the North Spirit Temple. In the eyes of the students at the Western Academy, everyone knows that Lu Mubai and Hongling are getting closer. Although they have not yet plucked this proud flower of the Western Academy, it seems that it is only a matter of time. If Mu Chin successfully passed the experience of the Spirit Road and obtained the qualification to enter the 5 Great Courtyard, his fame would naturally surpass that of Lu Mubai, but unfortunately, he was expelled for some unknown reason. In this way, anyone who compares the two together again will undoubtedly only make others laugh. Chapter 2. The boy cast out of the spiritual path. Su Ling and his companions gazed at the senior students from the West Courtyard upon the high platform, their spirits somewhat diminished, especially when they caught sight of the girl named Hong Ling. Their eyes initially sparkled with fervor, only to retract timidly thereafter. She was, after all, a true luminary within the North Spirit Academy, and her followers were numerous, even extending to their East Courtyard. Hey Mugu, that senior Hong Ling from the West Courtyard. I heard you had a crush on her when you were younger. Su Ling leaned closer to Mu Chun, whispering with a mischievous grin, "Did I tell this?" Mu Chun cast him an exasperated glance. Indeed, he had crossed paths with Hong Ling during his childhood. However, at that tender age, he knew little of what it meant to like someone. He merely sought a playmate. Over the years, as his father and Hong Ling's father grew estranged, their relationship had soured, and he was perplexed as to when such rumors had surfaced. With a resigned shake of his head, Mu Chen turned his gaze to Lu Che, who wore a provocatively smug expression that a faint glow of spiritual energy emanated from Mu Chen's body as he slowly clenched his fists. "Speak quickly if you have something to say," he remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the figures on the high platform, momentarily pausing on the lithe silhouette of Hong Ling before retracting his gaze. "Though they are present, should I wish to strike you, even if they intervene, you will still suffer a measure of pain." He harbored little fondness for the arrogance of these West Courtyard individuals. "You!" Lu Che's countenance darkened at Mu Chen's words, his eyes flaring with anger. Yet, as he opened his mouth to reprimand, he noticed the subtle tightening of Mu Chen's lips in that instant. The boy's previously gentle and radiant face suddenly exuded an air of cold severity, akin to the sharpness of a blade's edge. The sensation was reminiscent of the tremors that stir within languid clouds, inadvertently revealing their formidable peaks. This demeanor was undoubtedly not characteristic of a mere boy of his age. Lu Che swallowed his retort, casting a wary glance at Mu Chen, whose presence now commanded a measure of respect. He recalled witnessing Mu Chen's victory over their West Courtyardess Shui Dong, and the memory instilled a hint of trepidation within him. "Haha, indeed a bit presumptuous," several senior students from the West Courtyard remarked, their eyebrows raised, feeling their pride slightly bruised, especially with Hong Ling in attendance. Hong Ling, too, regarded Mu Chen with a trace of surprise, perhaps not expecting the seemingly gentle boy to possess such a formidable and masculine side. He appeared somewhat different from the little boy she once knew. Several senior students from the West Courtyard could no longer contain themselves and leaped down from the platform, approaching slowly. Upon seeing them advance, Su Ling and the others instinctively took a step back, their expressions laced with caution. Hong Ling did not intervene. After all, she was from the West Courtyard, and she was somewhat curious to see if this once ordinary boy, now shedding the halo of childhood, truly possessed a radiant brilliance. "Brother Tong," Lu Che exclaimed with delight upon seeing the approaching figures, his gaze towards Mu Chen now tinged with arrogance. Mu Chen frowned slightly at this development, though his expression remained largely untroubled. Despite their status as senior students, they were still at the initial stage of the spiritual movement realm. Should it come to blows, it was uncertain if they would fare well. The leading senior, referred to as Brother Tong, nodded, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Mu Chen. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp voice unexpectedly pierced the air from nearby. "Tong Guan, you West Courtyard students come to our East Courtyard to bully the students of the lower tier. Do you truly hold us in such contempt?" The sudden reprimand left everyone momentarily stunned. Turning, they beheld a dozen figures striding forth, led by a tall girl. Dressed in dark robes that accentuated her elegant curves, her striking beauty rivaled that of Hong Ling. Her long, flowing black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her slender legs were straight and graceful, exuding an allure that was undeniable. "It's Sister Qian," Su Ling and the others exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Some youthful faces flushed with a hint of crimson. She and Hong Ling were regarded as the twin blossoms of the North Spirit Academy, pursued by countless admirers, and encountering her here was a delightful surprise. "Haha, so it is Qian," Brother Tong stammered, momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. Not only was Tang Qian popular among the students, but she was also a formidable talent, having reached the mid-stage of the spiritual movement realm, making her quite exceptional within the West Courtyard. As Tang Qian approached Mu Chen, her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized Brother Tong, then turned to lock eyes with Hong Ling. The two women exchanged a fierce gaze, sparks seemingly igniting between them. "What are you doing here?" Tang Qian demanded, her voice icy as she withdrew her gaze. "Why is that so? Although we are from the West Courtyard, we are still part of the North Spirit Academy. Hence, our presence here should not be deemed a violation." Brother Tong shrugged, a casual smile gracing his lips. Tang Qian scoffed softly, then extended her slender hand to pat Mu Chen on the shoulder, tilting her chin slightly with authority. "Mu Chen belongs to our East Courtyard. If you dare to cause him trouble again, do not blame me for being impolite." As she spoke, her ponytail swayed, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of a leader. "It seems you are quite popular with the ladies." Brother Tong smirked at Mu Chun, his smile tinged with sarcasm and a hint of jealousy. He harbored some feelings for Tang Qian, but had never received even a fraction of her attention. Popularity with women is a form of strength in its own right. Mu Chun replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Brother Tong's veiled mockery. Compared to those he had encountered on the spiritual path, Brother Tong appeared rather inexperienced out on the high platform. Hong Ling cast a glance at Mu Chun, feeling a tinge of disappointment as she slowly retracted her gaze. Was he still the same timid and indifferent boy as before? "Well, we are not here to stir up trouble today. We merely came to relay a message." With Mu Chun not rising to the bait, Brother Tong felt disinterested. He waved a hand towards Lu Che, who smirked coldly. Speaking up, "Mu Chun, I come on behalf of Brother Lu Yang to deliver a message. In 10 days, during the Inter-Academy competition, he will select you as his opponent." Lu Yang. At the mention of this name, Su Ling and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Lu Yang was indeed the true top contender of the West Courtyard, reportedly having recently broken through to the spiritual movement realm. Oh, and one more thing. 3 days ago, during the assessment, Lu Yang discovered he possesses a spiritual vein, though it's merely of the human grade. Lu Che said, looking at Mu Chun with a gleeful malice. A human-grade spiritual vein? This revelation caused not only Su Ling's group to change color, but even Tang Qian was slightly taken aback. Within the North Spirit Academy, the number of students possessing spiritual veins was exceedingly rare, certainly not exceeding a handful. A human-grade spiritual vein, Brother Tong remarked, clicking his tongue, then regarding Mu Chun with pity. Lu Yang was also at the initial stage of the spiritual movement realm, but with a human-grade spiritual vein, defeating even those at the mid-stage would be a daunting task. It seemed Mu Chun was in for a rough time. Brother Lu Yang said that if you were too afraid to accept, it's fine. Just don't show up that day. Anyone to make things difficult for you. Lu Che chuckled mockingly. If Mu Chun were to actually abstain, his reputation in the East Courtyard would undoubtedly plummet. "You are bullying him too much," Tang Qian exclaimed. "He plays fooling." Sister Qian, don't blame us. One should learn to be modest. Don't think that because you've gained entry to the spiritual path through mere luck, you can act with impunity, Lu Che retorted dismissively. "You!" Tang Qian, infuriated, stepped forward, but a hand grasped her delicate wrist. Turning, she found Mu Chun wearing a radiant smile on his youthful face. Just tell Lu Yang I'll be waiting for him. Now that has some spirit. We shall eagerly await your performance then." Lu Che grinned, giving Mu Chun a thumbs up before laughing heartily and turning to leave, clearly impatient for the competition in 10 days. As Lu Che, Brother Tong, and the others departed, Hong Ling cast a faint glance at them before also turning away. "Mu Gu, are you truly going to accept Lu Yang's challenge? That guy will be tough to deal with now that he has a spiritual vein." Su Ling expressed his concern, watching the retreating figures of Brother Tong and the others. "I will do my best," Mu Chun replied nonchalantly. "Hey, you're being foolish. They are clearly provoking you. You don't have to accept this challenge." Tang Qian escorted. "Rest assured, Sister Qian, I will be prudent," Mu Chun assured her with a smile. Tang Qian furrowed her brows, her bright eyes fixating on the somewhat juvenile features of the boy before her. Though he wore a warm and gentle smile, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was concealed deep within his dark eyes. "It won't be me who feels embarrassed anyway," she huffed in dissatisfaction. "Does it seem that Sister Qian is quite concerned about me?" Mu Chun teased, observing the faint annoyance on her beautiful face. "I couldn't care less about you," Tang Qian replied, her cheeks slightly flushed before shooting him an exasperated glare. "I'm worried you might end up badly beaten and ruin our East Courtyard's reputation." Mu Chun chuckled kropka. Tang Qian's father was one of the domain lords of the North Spirit Realm, and their families had a long-standing relationship, thus he enjoyed a good rapport with her. "By the way, I just heard some news." Tang Qian waved off Su Ling and the others, focusing her gaze on Mu Chun. "I got it from the Academy leaders. It seems the spiritual path has officially concluded." Mu Chun paused momentarily, looking up and exhaling softly. Had it finally come to an end? It is said that this time, many exceptionally gifted individuals emerge from the spiritual path, one of whom is particularly terrifying, rumored to possess a heavenly-grade spiritual vein that is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. The 5 major academies are fighting tooth and nail to seize him. Spiritual veins are classified into 3 grades: earth, sky, and human, each providing significant benefits for cultivation. Generally speaking, those with spiritual veins cultivate at a much faster pace than ordinary individuals. The North Spirit Academy had not seen an earth-grade spiritual vein in many years, let alone a sky-grade one. Thus, the rarity of such a treasure was apparent. Tang Qian'er playfully licked her rosy tongue, appearing adorably charming. A heavenly-grade spiritual vein. I've never seen one before. Those who participate in the heavenly path are indeed extraordinary. By the way, you've participated in the heavenly path as well. Do you know who that person is? I believe he is called Ji Xian. Mu Chen replied nonchalantly, the name striking a chord in his memory. You know him? Tang Qian'er asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes, I do. He is indeed an incredibly formidable individual. Mu Chen smiled, his gaze lowering slightly. I nearly took him down. Tang Qian'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at the suddenly cold demeanor of the youthful face before her. Really? Of course not. You actually believe that? I'm just a guy who got kicked out halfway. How could I compare to someone who has the major academies scrambling for him? Mu Chen's icy demeanor dissipated in an instant as he chuckled at Tang Qian'er's astonished expression. Tang Qian'er gritted her silver teeth in frustration, her expression one of wanting to bite him, yet ultimately managing to restrain herself. You've just entered the spiritual movement realm. You haven't even begun to cultivate the spiritual techniques, right? I heard Lu Yang has already started practicing. Spiritual techniques? I can finally start cultivating those when I return. My father said once I reach the spiritual movement realm, I should head back for a visit. Mu Chen replied with a grin. All right, I'll take my leave now. Tang Qian'er nodded. Given that Mu Chen's father was also one of the domain lords of the North Spirit realm, she figured he would be well prepared with excellent spiritual techniques. With that, she said no more, waved her delicate hand, and with a graceful sway of her waist, she departed. By the way, Tang Qian'er paused, glancing back at Mu Chen, pondering before speaking. If you don't feel confident, I could help you deal with Lu Yang. Although his brother Lu Mu might be a bit troublesome. Shouldn't I have a bit of confidence in myself? Mu Chen replied helplessly, wondering how such a solution could even be proposed. Ungrateful. Tang Qian'er huffed, knowing that others would seek her assistance, yet she rarely obliged. This guy always seemed to exhibit such an infuriating demeanor. As she thought this, she stormed off in a huff. Mu Chen watched Tang Qian'er's retreating figure with a smile, muttering to himself, since the spiritual path is concluded, she must have entered one of the 5 major academies. I wonder which one. He recalled the moment of departure, amidst the lush greens, when a girl with long silver hair gazed at him with her fathomless azure eyes. I will wait for you at the 5 major academies. If you do not come. The girl's delicate hand held a black long sword, slowly resting against his chest, gently piercing the area of his heart. I will kill him for you, but she fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes as clear as crystal. I do not favor those who easily concede defeat, and this time, you cannot be considered a loser. At least, I hold you in high regard. A gentle breeze rustled her proud and shimmering silver hair, and a faint blush graced her typically icy, pale face, though light. It bore a breathtaking beauty. Thus, you must come. Chapter 3. The pastoral domain. The Northern Spirit Realm is divided into 9 domains, each governed by a sovereign. And between these 9 domains, there exists either cooperation or rivalry, which has allowed the Northern Spirit Realm to consistently maintain its 9-domain structure. Beyond these 9 domains, there exists a formidable force that cannot be overlooked, the Northern Spirit Academy. However, in contrast to the contentious 9 domains, the Northern Spirit Academy has always maintained a stance of neutrality. They harbor no ambition for territorial conquest, choosing instead to steadfastly guard their corner while nurturing students. It is precisely for this reason that the Northern Spirit Academy's status within the Northern Spirit Realm has grown increasingly exalted. Moreover, the Academy holds the coveted positions for entry into the 5 great academies, which are the object of envy for the rulers of all domains. They are acutely aware that, despite their own significant positions within the Northern Spirit realm, they pale in comparison to the 5 great academies. Thus, to secure these coveted positions, as soon as their children reach the appropriate age, they are promptly sent to the Northern Spirit Academy for training. Consequently, within the Northern Spirit realm, the most formidable force one cannot afford to offend is none other than the Northern Spirit Academy, that I in the pastoral domain, within the bustling city of Mu City. As Mu Chen stepped out from the teleportation spirit array, the sounds of vibrant commotion filled his ears. He gazed upon the thriving scene of Mu City and smiled faintly that Mu City serves as the principal city of the pastoral domain, and his father, Mu Feng, is the sovereign of this domain. Young master, you have returned from the Northern Spirit Academy? Quickly inform the domain master. Surrounding the teleportation spirit array were the guards of the pastoral domain, and upon seeing the youth emerge from the array, they were momentarily taken aback before joyfully converging around him. Thank you, everyone, but I can find my own way back. Mu Chun smiled at the guards. Having grown up here, he was familiar with many of them. Although he is the son of the domain master, his amiable nature has made him quite popular within Mu City. He gently sidestepped the enthusiastic guards and dashed towards the heart of the city. After a while, a vast estate came into view, with the prominent characters Mu Fu inscribed at its entrance. Clearly, the estate was heavily guarded. Yet Mu Chen paid it no heed and rushed inside. Upon recognizing him, the guards offered warm smiles and distant bows before returning to their duties. Father, Mu Chen burst into the estate, making a beeline for the main hall, where he encountered 2 figures. Seated in the main position was a man clad in a black robe. He stood tall and straight, his demeanor resolute, with only a few strands of white hair betraying a hint of age, suggesting that he must have been strikingly handsome in his youth. This man was none other than Mu Chen's father, Mu Feng, the sovereign of the pastoral domain. Beside Mu Feng sat a lean, middle-aged man, whose sunken eyes and thin lips conveyed a somewhat stern and intimidating aura. However, this sternness dissipated considerably upon seeing Mu Chen rush into the hall, replaced by a gentle smile that appeared between his brows. You're back, so what is all this fuss about? Mu Feng set aside what he was holding and looked at the entering youth, chuckling as he scolded him lightly, though warmth radiated from his gaze. Domain Master, it is indeed a rare occasion for young Mu to return, so one must express joy, the lean middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Uncle Zhou understands, Mu Chen replied, plopping down onto a chair, grinning widely at the lean man. This Uncle Zhou, named Zhou Yi, is a lifelong friend of his father's, having accompanied him through countless battles in the Northern Spirit realm, ultimately aiding him in becoming the sovereign of the pastoral domain. Moreover, Zhou Yi has watched Mu Chen grow up, thus their bond is exceedingly strong. Ah, you've entered the spirit movement realm? Mu Feng smiled and suddenly fixed his gaze on Mu Chen, a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhou Yi also looked at Mu Chen in astonishment, having sensed the spiritual energy emanating from him. I advanced not long ago. Mu Chen nodded, speaking of the matter with a calm demeanor, devoid of any boastfulness. It seems you returned this time for the spirit techniques, Mu Feng remarked, knowing that only after reaching the spirit movement realm could one cultivate spirit techniques, which are essential for truly unleashing the power of spiritual energy. I have a duel in 10 days. Not having cultivated the spirit techniques might pose some trouble, Mu Chen replied, pouting slightly. Noticing the puzzled gazes from Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, he succinctly recounted the challenge from Lu Yang. None of the Lu family members are to be underestimated, Zhou Yi remarked, his eyes sharpening. In recent years, the Lu family has grown increasingly arrogant. Although Lu domain is the strongest in the Northern Spirit realm, do they truly believe the pastoral domain is easy prey? Mu Feng chuckled dismissively. I never expected that Lu Yang would possess a spiritual vein. The Lu family is indeed fortunate. Just an earth-grade spiritual vein, Zhou Yi interjected, though his brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Mu Chen. Lu Yang is at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, and with the support of his spiritual vein, even someone at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm might struggle against him. Young Mu, do you feel confident? Mu Chen smiled, recalling that he had already faced those with heavenly-grade spiritual veins. What did an earth-grade spiritual vein amount to? Compared to the formidable opponents he encountered in the Spirit Road, Liu Yang seemed rather inexperienced. As Mu Feng observed the youthful countenance of his son, he sensed a change within Mu Chun since his return from the Spirit Road. Though this young lad often appeared gentle, Mu Feng, having endured countless battles, could discern the latent sharpness concealed beneath that gentle exterior. This sharpness resembled a dormant dragon, silent until provoked, but once unleashed, it would strike with the force of a tempest. This transformation both surprised and pleased Mu Feng, for he holds his only son in high regard. Though he harbors questions about why Mu Chun was expelled from the Spirit Road, he refrains from asking, trusting that his son would not engage in anything that would bring him disappointment. "Come, let me take you to select your spirit techniques," Mu Feng declared, rising with a wave of his hand before heading toward the back of the estate. Mu Chun bid farewell to Zhou Yi and quickly followed. Navigating through the rear courtyard, they eventually halted before a heavily guarded stone door that Mu Feng pressed his palm against it, and a surge of robust spiritual energy enveloped the door, forming radiant beams of light that cascaded across its surface. Standing behind Mu Feng, Mu Chun felt the powerful wave of spiritual energy and couldn't help but lick his lips. His father was indeed a formidable figure at the spirit soul realm. Such intensity of spiritual energy was astounding that in the path of cultivation. One begins at the sensory realm, where one attunes to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then progresses to the spirit movement realm, where one can absorb spiritual energy into their body. Beyond the spirit movement realm lies the spirit wheel realm, in which spiritual energy coalesces into a wheel, a level of spiritual power far surpassing that of the spirit movement realm. Beyond the spirit wheel realm lies the spirit soul realm. A pivotal threshold to Mu Feng occupies this echelon, and upon entering the spirit soul realm, one becomes a true powerhouse even within the northern spirit realm. Moreover, those at this level possess combat capabilities that far exceed those of the spirit wheel realm, for upon entering the spirit soul realm, one acquires the remarkable ability to refine beast souls. Beast souls are the quintessence of myriad beasts. Once refined, one can harness the power of spiritual beasts, which, when combined with one's own spiritual energy, significantly enhances combat strength that in the realm of existence. There exists a record of all beasts, divided into two categories, one for heaven and one for earth, documenting countless spiritual beasts. The beast soul that Mu Feng refined was fortuitously obtained years ago, known as the Dragon Flame Eagle, ranked 85th on the earthly list of the record of all beasts. Over the years, Mu Feng has traversed the northern spirit realm, establishing himself as the sovereign of the pastoral domain, a feat greatly aided by the Dragon Flame Eagle's spiritual essence. With a creak, the heavy stone door began to slowly open, its weighty sound echoing through the as the door swung open. A wave of musty air rushed forth that Mu Feng waved his hand and stepped inside, with Mu Chun quickly following suit. Beyond the stone door lay a secret chamber, dimly lit by flickering flames. Rows of stone shelves came into view, adorned with scrolls of jade slips that faintly shimmered with a soft glow. Mu Chun's eyes lit up at the sight of the numerous jade slips within the chamber. Evidently, these were all spirit techniques. Mu Feng clapped his hands, surveying the chamber. Casually glancing deeper inside, he smiled lightly. "All the treasures your father has are stored here. Feel free to choose, that I am eager to see what you will select." Chapter 4. The Great Pagoda Technique. Mu Chun gazed intently with his sparkling black eyes at the stone chamber before him. As the lord of the Mu domain, Mu Feng was regarded as one of the formidable powers in the northern spirit realm, and naturally, his collection over the years was not to be underestimated. Without any hesitation towards his father, Mu Chun swiftly entered the stone chamber, casually picking up a jade slip that a glance revealed that luminous characters were manifesting upon its surface. Mid-grade ordinary spirit technique. Fire cloud skill. Mu Chun blinked, for spirit techniques are typically categorized into various forms, such as cultivation techniques, offensive techniques, defensive techniques, and so forth. These categories are further divided into 3 levels: divine, spirit, and ordinary, with each level subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The fire cloud skill he held was a mid-grade ordinary cultivation technique. After toying with the jade slip momentarily, he set it aside, evidently lacking interest, and then strolled deeper into the chamber, occasionally picking up another scroll only to return it soon after. Mu Feng followed slowly behind Mu Chun, allowing him to sift through the numerous spirit techniques displayed. 100 Sword Technique, Upper Grade Ordinary. Mountain Breaker Classic, Upper Grade Ordinary. A dazzling array of spirit techniques flooded Mu Chen's vision. Although most were of ordinary grade, he understood that even these techniques, if brought forth, would incite quite a frenzy among many that Mu Feng's collection was indeed not commonplace in the northern spirit realm. After meandering for quite some time, Mu Chen finally reached the depths of the stone chamber, yet still found no technique to his liking, that he then raised his gaze towards the final stone shelf, where 3 open jade boxes lay before him. You have quite the ambition, my boy. These 3 spirit techniques were acquired by your father at the cost of his life, Mu Feng remarked with a chuckle upon noticing Mu Chen's gaze fixed on the jade boxes. Curiosity piqued, Mu Chen approached, retrieving a jade slip from one of the boxes. The slip was translucent, still warm to the touch, clearly not an ordinary item. Flame Dragon Technique. Mu Chen read the inscription, astonishment flickering in his eyes. It's actually a low-grade spirit technique. He was acutely aware of the value possessed by spirit techniques. If auctioned, it would likely fetch no less than 1,000,000 spirit coins. Indeed, the Flame Dragon Technique is what I cultivate, obtained when I acquired the spirit essence of the Flame Dragon sculpture years ago, Mu Feng confirmed with a nod. Mu Chen toyed with the jade slip before retrieving the other 2 scrolls as well. One was titled Sky Shaking Technique, and the other Spirit Gathering Mirror, both classified as low-grade spirit techniques that he found himself reluctant to part with the 3 jade slips, momentarily wavering on which to choose. Have you made your choice? All 3 techniques are comparable. You may select one for cultivation, and should you find a more suitable technique in the future, you may switch, Mu Feng remarked with a gentle smile. Mu Chen hesitated, his hand hovering over the 3 jade slips before finally settling on the spirit-gathering mirror. Although it was not particularly adept in offense, it held significant merit for laying a solid foundation. As his hand lingered over the spirit-gathering mirror, an unexpected stirring in his heart caused his gaze to drift slightly. Then, from the shadows of the 3 jade boxes, he spotted a dark jade slip covered in dust. What is this? Mu Chen mused, momentarily stunned, as he reached for the dark jade slip. Upon closer inspection, he discerned faint, indistinct characters emerging on its rough surface. Great Pagoda Technique. Mu Chen stared at the blurred characters, perplexed that there was no indication of the technique's grade. He looked questioningly at Mu Feng, who appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he gazed at the dark jade slip in Mu Chen's hand, filled with a tender nostalgia. Father, Mu Chen called out, raising the slip. What kind of technique is this? Why is there no grade indicated? Just an ordinary spirit technique, nothing more. Choose another, Mu Feng said slowly, retracting his gaze. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen rubbed the black jade slip in contemplation, and after a moment of silence, he declared, I'll take it. Mu Feng paused, locking eyes with Mu Chen, who, despite his youthful features, bore a hint of stubborn resolve at that moment. Are you truly certain you want to choose it? Mu Feng inquired after a moment of silence. Mu Chen nodded. I don't know why, but I have this feeling that if I don't choose it, I will regret it. Father, what is the origin of this technique? With a conflicted gaze fixed upon the jade slip, Mu Feng finally exhaled deeply after a long pause, offering a bitter smile as he murmured in a voice only he could hear. Jing, you truly are your son. This jade slip was left by your mother. To be precise, it was meant for you. However, she also mentioned that if you did not choose it, it should remain sealed away forever. Mu Feng spoke softly. Mother? Mu Chen trembled slightly, softly uttering this somewhat unfamiliar, yet deeply resonant word. It seemed he had never laid eyes upon his mother, yet within the depths of his heart, there lingered a vague yet profoundly warm shadow of her presence. Since he had become aware, he had never pressed Mu Feng for information about his mother, and Mu Feng had similarly refrained from mentioning her. At times, it felt as though they both chose to avoid discussing the person who was so crucial to them both. Mother must still be alive, right? Where is she? Mu Chen caressed the jade slip, hesitating momentarily before finally voicing the question he had long wished to ask. In his childhood, he had carved numerous wooden sculptures, each identical yet devoid of distinct features, as they represented the indistinct yet deeply cherished image of his mother in his heart. Each sculpture was a vessel of longing and remembrance. The circumstances surrounding your mother are quite complex. Revealing them now would be futile. However, if you truly wish to know, then cultivate this technique. When you reach a certain level, the answers will reveal themselves. Mu Feng said after a prolonged silence, his palms gradually clenching into fists, his gaze piercing into Mu Chen's. Is her departure related to me? Mu Chen suddenly queried. You have always been her greatest concern. For your sake, she could forsake everything. Mu Feng did not provide a direct answer, but gently ruffled Mu Chen's hair, self-deprecatingly adding, It is your father's lack of ability that has kept you two apart. I have tried my hardest, but I still failed and I am sorry. Mu Chen silently nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his youthful face. Father, you wish to see mother again, don't you? I long for it. Truly did I wish for our family to be reunited, Mu Feng murmured, his voice heavy with yearning. Mu Chen clenched the dark jade slip tightly, feeling its warmth radiate in his palm. After a long while, he lifted his gaze to Mu Feng, offering a gentle smile. I have chosen it. Father, do not worry. The tasks you could not accomplish, I will help fulfill that if you trust me. One day, I shall reunite our family, and no one shall stand in our way. Mu Feng stared blankly at the youthful face before him, resolute and determined. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over his chest, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Finally, he nodded emphatically. Jing, our son shall not be ordinary. Chapter 5. The vast world's sunlight streamed into the courtyard, where dense branches stretched out, forming beams of light. Within these beams, tiny motes danced, rendering the entire courtyard remarkably translucent. Mu Chen sat cross-legged on a stone chair, one hand cradling his face, while the other toyed with a rough, dark black jade slip. Ultimately, he had chosen the Great Pagoda technique, fulfilling a promise he had made to his father. However, even Mu Feng was uncertain about the rank of this Great Pagoda technique, only vaguely indicating that it seemed extraordinarily powerful. Did he ask for the reason behind its might? His explanation was simply that his mother was immensely formidable. Mother is immensely formidable? Mu Chen blinked Kropka. It was quite impressive that Mu Feng had built the vast Mu domain from scratch in the Northern Spirit Realm, becoming a renowned powerhouse, that if he described someone as formidable, how exceptional must his mother have been? If mother is so formidable, how could she have fallen for father? Mu Chen mused, a grin spreading across his face. It seemed that father had a beautiful encounter with mother in his youth. That must be quite a story. Then Mu Chen organized his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze to the dark black jade slip in his hand. In 10 days, he would face Lu Yang, who was similarly at the early stage of the spirit realm and possessed a human-level spiritual vein. Although he had encountered even more formidable individuals with superior spiritual veins in the Spirit Road, the Spirit Road was indeed peculiar. The Spirit Road was, in essence, an enormous trial ground created by the 5 great institutes. Every 3 years, the Spirit Road would open, and the selection process for participants was rather unique. It was not a human choice, but was determined by a divine artifact known as the Judgment Mirror. This selection process was bizarre, but those chosen by this artifact were mostly individuals of exceptional talent. Generally speaking, anyone who could successfully navigate the trials of the Spirit Road would be able to smoothly enter the 5 great institutes for training. The Spirit Road was formed from a vast dimension, within which no one could wield any energy. This meant that in the Spirit Road, neither spiritual energy nor the fighting spirit and elemental power from other dimensions could be utilized. Participants entering the Spirit Road would face various life and death perils and brutal trials, and without the ability to use spiritual power, they could only rely on their physical prowess, sharp senses, and wisdom to navigate the dangers. This method of forcing individuals into dire situations was indeed an excellent way to temper one's will. Upon entering the Spirit Road, these participants were informed that to pursue supreme power, they must possess an unwavering will that nothing could shake. Only by mastering such a will could one become a true powerhouse. Throughout the millennia, a significant majority of the top powerhouses emerging from the 5 great institutes had once participated in the trials of the Spirit Road, underscoring the importance of this training and explaining why so many talented individuals sought it out. The 5 great institutes. Mu Chen's hand tightened slightly. That place was a destination he must reach. not only to honor his promise, but also to gain the qualifications to establish himself in the outside world, that Muchen knew little of the outside world, but occasionally gleaned some information from Mufeng. The vast world he inhabited was boundless and teeming with myriad races, with the northern spirit realm being no more than a grain of sand in the ocean. Insignificant. The vast world connected countless dimensions, though those dimensions could only be termed lower dimensions, as this world seemed to possess a higher order. This vast world was indeed the center of innumerable dimensions. However, despite being labeled as lower dimensions, individuals who ascended from them to this vast world typically possessed astonishing talents, being the most elite powerhouses within their respective dimensions. Otherwise, they could not possibly break free from their dimensional confines. That on one occasion, Muchen had eavesdropped on a high-level meeting at the Northern Spirit Institute, where he learned of some renowned figures from these lower dimensions. The most famous among them were two individuals whose names Muchen did not know, only their titles: the Flame Emperor, the Martial Ancestor. Such imposing titles. Although they hailed from lower dimensions, Muchen surmised that they were likely true sovereigns even within this vast world. The Martial Ancestor had once stirred great upheaval in this vast world, famously charging into the Ice Spirit clan, a colossal entity in this realm, and the entire clan's might could not deter the man wielding the Thunderstaff. That battle was earth-shattering, and when the news spread, the vast world trembled, with rumors suggesting that such a breathtaking act was solely to rescue his beloved. The more composed Flame Emperor, by contrast, was relatively low-key, yet it was said that he had once visited the Fire Spirit clan, where even their ancient ancestor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could not gain the upper hand against this Flame Emperor, who departed gracefully, leaving the entire Fire Spirit clan in stunned silence. These unparalleled beings from lower dimensions remained as formidable as ever upon arriving in this vast world. The outside world was truly a vibrant tapestry, stirring the heart and soul. However, Muchen understood that he was not yet at that level, yet he believed that given enough time, he would surely attain it. Gazing at the dark black jade slip in his hand, a youthful smile spread across Muchen's face. Thus he would begin with it. Muchen gently brought his hands together, slowly closing his eyes. The dark black jade slip in his palm emanated a faint warmth that in the darkness of his mind. Muchen focused, channeling the spiritual energy within him through his arm's meridians, ultimately infusing it into the jade slip. Buzz, that as the spiritual energy flowed into the slip, it emitted a subtle humming sound, and then the darkness began to tear apart, as if something was flowing from his palm into his very being, transforming the body into a pagoda, certifying the path of spirit. The esoteric and obscure incantation echoed in Muchen's mind like the distant tolling of an ancient bell, compelling him to concentrate and firmly imprint the cultivation mantra within his heart. As the bell-like resonance gradually faded, the cultivation mantra contained an abundance of knowledge, much of which was beyond Muchen's current grasp. Thus, he wisely chose to temporarily absorb only what he could comprehend. Nevertheless, even this was enough to induce a slight ache in his head. He had never encountered such an intricate and profound mantra. Evidently, Muchen possessed remarkable talent. Otherwise, he would not have qualified for the Spirit Road. Immersed in the profundities of the mantra, he sought to understand its intricacies. After some time, he finally began to channel his spiritual energy, following the meridian pathways outlined in the cultivation mantra. Those pathways were indeed peculiar, resembling a strange tower formed within his body. Spiritual energy flowed silently along these unusual meridian pathways. This initial circulation was extremely taxing, yet Muchen persevered through the fatigue, striving to maintain the smooth operation of his spiritual energy. The operation of these odd meridian pathways was arduous. Despite Muchen's best efforts to control it, he continually faced failures. Fortunately, he remained calm and composed, diligently attempting the process time and again. This endeavor persisted for an entire afternoon. After countless failures, a strand of spiritual energy finally emerged from the last meridian under Muchen's careful guidance. Upon its emergence, the originally crystalline spiritual energy began to transform, its hue deepening into a profound black, exuding an air of mystery. At that moment, this spiritual energy could finally be termed true spiritual power. And although this dark energy appeared tranquil and restrained, Mu Chun could sense a lurking intensity and dominance beneath its surface. Clearly, the spiritual power cultivated through the Great Pagoda technique was of exceptional quality, far surpassing that produced by ordinary techniques. What a remarkable legacy left by Mother. Mu Chun, drenched in sweat yet exhilarated, thought to himself. This strand of dark spiritual power was absorbed into his energy sea, where it would quietly reside. Awaiting the day, he continued his cultivation, destined to grow ever more formidable. Buzz! Just as the dark spiritual power settled in his energy sea, Mu Chen's body suddenly convulsed, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Vaguely, it felt as though something deep within him resonated and vibrated, conjuring a uniquely wondrous sensation that quickly dissipated. What just happened? Mu Chen swiftly regained his composure, a flicker of uncertainty stirring within him. He hurriedly examined his body but found nothing amiss. The prior sensation felt like mere illusion. Yet, steadfast in spirit, Mu Chen did not believe it to be a mere trick of the mind. Was it due to the Great Pagoda technique? His thoughts raced as he gazed at the dark spiritual power in his energy sea. After pondering for a while, he could not discern any clues, thus reluctantly setting aside the matter. The Great Pagoda technique was a gift from his mother. Although he had never met her, he firmly believed that she would never bestow anything detrimental upon him. Could it be this? Suddenly, Mu Chen's attention was caught as a dark gleam flickered deep within his energy sea, coming to rest atop the dark spiritual power. As the dark gleam materialized, it revealed itself to be a thin sheet of black paper, devoid of any markings, yet faintly revealing some extraordinarily obscure patterns. This black paper hovered quietly within the energy sea, nurtured by the dark spiritual power, emanating an inexplicable sense of ancient mystery. Mu Chun gazed at the enigmatic black paper, lost in thought that he had stumbled upon it during his time in the Spirit Road, yet since acquiring it, he had seen no signs of its utility. However, he could faintly sense that this mysterious black paper was far from ordinary. He simply lacked the strength to unravel its secrets. Could the earlier inexplicable resonance have been caused by it? After contemplating for a moment, Mu Chen slowly shook his head. Although the black paper was mysterious, the earlier commotion was clearly not instigated by it. Frustrated and unable to find answers, Mu Chen ultimately decided to set the matter aside and refocus on the dark spiritual power residing in his energy sea. According to the mantra, the Great Pagoda technique was said to consist of 3 stages: foundation establishment, form consolidation, and tower transformation. However, it was evident that he had yet to even reach the foundation establishment stage. He could only be considered a novice at best. To advance to the foundation establishment stage, considerable arduous training was required. Did I end the courtyard? Mu Chen slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing at the sweat drenching his body, and could not help but shake his head. The Great Pagoda technique was indeed challenging to cultivate. This was merely the beginning, yet it was already so arduous, he could scarcely imagine how difficult it would be to reach the so-called tower transformation stage. I wonder how many levels of amplification this Great Pagoda technique's spiritual power can achieve. Intrigued, Mu Chen's mind stirred. Spiritual techniques also serve an important function, amplifying and enhancing spiritual power. Generally speaking, a top-tier technique of ordinary quality could amplify spiritual power 5-fold, while a low-tier spiritual technique could amplify it 10-fold. The deeper the amplification level, the more formidable the power unleashed when the spiritual energy erupted. This method could also be used to roughly gauge the rank of a spiritual technique. With this thought in mind, Mu Chen's curiosity intensified. He twirled his hand, conjuring a strand of black spiritual energy that floated in his palm. Gradually, he closed his hand, his gaze igniting with fervor. He was determined to test just how formidable the Great Pagoda technique truly was. Chapter 6. Amplification of Spiritual Power in the Courtyard. Mu Chun stood upright, his palms slightly curved, as a strand of jet-black spiritual energy rapidly coalesced in his hand, emanating a faint yet piercing wave of force. As he sensed the delicate fluctuations of the energy within his palm, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and the once docile black energy began to tremble violently. It was akin to droplets of water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. Amidst this turmoil, the pulsations of that strand of energy were intensifying at an astonishing rate. Mu Chen's hand trembled slightly as he felt the energy surging rapidly. 1 layer, 3 layers, 5 layers, 8 layers. When the amplitude of the energy reached the 9th layer, the trembling of Mu Chen's palm became increasingly severe, the energy exhibiting faint signs of becoming uncontrollable. Only 9 layers. This is insufficient. Mu Chen frowned slightly, and with a sudden clenching of his palm, it was as if a muffled sound resounded, causing the wild energy to swell once more. 13 layers. The black energy enveloped Mu Chen's hand, and his expression grew solemn. In the next moment, he shook his hand vigorously, his fingers swiftly curving together, thrusting towards the stone pillar before him with the speed of thunder. The sound of wind breaking echoed, a mid-tier attack spiritual technique of the mortal level, bone-shattering finger. Bang! Mu Chen's fingers plunged deeply into the stone pillar, and cracks spread rapidly from the points of contact. He gazed intently at the fissures, slowly retracting his fingers, murmuring to himself, 13 layers. He nodded. He had only just begun to master the Great Buddha technique, yet even at this stage, he could amplify his spiritual power to 13 layers. This was a testament to the formidable nature of the technique, and Mu Chen could sense that as he became more adept at the Great Buddha technique, this amplification would continue to grow. This Great Buddha technique must be at least a superior spiritual technique. Mu Chen grinned. Indeed, the treasures left behind by his mother were far from ordinary, that a superior spiritual technique was likely rare throughout the Northern Spirit Realm. However, cultivating this technique proved to be quite challenging. While Mu Chen had great confidence in his own aptitude for cultivation, mastering the Great Buddha technique remained arduous. However, I do not lack time, Mu Chen mused, clapping his hands before turning back to his quarters. It seemed that in the days to come, he would need to devote all his focus to the cultivation of the Great Buddha technique. Not far from the courtyard, Mu Feng watched the events unfold with a smile, satisfaction evident on his face. Little Mu's talent for cultivation is indeed extraordinary. When I practiced the Great Buddha technique, it took me 5 full days to cultivate my first strand of spiritual energy, and that energy could only achieve an initial amplification of 7 layers. This boy has managed to cultivate his spiritual energy in just half a day, and the amplification has reached such astonishing heights, truly a slap to my face. Despite his words, the pride and delight in Mu Feng's eyes could not be concealed. Indeed, little Mu's talent is remarkable. I can only imagine the heights he will reach in the future, far beyond our outdated generation, Zhou Yi remarked, nodding with a smile, his tone filled with nostalgia. Yes, while the Northern Spirit Realm may seem vast to us, it is far too small for little Mu. In the ensuing days, Mu Chen dedicated all his energy to the cultivation of the Great Buddha technique. To the casual observer, he might appear occasionally lazy, yet beneath the surface lay a resolute determination that was truly moving. It was this tenacity that granted him prominence among the countless prodigies within the Spirit Road, culminating in an incident that left many extraordinary talents dumbfounded. Under the intensity of his training, within merely 7 days, the spiritual energy in his sea of qi became increasingly dense, and his comprehension of the Great Buddha technique deepened. However, it still felt somewhat distant from the foundational realm, prompting Mu Chen to silently marvel at the technique's formidable nature. His cultivation of the Great Buddha technique gradually fell into a rhythm. Mu Chen discreetly allowed himself a moment of relaxation, dividing his focus to seek out several scrolls of offensive spiritual techniques more suited to him. Although he had established a foundation of spiritual energy, enhancing his combat prowess with offensive techniques was indispensable. Moreover, Lu Yang was no ordinary adversary. His rank as the top contender in the Northern Spirit Academy underscored his prowess, and being the son of the Lu Domain Lord, Lu Yang hailed from the most powerful domain in the Northern Spirit Realm, rivaling the Mu domain in strength. Over the years, there had been numerous conflicts between the two domains, and while the Lu domain's influence did not extend into the Northern Spirit Academy, they would undoubtedly provide Lu Yang with substantial support. Yet, did Mu Chen really seem so easily trampled upon? Achievements that even the most extraordinary talents within the Spirit Road struggled to attain would hardly be the work of Lu Yang alone. This was a training ground strewn with stone pillars. Within the arena, a figure stirred up a cloud of dust as he surged forth, dark spiritual energy swirling between his palms, emanating a faint yet fierce wave of power. Swish, his fingers curved together, enveloped in the dark energy, resembling a sharp black dart that struck heavily against a stone pillar. Crack, fragments of stone erupted as fissures rapidly spread across the pillar. A cold glint flashed in the youth's dark eyes as his fingers, deeply embedded in the stone, trembled violently, producing a muffled sound that echoed. Astonishingly, the pillar, nearly as thick as a man's waist, was pierced through. With one stone pillar shattered, the youth's pace did not falter. Transitioning from fingers to palms, the dark energy surged forth, resonating with a sound akin to thunder, as he swiftly struck another stone pillar with the back of his hand. Whoosh, as his palm connected with the stone pillar. The youth balanced on one leg while delivering a powerful whip kick to another pillar. Boom! Bang! Two dull sounds reverberated as the two pillars exploded into fragments, debris scattering in all directions. The youth slowly retracted his leg, calming his breath, as the dark energy enveloping his palms quietly dissipated. Applause rang out from the side, and Mu Chun turned to see Mu Feng beaming with satisfaction at the training ground's edge. He was thoroughly pleased with Mu Chen's earlier display. The onslaught was like a torrential rain, fierce yet concealing a deadly intent, rivaling even his subordinates who had honed their skills through life and death battles. It appeared that his son's year within the Spirit Road had not been in vain. Father. Mu Chun brushed the dust from his arms as he approached Mu Feng. We're heading back to the Northern Spirit Academy tomorrow, aren't we? Mu Feng inquired with a smile. Mu Chun nodded. If you can pass this upcoming competition, you should be able to enter the elite ranks of the Northern Spirit Academy, granting you the opportunity to vie for a spot among the 5 great academies. Mu Feng clapped Mu Chun on the shoulder, smiling broadly. The spots among the 5 great academies, you say? Mu Chun stretched lazily, a smile gracing his slender face. Fear not, father. That spot shall be mine. Chapter 7. Mu Yuan North Spirit City, a metropolis born from the North Spirit Academy, stands as a bastion of absolute neutrality within the North Spirit realm, much like the Academy itself. The ruling authority here, without a doubt, is the North Spirit Academy. That IT is precisely because the disputes of the North Spirit realm do not extend to this locale, that the prosperity of North Spirit City can rival that of the few major cities in the realm. As the birthplace of the North Spirit Academy, this city naturally belongs to its students, and few dare to provoke them. Given the Academy's esteemed status, it is well known that those fortunate enough to study there often possess notable backgrounds, including science from various domains. To offend such individuals would hardly be a delightful endeavor. As Mu Chun emerged from the teleportation array, he beheld the bustling cityscape, rubbing his slightly dizzy head from the teleportation. He glanced back at the array he had just exited. Setting up such a teleportation array is an exceedingly intricate task, with only a handful of major cities in the North Spirit realm possessing the capability to do so, and the North Spirit Academy is clearly among them. Stepping down from the throngs of people at the teleportation array, Mu Chun navigated the lively streets with the ease of familiarity, making his way directly to the North Spirit Academy at the city's heart. Flanking the streets were numerous shops, many selling various spirit techniques, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out to potential customers. However, Mu Chun did not pause, for his father was one of the 9 domain lords of the North Spirit realm, and their collection of techniques was undoubtedly formidable, rendering the offerings here unworthy of his attention. After turning down several streets, the grand edifice of the North Spirit Academy came into view. Groups of Academy students were visible on the streets, young men and women milling about, their laughter echoing with the vibrancy of youth. Occasionally, curious and shy glances from demure young ladies drifted towards Mu Chun. Within the Academy, he was undoubtedly a figure of renown. Setting aside any other matters, the mere fact that he had once secured a spot in the Spirit Road was enough to stir admiration, for there was only one such opportunity in the entirety of the North Spirit realm. While they were unaware of the circumstances surrounding his expulsion from the Spirit Road after only a year, it was evident that one who attained such an opportunity could not be an ordinary person. As for the glances directed his way, Mu Chun paid them little heed, often responding with a smile. His youthful visage bore a gentle and radiant expression, his dark eyes reminiscent of a deep night sky. Though he was of similar age to the other students, there was an ineffable quality about him that set him apart from these youthful peers. That IT was this quality, combined with his pleasing appearance, that caused the young ladies stealing glances at him to feel a slight flush upon their cheeks. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead in the streets, causing students to scatter hurriedly. Out of the throng emerged several figures, looking somewhat disheveled, their eyes darting anxiously about. Moments later, surprise lit up their faces. Mu-gu, several excited voices called out in unison. "What's going on, Luo Dong?" Mu-chun inquired, taken aback to see these familiar faces, his classmates with whom he shared a close bond. "Mu-gu, hurry and help Su Ling. He has been attacked by Mu Yuan," exclaimed Luo Dong urgently. Mu Yuan. The name sent ripples of shock through the surrounding students. Mu Yuan. How could Su Ling have provoked him? What happened? Mu Chun furrowed his brow, Su Ling being one of his closest friends at the academy. Earlier, Mu Yuan arrogantly claimed that you would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Su Ling couldn't tolerate it and exchanged a few words with him, only to be assaulted by Mu Yuan. The West Courtyard is truly insufferable. Luo Dong see that Mu Chun pressed his lips together. There are many people on Mu Yuan's side, including Shui Dong, whom you defeated, and Xiao Kuan, who ranks 6th. That's unnecessary. Just lead the way. Mu Chun replied with a smile. Observing Mu Chun's smile, Luo Dong and the others exchanged glances, resolutely nodding in agreement. At worst, they might face a beating, but they could not allow those from the West Courtyard. The group quickly surrounded Mu Chun and made their way, leaving behind a few stunned students on the streets, who soon regained their senses, their eyes filled with fervor as they followed in pursuit. Could it be that Mu Chun intended to confront the 3 formidable figures from the West Courtyard, all of whom ranked within the top 10? Such an event promised to be quite the spectacle. Bang! A low thud resonated as a figure was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground and leaving a long trail in the dust before finally coming to a halt. It seems the East Court. At the forefront stood Su Ling, gritting his teeth as he glared at the black-clad youth. Behind him stood 2 peers of similar age, their expressions equally smug, their eyes betraying an A large crowd of students gathered around, yet none dared to speak. In the North Spirit Academy, few would dare to provoke the trio standing before them. Ba Mu Yuan, don't get too smug. Today Mu go isn't here, or else your second ranking would be forfeit. Su Ling spat angrily. Mu Chun. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, while one of his companions, Shui, after tomorrow's competition between the 2 courtyards, I believe the East Courtyard will learn to behave. Mu Yuan grinned, declaring, Lu Gu will ensure he understands that humility is best. For in this, seeing Mu Yuan's unwillingness to relent, Su Ling's face paled slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us fight him. Let us fight." The boys, spurred by their pride, to show no resistance would be far too humiliating. They sprang to their feet and charged at Mu Yuan. "A bunch of uninitiated fools dare to lay hands on me. How delusional." He clasped his palms together, causing a faint surge of spiritual energy to rise. Bang! With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, effortlessly leaping over several of the charging figures until he stood before the panic-stricken Su. With a cold smirk, he unleashed a punch, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Su Ling's face. As Su Ling watched the rapidly approaching fist, he realized he had no time to defend himself, and could only watch helpless. Resignedly, he closed his eyes, thinking to himself that it seemed he would be bedridden for several days. But just as he shut his eyes, he heard a cacophony of gasps around him, followed by a dull thud directly in front of him. A wave of force jolted his face, causing it to tremble slightly, yet the anticipated pain did not materialize. Cautiously, he opened his eyes a crack, only to be taken aback. A slender, fair hand had emerged from behind him, effortlessly blocking the fierce punch aimed by Mu Yuan. Su Ling quickly turned his head, and there stood the familiar youthful figure wearing a reassuring smile. "Mu Su Ling exclaimed with, "You haven't embarrassed our East Courtyard." Mu Chun replied with a slight smile before turning to face the now visibly perturbed trio from the West Courtyard, stating, "Their confidence was instilled by me. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 8. Lu Yang. Their confidence is instilled by me. Do you have any objections? As Mu Yuan and his companions gazed at the smiling youth before them, their expressions involuntarily, the previously mocking glint in their eyes turned somewhat grave, clearly indicating a hint of wariness towards Mu Chun. What audacious arrogance! Mu Yuan was the first to regain his composure. He fixed his gaze on Mu Chun and scoffed coldly. Having also ascended to the initial phase of the spirit movement realm just 7 days prior, and with Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan, who were on the verge of breaking through as well, he felt that this assembly was formidable enough. Did Mu Chun truly dare to act against them? Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan quickly arrived at the same conclusion, a fierce glimmer flashing in their eyes as their trepidation diminished significantly. Today is merely a minor lesson for them. In the North Spirit Academy, it is our West Courtyard that dictates the discourse. It is not your East Courtyard's place to interject. Mu Yuan clapped his hands, casting a derisive smile at Mu Chun. With that, he waved his hand, intending to depart with Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan, satisfied that he had effectively subdued the East Courtyard's bravado. As Yu Ling and the others were filled with fury, their fists clenched tightly. Yet, the overwhelming aura emanating from their opponents kept them from retaliating, even with Mu Chen's arrival. "I say," a voice rang out from behind, causing Mu Yuan and his companions to pause mid-step. They turned to see the boy standing in front of Su Ling, his face adorned with a brilliant smile. "Are you not planning to apologize before you leave?" The surrounding crowd seemed to momentarily hush, many youths staring in astonishment at the smiling boy. Although his smile remained radiant, there was an underlying sharpness to it as Yu Ling and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces reddening in disbelief that Mu Chun would still stand up for them in such a situation. Did this fellow's brain malfunction? It appears there is nothing left to discuss. Mu Chun nodded slightly, ceasing further words, and began to stride toward Mu Yuan and his companions. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a cold light. In the North Spirit Academy, Mu Chun had always maintained a low profile. Aside from his prior victory over Xue Dong, he had not made a name for himself. Yet no student dared to underestimate him, not even someone as obstinate as Mu Yuan. A contender worthy of the spirit path was certainly not an ordinary individual. "Attack!" A low growl escaped Mu Yuan's lips, and suddenly, spiritual energy surged from his arms that he stamped his foot heavily and charged at Mu Chun. With Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan swiftly flanking him, their movements remarkably synchronized. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations, astonished by the trio's decisive and unhesitating cooperation. These were the top 10 fierce competitors from the West Courtyard. Among them, Mu Yuan was the strongest, having entered the initial phase of the spirit movement realm, and thus his offensive was the most ferocious. Spiritual energy enveloped his palms, the gusts of wind from his strikes cutting like blades, fiercely aimed at Mu Chun. However, just as his formidable palm strike was about to make contact, Mu Chun gracefully sidestepped, his form gliding past Mu Yuan. With a delicate furrow of his brows, his previously gentle visage transformed into one of icy resolve. Exuding a palpable aggression, he did not directly confront Mu Yuan, but instead, in that fleeting moment, darted toward the slightly lagging Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan. Dark spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips, and with fingers splayed, he lunged at them, the energy swirling ominously, accompanied by a sharp whistle of wind. Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan were momentarily startled by Mu Chen's maneuver, yet they had no time to evade. Gritting their teeth, they summoned all their strength and threw a punch that if they could entangle Mu Chun for just a moment, Mu Yuan would surely turn back to assist, allowing them to completely envelop Mu Chun. Having attained such rankings in the West Courtyard, they were certainly not ordinary individuals. However, at this moment, they slightly misjudged the youthful opponent's skill and the sharpness of his strikes. As their fists approached, Mu Chen's hands suddenly grazed the surface of their punches. Then, with a swift downward motion, he seized their wrists, exerting a powerful force, yanking them forward. Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan, propelled by their own momentum, were caught off guard and stumbled forward, in their moment of instability. Mu Chen's palm wind swept past their arms like a striking serpent, mercilessly imprinting on their chest. Bang! The deep thud reverberated as Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan were sent flying amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, crashing to the ground with cries of anguish, their chests rent asunder. In a single exchange, Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan suffered a resounding defeat that as their cries echoed, The surrounding students finally regained their senses, unable to suppress their astonishment. Was this speed not too astonishing? Mu Chun! An enraged shout erupted from behind. Mu Yuan, witnessing the scene, felt his face flush crimson with fury, but he had not anticipated that Mu Chun would evade him and dispatch Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan first. Flame Palm! A fierce burst of crimson spiritual energy erupted. The students around gasped in awe, recognizing the might of the second-ranking contender from the West Courtyard. At that moment, Mu Chun turned, facing the ferocious Mu Yuan. He clenched his fist tightly, showing no inclination to evade the impending confrontation. Dark spiritual energy enveloped his hand, and he retaliated with a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, a shockwave radiating outward as crimson and dark energies intertwined. Yet Mu Yuan's face turned crimson in an instant, his body trembling violently. With a splatter, blood erupted from his mouth, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in a heap that in but a single exchange. The victor had been determined. Though both were at the initial phase of the spirit movement realm, it was evident that Mu Chen's refined and fierce spiritual energy vastly surpassed that of Mu Yuan. The previously vanquished Xue Dong and Xiao Kuan could only watch in stunned silence. How could Mu Yuan, a practitioner of the initial phase of the spirit movement realm, be unable to withstand a single blow from Mu Chun? How is this possible? Mu Yuan, now sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of disbelief, even neglecting to wipe the blood from his mouth. Brother Mu is incredible. Su Ling and the others were equally astonished, their faces alight with joy. They had not expected Mu Chun to maintain such a decisive advantage while outnumbered 3-1. Mu Chen's expression remained calm as he gazed at the beleaguered Mu Yuan, smiling as he asked, "May I now receive an apology?" Mu Yuan's expression shifted slightly, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "In your dreams." Mu Chen seemed to have anticipated such a response, his smile growing ever more radiant. He nodded and strode purposefully toward Mu Yuan, dark spiritual energy once again rising from his palms. As Mu Yuan beheld Mu Chen's advancing form, the latter's smile was bright. Yet for some reason, Mu Yuan felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. Mu Chen approached Mu Yuan, the dark spiritual energy thickening in intensity. However, just as he halted before Mu Yuan, a light sound of clapping echoed from the side. He, truly deserving of having once participated in the spirit path. However, your actions seem rather dismissive of our West Courtyard, do they not? Mu Chun turned his head to see a figure parting the crowd, a smile adorning his face. The surrounding students instinctively stepped back, fear flickering in their eyes. Amidst the multitude of wary gazes, the youth stood before Mu Chun, possessing a notably handsome appearance. Yet the slight curl of his lips revealed an air of arrogance and unrestrained pride. With his arms crossed, he regarded Mu Chun with a predatory glimmer in his eyes. The top contender of the West Courtyard, Lu Yong. Chapter 9. Confrontation. Lu Yong. Mu Chun gazed at the youth with crossed arms, his expression devoid of astonishment, merely stating in a bland tone, "After watching the spectacle for so long, have you finally succumbed to the urge to step out?" Upon seeing Lu Yong, Mu Yuan and Xue Dong's faces lit up with joy, eagerly calling out, "Lu Ge!" When they turned their gaze towards Mu Chun, it was tinged with a hint of pride and menace. Although Mu Chen's reputation in the Northern Spirit Academy was formidable, having previously defeated the three of them, they felt a certain disparity when compared to the foremost figure of the current realm. With Lu Yong backing them, they naturally felt no fear towards Mu Chun. Lu Yong glanced at the disheveled trio of Mu Yuan, furrowing his brow slightly, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes on Mu Chun. "Mu Chun, you must provide an explanation for today's events to our West Courtyard." Explanation? Mu Chun regarded the youth, who was renowned in the West Courtyard, and smiled. "They assaulted our East Courtyard members without reason. It seems the explanation should come from you." The surrounding students, witnessing the standoff, could not help but smirk. These two were the most outstanding talents in the Northern Spirit Academy. They had initially thought they would have to wait until tomorrow to see them clash, but here they were, confronting each other today. Lu Yang's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from his gaze. No one in the Northern Spirit Academy had dared to speak to him so rudely before. Although he had heard of Mu Chen's exploits, he remained the undisputed champion of the Academy. Truly arrogant. Lu Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he scrutinized Mu Chun. I am genuinely curious how someone who merely stumbled upon the qualifications for the spirit path and was subsequently expelled dares to exude such audacity. Hearing Lu Yang's somewhat cutting remarks, Su Ling and the others felt a surge of anger, yet they understood that Lu Yang was not someone they could contend with, so they could only grit their teeth in frustration. If it was merely luck that granted me this position, why not test it for yourself? In contrast to their fury, Mu Chun merely smiled lightly. Lu Yang's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by Mu Chun's audacity to speak so boldly. His voice grew colder. I had intended to confront you during tomorrow's competition between the two courtyards, but since you were so unwise, I shall deal with you now to spare time tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yang stepped forward, his arms enveloped in surging spiritual energy, far more potent than Mu Yuan's. Su Ling and the others were alarmed to see Lu Yang's imposing aura. Was he really going to strike now? They looked anxiously at Mu Chun, who, despite being of similar age, bore no trace of fear on his youthful face. His dark eyes reflected a mysterious gleam, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. Seeing Mu Chun's calm demeanor, Su Ling and the others felt somewhat reassured, yet their hearts raced. Lu Yang, despite being the top figure in the Northern Spirit Academy, was not the only formidable opponent. Mu Chun was no mere pushover either, and Lu Yang might find it more challenging than anticipated to assert dominance over him. Truly, a relentless individual, Mu Chun shook his head, his lips pressed together. The once bright smile on his youthful visage gradually transformed into a cold glare. His palm rotated slightly, dark spiritual energy flowing quietly at his fingertips. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and many students around widened their eyes in anticipation. These two were indeed the strongest in the Northern Spirit Academy, and they were eager to see who would prevail. Stop! Just as the two faced off, a booming voice suddenly resonated from afar. The man known as Master Mo appeared to be in his middle years, with a resolute expression. An astonishing wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, instilling a sense of pressure among the students. Even the arrogant Lu Yang subdued his defiance in the presence of this genuine spirit realm powerhouse, fully aware that he could not afford to offend such an esteemed figure within the Northern Spirit Academy and the Northern Spirit Realm. In the Academy, if you wish to spar, you may do so at the martial arts platform. Do not disgrace yourselves outside. Do you seek punishment? Master Mo scanned the area, his voice grave. Ah, Master Mo, we meant no harm. We were merely exchanging ideas, Lu Yang replied with a smile, realizing he could not afford to engage in battle today. He turned to Mu Chun, extending a finger to lightly point at him. Tomorrow's competition, I will await you. With that, Lu Yang led his companions away, their hushed voices barely audible, just a fellow who was expelled from the spirit path. Su Ling and the others caught Lu Yang's deliberate murmurs, their expressions darkening as they gritted their teeth. Brother Mu, this guy is insufferably arrogant. At least you earned your qualifications for the spirit path. Who does he think he is? Mu Chun, witnessing Su Ling's righteous indignation, could not help but chuckle, patting his shoulder. Why be so angry? If a dog bites you, do you bite back? It's just so frustrating. Frustration is a given. Mu Chun replied with a gentle smile, his youthful face gradually adopting a more resolute demeanor. While I cannot bite back, I prefer to strike him down with a single blow, ensuring he never dares to speak so brazenly again. This Lu family scion truly embodies his father's arrogance. Master Mo frowned slightly as he observed Lu Yang's retreating figure, evidently displeased. He then turned to Mu Chun, offering him a smile. Well said, that resonates with me. However, I have heard that Lu Yang currently possesses the strength of an early-stage spirit movement, coupled with a human-level spiritual vein, comparable to that of a mid-stage spirit movement. Are you certain you won't lose in tomorrow's competition? Rest assured, Master Mo, I will not bring disgrace upon you. Mu Chun replied with a smile. As Master Mo oversaw their east courtyard, a significant loss would reflect poorly on him as well. We shall take our leave, Master Mo. Master Mo waved his hand, watching Mu Chun and the others gradually fade into the distance. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This young man, though not yet of age, was an enigma. There was no trace of arrogance in him, yet one could sense the latent brilliance hidden beneath his gentleness. Truly a remarkable individual capable of shaking the very foundations of the spirit path. If he successfully completes the spirit path trials, he may become a coveted figure among the 5 great academies. Why then is he still here? Master Mo sighed, a hint of anticipation creeping into his thoughts about tomorrow's competition between the 2 courtyards. He had heard that Lu Yang was exceptionally well-prepared, that it remained to be seen who would emerge victorious in this clash of the top figures. As night deepened, Mu Chen sat quietly in his room, hands forming seals, clearly entering a state of cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth subtly stirred around him, seeping into his body with each breath as more spiritual energy flowed into Mu Chen. A faint black luminescence flickered across his skin. Within his energy sea, dark spiritual power surged, its richness evidently multiplied several times compared to when he first began his cultivation, indicating that Mu Chen had been diligently threads of spiritual energy coursed along the path of the great Buddha technique, ultimately transforming into dark spiritual energy that entered his energy sea, intensifying the sensation of power within him. Now, Mu Chen had become increasingly adept at the great Buddha technique, though he had yet to reach the foundational level. However, he could vaguely sense that the next step was not far off. Mu Chen remained calm and collected, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy entering his energy sea. Just as he collected the final pulse of spiritual energy, he felt a slight tremor within his energy sea. The dark spiritual power surged within, expanding at an astonishing rate, filling him with a profound sense of strength that radiated through his limbs. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the changes within his energy sea. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was quite unexpected to experience a breakthrough at such a moment. Chapter 10. The Academy trials the following day. As the scorching sun poured its rays upon Bailing City, indications of growing fervor began to emerge within the Bailing Academy. Divided into Eastern and Western factions, the Academy was rife with intense competition. It is undeniable that competition fosters growth, and over the past 2 years, Bailing Academy has produced the rivalry between the 2 factions reaches its zenith during the Academy trials, held every few months, wherein the rankings of numerous students are established. The youthful spirit, after all, is inherently therefore in pursuit of impressive results in the trials. Numerous students have devoted considerable effort in the Western District of Bailing Academy. There exists a vast arena reminiscent of a coliseum, dotted with numerous platforms for combat. Surrounding these platforms are tiered stone seats, now teeming with a sea of dark figures. The air is alive with the sounds of conversation and whispers, interspersed with the melodious laughter of young women, infusing the atmosphere with youthfulness and vitality. Within this grand arena, the multitude is distinctly divided into 2 sections: the students of the Eastern and Western factions. Due to their rivalry, provocations are exchanged frequently, creating an exceptionally lively ambience. Our Eastern faction has secured only 4 out of the top 10 positions, with the top 3 claimed by the Western faction. I wonder if this Academy trial will bring any changes. Recently, some formidable talents have emerged from our Eastern faction. Lu Feng and Tan Qingshan are said to be on the verge of entering the spirit movement realm. If they succeed, they could at least break into the top 5. Among the Eastern faction's seats, students engaged in conversation, while Su Ling, overhearing them, could not help but smirk. You all know what the main highlight of this trial is. It doesn't matter that our Eastern faction has fewer spots in the top 10, as long as Brother Mu can seize the first place. Those fellows from the Western faction won't dare to boast. The Eastern students exchanged glances and sighed in unison. While her words rang true, to claim the top position, one must defeat Lu Yang, who is rumored to possess a human-level spiritual vein. Brother Mu, this time we are all counting on you, Su Ling said with a cheerful glance at the young man before her. Mu Chen merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the arena. Although the trials had yet to commence formally, some students had already begun sparring on the platforms. As Mu Chen observed the arena, a sudden commotion erupted behind him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, as a graceful figure appeared at his side, exclaiming, "Hey!" Mu Chen turned to see Tang Qianer, adorned in a vibrant green outfit, her exquisite face accentuated by a lively black ponytail that drew numerous admiring gazes. As a top student from the Eastern faction, her beauty and amiable nature made her the undisputed flower of the Academy, attracting envious glances wherever she went. "What brings you here?" Muchen asked, somewhat surprised, for the top students should be immersed in their training at this hour. I'm here to cheer for you, Tang Qian'er replied with a radiant smile, teasingly adding, and if you end up getting battered, I can carry you back. Then I must thank you. Muchen replied with a shake of his head, feigning annoyance. Hey, do you really think you can manage? After your altercation with Lu Yang yesterday, he is likely set on causing you trouble today. Tang Qian'er's bright eyes flickered with concern. Though she jested, she understood the significance of the day, which was why she had abandoned her training to come. I'll do my best, Muchen chuckled. Just as he was about to speak further, his expression suddenly shifted as he looked up to see a chilling gaze fixated on him from across the arena. It was Lu Yang. Surrounded by his entourage, including Mu Yuan and Xue Dong, Lu Yang projected an air of condescension, his cold smirk directed at Mu Chun. Their eyes locked from afar, the tension palpable, as sparks seemed to fly between them. Both were prominent figures within their respective factions, and many were aware of the day's anticipated spectacle. Thus their intense standoff elicited whispers of excitement among the spectators. Lu Yang's gaze bore into Mu Chun, then shifted to Tang Qian'er by his side. His teeth clenched slightly before he returned his icy glare to Mu Chun. A calamity, Mu Chun mused, noting Lu Yang's subtle changes. That he turned to Tang Qian'er with a hint of amusement, aware that the entire academy knew of Lu Yang's unreciprocated affection for her. Sometimes, Mu Chun pondered whether Lu Yang's relentless antagonism stemmed not only from the feud between their fathers, but also from jealousy over Tang Qian'er's camaraderie with him. If you find my presence troublesome, I can leave, Tang Qian'er said, her delicate features hardening. Mu Chun couldn't help but smile, his dark eyes locked onto hers. The brightness in his gaze caused her cheeks to flush slightly, yet she remained steadfast in meeting his gaze. His words shouldn't be regarded as any real trouble, Mu Chun assured her. You merely talk big. Let us see you win against him first, Tang Qian'er retorted, pursing her lips. Her beautiful eyes scanned the arena, and her expression suddenly shifted as she whispered, that guy has arrived too. Following her line of sight, Mu Chun's attention was drawn to a section of the Western faction where several figures, appearing around 17 or 18 years old, leaned against the railing, lazily observing the platforms. Among them, two figures stood out, a boy and a girl. The girl, clad in a striking red dress, possessed enchanting peach blossom-like eyes, while the boy, dressed in white, exuded an air of confidence, his handsome features captivating all around him. As he surveyed the Eastern faction, the previous buzz of chatter fell into an uneasy hush, clearly intimidated by his presence. Gulp, it's actually Lu Mubai. That I never expected he would come as well, Su Ling swallowed hard, her voice tinged with dryness. While facing Lu Yang might have ignited some fighting spirit within them, before Lu Mubai, they were left devoid of any courage to contend with him. He was the true champion of Biling Academy, having held the top position since his arrival, unchallenged and unmatched. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the dazzling figure in white, his dark eyes meeting Lu Mubai's. Even from a distance, an overwhelming pressure seemed to envelop him. As their eyes locked, Mu Chen exhibited no sign. His calm demeanor only served to intrigue Lu Mubai, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. That kid possesses some spirit, remarked one of Lu Mubai's senior companions. Taken aback by Red Ling's captivating gaze was similarly fixed on the young man daring to meet Lu Mubai's stare. Though he appeared youthful and somewhat innocent, he radiated an unsettling calmness, as if even the true champion of Biling Academy posed no threat to him. She found herself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on how that once timid boy, who had trailed behind her, seemed to have transformed significantly. Brother! A jubilant voice echoed from nearby, drawing Lu Yang's enthusiastic gaze towards them. Lu Mubai nodded at Lu Yang, leaning against the railing, his silence imposing a subtle yet undeniable pressure on the Eastern faction, their previously vibrant atmosphere dimming under his influence. In contrast, the Western faction thrived, emboldened by his presence. Clearly, Lu Mubai had arrived deliberately to bolster the Western side's morale, and given his stature within Biling Academy, no one from the Eastern faction dared to challenge him. Suddenly, as Lu Mubai's overwhelming aura enveloped the arena, a clear bell toll rang out, jolting the students to attention. The Academy trials were finally about to commence. Chapter 11. Tan Qingshan. The crisp chime of the bell reverberated through the sky, while the lively atmosphere below reached its zenith. To the north of the venue, three figures sat upright. On the left was the esteemed Master Mo from yesterday, and on the right was a gaunt middle-aged man with a stern expression and slightly sunken eyes, exuding an air of coldness. This year's Academy examination is more vibrant than ever before, the elderly man with graying hair said with a smile, his gaze fixed upon the fervid scene below. In previous years, the outcomes were rather predictable. Today, however, is somewhat unpredictable, Master Mo replied with a chuckle. What is there to find unpredictable? Lu Yang is now in the early stage of the spirit movement realm, and with his human-grade spirit vein, he is not only among the top in the earth tier, but likely ranks quite high even among the celestial tier. Although Mu Chun is also commendable, he still pales in comparison to Lu Yang. The cold middle-aged man scoffed, as he was the highest-ranking mentor of the West Courtyard, naturally wishing for his students to achieve the best results. Master Shi, underestimating someone who is qualified for the spirit path is rather unwise, Master Mo remarked nonchalantly. Unfortunately, that refers to those who can successfully pass the trials of the spirit path. The stern middle-aged man shook his head in response. The elderly man listened to their debate with a smile, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. His somewhat muddled gaze turned toward the eastern seats, lingering on the slender figure of a young boy. It is indeed a pity. It has been over a decade since a young talent in the North Spirit realm has earned the qualification for the spirit path. Mu Chen's qualification this time was cut short. He never experienced the final trial of the spirit path, making his year's worth of training essentially futile and wasting a year of cultivation. Master Mo nodded in regret, acknowledging that one cannot cultivate spiritual power within the spirit path. However, had Mu Chen successfully endured the final trial, he would have received a significant boost in spiritual power. For an exceptionally gifted individual, it would not be impossible to advance to the spirit wheel. If Mu Chen had passed the trials, he would likely be the foremost among the younger generation in the North Spirit realm, securing a place among the 5 great courtyards without contest. At that time, even individuals like Lu Mubai would have to bow to him. Yet, who could have anticipated such an upheaval? Not only did Mu Chen fail to gain the invaluable spiritual power from the spirit path, I am aware of his talent and commendable character. It is inconceivable that he was expelled due to poor performance, Master Mo inquired, furrowing his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity, that he only knew that Mu Chen had stirred up considerable upon hearing his question. Even the cold middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the director of the North Spirit Academy, clearly intrigued as well. Director Xiao stroked his beard, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. I am not entirely sure, but I have heard whispers. The bell has rung. Let us announce the commencement of the Academy examination, Director Xiao stated, evidently reluctant to dwell further on the matter, and waved his hand. Master Mo nodded in response, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. His deep, resonant voice echoed in the ears of every student. The time has come. The Academy examination begins. Contestants from the same courtyard shall engage in friendly duels, and lethal force is strictly prohibited. Remember this. You are all aware of the rules. Those who step onto the stage each have one opportunity to challenge an opponent. However, this is a singular chance, so choose wisely, he continued. Yes, the sea of students responded respectfully. Since that is the case, Master Mo nodded and waved his hand. Let the examination commence. Boom! With a downward sweep of his hand, another resounding chime echoed, resonating throughout the entire North Spirit Academy. Swish! The venue erupted into a flurry of activity as figures darted onto the arena, and shouts of challenge rang out incessantly. Lu Xiong, get down here. I've long found you displeasing. Chun Tong, come out this time. I will reclaim my honor. Mu Chun observed the chaotic scene unfolding before him and couldn't help but smile. Most of these contests were rather ordinary, so he paid little heed, occasionally glancing toward the direction of Lu Yang in the West Courtyard, who was coldly fixing his gaze upon him. It was common knowledge in the North Spirit Academy that Lu Yang had declared his intention to challenge Mu Chun in the examination, which deterred others from making the first move. Naturally, the students of the West Courtyard understood that given Mu Chen's strength, the only one qualified to contend with him among them would be Lu Yang. They were all quite eager to witness the duel between these two most outstanding individuals from the east and west courtyards. Mu Chun paid little mind to Liu Yang's frosty glare, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Tang Qin'er beside him. However, his nonchalance only served to incite Liu Yang's ire further. The contests were quite lively, yet the most captivating were undoubtedly those involving the top-ranking students of the Earth tier, as it was only at this level that rankings could be altered. That is Tan Qingshan from our east courtyard. He has indeed made his move. Su Ling exclaimed excitedly. The Mu Chen followed her gaze, spotting a slender youth in black rising to approach a stage not far from them. The boy appeared exceptionally lean, with a somewhat pallid complexion, yet his tightly pressed lips conveyed a sense of determination that he remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Tan Qingshan. Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the boy. He was somewhat acquainted with him. Prior to his arrival at the East Courtyard, Tan Qingshan had been considered the strongest among them, now ranking within the top 5 of all students in the Earth tier. Tan Qingshan noticed Mu Chen's gaze, paused briefly, and then looked up to meet his eyes, a faint smile gracing his otherwise stern face. Good luck, Mu Chen smiled at him. Although they were not particularly close, they were fellow students of the East Courtyard, and he held no disdain for Tan Qingshan. Tan Qingshan nodded and ascended the stage, instantly drawing numerous attentions that he had garnered a significant reputation within the East Courtyard. I wonder who he will challenge. Murmurs of curiosity arose among the spectators, as they speculated on who could possibly be deemed worthy of Tan Qingshan's challenge from the limited ranks of the West Courtyard. Liu Yang? Amidst the sea of gazes, Tan Qingshan's eyes locked onto a figure in the front of the West Courtyard, his calm voice eliciting a wave of astonishment. He dares to challenge Liu Yang? Students exchanged incredulous looks. While Tan Qingshan was among the top in the Earth tier, he clearly fell short in comparison to Liu Yang, making his boldness surprising. That I in the West Courtyard. Liu Yang paused momentarily, his expression darkening. Despite no one having challenged Mu Chen thus far, it seemed that he was now being singled out, which could suggest that his intimidating presence was less effective than Mu Chen's. Overestimating oneself. Liu Yang stood, a heavy aura emanating from him, causing some students around to feel a chill. He was evidently formidable at this moment. With a leap, Liu Yang soared onto the stage, casting a glance at Tan Qingshan before shifting his gaze to Mu Chun in the East Courtyard, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. Are you seeking to send a pawn to test me? Without waiting for a response from Mu Chun, he turned his attention back to Tan Qingshan, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Do you think you still hold the title of the strongest in the East Courtyard? Tan Qingshan met Liu Yang's gaze, his expression growing serious. Once the strongest student in the East Courtyard, he had seen that title usurped by Mu Chun. Despite his pride, he had continued to train diligently. Though he viewed Mu Chun as a rival, he did not wish to trouble him unnecessarily. Defeating Liu Yang here would certainly restore his former title. With a firm grip, Tan Qingshan summoned deep yellow spiritual energy that surged from within him, enveloping his arms and exuding a fierce aura. That spiritual energy. Su Ling and others gazed in astonishment at the energy enveloping Tan Qingshan's arms. He has also advanced to the Spirit Movement Realm. Chapter 12. The Confrontation Spirit Movement Realm? A murmur of astonishment swept through the audience as many turned their bewildered gazes towards Tan Qingshan on the stage. And oh wonder, he dared to challenge Liu Yang. It turned out he had advanced to the Spirit Movement Realm. Impressive. Su Ling exclaimed, her face alight with admiration as she gazed enviously at Tan Qingshan's back. I in the current realm. Only Mu Chun, Liu Yang, and Mu Yuan had reached the Spirit Movement Realm, and now Tan Qingshan had become the fourth. Mu Chen nodded slightly. Tan Qingshan's prior achievement as the top contender in the Eastern Courtyard clearly indicated his considerable talent. What was even more commendable was that his family background was not particular. All his accomplishments were the result of relentless training. Hence, Mu Chun held a degree of respect for him. A person who earned his pride through sheer effort is truly deserving of admiration. No wonder he possesses such audacity. He has indeed broken through to the Spirit Movement Realm, Liu Yang remarked, momentarily stunned by Tan Qingshan's aura, before a cold smirk crept across his lips. Tan Qingshan remained silent, his gaze fixed sharply on Liu Yang, his arms enveloped in deep yellow spiritual energy that swirled and surged, emanating a substantial force. With a frigid and somber glare, Lu Yong extended his palm, curling his fingers slightly. Make your move. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. How arrogant. Su Ling and her companion seethed at Lu Yong's demeanor. Bang! As Su Ling uttered her angry retort, Tan Qingshan stomped forcefully on the ground, launching himself forward like a leopard. His palms, charged with deep yellow energy, surged with formidable strength as they struck directly towards Lu Yong's chest. Lu Yong, fixated on the approaching Tan Qingshan, let out a cold snort. Without evading, he unleashed a roaring crimson energy from his arms, clenching his fists tightly to deliver a powerful blow against Tan Qingshan's palms. Boom! A deep sound resonated as shockwaves rippled outward from the clash, sending dust swirling from the ground. Both figures trembled, yet Lu Yong stood unwavering, while Tan Qingshan staggered back a step. With a serious expression, Tan Qingshan steadied himself, his arms now radiating an even denser hue of deep yellow energy, resembling solid rock. Mountain Fist! Tan Qingshan charged once more, albeit his strikes had slowed slightly, yet the weight of his power was as if mountains were crashing down, causing many spectators to wear solemn expressions. Bang, bang, bang! Tan Qingshan's fists, akin to boulders, struck rapidly and fiercely, waves of attacks sweeping towards Lu Yong. Yet Lu Yong's demeanor remained icy, his arms entwined with fiery energy, absorbing Tan Qingshan's relentless onslaught entirely. The collision of their spiritual forces generated shockwaves that cleared the arena, causing even nearby onlookers to feel a sting on their faces. Tan Qingshan is truly formidable, managing to match Lu Yong blow for blow. Su Ling observed the fierce battle with a hint of joy. However, Tan Qingshan has only just entered the spirit movement realm. Defeating Lu Yong will likely be a formidable challenge, Tang Qin'er gently countered, acknowledging Lu Yang's prowess despite her disdain for him. Tan Qingshan is likely practicing the Mountain Resolution technique, a top-tier earthly skill from the Northern Spirit Academy, while Lu Yong probably employs the Inferno Palm from their Lu domain, which is a low-tier spiritual technique. Mu Chen assessed the scene intently. Thus, in terms of the richness of spiritual energy, Lu Yong holds the advantage. This situation may not last much longer. He concluded that on hearing this, Su Ling sighed regretfully, clearly hoping for Tan Qingshan's victory, as it would likely curb Lu Yang's arrogance. That as they conversed, the battle on the stage intensified, Tan Qingshan's face flushed with exertion, clearly pushing his abilities to the limit, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Whoosh! A punch, resembling a rock, suddenly shot forth, crashing towards Lu Yang's abdomen. However, just before contact, Lu Yong executed an oddly swift sidestep, evading. Bang! The fiery energy detonated at the point of contact, the overwhelming force sending Tan Qingshan hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell heavily onto the arena floor. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd as they witnessed the sudden shift in the battle. Wiping the blood from his lips, Tan Qingshan clenched his teeth in frustration. Lu Yang's spiritual energy was indeed fierce and overwhelming, far surpassing his own. Lu Yong, his gaze icy, stared down at the somewhat disheveled Tan Qingshan, but he showed no intention of halting his assault, springing forward like an eagle, launching another kick at the retreating Tan Qingshan. Tan Qingshan rolled to evade Lu Yang's attack, his expression darkening in disbelief at Lu Yang's relentless pursuit. However, his stubborn nature would not allow him to concede. Lu Yang's aggressive demeanor only fueled his resolve, and he glared fiercely at Lu Yong. Quite the arrogance indeed, Lu Yong scoffed, shaking his head with a sinister smile as a glint of malice crossed his eyes. In an instant, he appeared at Tan Qingshan's right side, his leg flashing with scorching energy as he delivered a harsh blow to Tan Qingshan's chest. Boom! Tan Qingshan's body skidded across the ground for over 10 meters, blood surging in his throat, yet he swallowed it down with great effort. Damn it! Do you have no shame? He has already lost, and you still attack. The Eastern Courtyard students erupted in outrage at Lu Yang's aggression. What a scoundrel! Su Ling cursed angrily. Hearing the shouts from the Eastern Courtyard, Lu Yang's expression darkened further. Rather than relent, he strode towards Tan Qingshan, launching another fierce kick at the beleaguered fighter. Bang! A deep thud resonated. But this time, Tan Qingshan did not retreat, for a slender figure suddenly darted in front of him, gripping Liu Yang's powerful kick with a single hand. Mu Chen. Tan Qingshan blinked in surprise at the familiar silhouette. Are you all right? Mu Chen glanced back at him, inquiring. Tan Qingshan shook his head, his eyes still filled with a wolfish ferocity directed at Liu Yang. Considering you just entered the spirit movement realm and can contend with him like this, you're already quite strong. With a bit more training, catching up to him won't be difficult. Mu Chen smiled reassuringly, recognizing Tan Qingshan's proud and stubborn nature, refraining from suggesting he concede. Thank you. Tan Qingshan felt somewhat calmed by Mu Chen's words. Looking at Mu Chen's handsome face adorned with a warm smile, he spoke gratefully. Leave this guy to you. However, I will personally defeat him in the future. At this point, he paused, fixing his gaze on Mu Chen. You are stronger than I, so please help us reclaim the top position in the eastern courtyard. With that, he turned and leaped off the stage. Mu Chen watched Tan Qingshan descend before turning his attention to the brooding Liu Yang. Now, allow me to be your opponent. Liu Yang glared at Mu Chen, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, his eyes brimming with hostility. I will give you a proper welcome. On the arena, the tension between the two men escalated palpably, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as the students from both courtyards turned their gazes towards what promised to be the most formidable clash in the Northern Spirit Academy's history. Chapter 13. The battle with Liu Yang around the arena. Numerous gazes converged upon the two young figures locked in a fierce confrontation on the stage, their eyes brimming with anticipation. These two were, after all, the strongest contenders currently residing within the Northern Spirit Academy. At long last, Mu Chen has decided to take the stage. I can't help but curiosity about Mu Chen lingered among them, for he was the only individual capable of securing a place in the spirit path within the Northern Spirit Realm. Had it not been for the inexplicable circumstances surrounding his expulsion from the spirit path, Mu Chen would likely have been far beyond their reach. Perhaps even a genius like Lu Mu Bai would have found himself at a disadvantage. As these thoughts crossed their minds, they cast a furtive glance at Lu Mu Bai seated before them, yet dared not voice their opinions aloud. Upon hearing their words, the handsome youth merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon the slender figure of Mu Chen in the arena, a hint of coldness flickering deep within his eyes. The selection for the spirit path is inherently fraught with randomness, which can lead to errors. Perhaps the spot was meant for Lu Ge, and by some mistake, it fell to that Mu Chen. Otherwise, how could he have been expelled? A boy, evidently quite fond of Lu Mu Bai, scoffed disdainfully. The other students from the Western Academy nodded in agreement, though they harbored doubts in their hearts. Offending Lu Mu Bai, who held significant influence in the Northern Spirit Academy, over a Mu Chen who had been ousted from the spirit path seemed rather imprudent. Who does Hong Ling believe has the greater chance of victory? Lu Mu Bai inquired with a smile, directing his attention towards a girl beside him adorned in a flowing red gown, her elongated eyes glimmering with a touch of allure. Named Hong Ling, she scrutinized the scene, her gaze lingering briefly on Mu Chen. The boy now stood tall and straight, shedding the languor of his past, revealing a burgeoning sharpness. The transformation from the small boy he once was indeed remarkable. Both are at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. Liu Yang has cultivated the flame sun technique from your Lu domain, a low-grade spirit art. Yet, Mu Chen's father is also a domain lord, and the spirit art bestowed upon him is unlikely to be ordinary. In this respect, they appear evenly matched. Hong Ling mused, her eyes dancing as she spoke, her languid demeanor only enhancing her charm. However, Liu Yang possesses a human-grade spirit vein, which, if activated, would be sufficient to rival a mid-stage spirit movement realm practitioner. In that case, Mu Chen would face considerable difficulties. Lu Mu Bai chuckled softly upon hearing this. His gaze remained fixed on Mu Chen as he remarked, Liu Yang is indeed capable. If Mu Chen were to lose against him, it would not be unjust. I am genuinely curious as to how he managed to secure a place in the spirit path. Hong Ling shot him a glance, realizing that Lu Mu Bai held some resentment towards Mu Chen's qualification for the spirit path. His pride led him to believe he was the most exceptional among the younger generation of the Northern Spirit Realm. Thus, the qualification for the spirit path ought to have been his by right, yet the outcome had surprised everyone. If he could not tolerate a talentless individual usurping what was rightfully his. Go, Brother Mu! Brother Mu, reclaimed the title of first from the Eastern Academy. Over the past couple of years, the Eastern Academy had been overshadowed by the Western Academy, unable to lift their heads in the face of overwhelming competition. Now, however, they finally had someone capable of standing against their rivals. "What a bunch of dreamers," Lu Yang remarked, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips as he absorbed their cheers. He turned his gaze towards Mu Chun, tauntingly stating, "I truly wish to see the expressions on their faces when you lose." In response to his derision, Mu Chun remained unfazed, merely extending a hand with a gentle smile. "You might find yourself lacking the ability." Conceited fool. Fury ignited in Lu Yang's eyes as he clenched his fists, fiery spirit energy enveloping his arms like flames. In the next instant, he lunged forward, his body propelling like a cheetah. Boom! His fist, wrapped in blazing spirit energy, surged towards Mu Chun, the force distorting the air and producing an unsettling sound. Mu Chun tilted his body to the side, and at the moment Lu Yang's punch whizzed past him, he swiftly struck out with his right hand, his fingertips entwined with dark spirit energy, slicing towards Lu Yang's wrist with lethal precision. Mu Chun was merciless in his assault. Yet Lu Yang's position as the top of the Western Academy's Eastern Division was not without merit. He quickly transformed his fist into a palm, countering Mu Chun's strike with a powerful chop. Bang! A deep resonance echoed as the two forces clashed, both fighters retreating half a step. "Do you wish to contest the potency of our spirit energy?" Lu Yang sneered, stamping his foot down forcefully. The sheer power of his energy was evidently greater than that of the previously defeated Tan Qingshan. Whoosh! With spirit energy coursing through his legs, Lu Yang's speed surged, his form becoming a blur as he darted forward, unleashing an onslaught of ferocious attacks. Bang, bang, bang! His somewhat indistinct figure resembled a whirlwind of flames, enveloping Mu Chun in a barrage of punches, kicks, and elbows, each blow infused with violent spirit energy, raining down upon Mu Chun with relentless ferocity. The spectators outside the arena gasped in astonishment at Lu Yang's sudden outburst of aggression. Tan Qingshan, who had previously been bested by Lu Yang, wore a solemn expression. The intensity of Lu Yang's spirit energy was approaching that of the mid-stage spirit movement realm, and combined with his superior spirit art, his combat prowess was indeed formidable. Su Ling and her friends felt their initial excitement wane, replaced by a flicker of concern that it dawned on them that Lu Yang was, without a doubt, a formidable opponent. "Fear not, Mu Chun is not so easily defeated," Tang Xin'er asserted, her eyes fixated on the arena. After a moment, she broke into a smile. Being at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm herself, she could clearly perceive Lu Yang's speed. Though his assault raged like a tempest, within that storm, there stood a sturdy boulder, unwavering. All gazes were riveted upon the figure amidst the fiery whirlwind, adeptly evading or absorbing Lu Yang's fierce onslaught, as if he had foreseen every hidden strike. Truly commendable for one who has undergone the trials of the spirit path. At the head of the arena, Ding Xiao observed the scene intently, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his murky eyes. Mu Chun possesses sharp insight and maintains his composure in battle. This temperament is not inferior to that of a seasoned warrior. Master Mo nodded in agreement, his words laden with appreciation. While the cultivation of spirit energy could be accomplished over time, the temperament of a strong individual was far more challenging to hone. His insight is indeed commendable, recognizing the weakest points in Lu Yang's assault, a clever strategy to counter brute force. However, there is a saying, one strength can overcome 10 skills. His evasive maneuvers indicate that his spirit energy is indeed inferior to Lu Yang's. Should Lu Yang concentrate his power in a single strike, Mu Chun would undoubtedly face great difficulty, interjected a lean middle-aged man known as Teacher Shi. As a mentor, his prowess was formidable, and his perception keen. Ding Xiao and Master Mo nodded in agreement, as the reasoning was sound. Yet was Mu Chun true? Suddenly, amidst the fiery whirlwind, a muffled sound emerged that in an instant, Mu Chun struck out, his fingers sharp as daggers, entwined with dark spirit energy, piercing through the tempest and swiftly targeting Lu Yang's agile form. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the fiery whirlwind abruptly halted, and a figure staggered back several steps, their shoulder garments shredded, clearly marred by Mu Chun's earlier incisive strike. Surrounding the arena, Gasps of astonishment erupted, as both Eastern and Western Academy students wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom how the once dominant Liu Yang had been so suddenly pushed back by Mu Chun. You! Liu Yang's countenance darkened, as if a storm were brewing within. His gaze bore into Mu Chun, and after a deep breath, he summoned forth a surge of fiery spirit energy from his palm. The crimson energy surged like flames, condensing within Liu Yang's palm, rapidly constricting to form what appeared to be a fiery sun the size of a palm. A violent wave of energy began to emanate from it. The din outside gradually subsided, as many students watched in trepidation. Liu Yang was evidently on the verge of unleashing his full power. Mu Chun regarded Liu Yang's fervent display, his lips pressed into a thin line. His gaze turning steely, he rotated his palms, activating the great floating pagoda technique, causing the dark spirit energy within his core to ripple and amplify in layers. 1 layer, 5 layers, 10 layers, 13 layers. That the dark spirit energy coiled around Mu Chun's hands, emanating a domineering aura that seemed poised to surpass Liu Yang's turbulent spirit energy. As the amplification reached 13 layers, Mu Chun did not halt there. With his growing familiarity with the great floating pagoda technique, he understood its limits extended well beyond that. Mu Chun's eyes narrowed, a glint of razor-sharp focus sharpening his gaze. Boom! A faint buzzing reverberated within his core, as Mu Chun's body jolted with intensity. 18 layers. The dark spirit energy erupted from within Mu Chun. This level of spirit energy was approaching that of the mid-stage spirit movement realm, and they could sense that the dark spirit energy surging from Mu Chun carried an undeniable aura of dominance, far beyond what ordinary spirit arts could achieve. Mu Chun, you are courting death. As his spirit energy was suppressed, a look of disbelief crossed Liu Yang's face. But soon, fury replaced it as he yelled, taking a step forward. Suddenly, glowing crimson points illuminated his body, scattered across him like a peculiar network of veins, akin to a serpent coiling upward. Spirit veins? Gasps of astonishment erupted once more from the spectators, realizing that Liu Yang had been forced to activate his spirit veins. The situation was about to be dramatically reversed. Chapter 14. Mid-stage of the spirit movement realm whoosh. With the emergence of those fiery red lights, the crimson spiritual energy in Liu Yang's palm surged dramatically, causing the originally palm-sized blazing sun to double in size. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be irresistibly drawn towards the luminous points on Liu Yang's body, augmenting his impressive presence. Around the arena, numerous students witnessed this spectacle, their expressions growing solemn. Liu Yang at this moment was evidently expending all his power. Such an assault would surely strike like a thunderbolt. He intended to obliterate Mu Chun with a single blow. Su Ling and the others also scrutinized the scene, their faces. Even Tang Qin'er, standing nearby, wore a grave expression. Liu Yang's strength, even among the elite, was indeed formidable. I shall see how you receive this. Liu Yang's visage darkened, and he shot a sinister smile at Mu Chun, then charged forward, his fiery spiritual energy radiating like the sun, violently blinding. Swish! Liu Yang moved with astonishing speed, appearing almost instantaneously in front of Mu Chun. He struck out with his palm, unleashing the sun-like spiritual energy towards Mu Chun with unrestrained fury. Flame Sun Palm. The tumultuous spiritual energy conjured a fierce wind, rustling Mu Chun's garments and tossing his black hair about. However, the calmness in his dark eyes betrayed none of the panic Liu Yang sought to elicit. At this point, you still dare to feign composure. You seek your own demise. Under Mu Chun's steady gaze, Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and his anger intensified. Would Mu Chun remain so unruffled when he was trampled beneath his foot in front of so many witnesses? Do you wish to trample me? Mu Chun regarded the looming Liu Yang, whose menacing intent was plain to see. A faint, cold smile crept upon his lips, sharp as a blade. One fears you lack the qualifications. Mu Chun suddenly raised his head, his palms tightening into fists. Dark spiritual energy surged from within him, the oppressive black light flickering at his fingertips. A powerful wave of force erupted forth. This fluctuation of spiritual energy. On the platform, the expressions of Dean Xiao and the other two teachers shifted to astonishment. Mid-stage of the spirit movement realm? The crowd erupted into exclamations. The energy fluctuation clearly indicated that Mu Chun had indeed reached the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. This lad truly possesses some skill. The students from the Western Academy wore grave expressions, realizing that such strength was commendable even within the elite ranks of the Northern Spirit Academy. Who would have expected that a student from the local tier could achieve this? They could not help but marvel at Mu Chen's qualifications for the spirit path. Lu Mu Bai's handsome visage remained mostly impassive, his gaze neutral as he observed the unfolding events, concealing his inner emotions. The dark spiritual energy flowed from Mu Chun like a stream, enveloping his entire right arm. His arm stretched like that of a powerful beast, and an overwhelming force coalesced at his fist before he struck out with a thunderous punch. The collapsing fist that Mu Chen's arm resembled a taut spear, unleashing its might over a short distance, the air itself seeming to tear asunder beneath its power. Despite being merely a low-grade attack technique, it now surged forth with the force of boom. A deep sound erupted throughout the arena as black and red lights collided violently, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air. All eyes were riveted upon the point of their spiritual clash, where the black and red lights flickered rapidly. Soon after, the observers witnessed the two figures being thrust apart, each staggering back several steps down on the platform. The two figures faced off, one grim, the other serene as water. Was this a stalemate? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The earlier ferocious clash had failed to yield a victor. Just as their astonishment lingered, Liu Yang's previously dark expression suddenly paled, and he bent over, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. With this outpouring, Liu Yang's aura diminished almost instantaneously, his pallor inciting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. Liu Yang had lost. As they observed the pale Liu Yang and the calm Mu Chun, the crowd comprehended the outcome of this contest. Brother Mu has triumphed. Well done, Brother Mu! Haha! Our Eastern Academy has finally reclaimed the top spot of the local tier. The students of the Eastern Academy, including Su Ling, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their faces rapidly transforming with joy and excitement. The cheers erupted, drowning out the Western Academy's stunned silence. Even Liu Yang had been defeated. This time, they had genuinely bested the Western Academy. The students from the Western Academy, including Mu Yuan and Shui Dong, clenched their teeth in unwilling acceptance, acknowledging Mu Chen's prowess. They had initially assumed him to be merely at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, only to discover he had advanced to the mid-stage. Hearing the thunderous cheers from the Eastern Academy, Mu Chen smiled, his previously tense demeanor relaxing. He then turned to the deeply troubled Liu Yang and remarked, "Is there really a need to continue this?" Liu Yang gradually lifted his head, his gaze icy as he fixated on Mu Chun. The jubilant cheers felt like daggers to his heart, trampling his pride, causing his lips to twitch slightly as a sinister glint gathered in his eyes. Observing Liu Yang's demeanor, Mu Chun furrowed his brow slightly. The harsh trials of the spirit path over the past year had instilled in him a sense of danger. "I will end you." A fierce expression suddenly emerged on Liu Yang's face as he clenched his palm, summoning a crimson light that erupted with astonishing spiritual energy. On the platform, Dean Xiao and the other two teachers' expressions shifted abruptly, while Teacher Mo shot up, exclaiming sternly, "Liu Yang, what do you intend to do?" Swish! Just as Teacher Mo's voice rang out, the cold-eyed Mu Chun took a decisive step forward, appearing directly in front of Liu Yang. His fingers curled, dark spiritual energy swirling around them, conjuring a razor-sharp gust of wind as he aimed for Liu Yang's throat. "You!" Liu Yang was taken aback by Mu Chen's swift reaction. It seemed the latter bore no intention of defending against him. The chilling gaze revealed a hint of lethal intent. That murderous intent made Liu Yang realize that even if he activated his power, a life for a life, fear flickered in Liu Yang's eyes. He evidently lacked the courage to engage in such a deadly exchange. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew his hand, attempting to shield his throat. Slish! Mu Chen's fingers, as sharp as daggers, pierced Liu Yang's palm, blood splattering forth. Liu Yang let out a pained scream as the crimson light slipped from his grasp. Then Mu Chen leaped and seized the crimson light in his hand. "It's mine now!" Seeing the light taken from him, Lu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Mu Chun, however, disregarded Lu Yang's furious protests, preparing to retreat, when suddenly, a swift sound of cutting wind reached his ears, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged towards him like an arrow. The unexpected attack made Mu Chun frown. He pivoted on his toes, agilely leaping back a dozen steps, evading the onslaught, before fixing a frigid gaze upon the tall figure emerging from the arena. "What do you want?" The figure landed beside Lu Yang, his handsome face revealing no emotion as he regarded Mu Chun, extending his hand. "Hand it over." Mu Chun chuckled coldly, glancing down at the crimson light in his grasp. Upon seeing what lay within, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. "This item can indeed be produced. You truly are the young master of the Lu domain." Chapter 15. The spirit-breaking pearl. The transformations occurring on the stage unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time the spectators regained their senses, they found Lu Mubai had already appeared atop the platform, leaving their faces etched with astonishment. What was the meaning of this? However, Mu Chun paid no heed to the expressionless Lu Mubai. Instead, he gazed downward at his hand, where the crimson light dissipated to reveal a fiery red pearl the size of a longan. The surface of the pearl was adorned with intricate, esoteric engravings, within which a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy ebbed and flowed like a tidal wave. The spirit-breaking pearl. Mu Chun's slender fingers caressed the smooth, fiery orb, a faint smile gracing his lips, albeit one that bore a hint of chill. This spirit-breaking pearl was not intended for cultivation. Rather, it was a potent instrument of destruction. Certain formidable individuals, having attained a particular level of power, could compress immense spiritual energy into such a diminutive sphere, allowing the wielder to unleash a formidable spiritual assault with but a flick of their will. The creation of a spirit-breaking pearl necessitated a rare metal known as spirit gold, which was exceedingly costly, coupled with the precise control over spiritual energy required for its fabrication and the high probability of failure. It rendered the spirit-breaking pearl a true rarity. Judging by the density of spiritual energy within the one Mu Chun held, even those at the spirit wheel realm would likely suffer grave injuries. Lu Yang, he understood that such actions were a breach of protocol, and should he face consequences, they would not be lenient. He fixed a fierce glare upon Mu Chun, extending his palm. "Brother, seize the item. Do not allow him any evidence." At Lu Yang's command, a glimmer of light flickered in Lu Mubai's eyes. After all, their status was considerable. As long as Mu Chun bore no evidence, they could evade. If you return the spirit-breaking pearl to him, it would be wise to maintain a semblance of civility. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Mubai's gaze sharpened. He regarded Mu Chun thoughtfully. Mu Chun remained non-committal, simply smiling. "What is the situation here?" At that moment, Master Mo dashed onto the stage, casting a stern glance at the three. Yet, Mu Chun paid no mind to the threat, raising the spirit-breaking pearl to show Master Mo. Master Mo's expression darkened as he beheld the pearl in Mu Chun's hand, then shifted his gaze to Lu Yang, a note of anger lacing his voice. "You dare to use a spirit-breaking pearl during the competition? Spirit-breaking pearl?" Many students nearby took notice of the commotion, and upon hearing the term, an uproar ensued. How shameless! He actually brought out a spirit-breaking pearl, truly befitting the heir of the foremost domain of the Northern Spirit Realm. His audacity knows no bounds, ha! Hearing the chorus of indignation and derision surrounding him, Lu Yang's face turned an unflattering shade. He had truly humiliated himself this time. That moment, Dean Xiao and Master Shi also arrived, and after Master Mo briefed them on the situation, the expression on Dean Xiao's face grew, increasing. "It is understandable," Lu Mubai quickly interjected. "Are you suggesting that I must be gravely injured by a spirit-breaking pearl before it is deemed a normal occurrence?" Mu Chun smiled faintly. Lu Mubai shot a cold glance at Mu Chun. "What do you intend to do?" "It is not a matter of what I wish. The Northern Spirit Academy has its rules. This situation should be handled according to protocol." Mu Chun replied nonchalantly that a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Mubai's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. He turned to Master Mo and the others, asking, "How shall we proceed with this matter?" "According to the rules, Lu Yang will lose his qualification for ascending to the heavenly realm," Master Mo pondered before responding. Liu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Losing his chance at the heavenly realm would mean forfeiting his opportunity to compete for a place among the 5 great academies, a devastating blow to him. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Our Northern Spirit Academy already has a limited number of candidates for the 5 great academies. Master, she mused quietly. Moreover, if it comes to that, Liu Yang's father is unlikely to let it go easily. While we are not afraid, incurring the wrath of the foremost domain of the Northern Spirit Realm could be troublesome. However, Mu Chen's father is also the lord of the Mu domain. If this matter is allowed to pass without consequence, the Mu domain may harbor grievances, Master Mo added. Dean Xiao shook his head helplessly that if this were merely a matter involving ordinary students, it would not be so troublesome. Yet both parties involved were sons of the domain lords of the Northern Spirit Realm, making it difficult to favor either side. On Mu Chun, Dean Xiao suddenly turned to Mu Chun, a smile on his face. What do you propose regarding this situation? Understanding Dean Xiao's intentions through his smile, Mu Chun replied with a grin. Dean, Liu Yang was indeed a bit rash. I have not suffered any significant harm, so it is forgivable. The implications of Mu Chen's words momentarily stunned not only Dean Xiao and the others, but also Liu Yang, who was caught off guard by Mu Chen's unexpected leniency. However, upon noticing the smile tugging at Mu Chen's lips, a chill ran down his spine. This seemingly mild-mannered fellow was in fact quite ruthless, and he vividly recalled the earlier incident where Mu Chun had so boldly seized the spirit-breaking pearl. Nonetheless, he has violated the rules. Therefore, I shall not return the spirit-breaking pearl. Let it serve as his penance that I shall not hold this against him. Mu Chun said with a beaming smile that he understood the predicament faced by Dean Xiao. Prolonging this issue would yield little benefit. Thus, it would be more prudent to seize the opportunity for personal gain while also granting Dean Xiao a favor. You! Liu Yang's eyes widened in fury upon hearing that Mu Chun intended to keep the spirit-breaking pearl. That pearl had been crafted by his father for his protection. Its value was immeasurable. Are you unwilling? Then we shall proceed according to the rules, Mu Chun remarked, glancing at Liu Yang with a hint of feigned reluctance. Liu Yang's eyelid twitched. He could only swallow his anger. Though the spirit-breaking pearl was precious, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to contend for a place among the 5 great academies. Very well. Since you desire the spirit-breaking pearl, I shall bestow it upon you. Lu Mubai, far more cunning than Liu Yang, remarked with a calm demeanor, his gaze lingering on Mu Chun. Mu Chun met his gaze with a smile. Although Lu Mubai concealed his intentions well, Mu Chun could still perceive a shadow of malice lurking in his eyes. This individual was indeed more troublesome than Liu Yang. Since Mu Chun is willing to overlook this matter, however, should Liu Yang dare to act thusly again, regardless of who his father is, the Northern Spirit Academy will enforce the rules, Dean Xiao declared, feeling relieved that Mu Chun was inclined to resolve the issue amicably. He cast a stern look at Liu Yang. Liu Yang's face alternated between shades of blue and red, and he dared not utter another word. Although the Northern Spirit Academy maintained a neutral "Oh, you will soon be a student of the heavenly realm as well," that I find you quite intriguing and hope we may have the opportunity to exchange ideas in the future. His handsome face bore a smile, yet the icy darkness in his gaze was perceptible only to a few. Senior Liu jested. Mu Chun replied, his own face radiant with a sunlit smile as he extended his hand to shake Liu Mubai's, then withdrew it. His eyes remained tranquil, like a still pond. Liu Mubai was indeed exceptional and understood the art of restraint. However, compared to those in the Spirit Road who wore smiles, yet could strike ruthlessly without hesitation, he still fell short. On the stage, as the two clasped hands, smiles graced their faces. Yet perceptive individuals could sense the underlying tension beneath their amicable fa-ade. This Mu Chun truly possesses a remarkable fortitude, confronting Liu Yang without yielding an inch, some senior students from the Western Academy remarked, unable to contain their awe. Regardless of Mu Chen's actual strength, his audacity to stand before Liu Mubai was enough to leave them speechless. With such a character rising within our Northern Spirit Academy's heavenly realm, there is bound to be some excitement ahead. Hong Ling mused, her delicate fingers twining a lock of hair, her keen eyes observing the young man standing before Lu Mubai. He was tall and handsome, his demeanor a stark contrast to the languid boy of years past, a disparity that left her momentarily entranced. Unbeknownst to her, the person she had once overlooked had. With the matter concerning Lu Yang settled, Dean Xiao promptly announced the results of the academy examination. The Eastern Academy had garnered significant attention, and Mu Chun, Lu Yang, Tan Shan, and others who advanced to the spirit dynamic realm were successfully elevated to the heavenly realm. Mu Chun stretched leisurely as he contemplated the conclusion of the academy examination. The 5 great academies loomed ever closer, and the unresolved grievances from the spirit road would soon find resolution within their ranks. Raising his gaze to the azure sky, a smile danced upon his lips. Ji Xian. This time let us engage in a proper contest. Chapter 16. Ascendance to the Celestial Realm. As the examination of the academy gradually came to a close, the residual fervor it incited continued to envelop the North Spirit Academy. For several days, the entire institution was abuzz with discussions surrounding this fierce contest. Within the walls of North Spirit Academy, Mu Chun maintained a low profile. Had it not been for the matter concerning the spirit path, he might have gone unnoticed by many students. Despite possessing a commendable background, his reputation paled in comparison to the dazzling figure of Lu Yang. Prior to their confrontation, few anticipated that Mu Chun would emerge victorious. Yet to the astonishment of all, the seemingly unassuming Mu Chun, it was evident to all that with his mid-stage spirit motion strength, he could easily achieve an admirable ranking even among the elite of the Celestial Realm at North Spirit Academy. This revelation sparked admiration, leading many to reconsider the validity of Mu Chun's unique qualification for the spirit path. The Celestial Realm at North Spirit Academy is viewed as a gathering place for all exceptional students. To gain entry, one must first ascend to the spirit motion realm, implying that the weakest among them possesses at least initial stage spirit motion capabilities. Every student aspires to reach the selection criteria for the 5 great academies are notoriously stringent. The foremost requirement mandates that students attain the spirit wheel realm before the age of 18, that merely this condition is sufficient to deter countless youths from pursuing their ambitions. Presently, it is unlikely that more than 5 students in the celestial realm of North Spirit Academy meet this requirement. This serves to illustrate the daunting admissions standards of the 5 great academies. Despite the rigorous conditions, a multitude of extraordinarily gifted youths fervently strive towards these institutions, for the allure of the 5 great academies is undeniable. Even Mu Chun understands that although the North Spirit realm is vast, in the eyes of the 5 great academies, it might be regarded as insignificant. Here, the rulers of territories possess merely spirit's soul realm strength, a level that any mentor from the 5 great academies could easily surpass. Within those 5 great academies, true supreme-level powerhouses exist, individuals capable of turning the tide with a mere gesture. For talented youths like Mu Chun to stand out amidst the myriad prodigies in this vast world, solitary cultivation devoid of guidance is unlikely to yield significant results. Even the finest raw talent requires the meticulous refinement of a master to truly shine, and such elite instructional cultivation is unavailable at North Spirit Academy or from Mu Chen's father. If only Mu Chen's mother were present, perhaps, as described by Mu Feng, she could provide that guidance, alas. That thus, the 5 great academies represent an insurmountable hurdle on the path to strength. Hey, you two, hurry up! Today is our first day training in the celestial realm, and you're still dawdling. Tang Qian'er exclaimed, a hint of displeasure evident as she glanced back at the 2 young men trailing behind her along the tree-lined gravel path of North Spirit Academy. Mu Chun, observing the slender figure of Tang Qian'er ahead, replied lazily, why the rush? We still have some time. You fool! If you keep dragging your feet, all the good spots in the training area will be taken. Tang Qian'er shot him a disapproving glare. With a resigned shake of his head, Mu Chun's companion, Tan Shan, chimed in, Mu Chun, let us heed Senior Qian'er's advice and pick up the pace. As he cast a glance at the girl's graceful form, Tan Shan's usually stoic demeanor was tinged with a hint of blush. Mu Chun couldn't help but notice his friend's reddening face and teased, do you fancy Senior Qian'er? Tan Shan's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Bang! Before Mu Chun could utter another word, Tang Qian'er, visibly annoyed, strode back. With her long, delicate leg raised, She delivered a sharp kick to Mu Chen's knee. If you keep babbling nonsense, do you believe I want to teach you a lesson? Tang Qin'er admonished, her brows furrowed. The sudden pain in his knee prompted Mu Chen to wince. Yet upon seeing Tang Qin'er's displeased expression, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "All right, let's head to the training area." Tang Qin'er huffed dismissively and continued walking, adding, "You two are newcomers in the celestial realm, so be mindful. It can be rather troublesome here, filled with pretentious individuals. Although your father is the lord of the Mu domain, many here are not swayed by that. Senior Qin'er, do I strike you as someone who relies on my father's status to intimidate others?" Mu Chen chuckled lightly. Tang Qin'er pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, Mu Chen seldom flaunted his father's identity. All his acclaim was earned through his own efforts. As long as you understand, Tang Qin'er chided. Also, regarding those seasoned veterans in the celestial realm, you know better than to provoke them. They lack the qualifications to ascend, yet their presence can be quite vexing. Mu Chen nodded in agreement, aware that Tang Qin'er referred to those who, having failed to enter the 5 great academies, lingered within North Spirit Academy. These students, having surpassed 18 without advancing to the Spirit Wheel realm, had forfeited their opportunity to join the esteemed academies and now seemed aimless, embodying a sense of complacency. Ironically, such individuals often disregard the academy's regulations, leading to reluctance among others to engage with them. "I have no inclination to provoke anyone," Mu Chen replied. "He may not seek trouble, but should anyone dare to instigate him, this seemingly mild-mannered youth would demonstrate the truth behind the adage that one should not judge a book by its cover. Rest assured, I will protect you. Here in the Eastern Celestial Realm, I fear no one," Tang Qin'er declared with a playful laugh, her radiant smile enchanting. Tan Qingshan, observing the lively exchange between the two, found himself at a loss for words and simply followed along. The trio made their way towards the eastern side of North Spirit Academy, and after a brief walk, they finally halted, directing their gaze forward. There stood a magnificent hall, bustling with students entering and exiting. Mu Chen gazed at the hall, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he sensed the abundant spirit energy in the air, seemingly drawn towards the building. The concentration of spirit energy within the hall must surpass that outside by a considerable margin. "Is this a spirit gathering array?" Mu Chen inquired Kropka. Tang Qin'er nodded with pride, explaining, "This training hall is a vital place within North Spirit Academy, accessible only to students of the Celestial Realm. The Academy invested substantial resources to invite a spirit array master from the 5 great academies to set up a 3rd-tier spirit gathering array. This is the only one of its kind in the North Spirit Realm. A 3rd-tier spirit gathering array," Mu Chen mused, recognizing the immense value such an array holds for cultivation, as the heir to the Mu domain. He understood that even their domain could not afford to set one up. The required rare materials and the expertise of a spirit array master were beyond their means. North Spirit Academy must have leveraged considerable connections to achieve this. Rumor has it that the 5 great academies possess 6th-tier or even higher spirit gathering arrays. Cultivating there is on an entirely different level compared to here, Tang Qin'er expressed, her eyes filled with longing that if a 3rd-tier array was already so remarkable, the legendary 6th-tier array was simply beyond imagining. Once you enter the 5 great academies, you'll experience it for yourself. "Now, let us go inside," Mu Chen said with a smile, leading the way towards the most coveted hall in North Spirit Academy. Passing through the heavily guarded entrance, the first sight that greeted them was an expansive plaza adorned with towering stone pillars, each intricately inscribed with complex spirit runes that shimmered, drawing in the ambient spirit energy from the surroundings. "Ah!" Mu Chen inhaled deeply, savoring the rich spirit energy that flowed into him, unable to suppress a murmur of appreciation. Truly, it was the 3rd-tier spirit gathering array. "The training session is about to commence, that we should hurry. The closer we are to the center of the array, the denser the spirit energy. We need to secure a prime spot," Tang Qin'er urged, pulling Mu Chen along as they swiftly made their way into the training area. Inside the training arena, a number of students from the Celestial Realm had already gathered. Clearly, Tang Qin'er was a well-known figure in this Eastern Celestial Realm. Her actions drew countless curious gazes. "Who is that guy? Why is he so close to Tang Qin'er? You don't know? That's Mu Chen," the one who defeated Liu Yang in the recent academy examination and ascended to our celestial realm with the top score, that I hear he has reached mid-stage spirit motion. Mid-stage spirit motion? Quite impressive. That level of strength can secure a prominent position in our celestial realm. Indeed, but that alone won't grant him free reign here. But heed my words, many are infatuated with Tang Qian'er. Zhang Li and Teng Yong, for instance, are all mid-stage spirit motion as well. This fellow should be cautious not to stir up trouble. As they spoke, their gazes inadvertently shifted toward another part of the training arena, where several figures sat quietly in meditation. Their expressions were slightly grim, and the source of their intense stares was none other than Mu Chun, who was being led by Tang Qian'er de Mu Chun. Feeling the weight of those gazes, surveyed the scene and chuckled wryly. Clearly, he had underestimated Tang Qian'er's popularity in the Eastern Celestial Realm. Chapter 17. The third-level spirit gathering array, we shall sit here. Tang Qian'er paid no heed to the gazes directed at her within the training grounds, firmly grasping Mu Chen's hand as they strode directly into the arena. They came to a halt beside a golden stone pillar, where three cushions resembling jade awaited them on an extended stone platform that Mu Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling upon the golden pillar, a look of astonishment crossing his features. He could sense a rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from the pillar, indicating that it was one of the few spirit-gathering pillars present in this third-level spirit-gathering array. Training in proximity to such a pillar would naturally yield superior results compared to other locations. This spirit-gathering pillar must be crafted from spirit-gathering stones. Truly, it lives up to the reputation of a third-level array, Mu Chen remarked appreciatively. Spirit-gathering stones are valuable materials beneficial for cultivation, and this pillar, entirely polished from such stones, must have cost a small fortune. It was no wonder that many viewed the spirit-gathering array as a benchmark for measuring the financial strength of a faction. Tang Qian'er nodded, settling herself down cross-legged. She stretched her delicate jade-like arms and slightly puffed her chest, causing her garments to outline some alluring curves, which elicited several discreet glances from those in the training grounds. Qing Shan, you are here training as well. Mu Chen also took a seat, offering a smile to Tan Qing Shan. He understood that this training spot was quite desirable, often contended for by many, yet he felt no fear. Although he preferred not to draw attention to himself, he would not feign humility to the point of self-deprecation. As soon as Mu Chen settled onto the jade cushion, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy intensify markedly. Unable to resist, he immediately began to circulate his Defutuaju, drawing the streams of energy into his body. After being refined through the Defutuaju, the energy transformed into strands of dark spiritual power, which surged into his energy sea, gradually enriching the power within. With such a concentrated influx of spiritual energy, Mu Chen could distinctly perceive that the rate of increase in his spiritual power was more than doubled compared to his previous cultivation sessions. This evident enhancement stirred a sense of joy within him, and he soon immersed himself entirely in his training, dispelling any distractions. Noticing Mu Chen had entered a meditative state, Tang Qian'er pouted slightly and closed her eyes to commence her own cultivation. However, their serene training was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony from outside. Mu Chen was the first to open his eyes, turning his gaze to the left where Tan Qing Shan sat, observing the boy's face, now pale with suppressed fury, his fists clenched tightly. Before him stood two older youths, who were laughing and occasionally pointing at Tan Qing Shan. "What are you doing?" Mu Chen furrowed his brow, addressing the two boys with a cold tone. The duo, upon noticing Mu Chen's presence, also frowned slightly. One of them, with a faint smile, extended his hand toward Mu Chen. "You must be Mu Chen, right? I've heard much about you." "I am Zhang Li, and this is Teng Yong." Mu Chen regarded Zhang Li's outstretched hand, but chose not to shake it, sensing an unfriendly undertone in the latter's demeanor. "Is there something you need?" Seeing Mu Chen's indifference, Zhang Li and his companion exchanged uneasy glances before pointing at Tan Qing Shan and laughing. "Nothing much, just wanted to ask him to switch spots." "Not happening. You'd best be quicker next time," Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Zhang Li, what are you doing?" At that moment, Tang Qian'er awoke, her beautiful eyes widening in anger as her brows furrowed in admonition. Zhang Li shrugged and replied, "Qian'er, you should know the rules of the training grounds. Such spots are reserved for those with strength. I'm merely looking out for him to avoid drawing envy." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Mu Chun, who, despite being a newcomer, was not someone to be trifled with, given his formidable strength and background. Hence, they opted to target Tan Shan instead, hoping to intimidate Mu Chen indirectly. "You!" Tang Chinner's eyes blazed with fury, ready to retort when Mu Chen interjected, furrowing his brow as he addressed Jiang Li and his companion. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "I understand that such positions are reserved for those with the requisite strength. I believe I possess that qualification. Tan Shan is my friend, and he has every right to be here. If you have any objections or wish to demonstrate your strength before me, I am more than willing to oblige." Their exchange did not go unnoticed, and many onlookers were drawn to the unfolding scene, murmuring with astonishment at Mu Chen's unexpected assertiveness. Jiang Li and his companions' expressions darkened amidst the murmurs, evidently taken aback by Mu Chen's unexpected firmness. They glared at his serious visage but hesitated to retaliate, recalling the account of Mu Chen's battle against Liu Yang. Even they, with their spiritual veins, were uncertain of their chances against him. No wonder you are the young domain master of Mu Domain. Your words carry such bravado." A voice, somewhat grating, suddenly emerged from behind as Jiang Li and his companion found themselves in a bind. "Brother Luo!" Jiang Li and his companion exclaimed in surprise. Turning his head, Mu Chun beheld a figure approaching leisurely, appearing to be around 18 years of age, with sunken eye sockets and thin lips that conveyed a hint of coolness. "Luo Tong." Tang Chinner's expression darkened slightly at the sight of him. "Luo Tong." Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, familiar with the name. The man's father was a domain master in the Northern Spirit Realm, yet Luo Tong had already reached 18 without advancing beyond the late stage of the Spirit Movement Realm, thereby losing his eligibility for entry into any of the 5 major academies. This made him the old hand Tang Chinner had mentioned, a rather troublesome individual. "Mu Chun, it has been quite a while." Luo Tong grinned maliciously as he approached, their past acquaintance fraught with tension. Mu Chun cast a sidelong glance at him. "Are you here to flaunt your prowess before me? Who am I to do so? You are the prodigy who obtained the qualification for the Spirit Road." Luo Tong feigned surprise, though jealousy seeped through his words. When he heard of Mu Chen's qualification, he had been consumed with envy, especially now that he had passed the age threshold, still trapped in the Spirit Movement Realm, effectively shutting the door on his aspirations to enter the 5 major academies. The thought of Mu Chen's exceptional talent only intensified his inner turmoil that Mu Chen dismissed him, uninterested in this pitiable figure consumed by jealousy. Compared to Lu Mu Bai, Luo Tong was hardly worth his attention. "Clear the way." Luo Tong glared at Mu Chen's indifference, his fury escalating. Yet instead of confronting Mu Chen directly, he directed his ire toward Tan Shan, coldly declaring, "You should vacate your position." "Luo Tong, do not overstep," Mu Chen interjected, his voice laced with a hint of frost. "What? Not satisfied? Do you wish to fight me?" Luo Tong retorted with a sneer. He, being in the late stage of the Spirit Movement Realm, felt no fear of Mu Chen, intending to provoke him into a confrontation to vent his jealousy. Mu Chen's obsidian eyes bore into Luo Tong's, and as he met the depths of his dark gaze, Luo Tong's resolve faltered momentarily. Regardless of his jealousy, he understood that Mu Chen's qualification for the Spirit Road signified something substantial. Had Mu Chen not been expelled from the Spirit Road at the last moment, Luo Tong knew he would not have the audacity to act so brazenly before him. Though Luo Tong regained his composure quickly, he reminded himself that Mu Chen was merely a mid-stage Spirit Movement Realm cultivator, hardly a match for him. "Are you afraid?" Luo Tong lashed out in frustration. "Luo Tong, what are you doing?" A deep voice interrupted, cutting through the tension. Everyone turned to see a robust figure striding swiftly toward Luo Tong, standing firmly before him. "Mo Ling, are you meddling in matters that do not concern you?" Luo Tong frowned at the imposing youth before him. The individual was a notable figure within the Northern Spirit Academy, ranked just below the celestial Lu Mu Bai. Now in the late stage of the Spirit Movement Realm, he was on the cusp of breaking into the Spirit Wheel Realm, likely securing his place in the 5 major academies, an individual of considerable importance. The training session is about to commence. Your unruly behavior will not be tolerated by Master Mo. Mo Ling's displeasure toward Luo Tong was palpable. Luo Tong's expression soured, yet he knew Mo Ling was not one to fear, gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, another figure entered the training grounds, and a hush fell over the students as they recognized the presence of Master Mo upon seeing Master Mo arrive. Luo Tong dared not linger, raising a fist toward Mu Chun in a reluctant farewell before begrudgingly retreating to his spot. "Are you all right? That fellow can be rather bothersome, but you'll soon adapt," Mo Ling remarked, turning to Mu Chun with a friendly smile once Luo Tong had departed. "We're fine, thank you," Mu Chun replied with a warm smile. "Not a problem. I've heard of you. You're the only one in the Northern Spirit Realm to have obtained the Spirit Road qualification. It seems I will have to step up my game," Mo Ling chuckled before departing. Mu Chun watched Mo Ling's retreating figure with a smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie toward the sturdy youth. "Mu Chun, thank you." Tan Shan expressed his gratitude beside him. "We came together. Of course, I must look out for you, that do not pay those fellows any mind. You will surpass them in due time," Mu Chun reassured him with a smile. Tan Shan nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, Master Mo leisurely entered the training grounds, casting a glance at Mu Chun without further comment, that he merely waved his hand, sending several beams of light into the stone pillars, after which everyone felt the spiritual energy in the training ground intensify significantly, indicating that Master Mo had fully activated the spirit gathering array. Savoring the richness of the spiritual energy, Mu Chun smiled and, without further ado, shut his eyes once more, diving back into his cultivation to refine the energy he had absorbed. Half a day of training passed swiftly, and just as Mu Chun was about to conclude his session after consolidating the last of his spiritual power into his energy sea, he suddenly felt a jolt coursing through his body, a peculiar sensation emanating from within his energy sea. This sudden, wondrous feeling momentarily stunned Mu Chun, but soon a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Had the Defuta Ju finally reached the foundational stage? Chapter 18. Foundation building. A wave of surprise surged within Mu Chun's heart, evidently stemming from the unexpected breakthrough that had taken him utterly by surprise. He had initially believed that to elevate the Grand Pagoda technique to the foundation building stage would require at least another 10 days. But the exhilaration in Mu Chun's heart lingered for some time, before gradually calming down. Subsequently, he did not dare to be negligent. He hastily gathered his thoughts, delicately attuning himself to that wondrous sensation. Within his chi sea, the dark spiritual energy was boiling, and amidst this tumult, Mu Chun could feel the robust intensity of that energy rapidly intensifying. Furthermore, he sensed that his body seemed to exude a powerful, greedily drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, which, after being refined by the Grand Pagoda technique, transformed into strands of dark spiritual energy that surged into his chi sea. As he sensed the rapidly augmenting spiritual energy within his chi sea, an overwhelming sense of comfort cascaded through Mu Chun's limbs and bones. While Mu Chun was immersed in the euphoric sensation of his technique's breakthrough, the training ground erupted into a sudden commotion. Everyone present could feel a formidable emanating from Mu Chun's body, forcefully seizing the concentrated spiritual energy in the training ground with a nearly predatory ferocity. This commotion immediately drew the attention of all, and numerous astonished gazes swept across the scene, ultimately resting upon Mu Chun's figure. What is happening? Is it Mu Chun causing this? What is he doing? Such a domineering absorption. How can he so audaciously draw in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth without fearing for his own safety? A cacophony of startled whispers erupted throughout the training ground, with expressions of uncertainty etched upon the faces of all present, clearly encountering such a phenomenon for the first time. Mu Chun. Tang Xin'er opened her beautiful eyes, anxiously gazing at Mu Chun in his current state. "Do not panic." Master Mo's steady voice rang out, cutting through the murmurs and calming the numerous disciples of the celestial realm. His gaze turned towards Mu Chun, brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, "This is merely a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. There is no cause for alarm." A breakthrough in his cultivation technique. The disciples were momentarily stunned. The magnitude of this breakthrough was astonishing. What grade of technique was Mu Chun practicing? By the looks of it, it must be at least a mid-grade spiritual technique or higher, right? Zhang Li and Tung Yong exchanged looks of astonishment as they regarded Mu Chun, who had created such a ruckus that a flicker of trepidation crossed their eyes. Although they were both at the mid-stage of the spiritual realm, they felt an immense pressure emanating from Mu-chun. It seems his father has indeed prepared a commendable technique for him. Luo Tong scoffed, his voice laced with resentment and jealousy. In truth, the technique he practiced was not weak either, having also reached the low-grade spiritual tier, yet it still paled in comparison to what Mu-chun was cultivating. This disparity enraged Luo Tong. Compared to Mu-chun, he felt he had no advantage whatsoever, save for his age. Master Mo observed Mu-chun, who was voraciously absorbing spiritual energy, and could not help but praise him silently. He sensed that the technique Mu-chun practiced was anything but ordinary. However, he was not as shallow as Luo Tong. The higher the grade of the technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate, and breakthroughs were even more challenging. Mu-chun had only been cultivating this technique for less than a month, yet he managed to achieve a breakthrough. Such talent was indeed remarkable. No wonder he has earned the qualification for the Spirit Road. Master Mo smiled. Although he had lost a year of cultivation time in the Spirit Road, with Mu-chun's talent, catching up would not pose a challenge. That it appeared that Lu Mubai from the West Courtyard would soon encounter a worthy opponent. Unaware of the commotion in the training ground, Mu-chun remained enveloped in the extraordinary sensations of his technique's breakthrough. The spiritual energy flowed into his body, transforming into strands of dark spiritual power that surged into his chi-si. A feeling of fullness enveloped him, bringing him immense joy. Mu-chun's consciousness sank into his chi-si, where the once thin strands of dark spiritual energy had now formed a modest scale, swirling together like a dark nebula, mysterious and unfathomable. Above this spiritual energy, a page of black paper floated silently, surrounded by the swirling energy, remaining utterly still as if it were an inanimate object. Buzz! Within Mu-chun's chi-si, the dark spiritual energy began to swirl, and suddenly, a low, resonant hum reverberated deep within his mind. His heart quivered, and as his consciousness swept through his body, he was startled to discover that a series of dark, luminescent points had inexplicably ignited within him. Rustle. The spiritual energy in his chi-si seemed to respond to this moment, actively flowing out, coursing through his meridians. As this energy passed the dark luminescent points, Mu-chun could vaguely sense that some of the spiritual power was being absorbed by these black points. What is happening? This sudden change left Mu-chun astounded. The appearance of these black luminescent points was utterly unexpected, and they seemed entirely beyond his control, to the point where he could not even probe them. Is it because of the Grand Pagoda technique? Mu-chun's thoughts raced, and with a flash of insight, he realized that this phenomenon was undoubtedly related to his attainment of the foundation building stage in the Grand Pagoda technique. These luminescent points. As Mu-chun's consciousness swept over the mysterious black points scattered throughout his body, a sudden jolt coursed through him as he discerned that if these faintly visible black points were connected, they bore a resemblance to a spiritual vein? A spiritual vein? This term flashed through Mu-chun's mind, causing a tempest of emotions to stir within him. He was acutely aware that he did not possess a spiritual vein, not even the most rudimentary, human-grade spiritual vein. He had verified this countless times, yet what were these black, luminescent points appearing within his body that resembled spiritual veins? As Mu-chun was engulfed in astonishment, the black luminescent points vanished as swiftly as they had appeared, eluding his perception no matter how he tried to sense them, as though they had never existed at all. How could this be? Mu-chun murmured to himself, filled with confusion. After a long while, he began to analyze the situation carefully. The earlier scene could not have been an illusion. Something indeed seemed to be concealed deep within his body, and this concealment might be connected to the Grand Pagoda technique. The Grand Pagoda technique. Could it be related to my mother? A tremor of realization coursed through Mu-chun's heart. The Grand Pagoda technique was a legacy left to him by his mother. This suggested that it must be linked to her in some way, and perhaps she had concealed something within him. Why would she do such a thing? After pondering for a while, Mu-chun still found no answers. His memories of his mother were scant, consisting only of a vague, yet profoundly gentle image deep within his heart. However, despite his limited understanding, the instinctive bond of bloodline made him wholeheartedly believe that his mother would never do anything to harm him. With this thought in mind, Mu-chun's heart gradually calmed. Regardless of the validity of his speculation, As long as he believed that everything was for his benefit, that was sufficient. As for the rest, he would inquire with his father when he had the time. He sensed that his father must know something about these matters, yet had never spoken of them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Muchen focused his energy, drawing the strands of dark spiritual power back into his chi before exiting the meditative state, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. As his eyes fluttered open, Muchen immediately sensed something amiss that he then noticed the myriad of gazes fixed upon him, causing him to be momentarily taken aback. What is it? Muchen blinked, looking at the stares directed at him with a hint of confusion. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of incredulity. Did he truly not realize the commotion he had caused? Muchen, are you all right? Tang Qian'er asked anxiously, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. I've fine. Muchen finally understood, chuckling as he shook his head. Today's breakthrough in his technique was likely due to the gathering array present here. Otherwise, it might have taken him considerably longer to reach the foundation building stage. The third-level gathering array was indeed extraordinary. That concludes today's training session. You are free to arrange your time as you wish. Master Mo nodded at Muchen upon noticing his awakening, then turned to address everyone. Understood. The disciples responded respectfully in unison. With a wave of his hand, Master Mo departed leisurely. As he exited, the atmosphere in the training ground relaxed. Laughter and chatter ensued, though many gazes remained fixed on Muchen, perhaps due to the earlier upheaval he had caused. Even though Master Mo had left, Luo Tong, Zhongli, and others did not seek to create further trouble. Instead, they cast him glances filled with gloom and apprehension before shifting their gazes away. Let's leave as well. Muchen stood up, brushing off his hands. Where to? Tang Qian'er inquired. To the technique room. Muchen glanced towards the opposite side of the training ground, a smile gracing his lips. I am quite interested in a particular offensive technique there, and now I can finally begin my cultivation. Chapter 19. The Sinister Seal of Death. The Spirit Technique Chamber is the repository of spiritual techniques at the Northern Spirit Academy. This chamber is divided into two levels, the heavenly and the earthly. Students of the earthly realm are permitted only to access the earthly level to peruse the spiritual techniques, while entry to the heavenly level is contingent upon their ascension to the heavenly realm. The spiritual technique that Muchen yearns for resides within the heavenly level. 6 months prior, he had ventured there under the guidance of Master Mo, where he first laid eyes on the technique he coveted. However, due to certain conditions not being met, he had to temporarily relinquish his pursuit. Now, having fulfilled the prerequisites, Muchen's thoughts immediately turned to this offensive spiritual technique. Accompanied by Tang Qian'er, Muchen made his way to the Spirit Technique Chamber. Tan Qingshan chose not to accompany them, expressing a desire to continue his cultivation for a while longer. This youth, though taciturn, possessed a touch of stubbornness and ambition. Previously, he had been quite outstanding in the earthly realm, yet upon entering the heavenly realm, he found himself at the bottom of the rankings. This stark contrast served as a powerful motivator for him. Inside the spacious Spirit Technique Chamber, numerous students from the Northern Spirit Academy were engrossed in their studies. After all, not every student had the privilege of being the offspring of a domain lord in the Northern Spirit domain. Thus, the vast majority relied on the resources available in the chamber to acquire their techniques. Naturally, this was somewhat inferior to what Muchen and his peers could obtain from their families, who had meticulously prepared spiritual techniques for them. However, this does not imply that the collection of the Northern Spirit Academy is inferior to that of the domain lords in the Northern Spirit domain. In fact, the truth is quite the opposite. As Muchen was aware, the spiritual techniques truly archived in the Northern Spirit Academy likely surpassed even those in his father's collection, though techniques of such caliber were beyond the reach of ordinary students. As Muchen and Tang Qian'er entered the earthly level, they immediately attracted considerable attention. Following their performance in the Academy's examination, Muchen had evidently become well known among the students of the Northern Spirit Academy. Brother Mu. The students from the Western Courtyard regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, while those from the Eastern Courtyard were visibly excited, greeting him enthusiastically. Some charming young ladies, while perusing the spiritual techniques, discreetly cast glances at the handsome youth with black hair and eyes, whose radiant smile filled their hearts with warmth, causing their cheeks to blush. Mu Chun responded with a gentle smile to the Eastern Courtyard students, but did not linger, making his way directly with Tang Qian'er to the second level of the Spirit Technique Chamber, the heavenly level. As they departed, a flurry of whispers erupted among the students in the earthly level. Brother Mu has indeed ascended to the heavenly realm. He can even enter the heavenly level of the Spirit Technique Chamber now. Haha, given Brother Mu's flawless performance in the examination, entering the heavenly realm must have been a mere formality. There are quite a few formidable individuals in the heavenly realm. It is said that today that fellow Luo Tong from the heavenly realm intends to cause trouble for Brother Mu. He possesses strength at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Luo Tong, just a braggart relying on his father's reputation. He has no grounds to compare himself to Brother Mu. Moreover, that fellow no longer qualifies for the 5 great academies. Indeed, the only one in the Northern Spirit Academy who could rival Lu Mubai is likely Brother Mu. I anticipate an exciting contest when it comes time to vie for the 5 great academy spots. Who would have thought you were quite popular in the earthly realm? As they ascended to the heavenly level, Tang Qian'er cast a glance downwards and then chuckled. Mu Chun smiled in response, but chose not to elaborate, instead directing his gaze towards the heavenly level. This area was not as spacious as the earthly level, and the number of individuals present was significantly fewer, though one could still occasionally spot a few lingering figures. What kind of spiritual technique are you seeking? I would presume that, given your discerning eye as the young master of the Mu domain, you wouldn't be interested in mere mortal-level techniques, would you? Tang Qian'er queried playfully as she surveyed the heavenly level. However, if it were a spirit-level technique, I know there are only 6 here, all of which are of the lower tier. Which one catches your fancy? Moreover, if you wish to peruse a spirit-level technique, you would need to obtain Master Mo's consent. It appears you are quite well-versed in this place, but what I seek is not what you mentioned. Mu Qin replied with a mysterious smile, then proceeded to the western corner of the Spirit Technique Chamber. Tang Qian'er followed, puzzled, as that direction did not house the advanced spiritual techniques, but rather some mortal-level techniques. Although there were indeed some impressive techniques among them, one would assume that Mu Chun, with his status, would possess plenty of mortal-level techniques at his disposal. Mu Chun navigated through the Spirit Technique Chamber, before finally halting in a secluded corner at the far west. Before him stood a stone cabinet, upon which lay a scattering of jade slips, emanating a faint glow. These are merely some ordinary mortal-level techniques. You cannot be seriously considering these, can you? Tang Qian'er remarked, picking up one of the jade slips and furrowing her brows slightly. With a smile on his face, Mu Chen's slender fingers glided over the cool stone surface before reaching into the shadows of the cabinet. When he withdrew his hand, it grasped a dark red jade slip. What is this? Tang Qian'er was momentarily taken aback, but when she noticed the color of the jade slip, her expression turned serious. For in the Spirit Technique Chamber, such colored techniques bore a special designation. Dangerous techniques. A dangerous technique implies that cultivating it entails significant risk, with some even posing potential harm to the practitioner. Let me see, Tang Qian'er said, snatching the dark red jade slip from Mu Chen's hand. Her keen eyes scanned its surface, where chilling characters glimmered ominously. Mortal level upper tier. The sinister seal of death. The sinister seal of death. Tang Qian'er's expression shifted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glared at Mu Chun, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? You dare to cultivate this technique?" The infamous reputation of the sinister seal of death was known to her. Although it was merely a mortal-level upper-tier technique, it had gained notoriety at the Northern Spirit Academy, not for its potency, but because 2 exceptionally gifted students had previously attempted to cultivate it, resulting in shattered meridians and nearly becoming invalids. Since then, no one had dared to lay claim to this technique. I have researched this technique previously. It is quite formidable. However, cultivating it requires a certain domineering spirit power. The 2 seniors who failed to master it lacked the necessary level of spirit power, which led to their downfall, Mu Chun explained. The technique he currently practiced, the Great Buddha Technique, possessed a profound and dark spirit power that was certainly not ordinary. Its dominion should be sufficient to undertake the sinister seal of death. No. Tang Qian'er firmly objected, her face stern, and shot him a disapproving glance. Moreover, you lack the qualifications to peruse this technique. Accessing the techniques within the Spirit Technique Chamber follows certain protocols. Any student can view ordinary mortal level techniques, but for spirit level techniques, permission from a mentor is required. Although the Sinister Seal of Death appeared to be a mere mortal level upper tier technique, it was classified as a dangerous technique. To peruse such a technique, one must have been a seasoned student in the heavenly realm for at least 6 months, and Mu Chun, having just ascended, clearly did not meet this criterion. Mu Chun gazed at Tang Qian'er with a playful glint in his dark eyes, teasingly suggesting, "That's why I brought you here. You can help me borrow this technique." Tang Qian'er's eyes widened in surprise, and she turned her head away, biting her silver teeth. "No way am I helping you. Sister Qian'er, please assist me," Mu Chun urged, leaning slightly forward, his handsome face drawing close to the flustered girl's flushed cheeks, his warm breath brushing against her delicate skin. Startled, Tang Qian'er took a step back, her face resembling the hues of a sunset as she indignantly protested. "You scoundrel!" Mu Chun shrugged, his dark eyes fixed on her as he gently implored. "I truly wish to cultivate this technique. Trust me, nothing will go awry, all right?" Tang Qian'er bit her lip, appearing torn. The Sinister Seal of Death had a fearsome reputation, and if Mu Chun were to meet a fate similar to the 2 previous seniors, the consequences were indeed daunting to contemplate. "Ah, Mu Chun, you're here too." Just then, a soft, melodious voice rang out from behind, prompting both Mu Chun and Tang Qian'er to look up. There stood Hong Ling, adorned in a vibrant red dress, exuding an eye-catching allure. Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback. This was likely the first time since entering the Northern Spirit Academy that Hong Ling had taken the initiative to greet him. While they had shared a degree of closeness in their childhood, they had since drifted apart, and now, their interaction felt almost like that of strangers. "Hello, Senior Hong Ling," Mu Chun replied with a smile. His respectful address caused Tang Qian'er's previously rigid expression to soften slightly, as this title lacked the familiarity that characterized her interactions with him, instead conveying a sense of polite decorum. Hong Ling's beautiful eyes flashed momentarily before she noticed the red jade slip tightly clasped in Tang Qian'er's hand, seemingly grasping the situation. She smiled. "What's this? Are you looking to borrow a dangerous technique? Do you need my assistance?" Mu Chun glanced at Tang Qian'er. The 2 women had never seen eye to eye, and as expected, Tang Qian'er turned her head away with a chilly expression. He chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Sister Qian'er has already agreed to help me." Hong Ling nodded, her gaze lingering on Mu Chun's gentle smile and handsome visage. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her. The ordinary boy she once overlooked had unexpectedly blossomed into such an impressive figure. "Very well, I shall not intrude any further," she offered with a smile before turning to leave. Her graceful figure drew the attention of several boys nearby, who could not help but cast envious glances at Mu Chun, marveling at his good fortune of having connections with 2 of the Academy's most beautiful students. "When did I ever agree to help you?" Once Hong Ling was out of sight, Tang Qian'er huffed, crossing her arms. "Then I shall have to seek out Senior Hong Ling," Mu Chun replied with feigned exasperation. "You dare!" Tang Qian'er exclaimed, but upon seeing the teasing glint in Mu Chun's eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bit her silver teeth in frustration, adding, "I will help you, but you must promise me that if anything seems amiss, you will cease cultivation immediately." Mu Chun nodded with a grin. Additionally, Tang Qian'er said, her beautiful eyes scanning Mu Chun, a sweet smile gracing her lovely face, "You must team up with me for the upcoming Northern Spirit Plains training in half a month." Chapter 20. The Mark of Death, Training in the Northern Spirit Plains? Mu Chun was momentarily taken aback by this remark. The Northern Spirit Plains is a well-known perilous area within the Northern Spirit realm, characterized by its vast expanse and teeming with ferocious spirit beasts. Adventuring teams frequently venture into its depths to hunt these creatures, and the plains are also rich in rare materials and spiritual herbs, making it a veritable treasure trove. However, to claim such treasures, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one risks losing both the treasures and their life. Due to the abundant resources in the Northern Spirit Plains, even Mu Chun's father occasionally leads his subordinates into this treacherous territory, and each expedition inevitably results in fierce battles. Indeed, our Northern Spirit Academy organizes training sessions in the Northern Spirit Plains for students at regular intervals. Only through genuine combat can one truly refine their skills. Tang Qian'er nodded, her face lighting up with a charming smile. In this training, teams of 2 are permitted, and those who rank in the top 3 will receive special rewards. Rewards? What kind? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It is said that this time, the reward is a spirit essence pill. Tang Qian'er pondered before responding. A spirit essence pill? Mu Chen was taken aback. Such a pill is rumored to be extremely beneficial for novices like them, as its effects are gentle and leave no after effects. With his current strength at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, consuming it might allow him to swiftly reach the late stage. Yes, if I can obtain a spirit essence pill, I should be able to advance to the late stage of the spirit movement realm and prepare for the next level, the spirit wheel realm, Tang Qian'er stated. How is the performance judged? Mu Chen inquired with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the prospect of the spirit essence pill. It's quite simple. The assessment is based on the number and level of spirit beasts each team kills, Tang Qian'er explained. Since all students from the academy can participate, the competition is fierce, which is why I intend to enlist your help. Given that I am only at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, shouldn't you seek someone stronger for this partnership? With your charm, I'm sure there are many capable individuals from both the East and West academies who would be eager to team up with you. Mu Chen chuckled. Are you unwilling? Tang Qian'er pouted slightly, raising the dark red jade slip in her hand. Far from it. However, if we fail to secure the spirit essence pill, you mustn't blame me for holding you back. Mu Chen replied with a smile, his words devoid of mere politeness, as he was well aware that there were many more suitable candidates within the Northern Spirit Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Qian'er smiled lightly. If we don't succeed, it's no matter. I am confident that I can reach the spirit wheel realm within a year, even without relying on the pill. As she spoke, her slender fingers deftly turned the jade slip, her beautiful eyes glancing at Mu Chen. Moreover, I prefer not to team up with others. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall accompany you at the risk of my own life. Rest assured, even if it costs me dearly, I will ensure that the spirit essence pill remains in your grasp, Mu Chen declared gallantly, though a smile graced his features. Flatterer, Tang Qian'er chastised, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she shot him an exasperated glance. And what of this spirit technique? Mu Chen inquired, his gaze directed at the jade slip in Tang Qian'er's hand. Let this be an exception, she huffed, before clutching the spirit technique and turning to exit the spirit technique chamber, with Mu Chen hastily following her. At the entrance of the chamber, Tang Qian'er registered the spirit technique. The elderly custodian, upon seeing the dark red slip, cast a surprised glance at Tang Qian'er, hesitating momentarily. After all, the mark of death carried a fearsome reputation. Although Tang Qian'er met the requirements, he was reluctant to see such a spirited young woman fall victim to this technique. Noticing the elder's hesitation, Mu Chen felt anxious. He knew all too well that the custodian was a notoriously stubborn individual. If he disapproved, no one could procure the technique from him. Despite the elder's frail appearance, he was a genuine late-stage spirit wheel realm practitioner, just a step away from the spirit soul realm. Many haughty students had suffered greatly at his hands. Fortunately, Tang Qian'er seemed to possess a unique way with such elders that a pure smile graced her lovely face as she sweetly addressed him as Grandpa Qin, prompting the elder to nod with a grin. After a few admonishments, he ultimately handed the spirit technique over to Tang Qian'er. Mu Chen, somewhat speechless, followed Tang Qian'er out of the chamber. She flashed him a triumphant smile before tossing the jade slip to him. I owe you one, she remarked. As Mu Chen caught the slip and examined it, a gleam of delight appeared in his dark eyes. Given the current circumstances, without Tang Qian'er's intervention, even if he had the authority, it would have been exceedingly difficult to borrow this technique from the obstinate Elder Qin. Tang Qian'er smiled brightly, but then looked at the jade slip in Mu Chen's hand with a hint of concern. Be careful that if anything feels off, stop your training immediately. Understood, that I shall take my leave now, Mu Chen replied, gripping the jade slip with eagerness. He waved goodbye to Tang Qian'er and turned to depart swiftly. As the girl watched Mu Chen's swift retreat, she couldn't help but pout slightly. What a blockhead. The cold moonlight cascaded from the heavens, transforming into beams that illuminated the tranquil room. Inside, the young man sat quietly in meditation, his dark eyes fixated intently on the dark red jade slip in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen gently pressed the slip against his forehead. As his spiritual energy began to circulate, the surface of the jade slip shimmered with dark red light. Amidst the flickering glow, a torrent of information surged forth from the slip, eventually flooding into Mu Chen's mind. With his eyes closed, he absorbed the cultivation method of the Mark of Death. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, exhaling slowly, his gaze filled with contemplation. Given the notorious reputation of the Mark of Death, Mu Chen was cautious, opting to review the cultivation method multiple times before daring to practice it. Seated in meditation, he brought his hands together, forming a peculiar seal with his fingertips that as he focused, a deep black light began to flicker around his body, and strands of shadowy spiritual energy began to swirl from his palms. The dark spiritual energy twisted and coiled like serpents, moving in tandem with Mu Chen's hand seals, gradually forming a black light imprint. However, the formation of this imprint was evidently not an easy task. Before it could solidify, faint crackling sounds emerged, and the swirling dark spiritual energy shattered apart. That Mu Chen did not mind this initial failure. If the Mark of Death were so easily mastered, it would not have piqued his interest so deeply. With a slight adjustment of his focus, he attempted once more. Crack, failure, crack, another failure. Time slipped away swiftly, yet Mu Chen remained tireless, repeating the practice again and again. His hand seals, initially clumsy, gradually grew more adept, and the speed at which he condensed the spiritual energy increased remarkably. His long fingers moved with the grace of a butterfly, bending and twisting as the dark spiritual energy contorted in his palms. The black light imprint had become significantly clearer, exuding an eerie chill. Mu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the nearly formed black light imprint, his mind taut with concentration, for he had failed too many times at this final step. Once more, he altered his fingertips, channeling a stream of dark spiritual energy into the black light imprint. Buzz! At that moment, the black light imprint trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum. The dark glow began to condense, ultimately forming a black light imprint that slowly pressed into Mu Chen's palm. As the imprint settled into his hand, his entire being tensed up, for the most perilous step was yet to come. The two previous seniors who had practiced the Mark of Death suffered severe injuries during this phase, their meridians shattered. Boom! Once the black light imprint was inscribed upon his palm, Mu Chen swiftly sensed an extremely violent surge emanating from it, coursing through his meridians with reckless abandon, as if it aimed to obliterate everything in its path. Buzz! Fortunately, Mu Chen was well prepared. The dark spiritual energy within his dantian roared forth, colliding vehemently with the chaotic surge. The low, resonant sound reverberated through Mu Chen's body as the violent wave from the Mark of Death clashed against the dark spiritual energy, akin to a wild beast attempting to annihilate its adversary. Yet, the dark spiritual energy cultivated through the Great Buddha technique proved far from easy to subdue, in the face of such brutal force. The dark spiritual energy unleashed its own dominance, adopting a fiercely oppressive stance to resist the onslaught. Boom, boom. The waves of impact persisted, yet Mu Chen dared not relax even for a moment. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Should he falter now, he would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. Drawing upon every ounce of spiritual energy from his dantian, Mu Chen valiantly resisted, and after approximately 10 minutes, the tumultuous waves finally began to recede. Upon sensing the complete dissipating of the chaotic force, Mu Chen's taut body collapsed in relief, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Though utterly exhausted, a glimmer of exhilaration shone in his eyes, but he trembled slightly as he opened his right hand to reveal a chilling black imprint etched into his palm. Did I succeed? Mu Chen gazed at the black imprint in his palm, a relieved smile finally breaking across his face. Chapter 21. The commotion at the training ground at the Northern Spirit Academy. The training ground buzzed with activity as numerous students perspired profusely, their resonant shouts infused with vibrant energy echoing across the expanse. Beneath the shade of a grand tree sat Mu Chen, languidly leaning against its sturdy trunk, his gaze somewhat listless as he observed the fervent exchanges of skill in the arena, which evidently failed to ignite his interest. Hey, even though your performance is commendable at present, you shouldn't be so idle. A delicate figure abruptly obstructed Mu Chen's view, and Tang Qian'er's playful voice soon followed. Mu Chen's eyes lingered on her slender waist before gradually rising to take in the sight of her dressed in a pale apricot gown, her graceful figure accentuated by a well-proportioned bosom, undeniably alluring. Gazing at her mildly reproachful, yet enchanting visage, Mu Chen could not help but stretch lazily, replying, "It's not idleness. It's simply that this kind of sparring is of no benefit to me." In the spirit road, he had endured countless life and death struggles, unable to wield even a fragment of spiritual power, yet compelled to elevate one's intellect and temperament to their utmost limits. A moment's carelessness could lead to a brutal elimination, leaving him to wait in the safety zone until the ordeal concluded. Compared to that, the gentle sparring among students at the Northern Spirit Academy held little significance for him. All talk, Tang Qian'er huffed lightly, her beautiful eyes, however, unable to resist glancing at the youth's remarkably pleasant countenance. His gentle, warm smile and deep, composed black eyes possessed a serenity uncommon for one of his age, drawing others into their depths. Tang Qian'er took a seat beside Mu Chen, and with a graceful motion, she released her ponytail, allowing her silken tresses to cascade down like a waterfall. This captivating scene instantly attracted envious glances from those nearby, who looked at Mu Chen with jealousy, acknowledging the fortunate treatment he received. "By the way, how is your training of the forest death seal progressing?" "No issues, I hope." Tang Qian'er turned her head, her brows furrowing as she inquired. Mu Chen smiled, extending his palm towards her. In the center of her hand lay a faintly visible dark mark, from which a chilling aura gradually emanated. "You succeeded in your training." Tang Qian'er's rosy lips parted slightly, her cheeks flushed with astonishment. Unable to contain herself, she grasped Mu Chen's hand, fixating on the dark mark within his palm, her slender fingers gently probing it, a cold sensation penetrating her, causing her to shiver slightly. "It can only be deemed a preliminary success. It requires continuous nurturing with spiritual energy," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head, but he then noticed the intense gazes of several onlookers around them. Clearing his throat, he added, "You might incite some jealousy towards me with such actions." Realizing her demeanor, Tang Qian'er blushed and hastily released Mu Chen's hand. Not far away, Luo Tong observed this scene, his expression darkening slightly. That's the flower of the East Courtyard. Tang Qian'er was naturally someone he admired, and her father was one of the domain lords of the Northern Spirit Realm. His father had once remarked that should he win Tang Qian'er's affection, the alliance between their Luo domain and the Tang domain would undoubtedly bolster their strength. However, while the notion was appealing, Luo Tong had not. Instead, she remained rather indifferent towards him, which stoked his inner resentment. Now, witnessing the closeness between Mu Chen and Tang Qian'er only deepened his jealousy. "Brother Luo, that guy is indeed quite arrogant." Jiang Li and Teng Yong, flanking Luo Tong, cast envious glances at Mu Chen, disdain evident in their expressions. Yet, despite their discontent, they understood that Mu Chen was not to be trifled with, and thus refrained from confronting him as they normally would. "A newcomer who has just entered the heavenly realm dares to act pretentious before me." Luo Tong's eyes darkened. Turning his gaze, he focused on the nearby Tan Shan, who was training vigorously, coldly instructing, "Jiang Li, go challenge Tan Shan for a spar. Remember, take good care of the newcomer." Jiang Li hesitated momentarily, then voiced his concerns. "But Tan Shan is on good terms with Mu Chen. If I provoke him, Mu Chen might." "Why fear when I am here?" Luo Tong interjected, frowning. Seeing Luo Tong's displeasure, Jiang Li dared not press further and promptly made his way toward Tan Shan. As Jiang Li approached, Tan Shan furrowed his brow, but being a man of few words, he continued to practice his set of punches without uttering a sound. "Tan Shan, let's have a spar. This way, your training will progress more swiftly as an elder. I should look out for you newcomers," Jiang Li said with a malevolent grin. The surrounding students quickly discerned Jiang Li's intentions, though none dared to speak up, especially under Luo Tong's brooding gaze. After all, such sparring was deemed normal. "These fellows are indeed too overbearing," Tang Qian'er exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, her brows knitting together, ready to rise. However, she was restrained by Mu Chen, who grasped her smooth wrist. "What's wrong?" she asked, puzzled, recognizing that Luo Tong and his group were clearly trying to provoke Mu Chun. Though Tan Qingshan is taciturn, he possesses a stubborn nature. Sometimes he does not require such assistance to not underestimate a man's pride. Mu Chun replied calmly. "Such bullying of newcomers by seniors is commonplace, that if I step in, it might reduce his troubles, but that's not what he needs. If he harbors any resentment, it could drive a wedge between us. To avoid such troubles, he must demonstrate through his own capabilities that he is not someone to be easily bullied," Mu Chun continued. "But he is no match for Jiang Li," Tang Qian'er protested. "Victory does not always equate to defeating the opponent." Mu Chun smiled gently, saying, "As long as others understand he is not a pushover, even if they try to crush him, they will still have to pay a price." After pondering, Tang Qian'er found some merit in Mu Chun's reasoning, though she stubbornly retorted, "He is clearly younger than me, yet he insists on acting all wise and experienced." Mu Chun chuckled, observing Tan Qingshan's changing demeanor. The latter's hands oscillated between clenched and relaxed, seemingly struggling within himself, before he turned to Mu Chun. Mu Chun offered him an encouraging smile and a slight nod. Upon seeing Mu Chun's smile, Tan Qingshan's hands abruptly clenched into fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Then I invite Senior Jiang Li to instruct me." Jiang Li was taken aback by Tan Qingshan's audacity, but quickly scoffed, dismissing him as an inexperienced fool. The two retreated slowly, while many students gathered around, most betting on Tan Qingshan's imminent misfortune. The sparring commenced under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as anticipated. The disparity in strength rendered the encounter overwhelmingly one-sided. Yet, the spectators' expressions shifted after a brief moment of sympathy. They observed Tan Qingshan, repeatedly knocked down by Jiang Li, showing no signs of surrender. Instead, he charged at Jiang Li, his eyes reddened with a frenzied determination that even startled Jiang Li. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures intertwined in a fierce exchange. Tan Qingshan appeared battered, yet he relentlessly lunged at Jiang Li, determined to bite him despite taking several blows. When Jiang Li managed to push Tan Qingshan back with a powerful punch, only to be met with another desperate lunge that left a bloody mark on his arm, he finally retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "You lunatic!" Tan Qingshan, undeterred and with eyes ablaze, lunged once more. "No more!" Jiang Li dodged hastily, feeling a chill at the sight of Tan Qingshan's bloodshot eyes, shouting in anger. Surrounding students hurriedly intervened, attempting to restrain Tan Qingshan, but the latter's fervor proved too overwhelming to subdue. This scene sent shivers down many spines. Tan Qingshan was truly mad. As the uproar subsided, Tan Qingshan gradually regained his composure, a grin splitting his face despite the pain coursing through his body and the bruises marring his features. In front of him, Jiang Li stood disheveled, his clothes torn and his expression one of visible fear. Though Tan Qingshan had lost in strength, he had triumphed in spirit, earning the respect of the other Heavenly Realm students. Wiping the blood from his lips, he glanced toward Mu Chun, who was smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. Tan Qingshan chuckled sheepishly, feeling grateful to Mu Chun for granting him the opportunity to earn respect through his own merit. He believed that thereafter he would no longer be bullied by seniors. "This fellow possesses a certain wildness," Tang Qian'er remarked with a chuckle, recalling the fierce energy Tan Qingshan had displayed earlier, which had even sent shivers down her spine. Mu Chun nodded with a smile before rising. "What are you doing?" Tang Qian'er inquired, puzzled. "Tan Qingshan has done his part. Now it's my turn. Others wish to provoke, and I must respond in kind. Otherwise, it becomes a continuous hassle," Mu Chun replied with a grin, slowly clenching his right hand. "Besides, I'm eager to test the prowess of this forest death seal." With deliberate steps, Mu Chun advanced, entering the arena under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, his eyes fixed on the brooding Luo Tong not far away. "Senior Luo Tong, I have recently practiced a spiritual technique and seek your guidance. I humbly request your instruction." Chapter 22. The might of the death seal. As Mu Chun's voice resonated through the training ground, the previously raucous atmosphere seemed to quiet significantly in that instant. Subsequently, numerous astonished gazes settled upon him, and no one had anticipated that Mu Chun would take the initiative to seek a sparring match with Luo Tong. Did he not realize that the latter had been eagerly looking for an opportunity to provoke him? Why would he so boldly approach him now? Chinner, what's wrong with Mu Chun? Luo Tong is not an easy opponent, Mo Ling remarked as he approached Tang Chinner, his expression grave as he observed Mu Chin's back. Tang Chinner shook her head. Although concern flickered in her eyes, she did not reveal it, merely offering a gentle smile as she replied, "It's nothing that he knows what he is doing." Mo Ling could only force a smile and nod in agreement. Such sparring matches were bound by rules. Even if he wished to intervene, it would be futile. All he could do now was hope that Mu Chun possessed sufficient skill, for otherwise, Luo Tong would likely seize this opportunity to humiliate him. Haha. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Luo Tong momentarily froze, his already somber countenance growing increasingly frigid that a cold chuckle escaped his lips. It seems that after just a few days at the heavenly realm, you believe you've become quite adept and can afford to act arrogantly. Senior Luo Tong, you misinterpret my intentions that I simply wish to engage in a friendly spar, Mu Chun replied with a slight smile, his demeanor serene. And isn't it only natural for a senior to spar with a newcomer? In fact, it was Zhang Li who suggested it earlier. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Zhang Li's expression became somewhat awkward, though he still glared at Mu Chun with feigned fierceness. Pondering how this audacious individual dared to confront Luo Tong directly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Luo Tong was at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Luo Tong, gazing at the gentle smile adorning Mu Chin's handsome face, could not suppress the ire bubbling within him. That very smile felt like mockery, that he grinned coldly and said, "Since you have such a request, as your senior, I naturally must oblige." Very well, as he uttered the last two words, the glint of malice in Luo Tong's eyes was unmistakable. Spiritual energy began to swirl around him, emanating a formidable aura. Observing this, the surrounding students hastily retreated, fearing they might become collateral damage that Mu Chun extended his hand, inviting, "Please, bang." Luo Tong showed no signs of courtesy. His expression darkened as he unleashed his spiritual energy without reserve, stepping forward with the swiftness of an arrow and delivering a punch that resonated with a deep, explosive sound, aimed directly at Mu Chun. The onlookers felt their hearts leap at Luo Tong's ferocity. This was no mere sparring match. Luo Tong evidently intended to bring Mu Chun to his knees. Yet Mu Chun, facing the charging Luo Tong, displayed no inclination to evade. Dark spiritual energy coiled around his fist as he met Luo Tong head-on, determined to test the strength of his opponent at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. Boom! A resounding clash echoed as their fists collided, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, creating spirals of wind. Both figures staggered from the impact. Mu Chun was pushed back several steps, while Luo Tong only retreated one step, indicating that in this direct confrontation, Luo Tong held a slight advantage. However, Luo Tong's pupils constricted slightly as he felt a faint sting in his fist. Although Mu Chun's spiritual energy was not quite on par with his own, had he not exerted himself fully, he might have been overwhelmed by the sheer force of Mu Chun's domineering energy. Clearly, the quality of Mu Chun's cultivated energy surpassed his OW, and no matter how formidable your spiritual energy may be, there exists a disparity in our levels. I can easily crush you. Luo Tong's eyes gleamed coldly, but he was at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, while Mu Chun was merely at the mid-stage. Although the difference seemed minimal, the gap was sufficient to obliterate him. Did your father never advise you that it is wiser to endure and bide your time until you possess the necessary strength? Voluntarily seeking confrontation is merely inviting humiliation. Mu Chun, however, merely smiled softly upon hearing this. While you were still a well-behaved student in the academy, I was learning the art of restraint. Furthermore, the reason for such restraint is typically to avoid confronting an opponent one cannot defeat. Unfortunately for you, in my eyes, you do not belong in that category. Let me inform you of the price you will pay today. Luo Tong's eyes flashed with a sinister light as he extended two fingers, forming them into a sword-like gesture. Dark azure spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a faintly visible sword tip, emanating a sharp and menacing aura that is the great Luo sword technique. Some students nearby gasped as they beheld the azure light forming at Luo Tong's fingertips. The great Luo sword technique from the Luo domain. Mu Chen's gaze flickered over the Azure Sword that is a low-grade spiritual skill. The Great Luo Sword technique was a signature move of the Luo Domain's Lord. It was unexpected that Luo Tong had also trained in it. However, judging by his execution, it was clear that he had not yet mastered it. Nevertheless, at the level of the spirit movement realm, it was still quite impressive. Swoosh! Luo Tong did not afford Mu Chen much time to ponder. His icy gaze fixed upon him as he leaped forward, his fingers slicing through the air like a sword, swiftly thrusting toward Mu Chen. Wherever the sword tip passed, it seemed to tear through the very fabric of the AI. Yu Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the approaching sword tip, its sharpness causing every pore on his body to tighten instinctively. His right hand gradually clenched. Dark spiritual energy coursed through his body, continuously surging into his right palm, where a faint black seal began to manifest in his palm, that a chilling wave of energy spread forth. Suddenly, the black light erupted from Mu Chen's palm, resembling a black sun in his grasp, radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down spines. Bang! Mu Chen stomped his foot and sprang forth like a fierce beast, choosing not to evade Luo Tong's brutal assault. This scene astonished many onlookers, seeking death. Luo Tong growled menacingly as the azure sword tip continued its relentless advance toward Mu Chen's throat. Boom! At that moment, Mu Chen's fist, imbued with a dense black light, was hurled forward to meet the azure sword tip, colliding head-on. Bang! A violent wave of spiritual energy erupted, causing the ground to tremble slightly as numerous students fixed their gazes on the point of contact between the azure sword tip and the black light. Break! A cold glint flashed in Mu Chen's eyes as he unleashed his spiritual energy with abandon. The black seal in his palm surged forward, crashing heavily against the azure sword tip. Crack! As the black seal struck, the azure sword tip halted abruptly, and the onlookers heard a faint sound of shattering. Gradually, their eyes widened in disbelief as cracks rapidly appeared on the azure sword tip surface. Boom! Ultimately, the azure sword tip shattered completely, and a look of shock swept across Luo Tong's face as he hurriedly retreated in disarray that Mu Chen did not pursue. Instead, he flipped his palm, causing the black seal to vanish. The commotion in the arena gradually subsided, leaving the surroundings enveloped in stunned silence, with astonished gazes fixed on the tall figure of Mu Chen, seemingly unable to comprehend that he not only withstood Luo Tong's most formidable attack, but had also... How is this possible? Zhang Li and Teng Yong stared agape at the scene, incredulous that Luo Tong, at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, had suffered a setback at the hands of Mu Chen, who was only at the mid-stage. This Mo Ling's expression was grave, his heart stirred with shock. Phew. Tang Qin'er silently exhaled in relief, her delicate hand finally relaxing. This guy was indeed impressive. Thank you, Senior Luo Tong, Mu Chen said with a smile and a respectful gesture toward Luo Tong, his gaze briefly glancing at his palm where the black seal had faded considerably. In terms of sheer power, the Sunluo Death Seal undoubtedly surpassed the level of an upper-tier ordinary skill, perhaps due to its demanding nature regarding the dominance of spiritual energy, which relegated it to the ordinary tier. However, the Sunluo Death Seal also consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. The earlier display had drained half of his energy reserves. Although this was partly due to his imperfect control during the first use, such consumption was still greater than that of a typical low-grade spiritual technique. Luo Tong's face darkened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected outcome, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The ferocity of Mu Chen's earlier attack had left him shaken, and in that instant, he sensed an extreme peril. This guy actually possesses such a formidable spiritual technique. Could it be that his father prepared it for him? Luo Tong thought through gritted teeth that he had trained for a long time to achieve similar results with the great Luo sword technique, yet it still fell short against Mu Chen. How many more tricks did this guy have up his sleeve? Unfazed by Luo Tong's turbulent thoughts, Mu Chen had achieved the desired intimidation effect and anticipated that Luo Tong would temper his arrogance in the future. Thus, he clapped his hands and turned to leave Mu Chen. Come here for a moment. Just as he was about to depart, a faint voice suddenly called out from nearby. He turned in surprise, and his eyes widened slightly upon seeing Master Mo standing not far away. Mu Chen paused for a moment, exchanging glances with Tang Qin'er before hesitating briefly. Ultimately, he followed Master Mo's lead under the watchful eyes of the other students. Master Mo's steps came to a halt as they approached a secluded grove. He turned, squinting his eyes, and his tone grew increasingly stern. Have you cultivated the Senluo Death Seal? Chapter 23. The True Power of the Senro Death Seal. Have you cultivated the Senro Death Seal? Muchen gazed at the rather stern-faced Master Mo, letting out an awkward chuckle before nodding. Given the latter's strength at the spirit-soul stage, it was evident that he could not conceal it. You should not have sufficient authority to cultivate it, right? Master Mo intoned solemnly. Muchen blinked but remained silent. Having already embarked on the path of cultivation, was he expected to relinquish it? Observing Mu Chen's demeanor, Master Mo's stern expression faltered slightly. This young man seemed unfazed by his authority, prompting a helpless shake of the head as he remarked, "Can you refrain from acting recklessly? I merely sought to test it. Should any issues arise, I shall cease my cultivation, that I value my life more than anyone else." Mu Chen replied with a smile. Master Mo shot him a disgruntled glance, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Have you succeeded in your cultivation?" "Preliminary success, I suppose." Mu Chen extended his palm, revealing a faint black seal shimmering in his palm. Master Mo regarded the black imprint in Mu Chen's hand, his lips twitching slightly. Although he had sensed it earlier, witnessing Mu Chen's ability to cultivate the Senro Death Seal in such a short span still left him somewhat astonished. Such talent was indeed deserving of the qualification for the spirit path. "Are you quite interested in the Senro Death Seal?" Master Mo scrutinized Mu Chen. Ever since he had brought him to the spirit art chamber, he had noticed Mu Chen's keen interest in this particular spiritual technique. "It feels as though this spiritual technique is far from ordinary," Mu Chen pondered before speaking. Although it appeared to be merely a superior-grade earthly technique, he sensed something amiss. "Oh!" Master Mo raised an eyebrow, his attention fixed on Mu Chen. "I have a lingering impression that the Senro Death Seal harbors immense potential. The cultivation we see on the surface seems merely introductory. That I believe there must be a method to enhance its power," Mu Chen mused. Master Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of surprise flickering within. Fixating on him, Mu Chen suddenly smiled slyly, saying, "Master Mo must have some understanding of the Senro Death Seal, as you seem quite intrigued by it." Master Mo cast a glance at Mu Chen, who resembled a cunning little fox, and nodded helplessly. "I have also cultivated the Senro Death Seal." As he spoke, he extended his palm, revealing an identical black seal, though this one was far more complete and profound than the one in Mu Chen's hand, exuding an icy aura that vastly surpassed Mu Chen's own. Mu Chen gazed in astonishment at the black seal in Master Mo's palm, chuckling lightly. "It appears my suspicions were correct. This spiritual technique is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could someone of Master Mo's caliber be interested in it?" Master Mo was a genuine powerhouse. If the Senro Death Seal were merely an ordinary earthly spiritual technique, he would never have taken the effort to cultivate it. "You rascal." Master Mo chuckled wryly, realizing the cleverness of the young man before him. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly said, "Do you wish to know how the Senro Death Seal can truly reveal its might?" Mu Chen's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. "It's quite simple." Master Mo smiled gently, extending his left hand. To Mu Chen's astonishment, he saw another identical black seal manifest in Master Mo's left hand. The Senro Death Seal could indeed yield multiple death seals. A spark of excitement ignited in Mu Chen's eyes, his expression turning fervent as he stared at Master Mo, murmuring, "The reason the Senro Death Seal lacks further cultivation methods is not due to their absence, but because its true power lies in the ability to cultivate multiple death seals. The accumulation of these seals is what unleashes its genuine strength." Master Mo nodded, affirming, "However, the Senro Death Seal has exceedingly stringent requirements for spiritual energy that I exerted myself to barely cultivate 2 death seals. I once attempted to cultivate a 3rd seal, but nearly suffered severe injury from the recoil, after which I dared not try again." Mu Chen resonated with this sentiment. When he first cultivated the initial death seal, he had expended tremendous effort to withstand the force generated during the seal's formation. He could hardly fathom whether he could endure the second seal's cultivation. Now that you have successfully cultivated the first death seal, do not rush to condense the second, lest unforeseen circumstances arise, Master Mo cautioned. Mu Chen nodded. While he eagerly anticipated the true power of the Senro Death Seal, he understood that aiming too high could lead to no benefit. Seeing this, Master Mo ceased further admonitions and waved his hand, prompting Mu Chen to take his leave. As he turned the corner, he spotted Tang Qian'er waiting eagerly. "Are you all right? Master Mo didn't punish you, did he?" Tang Qian'er hurriedly inquired upon seeing Mu Chen. Given that he had engaged in a somewhat dubious practice by cultivating the Senro Death Seal, she was understandably concerned about potential repercussions. Mu Chen chuckled and shook his head, then glanced at the black seal in his palm, feeling a warmth in his heart. The Senro Death Seal was indeed extraordinary. It seemed he would need to devote more effort to it in the future. In the quiet of night, Mu Chen sat in meditation, his hands once again forming intricate seals, tendrils of dark spiritual energy swirling and coalescing at his fingertips. Crack! However, as this dark energy intertwined in an attempt to condense, Mu Chen stared at his empty palm, shaking his head in resignation that he had merely attempted to condense the second death seal, but the outcome was evidently a failure. The difficulty of forming the second death seal was exponentially greater than closing his eyes. He activated the Great Buddha technique, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and transforming it into dark spiritual power, which flowed steadily into a sea of energy. Meanwhile, Mu Chen would also channel some of this energy through the meridians in his arms, nurturing the black death seal in his palm, deepening its hue. Following his recent spar with Luo Tong in the training grounds, Mu Chen's reputation had spread throughout the East Courtyard. Previously arrogant senior students, who had relied on their experience, no longer dared to underestimate this newly ascended individual. Similarly, Tan Qingshan's fierce demeanor from the previous day made it clear that this seemingly reticent youth was not to be trifled with. Consequently, in the days that followed, no one dared to stir up trouble, granting Mu Chen a much-needed peace. In this tranquility, Mu Chen devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. During the day, he utilized the third-level spirit gathering array in the training grounds, causing the spiritual energy within his sea of energy to grow increasingly robust with each passing day. At night, while nurturing the black Senro Death Seal in his palm, he also gradually attempted to refine the second Death Seal, yet he met with failure each time. Despite numerous setbacks, Mu Chen did not relent. He felt an intuitive grasp of the technique for condensing the Senro Death Seal, growing stronger with each failure, allowing him to control it with increasing ease. The sensation of nearing success brought a flicker of joy to his heart. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had elapsed. Within this span, the spiritual energy in Mu Chen's sea had become increasingly abundant. Although he had yet to break into the latter stage of the spirit movement realm, he was evidently far stronger than he had been a fortnight ago. Simultaneously, his mastery of the Senro Death Seal had grown increasingly refined that he could now control the first Death Seal with remarkable precision, avoiding the unnecessary consumption he had experienced during his earlier encounter with Luo Tong. As for the refinement of the second Death Seal, Mu Chen had grasped some inkling of the method, yet due to insufficient spiritual energy, he had been unable to successfully condense it, leaving him with a sense of regret. In the training grounds, as Mu Chen heard the chime, signaling the end of the session, he opened his eyes and sensed the roiling spiritual energy within his seat that he smiled gently and stretched languidly. "Hey!" A sweet voice called from beside him. Turning his head, he found Tang Qian'er smiling at him, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "What is it?" Mu Chen asked, smiling. "Tomorrow, we shall head to the North Spirit Plains for training," Tang Qian'er announced cheerfully. "We're going tomorrow?" Mu Chen was taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. He had been so immersed in his cultivation that he had nearly lost track of time. However, this was fortuitous. He had been fretting over his inability to refine the second Senro Death Seal due to a lack of spiritual energy. It was said that spiritual herbs could be found in the North Spirit Plains, and if he could locate some, it would alleviate his pressing concerns. "You must exert yourself during this trip to the North Spirit Plains. I've heard that Lu Mubai from the West Courtyard will also participate, and his partner will be Hong Ling from the West Courtyard that we cannot afford to lose to them," Tang Qian'er said earnestly. "Lu Mubai, you say?" Mu Chen smiled slightly. He was indeed a formidable figure, a true champion of the North Spirit Academy. Would their first clash in the North Spirit Plains commence soon? How intriguing that a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mu Chen's dark eyes. Within the spirit path, he had yet to feel fear towards anyone, and the same held true within the Northern Spirit Realm. Chapter 24. The Agreement. The North Spirit Plains, located in the northwestern direction of the North Spirit Realm, lies approximately a day's journey from the North Spirit Academy. This vast expanse is considered a bustling hub for the inhabitants of the North Spirit Realm. Although the North Spirit Plains are fraught with peril, it is often said that danger accompanies opportunity. Many venture forth into these lands in pursuit of such prospects, with some finding fortune while others are entombed beneath decaying foliage. The journey to the North Spirit Plains for cultivation is a matter of great significance for the North Spirit Academy. Nearly half of the students from the Academy partake in this endeavor, fully aware that their tranquil training within the confines of the institution pales in comparison to the invaluable experience of real combat. It is only through such trials that one's character can be honed into a more resilient form, an essential element on the path to becoming a formidable force. Moreover, the North Spirit Plains are not only teeming with various spirit beasts, but also populated by a myriad of individuals from all walks of life, including some with notorious reputations. In stark contrast to these ruthless characters, the students of North Spirit Academy resemble lambs, and despite their individual strengths, they would likely prove no match should a confrontation arise. Thus, to ensure the students' safety, the North Spirit Academy dispatches an impressive contingent of protective forces, including the formidable Master Mo from the Eastern Academy and Master Shi from the Western Academy. With two genuine Spirit Realm experts accompanying them, it is unlikely that any audacious soul would dare harbor ill intentions in their presence. That as dawn broke, the cultivation team from North Spirit Academy set forth on their journey. By the time twilight descended, they gradually approached the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains, where they established their camp as darkness enveloped the land. The night cast its shroud, and the campfire flickered to life amidst the encampment. The students of North Spirit Academy, evidently unaccustomed to such locales, were filled with excitement, and the atmosphere around the camp thrummed with liveliness. This exuberance drew glances from the shadows, primarily from a few adventurers who, aware of the naivety of these students, smirked and gradually retreated. In their eyes, these seemingly innocent scholars would likely tremble in fear when faced with the ferocious spirit beasts. Seated beside the campfire, Mu Chun gazed into the darkness beyond the encampment. From the distant depths, the echoes of blood-curdling beast roars reverberated ominously. This scene felt vaguely familiar, yet the atmosphere here lacked the brutality and bloodshed that lingered in his memories of the Spirit Road. As Mu Chun momentarily lost himself in thought, a slender, delicate hand suddenly reached from behind and tapped his shoulder. The instant that hand made contact, his dark eyes turned icy, his body taut like a leopard poised to pounce, and his hand shot out with lightning speed to firmly grasp the wrist of the intruder. Ouch! A pained cry escaped, jolting Mu Chun back to reality as he turned to find Tang Qian'er behind him. The coldness in his gaze quickly dissipated, replaced by a hint of embarrassment as he sheepishly released her wrist. What was that for? That hurt, Tang Qian'er huffed, sitting beside him while rubbing her delicate wrist in complaint that my apologies. Mu Chun replied with a wry smile. The trials of that year on the Spirit Road had instilled in him a near instinctual vigilance. Though he had managed to suppress this instinct since returning to the North Spirit Realm, the sudden return to a somewhat familiar environment had inadvertently reignited that wariness. What is wrong with you? Tang Qian'er pouted, her beautiful eyes fixated on him. Being perceptive, she sensed a chill when Mu Chun had clutched her wrist, leading her to believe that, had it not been for her yelp, he might have crushed her wrist without a second thought. Mu Chun stared into the flickering flames, contemplating before responding. On the Spirit Road, had someone done to me what you just did, I might have killed them. Because if I did not act, it could very well have been my life at stake. Tang Qian'er was momentarily taken aback, observing the calm demeanor of the youth. When he mentioned the word kill, his expression betrayed no significant emotion, as if he were accustomed to such thoughts. That Spirit Road. It sounds rather terrifying, Tang Qian'er murmured that in their eyes. The Spirit Road appeared shrouded in mystery. That it was said that many who emerged from it remained tight-lipped about their experiences. Yet, because those who returned were often incredibly powerful, young souls like Tang Chinner were drawn to the allure of that place. Unbeknownst to their naive hearts, the path to extraordinary power often lay through the most harrowing of trials. Mu Chen chuckled softly, muttering, "In that realm, everyone is a competitor, and it is a brutal sort, where one moment a smile could be shared, and the next a dagger could pierce your heart. Thus, trust becomes a rare commodity there. However, if you are fortunate enough to encounter it, it will become a treasure you cherish for a lifetime." With a gentle exhale, Mu Chun's expression softened. Over the course of 6 months, they clashed thrice, with him victorious twice. Yet in their final encounter, she had turned the tide, her dark sword poised at his throat. In that moment, she had decisively won, for with a mere thrust he would have been forever lost within the spirit road. Yet she had refrained from striking him down, her eyes like glass, holding his gaze for an eternity before she slowly withdrew her blade and softly said, "I want to kill you. Come with me." Mu Chun had been momentarily stunned, finally voicing the question that had haunted him throughout those months. "Why have you pursued me for so long? If it weren't for me saving you, you would have perished long ago." When he first encountered her, she had found herself trapped in a dire situation, surrounded by 5 cunning adversaries intent on her demise. Initially, Mu Chen had no intention of intervening, as they were troublesome foes in their own right. But perhaps it was the sorrow reflected in her glassy eyes that softened his heart, compelling him to act, that he saved her, yet incurred the wrath of those 5 foes. For the next week, he aided her in evading them. 10 days later, he had managed to defeat 3 of them, while the remaining 2 ultimately retreated. However, just as he thought he might catch his breath, the girl who had barely spoken a word to him began to draw her sword, leading to a relentless 6-month game of cat. When she heard his question, she pondered before hesitantly offering an answer that nearly made him choke. "I don't want to have feelings for you. I only wish to cultivate. Having feelings for you would distract me." "You insane," Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, even in his calm demeanor. "What about now?" he asked wearily. "Just now, I was contemplating killing you, but it seems I cannot bring myself to do it." The girl considered earnestly, the pale moonlight illuminating her delicate features, before furrowing her brow and stating, "I think I might have developed some feelings for you over these past 6 months." Mu Chun gazed skyward in disbelief. After a half-year of mutual pursuit, she had somehow found affection amidst the chaos. "Since I spared your life just now, you owe me a life debt. Thus, you must join forces with me. The moment my feelings for you wane, I shall take your life." "Are you raising a puppy?" he retorted. "Well then, should I let you go without killing you?" Mu Chun shook his head in exasperation, turning to leave. "Not interested. That I can shield you from all the hidden arrows behind you. As long as you do not harm me, that I will protect you, whether in the spirit road or the vast world beyond," she called after him, hesitating before speaking softly. Mu Chun halted. Her gentle voice pierced through the air, striking his heart and softening his gaze. "Who would have thought you could be so moving when you finally choose to speak?" Turning back, he smiled, sighed, and extended his hand towards her. "Then, let us embark on this collaboration with joy." The normally stoic girl, devoid of overt emotion, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, her beauty in that fleeting moment rendering the moonlight dim in comparison. She then extended her porcelain-like, cool hand, and they clasped it gently. "This is my promise to you." Chapter 25. The soul of the spirit beast. The crackling campfire cast a warm glow upon Tang Chinner's delicate figure. Yet an inexplicable chill crept over her, a chill born from Mu Chin's vivid descriptions of the world of... "Fortunately, I did not venture there. Otherwise, I might have been left with naught but bones," Tang Chinner remarked with a hint of trepidation, struggling to fathom what life would be like in a realm devoid of trust. The students turned their attention towards him. "During this training in the North Spirit Plane, this will serve as our camp. Tomorrow, you shall embark from here to the North Spirit Plane to engage in direct confrontations with the spirit beasts. However, prior to that, I must caution you. Spirit beasts are classified into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The outskirts of the North Spirit Plane primarily harbor low-tier spirit beasts, yet you must still unite your strengths to face them. Master MOS' steady voice resonated through the camp, every student listening intently, aware that this was no mere drill, but a genuine battle where a single misstep could lead to becoming prey. Low-tier spirit beasts possess the strength comparable to the spirit movement realm. Medium-tier ones belong to the spirit wheel realm, while high-tier spirit beasts rival those of the divine soul realm. Deep within the North Spirit Plane, high-tier spirit beasts exist. Thus you must not venture too far into the depths. At this juncture, his tone grew stern. The high-tier spirit beasts in the heart of the North Spirit Plane posed significant challenges even for him, and these freshly graduated students were like lambs awaiting slaughter. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. They were not foolish enough to gamble with their lives. When faced with high-tier spirit beasts, even medium-tier ones were best avoided at all costs. In this training, the top 3 teams will each receive a spirit essence pill. Master MOS' expression softened slightly as he observed the eager glimmers in the eyes of the young men and your current strengths necessitate collaboration to thrive in the periphery of the North Spirit Plane. Yes, the students chorused in unison. After slaying spirit beasts, do not forget to collect their essences. Although the essences of low-tier spirit beasts may not attract the attention of divine soul realm experts for refinement, they will serve as the standard for evaluating your performance. Muchin nodded slightly. Divine soul realm experts possess the ability to refine spirit beast essences, and it was evident that ordinary spirit beasts would not capture their interest. Master MO, as a divine soul realm expert, what essence have you refined? A curious student inquired, intrigued by the peculiar capabilities of those at the divine soul realm. Upon hearing the question, Master Mo hesitated momentarily, then formed a hand seal that an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a magnificent golden wolf that howled skyward, its body adorned with patterns resembling lightning, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Wow! A chorus of astonished gasps erupted within the camp. Even the students from the West Yard turned their attention toward the golden wolf behind Master M. Meanwhile, Master Shi, engaged in explaining the rules to the West Yard students, smirked and unleashed his own powerful spiritual energy, summoning a shadow of a black lion, its back embellished with a gray turtle shell. All the students gazed at the 2 divine soul realm experts, showcasing their refined spirit beast essences, their eyes brimming with envy. Such power was truly tantalizing. I have refined the essence of the high-tier spirit beast, the golden thunderwolf, which ranks in the beast record. Though not particularly high, it stands at 382nd place on the Earth ranking. Master, she has refined the essence of the high-tier spirit beast, the stone turtle lion, which is ranked 390th on the Earth ranking. Master Mo remarked with a smile upon witnessing Master Shi's display, then waved his hand, causing the golden wolf to dissipate. Such formidable spirit beasts, how terrifying must the top 100 spirit beasts be? And what of the legendary heavenly ranking? They must be unfathomable. A student exclaimed in astonishment, pondering the sheer power of the top tier. Spirit beasts that make it into the top 100 of the Earth ranking are no longer mere beasts. Their strength far exceeds that of divine soul realm experts, comparable to those who have ascended to the 3rd heaven realm. Thus, they are referred to as heavenly-grade spirit beasts, or simply heavenly beasts. At this point, Master Mo cast a glance at the dragon flame eagle refined by Mu Chen's father had indeed entered the top 100 of the Earth ranking, suggesting it had reached the level of a heavenly beast. Generally speaking, it was exceedingly difficult for divine soul realm experts to refine spirit beast essences that surpassed their own strength. Yet Mu Feng's ability to do so indicated a tremendous opportunity. For this reason, Mu Feng's prowess was undoubtedly among the top 3 among the rulers of the 9 domains in the North Spirit Realm. After all, attaining the divine soul realm relied heavily on the spirit beast essence one had refined, effectively augmenting one's combat strength. Thus, the stronger the refined spirit beast, the greater the individual's power. As for those on the heavenly ranking, Master Mo paused, then chuckled. Even the supreme figures of the vast world would likely think twice before confronting them. All right, it's about time. You should rest early today. Tomorrow morning, we will officially enter the North Spirit Plane for training. Master Mo felt he had conveyed enough and waved his hand to quell the excitement of the eager young students. Upon hearing this, the students dispersed with lingering excitement, while Mu Chen returned to his tent, closing his eyes to cultivate, repeatedly attempting to condense a second soul of Death Seal. A tranquil night passed. The following day, as dawn broke, the camp was abuzz with students fully prepared, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed into the expansive forest that Mu Chen stood beside Tang Qian'er, scanning the area and soon spotting Tan Qingshan not far away, accompanied by Mo Ling. It seemed the two had formed a team, which surprised Mu Chen. Mo Ling was at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, and if he sought a teammate, many would be more suited than Tan Qingshan. Mu Chen, are you and Qian'er a team? Hee, I'm paired with Qingshan. Being a newcomer, it's a bit perilous here, so I thought I'd keep an eye on him, Mo Ling remarked, approaching with Tan Qingshan in tow. Mu Chen smiled and nodded, detecting the undertones of camaraderie in Mo Ling's words. It appeared that Mo Ling's concern for Tan Qingshan stemmed from a desire to forge connections. You are quite considerate, Senior Mo. Mu Chen replied amicably, harboring no ill feelings toward Mo Ling, thus finding no discontent in his overtures. The two exchanged pleasantries, but their conversation was interrupted when the crowd to their right suddenly parted, revealing several familiar figures approaching Mu Chen. Leading the group was Lu Yang, the individual Mu Chen had bested during the academy trials. Lu Yang's gaze locked onto Mu Chen, his expression shadowy. The defeat he suffered had dealt a significant blow to his reputation. Though he had entered the heavenly yard with the backing of his brother Lu Mubai, the whispers of scorn still filled him with fury. Mu Chen merely glanced at Lu Yang before turning his attention to a burly youth beside him, who was now keenly observing Mu Chen with interest. You must be Mu Chen. Your recent notoriety is quite remarkable, the youth clad in yellow inquired with a nonchalant smile. Chen Tong, what do you want? Mo Ling frowned, sensing trouble and speaking in a low tone. Mu Chen, however, remained composed. Chen Tong was well known within the North Spirit Academy, ranking third on the overall leaderboard. Though not as illustrious as Lu Mubai, he was nonetheless a prominent figure, a late-stage spirit movement realm expert, and a key target for cultivation at the Academy. Previously, you were always flaunting your prowess alone. Now you dare to bring a team? Mu Chen shot a glance at Lu Yang, smiling wryly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's face turned a shade of steel, and he retorted darkly, enjoy your arrogance while you can. Just don't let us cross paths in the North Spirit Plane. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Mu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. In comparison to your brother, you truly fall short. How arrogant! Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Tong from the West Yard. I have long wished to witness the prowess of the only one in the North Spirit realm to obtain a qualification for the spiritual path. Chen Tong extended his hand, his smile tinged with condescension. Let us move out. Mu Chen replied with a faint smile, uninterested in further engagement with the two. He brushed past Chen Tong and paused, glancing toward the distance where Lu Mubai, clad in white and exuding an air of elegance, was observing them with a detached demeanor. Their eyes met, and an unspoken chill seemed to linger in the air, silencing the surrounding students. If you find me displeasing, come at me directly, that I have little regard for these others, Mu Chen said lightly, his smile unfaltering as he led Tang Qian'er and the others out of the camp, swiftly heading toward the North Spirit Plane. Lu Mubai narrowed his eyes, a flicker of cold light passing through them as he watched Mu Chen fade into the distance. This brat! Lu Yang ground his teeth in frustration. Chen Tong grinned, his expression somewhat shadowy. Let him bask in his arrogance for now. We will surely encounter him in the North Spirit Plane, and when the time comes, without anyone watching, I'll teach him a lesson in manners. Such a disrespectful little upstart. Chapter 26. The experienced hunter, the fellows from the West Courtyard, are truly insufferable. In the verdant embrace of the forest, Tang Chinner's delicate face bore a hint of indignation. These individuals had repeatedly sought trouble with Mu Chun, and even a clay figurine would harbor some ire. One who does not evoke jealousy is a mediocrity. Mu Chun merely smiled lightly, casting a glance towards the... We seemingly had little interaction in the past. Lu Mubai. Tang Chinner furrowed her brows slightly, asking, "Is he the one targeting you? Otherwise, how do you suppose Lu Yang, a newcomer barely elevated to the heavenly stage, could possibly have Chen Tong backing him? Lu Mubai must be behind this, stirring the pot. This guy bears some resemblance to those freaks from the Spirit Road, though he lacks a bit of maturity." Mu Chun replied casually. "This guy is also quite bothersome." A chill passed over Tang Chinner's charming face, her expression soon shifting to concern. Lu Mubai is no easy opponent. Compared to him, Lu Yang is simply not on the same level. Since entering the North Spirit Academy, Lu Mubai has consistently held the title of the strongest, and it seems he has never tasted defeat. Indeed, Mu Chun, you must exercise caution with Lu Mubai. There is something inscrutable about him. I've faced him before and suffered a crushing defeat, and even then, Lu Mubai did not unleash his true strength, added Mo Ling, his tone grave. Senior Mo Ling, you have already attained the late stage of the spirit movement realm. If Lu Mubai can easily defeat you, Tan Qingshan interjected, astonished that Mo Ling nodded slowly, saying, Lu Mubai has likely advanced to the spirit wheel realm. This fellow is indeed formidable. Tang Chinner's expression grew solemn as well. If that were true, it would indeed pose quite a dilemma. The disparity between the spirit wheel and spirit movement realms is profoundly vast. Contemplating this, she turned to Mu Chun, whose countenance remained remarkably calm, adorned with a gentle smile. His unspoken tranquility and composure alleviated much of the anxiety harbored by Tang Chinner, Mo Ling, and Tan Qingshan. The young man before them exuded a kind of serene charisma that instilled confidence in his ability to accomplish feats that would seem impossible to most. While the spirit wheel realm is indeed powerful, though it may present some complications, if Lu Mubai truly intends to make a move, he will inevitably face some repercussions, Mu Chun said softly. His words did not boast of prowess. Rather, he implied that should anyone harbor intentions against him, they would need to reckon with the consequences, regardless of the outcome. Well, let us set aside these matters for now. The cultivation in the North Spirit Plains has commenced. Let us take action. You two are now our competitors, Mu Chun said, turning to Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan with a smile. Then we shall strike first. Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan exchanged glances, launching themselves forward with a burst of enthusiasm. They were currently at the periphery of the North Spirit Plains, where spirit beasts were relatively scarce, and only by venturing deeper could they encounter them. Watching the two rush ahead, Mu Chun couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing his hands together. A flicker of excitement began to simmer in his dark eyes that it had been far too long since he had taken on the role of a hunter. If he didn't act soon, he might lose his edge. Let us proceed as well. Mu Chun waved to Tang Chinner, quickening his pace. However, he did not follow the same path as Mo Ling and the others, but instead veered slightly off course, having learned how to track spirit beasts during his trials in the Spirit Road. The duo hastened their steps, gradually delving deeper into the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains. Surrounding them, the distant echoes of various beast roars reverberated through the air. Tang Chinner closely followed Mu Chun. She was acutely aware that in such perilous terrain, being surrounded by spirit beasts could spell disaster. As she anxiously scanned her surroundings, Mu Chun suddenly halted, causing her to collide with him unexpectedly. The softness of her delicate figure pressed against his back, and the sensation made Mu Chun blink in surprise. Tang Chinner's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly retreated, only to be grasped by Mu Chun's hand. Shoo! Before Tang Chinner could protest, Mu Chun gently gestured, his gaze piercing through the thicket ahead. Following his line of sight, she beheld two creatures in a clearing, both a deep crimson hue, adorned with a singular black horn on their foreheads, reminiscent of both a tiger and a boar, leisurely ambling about, emitting harsh grunts. Those are low-level spirit beasts, blood boar tigers. Mu Chen spoke softly kropka. The two blood boar tigers appeared to possess mid-stage spirit movement realm strength, yet their tough hides could withstand a full-force strike from a late-stage spirit movement realm practitioner, and when enraged, they became particularly ferocious. One for each of us. Is that acceptable? Mu Chen inquired, glancing at Tang Qin'er. Her face paled slightly, yet she resolutely nodded. This was likely her first direct confrontation with such fearsome spirit beasts. Do not be afraid. I am here. Mu Chen smiled reassuringly. Tang Qin'er bit her silver teeth. Her palm clenched as a short sword slipped from her grasp. She was determined not to hold Mu Chen back, and knew she must strive for their shared success. Let us go. With a sharp command, Mu Chen surged forward. Roar! The moment Mu Chen appeared, both blood boar tigers fixated their blood-red eyes upon him, letting out a deafening roar as bloodlight emanated from their bodies. Boom! One of them charged forward with earth-shattering strides, a streak of crimson racing towards Mu Chen like a bolt of lightning. As the other attempted to follow suit, a sharp stone, enveloped in spiritual energy, struck its nose, causing it to halt abruptly. Its fiery gaze shifted to the slender girl, and with a roar, it charged at her. Mu Chen's focus remained fixed on the blood boar tiger, barreling towards him. Instead of panic, excitement flickered in his eyes as he planted his foot firmly and leaped forth. The two figures raced past each other, stirring a whirlwind of leaves. Just as they were about to collide, Mu Chen sidestepped sharply, drawing a sharp dagger from his hand, enveloped in dark spiritual energy. With a precise arc, as the blood boar tiger charged past him, a flash of black light erupted, a glimmer of coldness slicing through the beast's eyes, and blood spurted forth. Crash! The blood boar tiger collided violently with a massive tree behind it, causing it to topple, shaking the ground. The creature let out a frenzied howl, its blood-red eyes now blinded by Mu Chen's strike. Roar! The pain drove the blood boar tiger into a frenzy, and it relied on the scent in the air to charge wildly at Mu Chen, its bristled fur resembling steel spikes, a veritable fortress of iron. Yet, in the face of the raging blood boar tiger, Mu Chen appeared remarkably composed. He stepped aside, allowing the beast to rush past him. Each time it did, his dagger drew forth hot, crimson blood. As the blood splattered, the blood boar tiger's momentum began to wane, evidently exhausting itself. Seizing the opportunity during its stagger, Mu Chen advanced swiftly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. With the dagger wrapped in spiritual energy, he thrust it with lightning speed into the beast's throat. Hot blood gushed forth, and the blood boar tiger emitted a chilling wail, its body gradually ceasing to move. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Mu Chen withdrew his dagger, pushing aside the massive blood boar tiger. His adept technique would surely astonish even seasoned adventurers who made a living hunting spirit beasts. Such skills were clearly beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. With the blood boar tiger dispatched, Mu Chen turned his attention to Tang Qin'er, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Although she had left her mark upon the blood boar tiger, it was hardly enough to inflict significant damage on such a resilient creature. Roar! The blood boar tiger entangled with Tang Qin'er, perhaps sensing the death cry of its companion, suddenly swelled in size, its blood-red eyes ablaze with fury. Has it gone mad? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight. Ah! Tang Qin'er gasped as her short sword struck the blood boar tiger, only to be violently rebuffed from her grip. She quickly retreated several steps, only to feel a looming shadow envelop her, the stench of blood assaulting her senses as the blood boar tiger leaped high, preparing to crush her. Faced with the impending shadow, Tang Qin'er paled, feeling as if her body were frozen in place. Swished that a figure darted past, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. With a dagger infused with dark spirit, blood cascaded down, along with its foul-smelling entrails that Mu Chen rolled with Tang Qin'er to the side, evading the beast's heavy descent. The blood boar tiger struggled for a moment before falling still, clearly lifeless. Exhaling softly, Mu Chen surveyed the fallen beasts, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He noticed the girl in his arms gently pull away, prompting him to smile as he released her, asking, "Are you all right?" Tang Qin'er shook her head, her cheeks flushed. She glanced at the two slain blood boar tigers, all filling her beautiful eyes. She understood that Mu Chen had been primarily responsible for their swift defeat. "How are you so formidable?" I struggled with that blood-boar tiger for so long and couldn't bring it down, Tang Chinner exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Just aim for the vital points. After hunting a few more times, you'll get the hang of it. Mu Chen chuckled, rising to approach the fallen beasts. He sliced through their heads, releasing a glowing orb of crimson light, which gradually ascended. Within the orb, a miniature blood-boar tiger could be seen, faintly exuding a violent spiritual energy. These were the spirit beast essences that Mu Chun collected the 2 spirit beast essences and tossed them to Tang Qian'er, who caught them with curiosity, inspecting their first trophy with evident satisfaction. Seeing her delight, Mu Chen smiled, wiping the blood from his dagger, his gaze drifting deeper into the forest that he licked his lips, the earlier scent of blood rekindling desires long suppressed. Let us move. This is merely the beginning, Mu Chen remarked to Tang Qian'er before stepping forward. The spirit beasts of this caliber lacked sufficient challenge. The Chapter 27, The Robbery Bang. In the forest strewn with withered leaves, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a roar filled with ferocity echoed from afar. Following the direction of the sound, one could see a massive yellowish bear, towering several meters high, wildly swinging its gigantic paw, as heavy as a hammer, in a frenzied attempt to strike down a petite figure before it. Faced with the bear's onslaught, the small figure quickly retreated, her short sword entwined with spiritual energy, darting forth like a serpent from its lair, slicing through the white fur on the bear's chest, leaving behind a trail of crimson blood. Roar! The searing pain in its chest drove the bear into a frenzy, its massive paw enveloped in deep yellow spiritual energy. Each strike left a profound imprint upon the earth, and such power, if it were to land upon the petite figure, would undoubtedly inflict grievous harm. Fortunately, the small figure exhibited remarkable agility, continuously evading the bear's attacks, and seizing the opportunity presented by the bear's momentary lapse, her sword once again drew lines of blood across its chest. The large and small silhouettes intertwined in a relentless struggle, and after approximately 10 minutes, the bear could finally bear the strain no longer, its colossal body crashing down like a mountain. The beautiful young girl, witnessing the demise of the bear, exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Breathless, she turned to see a tall youth with a warm smile observing the scene from beneath a nearby tree. Not bad. Mu Chen approached, glancing at the bear's lifeless form, then pointing to the bloodied white fur, he remarked, "However, your strikes lacked decisiveness." That was its vital point. A single well-timed strike could have ensured its demise. You expended too much effort earlier. Had the bear been a tad stronger, it might have left you utterly exhausted. Tang Qian'er cast her gaze toward the ground not far away, where another slain bear lay, but this one had only a single precise blood hole in its chest, evidently a fatal blow aimed. This bear was the result of Mu Chen's prowess. Earlier, Tang Qian'er had witnessed his swift, ruthless, and precise attack. Such breathtaking composure in the face of danger far surpassed her own clumsiness. "You're a freak. How can I possibly compare to you?" Tang Qian'er pouted. Though she had little experience hunting spirit beasts, she could sense that Mu Chen's skills were undoubtedly on par with those seasoned adventurers who danced on the edge of life and death. How could she even measure up? Yet, despite her words, a flicker of admiration stirred within her. Throughout their journey, under Mu Chen's guidance, she had begun to shed her initial fears and could now hunt low-level spirit beasts of mid-spiritual movement realm strength on her own. As for Mu Chen, his handsome visage remained adorned with a calm and gentle smile, rendering the dangers that would terrify her seemingly trivial in his eyes. Tang Qian'er gazed intently at the youth, who was crouched down collecting the spirit essence of the mountain bear. The dappled light fell upon him, illuminating his earnest profile with an aura uncommon among ordinary youths, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Today's yield is quite impressive. Thus far, we have gathered 8 low-level spirit essences, Mu Chen remarked. Upon hearing this commendable result, Tang Qian'er's face brightened with a smile. Today's harvest was indeed gratifying. Let us continue. While the results are important, we must seize this opportunity for... Let us investigate, Mu Chen replied thoughtfully, beckoning to Tang Qian'er as he quickened his pace toward the source of the disturbance, and she hurriedly followed suit. In the dense thicket, a group of several dozen students from the North Spirit Academy clustered together, their faces pale as they gazed ahead. There, 10 figures lounged lazily against the trees, their eyes glinting with a hint of mockery as they regarded the students. Though the 10 figures appeared relaxed, they exuded an aura of competence. Their sharp eyes gleamed. This was indeed a band of adventurers. What do you want from us? Among the North Spirit Academy students stood several familiar faces. Mo Ling, Tan Shan, and even Zhang Li and Tung Yong, all wearing expressions of anger and trepidation as they confronted these adventurers. They were still relatively young, and even faced with ferocious spirit beasts, they felt trepidation. The adventurers before them were seasoned individuals who often flirted with death, their casual cruelty enough to instill fear. You little brats. A young man clad in leather armor grinned at the North Spirit Academy students, languidly stating, "Didn't I already tell you? Hand over the spirit essences you have." "You want to rob us?" a young man exclaimed angrily. "Correct." The young man laughed heartily, his companions joining in with raucous laughter, clearly treating this as a trivial amusement. "We are students of the North Spirit Academy. Both of our mentors are here, and they possess spirit realm strength." One student interjected, attempting to invoke a sense of intimidation by mentioning their mentors, Mo and the others. "I know you are from the North Spirit Academy. You here to train, right? Did your mentors not inform you that encountering situations like this is also part of your training?" The young man smirked. "As long as I don't kill you, your mentors won't care. So just hand it over, and spare me the trouble." "I can be quite brutal," he grinned, revealing teeth as white as a beast's, sending chills down their spines. "You!" Mo Ling could no longer contain his fury, his fists clenched tightly. "Do you want to test that? You at the same level as me, in the late spiritual movement realm. Why not see who is stronger?" The young man shot Mo Ling a sidelong glance, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Feeling the predatory gaze of the young man bore down upon him, Mo Ling felt a chill run through him. Though they were both at the same level, the latter's imposing aura was something he could not contend with, and his companions were equally formidable. Mo Ling's eyes flickered, and after a moment his clenched fists gradually relaxed that he let out a bitter laugh and shook his head helplessly at Tan Shan and Zhang Li. Tan Shan and the others could only sigh, for they understood that they were not on the same level as this band of adventurers. They could only resign themselves to misfortune, viewing it as a small price to pay to avert greater disaster. "Now, that's a good child who knows his place," the young man remarked with satisfaction as he observed Mo Ling and his companions give up their resistance, though a mocking smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. Was this really the caliber of students from the North Spirit Academy? Quite disappointing indeed. "What are you doing?" Just as Mo Ling and the others prepared to produce the hard-won spirit essences, a voice filled with curiosity suddenly echoed from behind them. They turned to see Mu Chun and Tang Qin'er standing not far away, watching them. Mu Chun. Initially, Mo Ling and the others felt a rush of joy upon seeing Mu Chun, but that quickly faded as they recalled something, and they hurriedly gestured for him to leave. "What's wrong?" However, Mu Chun seemed oblivious to their signals, and instead smiled as he approached Tang Qin'er. "Shoo, another little lamb has arrived." The young man grinned at Mu Chun, his gaze suddenly shifting to Tang Qin'er, his eyes lighting up as he whistled and teasingly remarked, "And a little beauty, too." Tang Qin'er shot him a glare, her irritation evident, yet her slight fury only served to momentarily stun the young man. Seeing Mu Chun and Tang Qin'er approach, Mo Ling could only shake his head with a wry smile before explaining the situation. "Robbery. You really are having a bad day." Mu Chun chuckled upon hearing their plight. "You're not in any better situation," Zhang Li retorted, rolling his eyes, "and let that little beauty pass them over. After all, we shouldn't play favorites." The young man beckoned, grinning. "Mine too." Mu Chun furrowed his brow. "Who told you to come over here and get yourself into trouble? You little brats are quite foolish. Your talents may be decent, but should a fight break out, you won't stand a chance," the young man replied, seemingly exasperated. "I'll give you one spirit essence here," Mu Chun said, shrugging as he retrieved a spirit essence from his pocket and approached the young man. "Are you deaf? I said for the little beauty to bring it over." "You're becoming quite annoying," the young man grumbled, his irritation evident. While he continued to prattle on, Mu Chun had already reached him, offering the spirit essence. The young man reached for the spirit essence with one hand while the other swatted at Mu Chun's head in annoyance. However, Just as his hand was about to make contact with the spirit essence, the youth's previously playful black eyes turned cold. With a swift motion, he flipped his palm, and a sharp black light shot forth, carving a lethal arc that sliced across the young man's palm, blood instantly spraying forth. The scene unfolded in a flash, leaving nearly everyone stunned. Even the young man's companions stood there in disbelief as blood sprayed past them. Amidst the myriad astonished gazes, the handsome youth lifted his head and offered a slight smile. "Apologies, I suddenly changed my mind." Chapter 28. Collaboration in the dense forest. The young man gazed in astonishment at his bloodied palm. After a moment, a sharp pain radiated from his hand, rousing him from his daze, and the once cheerful expression on his face gradually darkened. The others, including Mo Ling, stood agape, utterly unprepared for Mu Chen's sudden and ruthless assault. "Boy, are you seeking death?" The youth's body trembled slightly, his grim visage revealing a hint of ferocity. Mu Chen cast a casual glance at him and replied, "As a somewhat seasoned adventurer, surely you must understand the principle that one must eventually pay their dues for a life of mischief. Have you never experienced a setback? Ha, you audacious brat." Upon hearing this, the youth erupted in a rage-fueled laughter. His companions made to intervene, but he waved them off, tearing a piece of clothing to wrap his bleeding hand. With a chilling glare fixed on Mu Chen, he declared, "You must be aware of what comes next, yes?" "Engaging in combat," Mu Chen replied with a smile. "You see, while I harbor little anger at your sudden attack, I find a certain admiration for your courage. A person devoid of spirit, regardless of their talent, is nothing but a wastrel. You, however, differ from those others." The youth focused intently on Mu Chen and introduced himself. "While I appreciate your bravery, let us be clear. This is a matter of principle that I offer you a chance. If you defeat me, you and your companions may leave unharmed, and I shall overlook your assault. Should you lose, however, you will forfeit a finger as a lesson. Of course, you may refuse my offer, but I assure you, you and your companions will endure considerable suffering today. While I cannot kill you, believe me when I say I possess ample means to inflict torment upon you. Are there any other options?" Mu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "What do you think?" Lin Zhong retorted with a cold smirk. "Very well then. Let us begin." As Mu Chen's voice echoed, his eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward with a swift step. His fingers curled, dark energy spiraling around his fingertips, conjuring a fierce gust of wind as he launched a rapid thrust toward Lin Zhong's throat. "Want to try again?" Lin Zhong was evidently no ordinary student of the North Spirit Academy. Having already suffered a setback, he was keenly alert to Mu Chen's intentions. Thus, when Mu Chen struck, he was startled but not flustered. He raised his arm, summoning energy to shield his throat. Bang! Mu Chen's fingers collided with Lin Zhong's arm, akin to striking metal, causing his fingertips to tingle slightly. Lin Zhong's prowess was indeed formidable, having reached the peak of the spirit movement realm. One more step would see him enter the spirit wheel realm. This thought crossed Mu Chen's mind. He did not hesitate. He swiftly retracted his fingers, transforming them into a fist, enveloping it in energy, and struck fiercely at Lin Zhong's temple. Bang! Lin Zhong reacted instantly, meeting Mu Chen's fist with his own. The clash unleashed a wave of energy that sent a flurry of withered leaves swirling into the air. The impact forced Mu Chen back several steps, while Lin Zhong also took a step back, astonishment flashing in his eyes. In that moment of contact, he sensed the overwhelming force of Mu Chen's dark energy, realizing that the youth's cultivation technique was far from ordinary. "Impressive, brat," Lin Zhong growled, surging forward with a powerful. His palms sliced through the air like blades, delivering merciless strikes aimed at Mu Chen's vital points. Tang Qin'er, Mo Ling, and the others watched in trepidation, drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, these individuals were ruthless outlaws. Yet, in the face of Lin Zhong's fierce assault, Mu Chen remained unperturbed. He shifted his stance, his dark eyes keenly tracking Lin Zhong's. Occasionally, he would switch from palms to fists, briefly meeting Lin Zhong's strikes before retreating, appearing to be on the defensive, yet Lin Zhong remained unable to gain the upper hand. Behind Lin Zhong, his companions had initially viewed the encounter as mere entertainment, but they soon grew serious, exchanging astonished glances. "This kid is quite remarkable," To hold his own against Lin Zhong despite being in the mid-level of the spirit movement realm is no small feat. At the back of the group, a robust figure fixed his gaze on the combatants. His previously unfocused expression now bore a weight of seriousness. After a moment, he spoke slowly. This young man is impressive. He perceives Lin Zhong's every move. Each of his strikes occurs at the moment Lin Zhong is at his weakest. It may seem as if he is faltering, yet Lin Zhong is likely the one feeling the pressure. What? The adventurers gasped in disbelief. This youth could see through Lin Zhong's attacks. What kind of perception was required for that? Lin Zhong was no mere child from an academy. Captain, are you certain? One adventurer asked, astonished. The burly man cast a sidelong glance at them and replied, if this youth were also at the peak of the spirit movement realm, none of you would stand a chance against him. When did North Spirit Academy produce such formidable talent? Up with you! The adventurers exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Zhong is reaching his limit, the burly man said with a faint smile. Hastily, the others turned their gaze back to the fray, observing that Lin Zhong's complexion had reddened. A silver light flickered upon his fists, and a low rumble akin to thunder began to resonate. Is he resorting to the thunderstorm fist? That's Lin Zhong's trump card. It seems he has been pushed to his limits, one exclaimed. Boy, let's see if you can withstand this. Lin Zhong's face flushed as the silver light on his fist grew ever more brilliant, an aura of ferocity emanating from him. Mu Chun regarded the silver glow upon Lin Zhong's fist, his expression sharpening, and he clenched his right hand tightly. Whoosh! Lin Zhong shot forward like an arrow, unleashing a devastating punch that stirred a tempest of energy, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Thunderstorm fist. The ferocious blow surged toward Mu Chun, sending a whirlwind of withered leaves spiraling, resembling a yellowed tornado encasing Lin Zhong's fist as it crashed down upon Mu Chun. The sheer force of the blow left Tang Qian'er and the others in a state of dread. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chun summoned dark energy that erupted from his palm. In the next instant, he stepped forward, his body coiling like a drawn bow, and launched a punch enveloped in dark energy. Death Seal of the Forest. The dark energy coalesced around Mu Chun's fist, forming a black seal that carried a dominating force, meeting Lin Zhong's punch head-on amidst a sea of astonished gazes. Bang! A resonant sound echoed as the ground beneath them fractured under the impact, the violent shockwave shattering the surrounding leaves into fragments. Both combatants' faces paled momentarily, and as the energy erupted, they were both thrust back, nearly losing their footing. This clash yielded an inconclusive result. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. The adventurers were baffled that Lin Zhong's powerful attack had been rendered ineffective, while Tang Qian'er and her companions marveled at Mu Chun's ability to withstand such a fierce onslaught. You! Lin Zhong steadied himself, his expression fluctuating as he regarded Mu Chun, clearly struggling to accept the outcome. Behind him, his companions stepped forward, their gazes hostile. Yet Mu Chun merely chuckled coldly, pinching between his long fingers a fiery red orb that radiated an extreme and violent energy. What's this? Planning to overwhelm me with numbers? Lin Zhong's companions, sensing the volatile energy emanating from Mu Chun's hand, exchanged apprehensive glances. A spirit-breaking pearl? They dared not advance any further, their expressions shifting to astonishment. It was no wonder this youth showed no fear. He possessed such a formidable item. From the energy radiating from the pearl, it was evident that even a careless spirit wheel realm cultivator could be gravely injured. The atmosphere became tense, with Tang Qian'er, Mo Ling, and the others gathering protectively around Mu Chun, their eyes fixed warily on the adventurers. Cease this at once. A commanding voice resonated from behind Lin Zhong. The robust man strode forward, frowning. What are you doing? Losing a person is one thing, but are you intent on ruining the reputation of our Thunderstorm squad? The adventurers exchanged awkward smiles. The burly man then turned to Mu Chun, smiling. Young brother, you possess remarkable skill. Let us put today's events to rest, that if there were any offenses toward your companions earlier, I hope you can forgive us. Too kind. Mu Chun replied with a smile, casually stowing the spirit-breaking pearl. He sensed the tension in the burly man's posture ease, revealing his apprehension regarding the pearl. You truly are quite capable. Lin Zhong's expression gradually returned to neutrality as he regarded Mu Chun, licking his lips in contemplation. Mu Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. As he prepared to depart with his companions, eager to distance themselves from these adventurers, the burly man suddenly rushed forward, urgency in his stride. Wait! Mu Chen eyed him warily, slowly retracting his hand into his sleeve, ready to draw the pearl once more. Is there something else? Seeing the wariness in Mu Chen's eyes, the burly man chuckled weakly, hesitating before speaking. Young brother, I wish to propose a collaboration. Would you be interested? Collaboration? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow at this proposition. Chapter 29. The Jade Spirit Tree, Cooperation? Mu Chen gazed in astonishment at the robust man before him, whose square face and thick brows gave him a rugged appearance. However, what astonished Mu Chen the most was the faint aura of spiritual power emanating from within the man, indicating that he had evidently ascended to the strength of the spirit wheel realm. This adventure team possesses quite a formidable capability. Young brother, I am the captain of the Thunderstorm Squad, Lei Chung, the sturdy man said, extending his large hand with a smile. Students of North Spirit Academy, Mu Chen. Mu Chen smiled as he shook hands with him. Then calmly, Lei Cheng's hand was exceedingly rough, adorned with numerous calluses, suggesting that he was exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship. I am merely an ordinary student from North Spirit Academy. I fear I may not be of much assistance. As for cooperation, let us forego that notion. Mu Chen shook his head, for although he was unaware of the specifics of Lei Cheng's proposal, he understood that these adventure teams were often entangled in various grievances, and to meddle without cause would only invite unnecessary trouble. Upon seeing Mu Chen's refusal, Lei Chen glanced around before lowering his voice. Young brother Mu Chen, to be candid, the reason for seeking your cooperation is due to that broken spirit pearl in your possession. Just a couple of days ago, our Thunderstorm Squad discovered a valley in the North Spirit Plains, where we unearthed some valuable treasures. Mu Chen maintained a composed demeanor, smiling silently. Noticing Mu Chen's reaction, Lei Chung realized that this youth was no simpleton. Generally, youthful exuberance is marked by arrogance and curiosity, yet Mu Chen exhibited not a hint of interest in what he had just said, clearly displaying remarkable self-control. In that valley, we found a mature jade spirit tree. Knowing that Mu Chen was not easily swayed, Lei Chung took a moment of silence before continuing softly. It is likely quite mature. Mature. Mu Chen's gaze finally flickered slightly as he turned to Lei Chung. Has it borne the jade spirit fruit? The jade spirit tree is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. While the tree itself holds little allure for people, the jade spirit fruit it bears is imbued with gentle spiritual energy and is immensely beneficial for cultivators below the spirit soul realm. At present, Mu Chen was preparing to cultivate the second level of the Forest of Death seal, yet his strength was still insufficient, necessitating the aid of external resources, and the jade spirit fruit would indeed resolve his immediate predicament. Though we did not approach closely, we observed that the jade spirit tree seems to be quite mature. Lei Chung nodded. Are there any guardian spirit beasts? Mu Chen inquired. It is precisely because of those beasts. Lei Chung chuckled bitterly. In that valley, there are at least 100 fire spirit monkeys, and the most troublesome part is that there is a fire spirit monkey king that has reached the level of a mid-tier spirit beast, possibly even stronger than me. 100 fire spirit monkeys? And a fire spirit monkey king? Mu Chen was taken aback. Although fire spirit monkeys are low-tier spirit beasts, some mature ones can reach the late stages of the spirit motion realm. The sheer number gathered together would pose a considerable challenge, especially with the presence of a fire spirit monkey king. The strength of the fire spirit monkey king is not only the most formidable aspect, but also its ability to command the other fire spirit monkeys, Mu Chen remarked softly. Although the large number of fire spirit monkeys could be easily dealt with due to their lack of intelligence, the situation would drastically change with the fire spirit monkey king's leadership. The fire spirit monkey king possesses some degree of cunning. Even if it is not as devious as a human, coordinating a charge with over 100 fire spirit monkeys would likely leave this thunderstorm squad in tatters. Lei Chung cast a surprised glance at Mu Chen, clearly taken aback by the youth's depth of understanding regarding these spirit beasts, which rivaled that of seasoned hunters. However, there is no need for concern. We possess means to hypnotize some fire spirit monkeys. What we need to deal with now is the Fire Spirit Monkey King. The purpose of seeking your cooperation, young brother, is to hope that when the time comes, we can join forces, and you can seize the opportunity to strike it down with your Broken Spirit Pearl. While my Broken Spirit Pearl can severely injure mid-tier spirit beasts, I fear it may still be a challenge to kill it, Mu Chen pondered. Not to worry. As long as we can severely injure the Fire Spirit Monkey King, our chances of victory will be greatly enhanced. Lei Cheng smiled confidently. After all, he himself was at the early stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. Though he may be unable to defeat the Fire Spirit Monkey King at its peak, inflicting serious injury should be within reach. Then, in that case, Mu Chun smiled slightly, his expression cunning like that of a clever fox. Let us discuss the matter of remuneration. You should be aware that to accomplish this, I would need at least one Broken Spirit Pearl, which is not inexpensive. Sometimes, even having money does not guarantee acquisition. Having come to regard Mu Chun as more than just a mere youth, he held no intention of deceiving him. Young brother, state your price. If it is reasonable, I shall not object. Mu Chun contemplated for a moment and said, I will require 3 portions of the Jade Spirit fruits from the Jade Spirit tree. This price should not be considered excessive, and I am aware that the main efforts will still be on your Thunderstorm squad. Thus most of the spoils will go to you. Your heart is quite shrewd, Lei Cheng remarked with a grin. However, after some thought, he nodded in agreement. This price was indeed acceptable, given that the majority of the effort lay with their team. Let it be settled then. I will need to bring a few companions along. Is that acceptable? Mu Chen smiled, for despite the initial pleasant exchange, he remained cautious, knowing that traveling alone with them was inherently risky. That is fine, but you are aware of the strength of the Fire Spirit monkeys. If they lack the ability to defend themselves, it may pose a problem. Lei Cheng replied. That Mu Chen nodded and then turned around. Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and the others were unaware of the conversation between Mu Chun and Lei Cheng. However, judging by their expressions, the atmosphere seemed amicable enough, and as long as there was no conflict, that was for the best. Next, there is a somewhat perilous yet rewarding task I wish to undertake in collaboration with the Thunderstorm Squad. Should any of you be interested, you are welcome to join me. The rewards will surely satisfy you. However, there are 2 prerequisites. First, you must follow my orders, and second, you must possess strength at the mid-level of the Spirit Motion realm. Is anyone interested? Mu Chen looked at Mo Ling, and the others were taken aback. Mu Chen actually intended to cooperate with these individuals? I'll go. Tang Qianer was the first to raise her delicate, fair hand, smiling brightly. I shall also join. Mo Ling contemplated for a moment and nodded. He was at the late stage of the Spirit Motion realm and fully met the criteria. He understood Mu Chen's discerning eye. If even he remarked that the rewards would be satisfactory, they were likely to be quite substantial. Tan Qingshan felt a twinge of regret. Yet there was little he could do. His strength was only at the early stage of the Spirit Motion realm, and his presence would only complicate matters. Jiang Li and Tung Yong exchanged glances, hesitating for a while before finally gritting their teeth and saying, We'll go as well. Subsequently, 3 more youths at the mid-level of the Spirit Motion realm joined, bringing Mu Chen's party to a total of 8, which was a decent lineup. Even if unforeseen complications arose, they would have room to maneuver. Qingshan, you take the others back to the camp first. Also inform Master Mo that we are heading out with the Thunderstorm Squad on a mission, so he need not worry. Mu Chen turned to Tan Qingshan, smiling. His voice was loud enough for Lei Cheng and the others to hear clearly. This youth is even more cautious and seasoned than us. That when did North Spirit Academy produce such a student? Lei Cheng shook his head slightly. Mu Chen's words were evidently directed at them. Should they dare to attempt anything untoward, the formidable figure at the Spirit Soul realm would ensure they would have no chance of escaping the North Spirit Plains. Tan Qingshan nodded and, seeing Mu Chen wave his hand, he did not linger and departed with the other students. Let us set off as well. Mu Chen turned to Lei Cheng and smiled. Indeed. Let us proceed. Lei Cheng nodded, signaling to the members of the Thunderstorm Squad before leading the way. The group swiftly penetrated the dense thicket, quickly vanishing from sight as they traveled. Mu Chen shared the details regarding the Jade Spirit Tree with Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, and the others, Upon hearing the words Jade Spirit Fruit, their eyes visibly brightened, for they understood well the tremendous benefits such spiritual fruits would bestow upon them. Hee, it seems Mu Chan is quite loyal. He hasn't forgotten us in this endeavor, Mo Ling exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and Tung Yang's faces flushed slightly. Their previous attitudes towards Mu Chen had not been particularly favorable, yet now they found themselves indebted to him, leaving them feeling somewhat awkward. When the time comes, follow the instructions closely. Should anything go awry, your very lives may be at stake. Mu Chen chuckled lightly. Rest assured, we will definitely heed your commands. Mo Ling assured, with Zhang Li and the others nodding vigorously in agreement. Seeing their reactions, Mu Chen smiled before focusing on the journey ahead. The group traversed through layers of foliage, encountering some obstructive spirit beasts along the way. However, before Mu Chen could intervene, the Thunderstorm Squad had already cleared the low-tier spirit beasts with remarkable efficiency, leaving Mo Ling and the others astonished at the stark difference in their capabilities. Continuing at a rapid pace, approximately half an hour later, the signs of human presence grew increasingly sparse, with the occasional roar of beasts echoing in the distance. It was at this juncture that even the Thunderstorm Squad began to exercise caution. After traversing the jungle once more, their view suddenly opened up, revealing a stream flowing through the rubble. Then on the opposite side lay a small valley, from which sharp howls of monkeys echoed. As Lei Cheng reached the side of the small valley, he halted his steps and nodded towards Mu Chen, signaling that they had arrived at their destination. The Jade Spirit Tree lay within this valley. Chapter 30. Valley of the Fire Simian. Before us lay a valley with a narrow entrance, flanked by dense branches that stretched out on either side. Amidst the scattered rocks, this valley was obscured, appearing almost ethereal. It seemed that the Thunderstorm Squad had exerted considerable effort to uncover this place. The number of fire simians within is indeed quite substantial, Mu Chen remarked, standing at a distance from the valley's mouth. He inhaled deeply, catching the unmistakable pungent scent, indicating that the fire simians in this valley were more numerous than Lei Cheng had suggested. Prepare yourselves, Lei Cheng commanded, gesturing with his hand. Lin Zhong and several companions quickly gathered dry twigs from their surroundings and piled them outside the valley before igniting the fire. Cover your mouths and noses and hold your breath as much as possible, Lei Cheng instructed, retrieving several dark gray pills from his bosom. An intense fragrance wafted from them, inducing a slightly drowsy sensation. Lin Zhong and the others had already torn strips of fabric and dampened them in a nearby stream, distributing them among the group. Once everyone was ready, Lei Cheng tossed the pills into the flames, causing the rich aroma to spread rapidly. Let us channel our spiritual energy together and blow the smoke into the valley. With a sharp command, Lei Cheng acted first, his sleeves billowing as he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, creating a fierce wind that carried the thick smoke into the valley. Mu Chen and the others followed suit, unleashing waves of spiritual energy that whipped up a tempest, swiftly enveloping the valley in smoke. The cacophony of roaring simians within began to diminish rapidly. After a moment of waiting, Lei Cheng strained to listen for any movement from the valley before exhaling in relief and waving his hand. Let us move, but be cautious. Let us go. The eager group nodded in excitement and swiftly dashed through the valley entrance, plunging into the depths of the valley. As they entered, the valley was shrouded in a misty haze. Looking around, they saw numerous massive scarlet simians sprawled across the ground. However, these fire simians were largely ensnared in slumber, a testament to the effectiveness of the hypnosis concoction employed by Lei Cheng and his team. The Jade Spirit Tree lies deep within the valley. We must hurry. This hypnosis won't last long, Lei Cheng urged, quickening his pace as he leapt over the slumbering fire simians, heading directly towards the heart of the valley. That Mu Chen and his team followed closely behind, but just as they ventured deeper, a low growl erupted from the rocky heights, followed by a foul wind. A colossal fire simian lunged towards Tang Qianer, who was positioned behind Mu Chen. The sudden assault startled Tang Qianer, and in a panic, she raised her delicate hand, sending her short sword flying, enveloped in spiritual energy, but it merely left a shallow gash on the fire simian's hide. Although her strike failed to inflict significant damage, It momentarily halted the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chen sprang into action, his foot striking the ground as he leapt like a nimble monkey. With a swift motion, he drew a sharp dagger from his sleeve, its dark spiritual energy swirling around it, glinting ominously as it sliced through the air, aimed at the fire simian's eyes. Blood gushed forth as the creature let out a piercing roar. But just as the sound escaped its lips, Mu Chen's dagger pierced its throat, silencing its cries. With a thunderous crash, the massive fire simian collapsed to the ground, shattering the rocks beneath it. Mu Chen landed gracefully beside it and wiped the blood from his dagger, glancing at the still-shocked Tang Xin'er. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head slightly. Meanwhile, Mo Ling and the others stood in stunned silence, clearly astonished by Mu Chen's swift and decisive elimination of the fire simian. Not only they, but even the members of the Thunderstorm Squad were momentarily taken aback by Mu Chen's rapid response and efficient strike. Impressive. That fire simian likely possessed late-stage spirit movement strength, Lei Cheng commended, giving Mu Chen a thumbs up. "I managed to catch it off guard due to the smoke. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so fortunate," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head. That it was clear that while the fire simian had resisted the hypnosis, it was still affected. The mind-numbing drug has its limitations. Such a fire simian, possessing late-stage spirit movement strength, can resist it. There are probably no fewer than 20 of such creatures deeper within the valley. However, while they may not have been fully hypnotized, their strength will likely be diminished, making them manageable. Lei Cheng nodded in agreement before suddenly lowering his stance, his gaze sharpening as he observed the distance. His expression grew increasingly somber. "Our real trouble lies with that giant." Mu Chen narrowed his eyes, following Lei Cheng's gaze to the far end of the valley where the smoke had dissipated significantly. There a massive, fiery silhouette loomed, larger than the other fire simians. This colossal figure radiated a fiery aura, its body glistening as if clad in a suit of crimson armor. Although it was half sitting on the ground, an overwhelming ferocity emanated from it, the violent fluctuations of its spiritual energy far exceeding those of ordinary fire simians. Clearly, this giant was the ruler of the valley, the fire simian king. Feeling the immense pressure of its spiritual energy, Mu Chen's expression grew serious. Mo Ling and the others exchanged glances, fear flickering in their eyes. After all, it was a mid-level spirit beast that Mu Chen observed the fire simian king for a moment before shifting his gaze behind it, where he spotted a fissure in the mountain wall, approximately 2 zhang in length. Extending from this crack was a small tree, roughly a zhang tall. This tree was luminescent white, resembling jade, and amid its emerald leaves were round, glistening fruits. Even from this distance, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, uplifting one's spirits. "It truly is the jade spirit tree," Mu Chen exclaimed, a glimmer of joy crossing his features. The tree appeared to be mature, and a cursory glance indicated that there were likely more than 30 jade spirit fruits, that if this partnership were to succeed, it would indeed be quite enticing. "Little brother, I will lead 5 team members to engage the fire simian king, while the other 5 will assist your companions in dealing with the awakened fire simians. At that moment, you shall wait for the opportune moment to utilize the spirit-breaking pearl and see if you can deliver a fatal blow to the fire simian king." Lei Cheng observed the scene for a moment longer before speaking solemnly. "Understood." Mu Chen nodded, pondering briefly before adding, "If unforeseen circumstances arise, I suggest an immediate retreat. Should you become too enamored with the jade spirit fruits, I will lead my team to safety first. The loss of the spirit-breaking pearl would be deemed a necessary sacrifice. After all, while the jade spirit fruits are precious, one's life is paramount." Hearing this, Lei Cheng let out a bitter laugh and nodded. If it came to that, they would simply have to chalk it up to misfortune. "Prepare for the attack." With a wave of his hand, Lei Cheng summoned the 5 members of the Thunderstorm Squad, their spiritual energy surging as they cautiously approached the fire simian king. Though a faint mist enveloped the valley, the Fire Simian King was no ordinary creature. As Lei Chung and his team closed in within a radius of several dozen paces, it suddenly sensed their presence. Its crimson eyes locked onto them, and a palpable fury ignited within. Roaring in anger, the Fire Simian King extended its long arms, seizing a massive boulder and hurling it towards Lei Chung with tremendous force, the sound of the wind slicing through the air indicating its weighty power. "Kill!" Lei Chung shouted fiercely, propelling himself forward. He gripped a blood-red blade that materialized in his hand, unleashing his spiritual energy as he swung the weapon, cleaving the boulder in two without losing momentum, charging straight for the Fire Simian King, with the other Thunderstorm squad members hastily following suit. Crash! The two sides collided instantly, igniting a fierce battle. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, followed by a flurry of razor-sharp blades, striking the Fire Simian King with the speed of lightning. While Lei Chung and his team engaged the Fire Simian King, Mo Ling and the other 5 members of the Thunderstorm Squad worked to contain the awakened Fire Simians, preventing them from disrupting the battle. Mu Chun stood at a distance, his gaze fixed intently on the fray. Between his fingers, the crimson spirit-breaking pearl was gripped tightly, its violent spiritual energy radiating intensely. This spirit-breaking pearl possessed the capability to severely injure a spirit wheel realm expert, but he only had one. Thus, he needed to seize the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, should he squander it, their mission would surely fail. Boom! The clash with the Fire Simian King was brutal. Lin Zhong and the 5 Thunderstorm squad members fought with all their might, leaving several wounds on the Fire Simian King's body. However, their hands, gripping the hilts of their weapons, were stained with blood, clearly injured from the backlash. At this rate, without Lei Chung absorbing the majority of the Fire Simian King's attacks, they would scarcely be able to approach the creature. Thunderblade Execution. After entangling with the Fire Simian King for a while, Lei Chung felt his arms growing numb and called out, "Boom!" As his voice echoed, Lin Zhong and the others stepped forward, their long blades crackling with lightning as they unleashed their full power .5 strikes, akin to flashes of lightning, slashed down upon the Fire Simian King's back. Sizzle! The Fire Simian King's back, as tough as metal, was cleaved open by their combined efforts, blood streaming forth. Roar! The searing pain from its back provoked the Fire Simian King into a furious roar. It swung its arms violently, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that sent Lin Zhong and his companions flying, blood spraying from their mouths. "Beast, meet your end!" Lei Chung leaped forward, bellowing as he swung his long blade, all of his spiritual energy surging forth. A blade of spiritual energy, nearly a zhang long, materialized above him, descending upon the Fire Simian King with ferocity. Clang! The Fire Simian King was remarkably swift, sensing the danger of Lei Chung's attack. It crossed its arms defensively, resembling a shield, managing to block the fierce strike, though the blade penetrated its flesh without severing its arms. "Mu Chen!" Lei Chung shouted urgently. With fingers shrouded in dark spiritual energy, he plunged them into the wound on its back. Blood spurted forth as Mu Chen swiftly retreated, a surge of violently chaotic spiritual energy emanating from the Fire Simian King's injury. Boom! The moment that energy pulsed forth, a massive shockwave erupted, the Fire Simian King's back exploding like a bomb, flesh and blood scattering, and the rocks beneath them shattered from the force. Roar! The Fire Simian King howled in madness, its back gushing blood, resembling a gaping wound. It staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Mu Chen landed gracefully, exhaling. Even Lei Chung wore a smile of relief. Wait! But just as they began to celebrate, Mu Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon noticing a faint red glow emanating from the Fire Simian King's body. "Be cautious!" Lei Chung, realizing the sudden change, tensed up. The red light enveloped the Fire Simian King, and to their horror, Lin Zhong and the others witnessed the creature shakily rising to its feet once more. The fiery fur on its body began to grow back. Roar! The Fire Simian King let out a deafening roar, the red light shimmering with a faint emerald glow, identical to the hue of the jade spirit fruits. Amidst its roar, the Fire Simian King's aura surged dramatically. Damn it, it's breaking through at this moment. Lei Cheng's face paled as he sensed the Fire Simian King's escalating power. Mu Chen's expression turned grave, as well. It appeared that this creature had consumed a significant quantity of jade spirit fruits, and now the situation had become exceedingly dire. Chapter 31. The tiger and the wolf. The valley seemed to tremble at that moment, as the already formidable figure of the Fire Spirit Ape King appeared even more ferocious, its grotesque, beastly face twisted with fury, radiating an aura of menace. Mu Chun and Lei Cheng exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy as they regarded the increasingly astonishing presence of the Fire Spirit Ape King. Who could have anticipated that it would break through at such a critical juncture? Judging by its aura, it was likely that the Fire Spirit Ape King had now reached the pinnacle of a mid-level spirit beast, comparable to a cultivator in the late stage of the spirit wheel realm. The late stage of the spirit wheel realm? Mu Chun and Lei Cheng shared a silent understanding, both feeling a bitter sense of misfortune at encountering such an improbable occurrence. Captain, what should we do? Lin Zheng. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "The Fire Spirit Ape King is on the verge of a breakthrough and has already sustained serious injuries, that we should make one more attempt. If it proves futile, we must retreat." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhong and the others nodded in agreement. This unforeseen turn of events was too shocking. Although they were reluctant to part with the jade spirit fruit, their lives took precedence. Mu Chen gestured towards Tang Xian'er and the others in the distance, signaling them to retreat immediately should the situation worsen. Roar. As Mu Chen warned Tang Xian'er and the others, the Fire Spirit Ape King let out an enraged roar, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Mu Chen, clearly remembering the one who had previously inflicted serious wounds upon it. The Fire Spirit Ape King, possessing a strong sense of vengeance and lacking in intelligence, regarded Mu Chen as a target that must be torn apart at all costs. Thus, it was the first to strike, seizing a massive boulder of several dozen feet in size and wielding it as a weapon, aiming a furious blow at Mu Chen. Seeing this, Mu Chen swiftly propelled himself backward with a nimble leap, narrowly evading the Ape King's violent attack, that he dared not let this colossal beast land even the slightest blow. With its strength at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, any contact would likely result in death or grievous injury. Witnessing the Fire Spirit Ape King charge towards Mu Chen, Lei Cheng and the others hastily intervened. However, to their astonishment, no matter how fiercely they attacked, the Fire Spirit Ape King paid them no heed, relentlessly hammering down on Mu Chen, forcing him into a precarious situation. Roar. Seeing Mu Chen deftly evade its attacks only fueled the Fire Spirit Ape King's rage. It suddenly emitted an ear-piercing howl that reverberated through the valley. To Lei Cheng and the others' horror, they noticed the previously hypnotized Fire Spirit apes beginning to show signs of awakening. This revelation drained the color from their faces. If the hundreds of Fire Spirit apes in the valley were to awaken, it would spell certain doom for them. Captain, if the Fire Spirit Ape King continues to roar, all those Fire Spirit apes will awaken. Lin Zhong exclaimed, and Mu Chen also recognized the gravity of the situation, his expression growing increasingly serious. His gaze flickered momentarily before he glanced at the jade spirit tree nestled within the crevice of the mountain. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Brother Lei Cheng, I will draw the Fire Spirit Ape King away. You all must quickly retrieve the jade spirit fruit." What? Lei Cheng and the others were taken aback. The Fire Spirit Ape King was a formidable opponent at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, while Mu Chen was only at the mid-stage of the spirit motion realm. If he were to lead the Ape King away alone, it would be exceedingly perilous. "There is no time," Mu Chen urged. "The Fire Spirit Ape King has locked onto me. You cannot distract it." As his words fell, dark spiritual energy coiled around his legs, and his speed surged dramatically as he shot forth from the valley like an arrow, with the Fire Spirit Ape King roaring in relentless pursuit, showing no signs of hesitation. Lei Cheng and the others stared in stunned disbelief at Mu Chen, who was leading the Fire Spirit Ape King out of the valley. Finally, Lei Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Quickly. Time is of the essence. Lin Zhong, you and the others must intercept the awakening Fire Spirit apes while I fetch the Jade Spirit fruit." "Understood." Lin Zhong and Lei Cheng cast one last glance outside the valley, a bitter smile crossing his face as he silently prayed for Mu Chen's safety, that if anything were to happen to him, they would find themselves in dire straits when the people from Biling Academy arrived. Bang bang, in the depths of the forest, the ground trembled as a massive crimson figure filled with a fierce aura charged past, snapping trees in its wake. That it paid no heed to its surroundings, fixated solely on the diminutive figure of Mu Chen, who leaped and dodged like a nimble monkey. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other spirit beasts in the forest. However, at this moment, the fire spirit Ape King had reached the pinnacle of mid-level spirit beasts, making it the most formidable presence in the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains. Consequently, other spirit beasts were intimidated by its ferocity and dared not approach, merely watching helplessly as the man and beast ventured deeper into the woods. Damn this beast, it truly is relentless. After nearly 10 minutes of frantic running, Mu Chen realized that the fire spirit ape whoosh just as he was lost in thought. A sudden rush of wind announced the fire spirit ape king's attack as it hurled a massive tree towards him. Then Mu Chen quickly dove forward, rolling on the ground several times before narrowly avoiding the crashing tree. As he tumbled through a patch of underbrush, he swiftly pulled out a handful of black leaves, stashing them away before sprinting onward. While running, Mu Chen's dark eyes flickered with determination. His decision to draw the fire spirit ape king away was not a display of bravado. Rather, he was well versed in such matters that he had encountered similar situations numerous times during his journey through the spirit path. There ought to be spirit beasts here that can rival the fire spirit ape king. These beasts are fiercely territorial. Once they discover the intrusion of the fire spirit ape king, they will not let it go easily. At that point, I may find my opportunity to escape from this behemoth. As thoughts raced through Mu Chen's mind, he fully summoned his spiritual energy, activating the Great Buddha technique. Perhaps it was the life-threatening circumstances that accelerated the technique's operation, as he felt the flow of spiritual energy surging through his limbs, preventing him from becoming utterly exhausted. However, regardless of how formidable the Great Buddha technique was, as time passed, Mu Chen began to feel his stamina waning. Roar! Just as Mu Chen sensed the precariousness of his situation, a low growl emanated from the depths of the forest, carrying a warning tone. Finally, upon hearing the beast's roar, a glimmer of hope flickered in Mu Chen's eyes as he quickened his pace, leaping into the underbrush. As he entered the thicket, he hastily retrieved the black leaves from his pocket, squeezing them in his palm, causing a pungent black liquid to splatter across his body. As Mu Chen completed this task, a massive black figure burst forth before him. The creature seemed indifferent to the presence of the tiny human, fixating instead on the approaching fire spirit ape king. It's the unicorn dragon leopard. Mu Chen recognized the imposing figure. It resembled a black panther, adorned with a single horn, yet its body was encased in an incredibly tough shell. Its tail flicked menacingly like a spiked whip, radiating an overwhelming. Observing the unicorn dragon leopard, Mu Chen furrowed his brow. Although it too was a mid-level spirit beast, it seemed to possess only early-stage spirit wheel realm strength. A stark roar! The unicorn dragon leopard fixed its gaze on the oncoming fire spirit ape king, issuing a threatening roar in an attempt to intimidate it into retreat. However, the fire spirit ape king had already lost its composure. Anyone who dared obstruct its path to tear Mu Chen apart would meet a violent end. Thus, upon seeing the unicorn dragon leopard daring to stand in its way, it emitted a furious roar, its massive form leaping into the air. Fire-infused spiritual energy coalesced beneath its enormous paw, crashing down upon the unicorn dragon leopard like a small meteor. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater, trees splintering in the wake of the impact. Mu Chen watched in stunned disbelief as the unicorn dragon leopard let out a piercing, anguished roar, its body flung backward, its spine shattered by the fire spirit ape king's brutal strike, its iron shell reduced to rubble. This creature was certainly not built to withstand such ferocity. He had hoped it would delay the ape king's pursuit. After dispatching the unicorn dragon leopard, the fire spirit ape king's blood-red, wrathful gaze turned towards Mu Chen. Realizing the peril he was in, Mu Chen prepared to flee once more when suddenly, an extremely furious roar erupted from the depths of the forest. Roar! The roar was accompanied by an astonishing wave of spiritual energy, sweeping through the area like a tempest. The overwhelming pressure of the spiritual energy caused Mu Chen's expression to shift dramatically to a high-level spirit beast, a being of the divine soul realm. Boom! A silver figure hurtled out from the forest depths, appearing in the clearing within mere moments. Mu Chen quickly crouched down and peered ahead, only to find that the silver figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the now-deceased unicorn dragon leopard, albeit larger in size, with its horn radiating a silvery light. This is a high-level spirit beast, the silver-horned dragon leopard. Mu Chen's heart raced as he glanced at the fallen unicorn dragon leopard, and then at the silver-horned dragon leopard's blood-red, vengeful gaze fixed on the fire spirit ape king. It dawned on him with a jolt that the fire spirit ape king had slain the offspring of the silver-horned dragon leopard. Mu Chen quietly crouched down, coating his body with the pungent black liquid to mask his scent. Holding his breath, he cast a sympathetic glance at the fire spirit ape king. "Buddy, you're finished." Chapter 32. The distribution of spoils deep within the forest. The violent surge of spiritual energy swept through like a tempest. The overwhelming pressure of this power rendered the sounds of the forest utterly silent, while distant spiritual beasts fled in a panic, having sensed the wrath of the silver-horned dragon leopard. The once fiercely crimson eyes of the fire spirit monkey king dimmed significantly under this spiritual pressure, and an unmistakable hint of fear flickered across its grotesque visage. Although it had just reached the pinnacle of a mid-level, the massive frame of the fire spirit monkey king shrank slightly as it stared intently at the silver-horned dragon leopard, its body betraying signs of retreat, clearly contemplating a hasty escape. Roar! However, the recently bereaved silver-horned dragon leopard was not inclined to let the murder. Its cold, beastly gaze seethed with rage and cruelty, its sharp claws scraping the ground, unleashing waves of violently potent spiritual energy that radiated ceaselessly. Boom! Suddenly, the fire spirit monkey king turned to flee. The fierce demeanor it had exhibited while pursuing Mu Chen now completely vanished. Faced with the threat of death, it had evidently forgotten all about Mu Chen. The silver-horned dragon leopard, coldly observing the fleeing fire spirit monkey king, lowered its massive body slightly. In the next moment, spiritual energy erupted forth like a deluge, wrapping the silver-horned dragon leopard in a brilliant silver light. With a muted sound, it transformed into a beam of silver light, shooting forth at incredible speed. Whoosh! The silver light tore through the air at a pace imperceptible to the naked eye. Before Mu Chen could react, a piercing sound of tearing filled the air. He turned to see the fire spirit monkey king come to a halt, revealing a gaping blood hole roughly half a meter wide in its back, its innards entirely obliterated. On the ground before the fallen fire spirit monkey king, the silver-horned dragon leopard shook its body, flinging off the blood that had stained its fur, before slowly making its way back. Bang! The massive body of the fire spirit monkey king collapsed with a deafening thud, blood flowing freely, clearly indicating that its life force had been extinguished. One strike, a swift kill. Mu Chen's heart raced slightly. Was this the power of a high-level spiritual beast? Indeed, terrifying. He marveled inwardly, yet his body remained perfectly still on the ground, even his breathing reduced to a minimum, as he drew all his internal spiritual energy into his dantian. If the silver-horned dragon leopard were to discover him at this moment, he feared that his fate would not differ much from that of the fire spirit monkey king. Fortunately, the silver-horned dragon leopard seemed disinterested in detecting the presence of such a small human, and instead approached the corpse of the unicorn dragon. Finally, it lifted the body and began to move deeper into the forest, and Mu Chen watched the direction in which the silver-horned dragon leopard disappeared, not rising immediately, but instead waiting silently for about 10 minutes before cautiously standing up. He surveyed his surroundings warily before hastening to the corpse of the fire spirit monkey king, drawing out a dagger to slice open its head, releasing a surge of crimson light. This was the essence of the fire spirit monkey king. Within the flame-like radiance lay a miniature fire spirit monkey, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Then Mu Chen quickly tucked the essence into his embrace, then used the dagger to sever the head from the fire spirit monkey king's body. After completing these tasks, he was about to leave when he paused momentarily, contemplating. Before returning to the spot where the unicorn dragon leopard had perished there, the ground was still stained with thick, crimson blood. Mu Chun produced a vial, carefully collecting the blood before stowing it away and swiftly departing. Meanwhile, as Mu Chun dealt with his pressing troubles, another set of complications arose in the valley. Roar, roar! The tranquility of the valley was shattered as furious, fiery red, giant monkeys glared at the humans deep within, hurling massive boulders with reckless abandon. The sheer number of them forced the group into a state of utter disarray. Damn it! These beasts have all awakened. Lin Zhong and his companions dodged the giant rocks, their expressions filled with distress as they watched the throngs of fire spirit monkeys crowding in the distance. After Mu Chun had lured away the fire spirit monkey king, they had hastened their pace. But they had not anticipated that the hypnotized fire spirit monkeys would continue to awaken, now cornering them completely. What do we do now? Tang Chinner and Mo Ling's faces were pale. Their composure was not as steady as Lin Zhong's, and the current scene left them feeling weak at the knees. Prepare to charge out. Lei Ching declared solemnly that he bore a pack on his back, from which a verdant glow seeped, accompanied by a fragrant aroma wafting in the air. Lin Zhong, keep an eye on them. Ensure nothing goes awry, Lei Ching instructed. They were seasoned veterans with considerable experience, while Tang Chinner and her companions were inexperienced novices that if they were to find themselves ensnared among the fire spirit monkeys, they would likely be torn apart in an instant. Understood. Lin Zhong and his group nodded, their earlier mockery of the Northern Spirit Academy students now forgotten. The courage displayed by Mu Chun in luring away the fire spirit monkey king had shaken even their hearts. They understood that without Mu Chun's bold move, they might have faced certain doom today. Mu! Gripping his long knife, Lei Ching's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, leading the charge directly into the throng of fire spirit monkeys, his blade slicing through the air to carve a path. The members of the Thunderstorm squad followed closely, with Tang Chinner and the others nestled in the protective center. All of them pushed their spiritual energy to the limit, forming a fierce barrier of blade light that repelled the oncoming fire spirit monkeys. Bang, bang, bang! Despite having Lei Ching, a formidable early-stage spirit wheel expert, leading them, the sheer number of fire spirit monkeys proved overwhelming that it wasn't long before several members of the Thunderstorm squad sustained injuries. But they gritted their teeth and persevered, blood trickling from their hands as they clutched their long knives. Damn it! Lei Ching cleaved a fire spirit monkey in two, only to see even more of the beasts converge upon them. Frustration surged within him as he cursed, growing increasingly anxious that they might truly perish within this valley today. Tang Chinner, Mo Ling, and the others gazed around, their faces pale as they took in the ferocity of the fire spirit monkeys. Just as despair began to settle in, they noticed that the fire spirit monkey herd ahead suddenly erupted into chaos, retreating in fright as if they had encountered something terrifying, emitting high-pitched cries of fear. What is happening? Lei Ching and the others stared in shock at the unfolding scene, their eyes turning toward a slender figure that leapt into view not far away. It's Mu Chun. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, Tang Chinner and the others were filled with joy. For reasons unknown, even though they were well aware that Mu Chun's strength paled in comparison to Lei Ching's, the confidence he inspired in them far surpassed that of the latter. What is he holding? Lin Zhong and the others observed closely, noting that Mu Chun grasped a massive object, and the surrounding fire spirit monkey's fear seemed to emanate from it. Had Mu Chun truly slain the fire spirit monkey king? Come here! As they grappled with their astonishment, Mu Chun called out to them, raising the head of the fire spirit monkey king. Instantly, the surrounding fire spirit monkeys retreated in terror, for they recognized the fire spirit monkey king as a fearsome entity, and the one who could slay it must be incredibly powerful. Their limited intelligence left them unable to ponder deeply, relying solely on instinctual fear. Let us go! Lei Ching was elated, waving his hand urgently as he led the group to hasten through the blockade of fire spirit monkeys, finally reaching Mu Chun's side. As they approached, they could clearly see the grotesque head still dripping blood. Indeed, it was the fire spirit monkey king. Exchanging glances, Lei Ching and Lin Zhong could see the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. How had Mu Chen accomplished this? Mu Chen, however, paid no mind to their unspoken thoughts, quickly leading them out of the valley before placing the head of the Fire Spirit Monkey King at the valley's entrance, effectively intimidating the remaining Fire Spirit Monkeys into retreat. The group turned and ran wildly, not stopping until they had distanced themselves from the valley, collapsing in exhaustion. Even Lei Cheng was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Mu Chen sat down beneath a tree, feeling as though his very bones might shatter. This experience had been truly thrilling. He had come perilously close to falling victim. "Are you all right?" Tang Qin'er approached Mu Chen, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she gazed at the young man before her, evidently impressed by his actions today. "I've fine." Mu Chen smiled, lifting his head to find Lei Cheng, Lin Zhong, and Mo Ling all staring at him in stunned silence, still grappling with the reality that he had rescued them by wielding the head of the Fire Spirit Monkey King. "Stop staring. I was just lucky that I certainly don't possess the strength to have truly killed the Fire Spirit Monkey King," Mu Chen said, shaking his head with mild exasperation. He then turned to Lei Cheng, smiling. "However, brother Lei Cheng, the mission has been perfectly executed. Shall we now divide the spoils?" "Huh?" At Mu Chen's words, Lei Cheng could not help but laugh, retrieving the pack from his back and unveiling it. Instantly, a dazzling emerald glow radiated outward, accompanied by an enticing fragrance that made everyone's eyes light up. Mu Chen's gaze fell upon the contents of the pack, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as he beheld the plump, round jade spirit fruits. After all their hard work, they had finally reaped a worthy reward. Chapter 33. Returning to camp, the parcel lay spread upon the ground, emanating an emerald glow. The jade-like ling fruits, plump and lustrous, released an enticing aroma that made everyone's throats involuntarily swallow, their gazes igniting with fervor. There are a total of 30 ling fruits. We could have harvested even more, but many were wasted by the Fire Spirit Ape King, Lei Cheng remarked with a smile, then separated 15 ling fruits and said, "Brother Mu Chen, although you only requested 30%, today's success is indeed largely due to you. These 15 ling fruits are rightfully yours. We cannot take advantage of you. Let us stick to the original agreement of 30%. Well then, thank you, brother Lei Cheng," Mu Chen replied, shaking his head. He initially intended to refuse, but, upon seeing Lei Cheng's resolute expression, he could only smile helplessly, accepting the 15 ling fruits that he then turned to the eager Mo Ling and the others, grinning. "Since you all contributed significantly, how about 1 ling fruit each?" Mo Ling and the others couldn't help but grin, and even Zhang Li and Tung Yong were visibly excited. As they received the ling fruits from Mu Chen, their faces flushed with emotion, wanting to express their gratitude, yet feeling somewhat shy, leaving them to grin foolishly. "Here, you have one as well," Mu Chen said, handing a ling fruit to Tang Qin'er, who smiled sweetly as she held the fruit in her delicate hands. After distributing the 15 ling fruits, Mu Chen still had 6 remaining that he gazed at the cool, jade-like fruits, a smile creeping onto his face. With these ling fruits, he should be able to refine the second death seal of the Sun Luo death seal. The group settled in the forest to rest, freshly returned from their bountiful harvest. Each person was in high spirits, and their relationships had grown considerably closer. Mo Ling and the others took the opportunity to inquire about some. The youthful Mo Ling and the others listened with wide eyes, excitement brimming within them. That Mu Chen watched their harmonious atmosphere with a smile, just as Lei Cheng approached, offering Mu Chen a bottle of strong liquor, grinning. "What do you think? Care to indulge?" Though Mu Chen was not fond of such beverages, he did not refuse. Taking a swig, the fiery sensation caused his youthful, handsome face to flush slightly, prompting him to cough a few times. "Drink less," Tang Qin'er admonished, hastily patting Mu Chen's back with her delicate hand. "I have encountered many young men over the years, but none have matched brother Mu Chen's prowess. If you ever have the time, feel free to visit our thunderstorm team," Lei Cheng joked. "His father is the lord of the Mu domain. If you entice him to become an adventurer, Uncle Mu certainly won't let you off easily," Tang Qin'er retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Lei Cheng. "The lord of the Mu domain." Lei Cheng was taken aback, then looked at Mu Chen with surprise. "So brother Mu Chen is the young master of the Mu domain. I must have overlooked this. I once met Lord Mu Feng with my brother, truly a case of a tiger begetting a son of valor." Mu Chen shot a glance at Tang Qian'er, who cheekily stuck out her tongue, realizing she had spoken too freely. Brother Mu Chen, we will be at the Northern Spirit Plane for the time being. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Consider this our way of repaying a favor, Lei Qing stated. Brother Lei is being overly polite. Since we are cooperating, I will naturally do my utmost to assist, Mu Chen replied with a smile. Cooperation. Mu Chen could only shake his head in resignation, but he found himself feeling a bit more fond of the straightforward man. The group chatted for a long while as the sky darkened. Observing this, Mu Chen decided it was time to bid farewell to the Thunderstorm team, leading Tang Qian'er, Mo Ling, and the others towards the camp. Along the way, Mo Ling and the others remained immersed in their excitement. Although today's events had been perilous, the exhilaration that followed left them feeling inexplicably thrilled, eagerly discussing the intense battle within the valley. Mu Chen, witnessing their enthusiasm, felt somewhat helpless. The dangers that thrilled them were merely commonplace to him, as he had encountered far too many during his journey through the spirit path, allowing him to maintain a calm demeanor. As they made their way back, obstacles were few, and within half an hour, they were nearing the camp's location. The group of youths gazed at the distant expanse of tents, finally exhaling in relief. Mu Chen's gaze shifted toward the camp, his brows suddenly furrowing as he noticed a dozen figures at the forest's edge. The leading figure was particularly familiar. It was Lu Yang, accompanied by Chen Tong, followed by several smirking youths, evidently students from the western courtyard. It's Chen Tong and the others. Mo Ling, no, Mo Ling, this doesn't concern you. I suggest you refrain from meddling. You wouldn't want to offend Lu Ge, Chen Tong replied with a smirk. The Lu Ge he referred to was, of course, Lu Mu Bai. Upon hearing this, Mo Ling's expression slightly shifted, clearly wary of Lu Mu Bai. Jiang Li, Ting Yong, you two should step aside as well, that I know you have some grievances with Mu Chen. This is a perfect opportunity for us to vent, Chen Tong added. Glancing at Jiang Li and the others, he was quite confident in his calculations. With their numbers, Mu Chen had only Tang Qian'er willing to stand by him, while the others were not particularly close to him. It was rumored that Jiang Li and the other two had conflicts with Mu Chen, making it even less likely they would support him. However, just as he thought he had everything figured out, Jiang Li and Teng Yong merely shot him a cold glance, showing no intention of backing down. Instead, they scoffed. If you wish to lay a hand on Brother Mu, you'll have to ask for our consent first. Though Jiang Li and Teng Yong had previously been at odds with Mu Chen, today's events had completely shifted their perceptions. Whether it was Mu Chen rescuing them or his various feats within the valley, these proud youths could not help but feel admiration. Their previous disdain had vanished, and calling him Brother Mu carried no burden of guilt. You, Chen Tong, Lu Yang, and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces turning a shade of ashen as they stared at Mo. They found it hard to believe that Mu Chen, merely a newcomer to the eastern courtyard, had garnered such protection from these senior students that Mu Chen remained expressionless, observing the scene without uttering a word. With a low growl, he shouted, "Trying to leave? You're being far too arrogant." As the shout echoed, he lunged forward, reaching for Mu Chen's collar. Whoosh, however, the instant he made, with a swift motion, he flipped his hand, and a jet-black dagger, still stained with blood, appeared, pressing against Chen Tong's throat just as his hand was about to make contact. The icy chill against his throat caused Chen Tong's pupils to constrict violently, that he trembled, gritting his teeth. "What do you want? Do you truly doubt my willingness to kill you?" Mu Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an unsettling chill that sent shivers through Chen Tong and Lu Yang. It was a palpable aura of murderous intent. That the youths behind Chen Tong were equally intimidated by the emotionless gaze of Mu Chen, rendered speechless for a moment. "What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a deep voice shattered the tense standoff. The youths quickly turned to see Master Mo standing not far away, his stern gaze fixed upon them. Master Mo Ling and the others hurriedly saluted. Seeing Master Mo's arrival, Mu Chen retracted the dagger. The earlier indifference on his handsome face transformed into a soft smile, appearing entirely harmless. Master Mo, Mu Chun is trying to kill me. Chun Tong, his face flushed, glared, caught off guard. Chun Tong fumbled, sullenly rubbing his nose, then shot Mu Chun a resentful glare before hastily leading his group away. You all should return to the camp as well. Master Mo instructed Mo. Upon hearing this, they hesitated briefly before gradually departing. Once they had left, Master Mo approached Mu Chun. Observing the youthful face that radiated warmth and comfort, he couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "You young man, dare to engage in such dangerous activities with those adventurous teams. Master Mo knows what we were up to." Mu Chun replied, "I kept a close watch on your actions." Master Mo gazed at Mu Chun, his heart swirling with thoughts that he had witnessed Mu Chun leading away the fire spirit ape king, initially intending to intervene, but who such a clever play of driving away the tiger to seize the wolf left even him feeling a sense of admiration. Had I known Master Mo was secretly watching over me, I wouldn't have felt so harried while being pursued. Mu Chun replied helplessly, with a powerful spirit realm expert watching over him, who would relish being chased through the forest. You, young man, Master Mo chuckled, shaking his head that he understood that despite Mu Chun's youth, he was remarkably cautious. His collaboration with the Thunderstorm team clearly indicated his belief that they would not harbor any ill intentions. Never mind, you are back now. Let us head to the camp. Master Mo waved his hand, turning to walk toward the camp, with Mu Chun smilingly following behind. As they traversed through the woods, they entered the camp, and Mu Chun's gaze swept across the area before suddenly fixing on a group of robust figures nearby. These individuals exuded an astonishing aura, their bodies enveloped in a menacing energy that clearly distinguished them from ordinary folk. What is this? Master Mo furrowed his brow, observing the unfamiliar group. Upon noticing a badge on their chests, he murmured, "They are from the Lu domain. What brings them here?" Chapter 34. Lu Ming within the encampment. The unfamiliar arrivals evidently captivated the attention of numerous students, yet few dared to approach them. The sinister aura emanating from these individuals instilled a sense of fear in the young men and women. People from Lu domain. Mu Chun furrowed his brow as he observed the group of strangers. What could they possibly be doing in the North Spirit Plane? Master Mo, too, appeared somewhat puzzled and slowly approached the strangers that a middle-aged man from their ranks hastily approached, smiling as he clasped his fists in greeting. "I presume you are Master Mo from the North Spirit Academy? I am Lu Ming from Lu Domain. My apologies for the intrusion. I hope you will forgive us." "Oh, so it is Lu Ming, the third master of Lu Domain," Master Mo replied with a faint smile upon hearing the name. "There is no need for such formalities, Master Mo. It is merely idle gossip among outsiders." The middle-aged man quickly shook his head, his demeanor quite humble. Lu Ming, the third master of Lu Domain Mu Chun, standing behind Master Mo, scrutinized. He appeared somewhat gaunt, his hands resembling eagle claws, thin yet powerful, while his sunken face bore a broad smile. Mu Chun was not unfamiliar with the name Lu Ming, having heard it often from his father and Uncle Zhou. This man was the younger brother of Lu Qingtian, the lord of Lu Domain, serving as his right-hand man, that he had reached the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, mere steps away from the spirit soul realm, making him a rather notable figure in the North Spirit realm. "What brings you here?" Master Mo inquired, his expression slightly displeased as he regarded Lu Ming's group, which seemed out of place amidst the atmosphere of the encampment. This was a place for student cultivation, and the dense malice surrounding these individuals might disrupt their training. "Master Mo, my uncle is currently executing a mission. Upon seeing that Lu Yang and I were here, he sent us to check in, and we meant no disturbance." Lu Ming's companion, Lu Mubai, interjected with a mission. Lu Ming sighed, explaining, "Our Lu Domain had a shipment of crucial items intercepted by the Blood Butcher group. Although we managed to surround and suppress them, their leader, Blood Butcher, managed to escape. In our pursuit, he fled to the North Spirit Plane, and we've come to apprehend him." Blood Butcher. Master Mo's brow furrowed at the mention of the name, for he was a notorious figure in the North Spirit realm, responsible for countless deaths. If such a criminal had come to the North Spirit Plane, it would certainly pose a threat to the students engaged in their cultivation. Other more conventional adventurer teams would hesitate to act recklessly against students due to their fear of the North Spirit Academy, but such merciless criminals would have no qualms about resorting to violence should they feel provoked. Indeed, we came to inform you, Master Amo, to keep an eye on the students and ensure their safety. The madness of that man is well known, Lu Ming remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Chun felt a twinge of surprise that he had heard of the Blood Butcher group. Their reputation was indeed fearsome. Yet, it was audacious of them to dare act against Lu Domain. Clearly, the items they stole were of significant value, prompting Lu Domain to take such drastic action, not only to cleanse the blood of the Blood Butcher group, but also to pursue him here. Third Master Lu, what exactly did the Blood Butcher group steal from Lu Domain that warrants such a mobilization? Mu Chin's eyes flickered, and he innocently inquired. Lu Ming paused, then chuckled awkwardly. Young brother, such matters cannot be disclosed. Mu Chun smiled slightly, his understanding deepening regarding the significance of the item taken from Lu Domain by the Blood Butcher. Then Mu Chun, this matter does not concern your Mu Domain, Lu Mubai remarked, casting a glance at Mu Chun. Mu Chun, Lu Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he squinted at Mu Chun, saying, so you are the son of Mu Feng, the only individual in the North Spirit Realm to obtain the qualification for the Spirit Road? Mu Chun nodded with a smile. The rivalry between Lu Domain and Mu Domain was well known, bordering on antagonism, so he was not surprised by Lu Ming's reaction that, I have long heard your name. I initially thought the qualification for the Spirit Road would belong to Mu Bai, Lu Ming remarked with a faint smile. That Mu Chun smiled, but did not respond further. Thank you for the reminder regarding the Blood Butcher. We will remain vigilant, Master Amo said, sensing the underlying barbs in Lu Ming's words, his brow furrowing slightly. Lu Ming, after all, it was unbecoming to speak so curtly to a young man. Master Amo, we wish to rest in the encampment for the night, that I hope you will grant us this request. Although Master, she has already agreed, I believe it is essential for you to consent as well. Of course, we shall provide our own guards for the night, ensuring no issues arise, Lu Ming quickly added. Master Amo pondered for a moment. Since Master Shi had agreed, he could not refuse outright. He nodded and proceeded to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and his group. Chen Tong mentioned that you almost killed him earlier. As Mu Chun prepared to leave, Lu Mubai's voice suddenly broke in. Mu Chun turned to glance at Lu Mubai and smiled, saying, I do not understand the concept of mercy when dealing with troublemakers, that if you wish, you are welcome to come and handle it yourself in the future. I would not mind teaching those sycophants a lesson. Lu Mubai's gaze turned icy as he stared at Mu Chun, who met his stare with a smile that if the opportunity arises, I shall personally test your abilities, the one who has gained the qualification for the Spirit Road, and see just how capable you truly are. I hope you won't disappoint me, Lu Mubai said, giving Mu Chun a penetrating look before turning to leave. That Mu Chun watched him go, smiling to himself, and then turned towards the eastern camp where the students resided. Upon his approach, Tang Qian pouted slightly and remarked, what is there to be proud of for those from Lu Domain? They lost something and still have the audacity to show their faces. Having overheard the barb exchanges between Lu Ming and Lu Mubai, her displeasure was evident. People often need an outlet for their frustrations. Mu Chun chuckled, then waved at Tan Qingshan. Once he approached, Mu Chun discreetly placed a jade spirit fruit into his hand. This is a reward for your efforts in conveying the message. Mu Chun patted Tan Qingshan's shoulder, who seemed momentarily taken aback by the jade spirit fruit. Is this truly for me? Tan Qingshan's face flushed with excitement. Earlier, he had heard about the events in the valley from Mo Ling and had been He understood that their efforts had earned them the prize, so he could only resent his own lack of strength for not being able to join them. His family was not particularly affluent, and he could not afford such a spirit fruit. Receiving one from Mu Chun would indeed save him considerable training time. Without your timely warning, we wouldn't have had the confidence to undertake such a mission, Mu Chun smiled. Thank you, Mu Ge. Tan Qingshan grasped the jade spirit fruit, gratitude evident in his voice. Focus on your training, Mu Chun replied, shaking his head as he made his way towards his tent. With 5 jade spirit fruits remaining, he felt well prepared. This time, he should finally be able to refine the second layer of the death imprint of Sin Luo. He thought, as night descended upon the North Spirit Plain, darkness enveloped the sky, while the encampment became brightly lit and bustling once more. However, Mu Chun chose to remain inside, sitting quietly in his tent, eyes closed as he practiced the great floating Buddha technique, a faint dark glow shimmering around him. After about half an hour of tranquil cultivation, Mu-Chen abruptly opened his eyes, retrieving a perfectly round jade spirit fruit from his robe. Under the gentle glow of the firelight, the surface of the jade spirit fruit reflected a brilliant radiance, appearing exceedingly tempting. Mu-Chen licked his lips, then opened his mouth wide, directly placing the jade spirit fruit inside. Finally, it was time to refine the second layer of the death imprint of Sun Luo. Chapter 35. The Second Mark of Death. Boom. The moment the jade spirit fruit entered his mouth, it instantly dissolved, releasing an intoxicatingly sweet aroma that enveloped Mu-Chen. The potency of this energy caused Mu-Chen's body to tremble slightly, his lips pressed tightly together. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu-Chen brought his fingers together, rapidly executing a dazzling array of hand seals. As he performed these intricate gestures, dense streams of deep black spiritual energy began to coalesce in his palms. Over the past period, Mu-Chen had been diligently attempting to refine the second mark of death, and though he had faced continuous failures, the dark spiritual energy shimmered with an ominous light, wrapping around Mu-Chen's arms as if it were a tangible force. The magnitude of this energy was far beyond what Mu-Chen could normally muster. His gaze was fixed intently on the rapidly consolidating energy in his palms, where the center of the black light seemed to form a vortex, continuously drawing in the surroundings. His mind was wholly concentrated on this task, vigilant against any distraction in his previous attempts. The energies he manipulated were within his control, and even failure would not result in significant harm. However, this was different. The energy derived from the jade spirit fruit had elevated his internal spiritual force to an extraordinarily formidable state. Should he fail now, the backlash could spell considerable trouble for him. Buzz! As Mu-Chen focused all his attention, the gathering of black light accelerated, and he could vaguely discern the formation of a black seal. Enter! Mu-Chen's heart erupted with a fierce command, urging every ounce of his spiritual energy into the black light. The speed at which the black seal extended increased dramatically, and after about a minute, the black light contracted, revealing a black seal hovering just outside Mu-Chen's left palm. At last, he had successfully refined the second mark of death. However, Mu-Chen did not allow himself to relax. Instead, his expression grew more solemn, for he understood that creating the mark was merely the first step in a much more perilous endeavor. Next, he had to integrate this second mark of death into his body, but doing so would unleash an immensely terrifying backlash that a moment's carelessness could even lead to the destruction of his internal meridians. Mu-Chen had already suffered greatly from the backlash of the first mark of death, and he recognized that each subsequent mark would yield even more fearsome repercussions. Even someone as powerful as Master Emo had failed to refine the third mark of death, a testament to the overwhelming nature of the backlash, which intensified with the strength of the cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Mu-Chen felt his spiritual energy surge within him, forming a protective barrier around his meridians in preparation for the impending onslaught. With his body primed, he cast aside any lingering doubts and focused his mind, gently imprinting the second mark of death into his left palm. Bang! The instant they made contact, Mu-Chen's body jolted violently, and then his expression changed dramatically as a wildly destructive force surged from his left palm into his meridians like a raging flood. This force was filled with destructive power, and as it coursed through, the carefully established barriers of spiritual energy crumbled, twisting his meridians under the pressure, sending waves of excruciating pain radiating throughout him. Cold sweat erupted from Mu-Chen's forehead, but he dared not allow himself to be distracted. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy to reinforce his defenses. Bang, bang, bang! Within Mu Chen's body, it was as if a battlefield had ignited. The backlash from the mark of death obliterated all defenses, wreaking havoc and causing his body to twitch involuntarily from the agony. Damn it! The pain contorted Mu Chen's features, and gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath, forcing himself to endure. If he faltered now, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would suffer severe injuries. The excruciating pain radiating from his twisted meridians spread relentlessly, drenching him in cold sweat, while the intensity of the agony even began to induce a faint. At this moment, he truly grasped the formidable difficulty of refining the second mark of death. The backlash had already breached his outer meridians and was now relentlessly barreling toward his energy sea, sending a chill of dread through Mu Chen's heart. While meridian injuries could be healed, a damaged energy sea would lead to unbearable suffering. Stop! The thought of such dire consequences ignited a surge of fury within Mu Chen, prompting him to unleash a furious roar in his mind. Buzz! As his furious shout reverberated within him, he suddenly noticed radiant points of light illuminating his body, these luminous orbs scattered throughout his limbs. Appearing remarkably extraordinary, as the points of light emerged, Mu Chen felt as though a powerful force was erupting from deep within him, colliding fiercely with the rampaging backlash. Boom! The thunderous roar within him caused his ears to ring, and only after a moment did he regain his senses. Upon recovering, he sensed within himself and was momentarily stunned. His astonishment. The chaotic backlash had been halted. How could this be? Mu Chen murmured in bewilderment, staring at the dimming points of light that gradually faded into nothingness within him. Were these truly spiritual veins? Why was he unable to control them, let alone sense them? Pondering fruitlessly, Mu Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It seemed that his body harbored secrets even he was unaware of. Suppressing these thoughts, Mu Chen activated the great floating pagoda technique, drawing the scattered spiritual energy from his limbs into his energy sea. However, as this energy surged into his core, he felt it stirring restlessly, a peculiar wave rippling through his heart. Sensing this wave, Mu Chen was initially taken aback before an uncontrollable thrill surged within him. This was a sign of a breakthrough. His eyes widened in excitement as he quickly retrieved another jade spirit fruit from his robe, unhesitatingly popping it into his mouth. He then activated the great floating pagoda technique, refining the cool spiritual energy into deep black energy, which continuously flowed into his energy sea. The two forces swiftly merged, producing a sound akin to joyous singing within Mu Chen's energy sea, and this surge continued for a while before gradually subsiding, leaving the dark energy in his sea resembling a cluster of stars, now significantly more potent than before, doubled in strength. Inside the tent, he extended his hands, revealing the faint outlines of two black seals hovering in his palms. At last, he had successfully cultivated the two marks of death. Mu Chen beamed with a smile, slowly clenching his fists. Not only had he refined the second mark of death, but he had also seized this opportunity to break through to the late stage of the spirit motion realm. Feeling the surging energy within him, Mu Chen couldn't help but laugh in exhilaration. The gains of this night had truly exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, in another tent within the camp, Master Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his features as he glanced toward Mu Chen's tent, followed by a faint smile. This little fellow was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 36. Trouble. On the following day, the camp once again buzzed with excitement as numerous young boys and girls gathered in animated clusters, eagerly recounting the achievements of their teams from the previous day. The melodious laughter of the girls echoed throughout the camp, infused with the vitality of youth. The troops from the Willow Domain, led by Lu Ming, departed early in the morning, presumably to pursue the trail of the Blood Butcher. In their absence, the atmosphere within the camp seemed to ease considerably. The young ones harbored a significant aversion to these ominous strangers. Neither Master Mo nor Master she ceased their training due to the incident involving the Blood Butcher. Instead, they merely cautioned the many students to refrain from straying too far from one another. "Let us set off as well," Mu Chen called to Tang Qianer, who gracefully trotted over. Her lithe and delicate figure captivated the attention of several young men, who soon glanced enviously at Mu Chun, fortunate to be partnered with Tang Xin'er. Mu Ge, heading out for training? Ah, just don't lose to us. Jiang Li and Tung Yong greeted the pair. As if you could win. Keep dreaming, Tang Xin'er retorted playfully. Ha, if you need anything, just call us. We're not afraid of trouble. Jiang Li and his companions laughed, while Mo Ling and the other boys from the eastern courtyard, who accompanied Mu Chun on his tasks yesterday, nodded in agreement. Mu Chun smiled and waved them off, saying little more as he departed the camp with Tang Xin'er, making their way towards the North Spirit Plains. Within the camp, Lu Mubai watched their receding figures, a fleeting chill flickering in his eyes. Bang! In the depths of the forest, Mu Chun dashed forward, striking out with a palm, dark spiritual energy surging from his hand. The powerful force sent a low-level spirit beast at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, flying backward for several meters, before it fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Tang Xin'er, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Although Mu Chun had been able to slay such a beast the day before, it seemed he had not displayed such brute force before. Your strength? Tang Xin'er could not help but inquire. No slacking off. It won't be beneficial for your training. I know. Tang Xin'er chirped, her voice sweet as she quickly followed him. To the west of the North Spirit Plains, a dozen figures were vigilant. Given his status and strength, he was more than capable of leading the team. From Lu Ming, he had learned the immense importance of the item stolen by the Blood Butcher. It had cost the Willow domain a considerable price to obtain it. Therefore, they had to capture the Blood Butcher and reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Young master, we previously detected the Blood Butcher's trail, but that scoundrel proved exceedingly cunning and managed to shake off our small team, reported a skilled member of the Willow domain standing behind Lu Mubai. This exploration persisted for about half an hour. Just as Lu Mubai frowned, a buzzing sound suddenly emanated from ahead, signals sent by their troops. We found him. Let us go. Lu Mubai's eyes brightened, and with a wave of his hand, as he dashed through the underbrush, a blood-soaked figure came stumbling towards him. It was one of their capable members from the Willow domain. Where is the Blood Butcher? Lu Mubai urgently inquired. Should we notify Third Master immediately? The skilled member replied hurriedly. North. Lu Mubai's gaze flickered slightly, then he waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment. Brother. Why are we waiting? What if they let the Blood Butcher escape? He won't escape that we've driven the Blood Butcher into a corner. Lu Mubai replied with a faint smile. He is now like a cornered beast, destined for death. However, before he meets his end, it would be amusing for him to vent his frustrations on some unfortunate souls. What do you mean, brother? Liu Yang asked, who's lit? Mu Chun is in that. With Tang Xin'er, that little beauty, by Mu Chun's side, he won't be able to resist. Moreover, given Mu Chun's temperament, he probably wouldn't leave Tang Xin'er behind to escape alone, so, Lu Mubai's smile deepened, yet it was laced with a chilling intent. If Mu Chun falls at the hands of the Blood Butcher, no one can say a word against it. He'll have no one to blame but his own misfortune, Lu Yang exclaimed, knowing well how brutal the Blood Butcher was. If Mu Chun fell into his clutches, he would undoubtedly face an agonizing fate. Lu Mubai merely smiled, his gaze fixed northward as he murmured, I had initially intended to take matters into my own hands, but it seems you truly lack the fortune for that. Hey Mu Chun, hurry and make your move. This beast is at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. I can't handle it. In the forest, Tang Xin'er dodged repeatedly from a ferocious spirit beast lunging at her, her sleek black ponytail bouncing with every move, her startled cries punctuating the air. Standing on a branch, Mu Chun watched the graceful figure below, evading the relentless pursuit of the spirit beast. Unable to suppress a smile, he then leaped down with a swift motion, his right hand forming a fist, dark light converging within his palm, transforming into a black seal. Beast, do not be arrogant, Mu Chun shouted as he dashed forward, the black seal carrying tremendous force, slamming into the spirit beast with ferocity. Boom! The spirit beast roared in fury, its massive hooves, imbued with surging spiritual energy, collided violently with Mu Chun's overwhelming punch. The shockwave swept through the area, clearing the surrounding dead leaves, while the spirit beast let out a low growl, being forcefully repelled. Swish! As the beast staggered backward, Mu Chen swiftly pivoted and charged forward once more, flipping his palm to reveal a dagger. With spiritual energy coiling around it, he thrust it sharply into the beast's throat. Thud, scalding blood sprayed forth, and the spirit beast collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Leaping down with agility, Mu Chen smiled as he wiped the blood from his dagger. In the gentle sunlight filtering through the forest canopy, his youthful figure appeared remarkably handsome. "You insufferable creature! You have no idea how to cherish beauty, forcing me to be chaste for so long," Tang Xin'er grumbled, striding toward the beast to retrieve its essence with a short sword, while simultaneously berating. Mu Chen watched her with amusement. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden change in atmosphere made him spring into action. He swiftly embraced Tang Xin'er, pulling her out of harm's way as they both tumbled forward. At that moment, a shadow of blood surged from the forest, the hand that had aimed for Tang Xin'er grasping at empty air, followed by an astonished exclamation. Rolling on the ground with Tang Xin'er in his arms, his pupils constricted slightly. There, standing amidst the carcass of the spirit beast, a figure clad in a blood-red robe loomed ominously. His face was shrouded in shadows, fierce and menacing, with cunning glints flickering in his narrow eyes. "Heh, quite the skilled lad you are," the bloodied figure remarked, a sinister grin stretching across his face as his gaze fell upon the girl behind Mu Chen. She possessed a soft, slender form, a pert bosom, and a delicate waist that beckoned attention. The youthful vitality radiating from her made him lick his lips in anticipation. "Who would have thought I would encounter such? Otherwise, I will make you experience my methods," the bloodied figure threatened, his eyes glinting like a venomous snake as they locked onto Mu Chen. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the figure, a bead of sweat forming in his palm as he held Tang Xin'er's delicate hand. If his instincts were correct, this individual was none other than the leader of the Blood Butcher gang, the very one being hunted by Lu Ming and the others. Who would have thought that he would cross paths with such a ruthless villain here? This truly was a troublesome predicament. Chapter 37. The trap in a clearing within the forest. Three figures faced each other, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt as though it could stifle one's very heart. This sensation was particularly acute for Tang Xin'er, who stood behind Mu Chen, while the Blood Butcher wore a broad grin, his narrow eyes glinting with a cunning and chilling light. Mu Chen, on the other hand, remained vigilant, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly. The presence of the Blood Butcher emanated an aura of extreme danger, one that far surpassed the threat posed by the fire spirit Ape King he had encountered the previous day. In terms of both strength and cunning, the Blood Butcher was leagues ahead, having nearly stepped into the realm of the divine soul, while the fire spirit Ape King had merely reached the late stages of the spiritual wheel realm. "You have 10 seconds to consider. Hand her over to me, and I shall grant you a chance at survival," the Blood Butcher said, his smile unfaltering as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Chen once more. "Are you not afraid that attacking us here will attract?" Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen turned to Tang Xin'er and grasped her smooth, delicate wrist, intending to push her toward the Blood Butcher. "A sensible lad," the Blood Butcher remarked, his smile growing even more radiant at the sight. With a surge of strength, Mu Chen suddenly took a step forward, striking Tang Xin'er on her fragrant shoulder with a powerful palm, sending her flying away. "Run if you wish to avoid harm," he shouted after her. As Tang Xin'er landed in the forest, she gazed back at the slender silhouette of the young man, her eyes misting with emotion. Struggling against the foolish notion of abandoning him, she turned and fled. "You think you can escape?" The Blood Butcher's cold gaze fixed on the scene before him. Did these two fledgling spirit realm youths truly believe they could slip from his grasp? "You will soon learn the meaning of a fate worse than death," he chuckled ominously, then shot forth, not toward Mu Chen, but directly after Tang Xin'er. Witnessing this, Mu Chen also sprang into action, yet the Blood Butcher dismissed him entirely. Destruction Pearl? Just as he intended to ignore Mu Chen's intervention, the young man suddenly clenched his fist, and a flash of light appeared within his grasp, followed by a thunderous cry. Destruction Pearl? The name sent a jolt of apprehension through the Blood Butcher. Although Mu Chen's strength was minimal, if he possessed the Destruction Pearl, it could indeed pose a significant threat. Should the pearl strike him, it would likely inflict injuries that the currently cornered Blood Butcher could not afford to sustain. His gaze flickered uncertainly. Ultimately, he halted, watching as the dark light surged toward him. With a low growl, he unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, enveloping his body in a protective crack. Just as the black light was about to collide with him, it erupted violently. But instead of the anticipated ferocity of spiritual energy, a foul stench filled the air as a viscous substance shot forth from the black light, splattering the Blood Butcher's body. This sudden turn of events left the Blood Butcher momentarily stunned, and as he glanced down at the sticky crimson liquid covering him, a pungent odor assailed his senses, rendering him a pitiful sight. "Do you dare to play me for a fool?" he growled, his eyes narrowing, radiating a chilling fury as he locked his gaze on Mu Chun. Unfazed, Mu Chun swiftly retreated. "Since you are so eager to see her escape, I shall ensure that does not come to pass." The Blood Butcher, though enraged by Mu Chun's trickery, was a cunning and ruthless individual, and he laughed coldly. "Do you desire this?" Mu Chun smirked, producing a round, jade-like fruit from his robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual. He had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual wheel realm, just a step away from the divine soul realm, that if he could acquire the jade spirit fruit, it would undoubtedly grant him the strength to break through, allowing him to escape the current predicament. "Truly an unexpected young man. I find myself intrigued by you," the Blood Butcher grinned, his expression turning sinister as he lunged toward Mu Chun, prioritizing the opportunity to advance to the divine soul realm over capturing a pretty girl. Mu Chun had anticipated this reaction. His spiritual energy surged within him, wrapping around his legs as he propelled himself to the utmost limits of speed, racing deeper into the forest. Given Tang Xin'er's speed, it would take her some time to return to the camp and inform Master Mo, and he needed to ensure that he could survive the time it took for her to do so against the might of the Blood Butcher, who was at the late-stage peak of the spiritual wheel realm. With the Blood Butcher's strength, taking his life would be all too simple. "You truly believe you can escape? You'd risk your life for a mere girl? I must admit, I find a certain admiration for your boldness. Here's the deal. Hand over the jade spirit fruit, and I'll merely cripple you, leaving you with a chance to live. How does that sound?" The Blood Butcher taunted, his peculiar laughter echoing in pursuit of the fleeing figure. "Mind your own business, you mangy cur," Mu Chun retorted, not even glancing back, his voice dripping with disdain. Unappreciative, the Blood Butcher's eyes narrowed, and with a surge of energy, his speed increased dramatically, closing the distance between them. Feeling the oppressive chill of the Blood Butcher's presence drawing nearer, Mu Chun's heart sank, but he had underestimated the Blood Butcher's strength. This moment. A moment's relaxation could very well lead to his demise at the hands of this fiend. Determined, Mu Chun gritted his teeth, a low growl echoing within him as his spiritual energy coursed fiercely through his veins. Perhaps sensing the peril he faced, the hidden points of light within him began to flicker back to life. These points emerged in succession, and had Mu Chun been mindful enough to observe, he would have noticed that they connected to form a vague resemblance to a mysterious tower. Boom. However, Mu Chun was too preoccupied to contemplate this. He simply felt his spiritual energy surge with newfound vigor, his speed accelerating as he gradually distanced himself from the Blood Butcher. "What?" "This kid's speed has increased dramatically." The Blood Butcher was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing as he channeled his energy to pursue once more a keen observer. He recognized that this sudden burst from Mu Chun was likely fleeting and could not possibly match his own endurance. In the forest, the two engaged in a frantic game of chase, leaves swirling around them like a tempest. This extreme velocity, they soon approached the heart of the North Spirit Plains, where the Blood Butcher, sensing the impending danger, grew increasingly impatient. There were numerous formidable spirit beasts in this territory, and unexpected complications could arise at any moment. "You've had your fun, young man." The Blood Butcher gritted his teeth, disregarding his waning energy as he stomped violently on the ground. His body suddenly crouched low like a leopard, and with a powerful thrust of his hands against the earth, his spiritual energy morphed into a feline shape, propelling him forward with astonishing speed toward Mu Chun. "Prepare to die." The surge of speed, Mu Chun sensed the overwhelming attack approaching from behind. Should he attempt to withstand it, he would likely emerge gravely injured. His eyes flickered rapidly as he surveyed the depths of the forest, calculating his options, then abruptly turned. Bang! The enigmatic black paper materialized in Mu Chen's palm just as the blood butcher's ferocious punch collided with it. Boom! The explosive release of spiritual energy sent Mu Chen reeling as if struck by lightning, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, the black paper being forcefully pushed back into his body. He was launched backward, landing in a thicket of trees. The blood butcher, astonished that his lethal blow had not claimed Mu Chen's life, narrowed his eyes. Yet he was quick to press on, entering the thicket with a cold gaze fixed on the fallen youth. But you're still too naive. As long as I step outside its territory, that beast won't pursue me, while you will surely become its next meal. However, upon hearing this, Mu Chen's mocking grin only deepened. You're stained with the blood of its cubs. Tell me, do you think it will let you off so easily? At these words, the blood butcher's gaze dropped to the sticky crimson liquid smeared across his body, and his expression shifted abruptly. It dawned on him that this seemingly naive youth had been plotting against him from the very beginning. The ruse involving the destruction pearl, the hidden blood, the meticulously planned escape. As he regarded the youth's taunting demeanor, a chill crept through the blood butcher's heart. Was this truly something an impulsive boy could orchestrate? Mu Chen, observing the blood butcher's act, he glanced at the fiercely menacing silver-horned dragon leopard, exhaling softly. Big brother dragon leopard, I shall once again rely on you to be my shield one more time. Chapter 38. Counterattack in the forest shrouded in violent spiritual energy. The silver-horned dragon leopard fixated its crimson gaze upon the blood-soaked figure of blood butcher in the distance. From the human's body, it detected the scent of its offspring's blood. Had this despicable human harmed its young? Although high-level spirit beasts possess significantly greater intelligence than their lower-level counterparts, they are still no match for humans. Enraged, all it desired was to rend to shreds anyone or anything that bore the scent of its progeny. Scoundrel! Blood Butcher felt a chill run down his spine under the silver-horned dragon leopard's intense glare. He shot a venomous look at Mu Chen, realizing that this seemingly easy target, a mere late-stage spirit movement cultivator, was far more cunning than anticipated. Given his lecherous nature, he was now acutely aware of his precarious situation and sought to vent his frustrations before it became utterly dire. The sight of a stunningly beautiful young woman had ignited a fire in him, yet he never imagined that a fleeting moment of desire would lead to such formidable trouble. I shall not let you escape. In an instant, a torrent of robust spiritual energy erupted from within him. With a powerful push against the ground, he retreated rapidly, vanishing into the dense foliage, clearly intent on fleeing. Roar! However, the infuriated silver-horned dragon leopard had no intention of letting him go easily. Its powerful body crouched low, and in the next heartbeat, it transformed into a streak of silver light, shooting forth. This silver-horned dragon leopard possessed strength comparable to that of a soul realm expert, and its speed naturally surpassed that of Blood Butcher. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind him, causing Blood Butcher's expression to shift in alarm at the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. Spirit Leopard Strike. Blood Butcher, however, was no simple foe. He twisted mid-air, unleashing a low growl as spiritual energy surged forth, condensing around him into the form of a spirit leopard. With a powerful punch, he launched a furious assault towards the silver-horned dragon leopard, merging man and leopard in a frenzy. The spirit leopard enveloped Blood Butcher's form and collided with the silver light, producing a resounding thud. The ensuing shockwave of chaotic spiritual energy spread outward, snapping nearby trees like twigs. Bang! As the spiritual energy exploded outward, Blood Butcher was sent reeling, crashing to the ground with a pained scream. His right arm was drenched in blood, a gaping wound in his palm from which blood flowed profusely. Observing this, Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the fire spirit Ape King being effortlessly slain by the silver-horned dragon leopard. Yet today, Blood Butcher had merely lost an arm. This man's strength was indeed formidable. Swish! The silver-horned dragon leopard landed gracefully, its cold eyes fixed on Blood Butcher, showing no signs of hesitation. Its agile body surged forward once more, glinting with a lethal aura. Blood Butcher, sensing the impending danger, hastily rolled away, narrowly evading the leopard's charge. However, he was still struck by its tail, which lashed out like an iron whip. Puff! The blow to his chest caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his once fierce gaze now dulled significantly. Having endured 2 of the silver-horned dragon leopard's attacks, he was gravely injured, far worse than his previous encounters with Lu Ming and the others. If this continues, I will surely be killed by this silver-horned dragon leopard. The young man who had been lying there had vanished without his notice. You little brat, when I catch you, you will wish for death. Blood Butcher's face darkened with rage, his mind seething with anger. Yet, in his moment of distraction, the silver-horned dragon leopard darted past him like lightning, leaving a deep gash in his body with its razor-sharp claws, the excruciating pain causing stars to flash before his eyes. Damn beast! Blood Butcher cursed under his breath as an unusual red glow flickered across his face, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He sprang back, swiftly forming hand seals, and a tempest of violent spiritual energy surged from his body, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and as Blood Butcher spat roar, in response to Blood Butcher's frantic escape, the silver-horned dragon leopard emitted a fierce growl, its form morphing into a streak of silver as it relentlessly pursued him. The two, one man and one beast, raced through the forest. The method he had employed to unleash his spiritual energy had taken a heavy toll on him, and the aftereffects were severe. Yet, in this dire situation, did he have any other choice? If he could not shake off the silver-horned dragon leopard, he would surely meet his demise today. This frantic chase forced Blood Butcher to cough up 5 mouthfuls of blood. His once shadowy visage had turned as pale as a sheet, the weakness surging within him causing waves of dizziness. However, a glimmer of relief washed over him when, after approximately 10 minutes of relentless pursuit, the silver-horned dragon leopard finally began to slow down, eventually halting and letting out a distant roar before turning away. Seeing the silver-horned dragon leopard relent, Blood Butcher dared not stop immediately, but he continued to forcefully escape for several more minutes before collapsing into a thicket of grass. Once hidden within the foliage, Blood Butcher felt utterly drained, his spiritual energy. He gasped for breath, glancing at his myriad wounds on the verge of tears. Who could have anticipated that in the pursuit of a mere spirit movement cultivator, he would end up in such a wretched state? This was something even Lu Ming and his companions could not achieve. You little brat, I will not let you off. Blood Butcher gritted his teeth, his voice thick with malice. Suddenly, as his words left his lips, a chill ran down his spine, honed by years of dancing with death. Swish! A sharp glimmer shot out from the forest behind him, slicing across his face and leaving a deep gash. This unexpected attack caused Blood Butcher's expression to shift dramatically as he bellowed, "Who goes there?" "The person you Mu Chun regarded him with a bemused smile, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his body, yet his black eyes betrayed no amusement, only a chilling coldness. "You brat, what do you intend to do?" "Though I am in a poor state, if I fight back with all my might, you might not escape with your life," Blood Butcher shouted, sensing the danger in Mu Chen's demeanor. "After all, we have no enmity between us. How about we call it even for today?" Mu Chen paused, furrowing his brow. "You truly will not seek trouble with me again?" Blood Butcher hastily replied, "I can barely protect myself, that I swear. Once you return to the North Spirit Academy, I will not dare to trouble you again." "You make a valid point." Mu Chen seemed to ponder for a moment, nodding slightly. Blood Butcher felt a surge of hope, but before he could fully express his relief, a mocking smile crept onto Mu Chen's lips. "However, I still very much desire to slay you." Swish! In an instant, Mu Chen lunged forward, spiritual energy surging within him. Black light enveloped his fists, 2 dark sigils faintly appearing. "You insolent brat! You seek death. Blood Butcher's eyes darkened as he propelled what little spiritual energy remained into his arms, launching a counterattack with a low ground. The two dark sigils erupted with overwhelming black light, radiating a domineering and violent energy. Boom! The four fists collided with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath them. As Muchen landed, he did not pause for a moment. Like a leopard, he sprang forward, grasping at the air as he summoned back the dagger he had previously hurled. Swish! At this moment, Blood Butcher's movements had become sluggish, and Muchen closed the distance in an instant, an icy glint flashing in his dark eyes as the black light sliced through Blood Butcher's vision. Blood splattered. Blood Butcher's anguished screams echoed through the air as he flailed desperately, attempting to fend off Muchen's assault. Yet Muchen swiftly changed direction, appearing behind Blood Butcher. His dagger, akin to a venomous snake, plunged deep into the vital point of Blood Butcher's back. Blood poured forth from the wound, and Blood Butcher's frantic thrashing came to an abrupt halt as he slowly collapsed, disbelief etched across his pale face. How could a mere spirit movement cultivator have bested a formidable expert in the late stage of the spirit wheel realm? As Blood Butcher fell, Muchen also felt his strength wane, collapsing onto the ground, a metallic taste rising in his throat as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. After resting for a moment, Muchen gritted his teeth and approached Blood Butcher's lifeless body, searching it for any spoils of battle. Having nearly lost his life, he deemed it necessary to claim some form of reward. He wondered whether the items Blood Butcher had seized from Lu Yu were still on him. Chapter 39. The mustard bracelet. Muchen's hands explored the lifeless body of Xue Tuesday. While he held little interest in Xue Tu himself, he was greatly intrigued by the item that Xue Tu had seized from the Lu domain. The Xue Tu Society was quite a notable force in the North Spirit realm. Although it could not compare to the Nine Domains, it possessed a certain degree of capability. Typically, they acted with impunity but refrained from targeting the Nine Domains, fully aware that the Xue. Thus, Muchen was curious as to what could possibly compel the Xue Tu Society to take such a significant risk against the Lu domain. Moreover, Lu domain's subsequent reaction surprised Muchen. They had utterly annihilated the Xue Tu Society and relentlessly pursued Xue Tu, forcing him to flee into the North Spirit Wilderness. Clearly, the item that Xue Tu had stolen was of immense importance to them. Could something that the Lu domain valued so highly be trivial? Within the North Spirit realm, among the Nine Domains, the Lu domain stood as the most powerful, continually striving to establish itself as the true sovereign of the North Spirit realm. Over the years, they employed various tactics of persuasion and intimidation, which had significantly amplified their influence. Often, they presented themselves as the mightiest force in the North Spirit realm. However, the other domain leaders were somewhat unconvinced by Lu domain's display. Muchen's father, Mu Feng, was particularly skeptical. Having long harbored a rift with Lu domain's leader, Lu Qingtian, Mu Feng and Lu domain had experienced numerous frictions over the years, each side viewing the other with disdain. Though they exchanged pleasantries on the surface, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to strike hard when the chance arose. Given this relationship, coupled with the targeting from Lu Mubai and his brother, Muchen naturally harbored no fondness for Lu domain. He was quite eager to engage in actions that would thwart Lu domain's endeavors. As Muchen pondered these thoughts, his hands did not falter. However, after rummaging through Xue Tu's belongings for quite some time, he found nothing of particular interest, causing his brow. Could it be that this fellow had hidden the item away? Still unwilling to give up, Muchen proceeded to strip Xue Tu of his clothing entirely. At last, when he pulled off the final piece, an object tumbled. Muchen's gaze immediately shifted, and he beheld a gray-silver ring resembling a bracelet, which fell to the grass, glimmering with a faint silver light. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the gray-silver ring, examining it closely, yet he found no distinctive features. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly brightened. Could this be the mustard bracelet? The mustard bracelet is a peculiar spiritual artifact, embodying the concept that a mustard seed can contain a universe, and conversely, a universe can encapsulate a mustard seed. This artifact possesses the power to create space. It is a rare storage device. However, it is exceedingly expensive, and Mu Chun had only ever seen it in his father's possession. Never did he expect that Xue Tu would possess one. As Mu Chun toyed with the gray mustard bracelet, he recalled that it could retain the spiritual imprint of its owner, that if someone else were to touch it, the owner would be immediately aware. However, with Xue Tu now deceased, it was reasonable to assume that such a spiritual imprint had dissipated. Holding the mustard bracelet in his hand, Mu Chun focused his mind, channeling his spiritual energy into the bracelet. Instantly, a small space manifested within his perception. It was the storage space of the mustard bracelet. Within this space, Mu Chun indeed discovered a considerable array of items, yet they were a chaotic assortment. After a cursory examination, he found nothing particularly remarkable. How did this guy accumulate so much junk? After all, he is the leader of the Xue Tu society. Mu Chun mused, perplexed as he continued to search meticulously. After a prolonged search, Mu Chun's expression shifted, and a glimmer of light flashed in his palm as an ancient copper plate emerged. That Mu Chun's spiritual energy swept through the mustard bracelet. The other items responded to varying degrees. Yet this particular object remained entirely still. Its extreme ordinariness piqued Mu Chun's interest. Fixating on the ancient copper plate, he observed intricate, obscure copper patterns etched upon its surface, complex enough to leave him feeling somewhat dizzy. The reverse side of the copper plate displayed a clearer design, which depicted a colossal black bird soaring with its wings spread wide, beneath which lay mountains and rivers, seemingly enveloped by the bird's wings. Wings overshadowing mountains. Despite the plate's vagueness, he sensed an inexplicable awe emanating from the patterns, leaving him astounded. What kind of spiritual beast could evoke such a feeling with merely its depiction? Could it be a celestial beast? Furrowing his brow, Mu Chun scrutinized the copper plate, yet yielded no results that he could only shake his head, his intuition telling him that this was likely the item that Xue Tu had pilfered from the Lu domain. However, to discern its purpose, he would need his father's insight. That Mu Chun shrugged, about to search the mustard bracelet once more when his expression suddenly changed. In the distance, a sound of rushing wind approached, evidently heading in his direction. Swiftly, Mu Chun tucked the copper plate into the mustard bracelet, donned it on his wrist, and concealed it with his sleeve before hastily redonning Xue Tu's clothing. As he completed these actions, figures emerged not far away. In mere moments, they appeared in the clearing. Mu Chun's gaze fell upon them, and he sighed in relief. It was Mo Shi and his companions. Mu Chun. Upon seeing Mu Chun standing at a distance, Mo Shi's tense expression transformed into. He swiftly moved to Mu Chun's side, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Mu Chun smiled and shook his head. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, he appeared to be in reasonable condition. "I heard Qian mention that you encountered Xue Tu, so I hurried over and finally." He then furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. "By the way, where's Xue Tu? How dare he have the audacity to attack a student of our North Spirit Academy?" Mu Chun chuckled awkwardly, and Mo Shi then waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that swept aside the thicket, revealing the already cold corpse within. Both Mo Shi and Shi gazed at the lifeless body. Lu Ming rushed in with a large contingent, followed closely by Lu Mubai and Lu Yang. Upon seeing Mu Chun unharmed, their expressions reflected a mix of astonishment. "Xue Tu." Lu Ming's gaze immediately fell upon the corpse on the ground, and his demeanor. Mu Chun shook his head. "Earlier, I was being pursued by him and nearly lost my life, but I fortuitously encountered an elderly man who intervened and killed Xue Tuesday." "An elderly man?" Lu Ming's eye. He waved his hand, and two subordinates approached Xue Tu's corpse to search it. After a brief examination, they returned to Lu Ming, shaking their heads. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression twitched. "You must have taken something from Xue Tuesday. That so-called old gentleman is probably a figment of your imagination." Lu Yang interjected angrily. "Are you implying?" Mu Chun regarded him. "After all, Shuetu was at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, just a step away from the spirit soul realm. The notion that Mu Chun could have killed him was utterly preposterous. Lu Mubai, on the other hand, glared coldly at Mu Chun, a flicker of malice evident in his eyes. Haha, Mu Chun, don't jest with me, that if you truly possess the item, simply hand it over, and I will certainly reward you. Furthermore, I will personally visit the Mu domain to discuss this matter with your father. Lu Ming attempted to soften his demeanor, forcing a smile. Lord Lu, I genuinely did not see anything. I was terrified for my life when he was pursuing me. How could I dare approach? Mu Chun shook his head, his youthful face exuding earnestness and sincerity. Lu Ming's eyes twitched, and he could no longer contain his fury. Although he doubted Mu Chun's ability to have killed Shuetu, he was still the prime suspect. Stepping forward, he reached out a hand toward Mu Chun, coldly stating, "Since you refuse to speak the truth, allow me to search you personally." As Lu Ming's hand reached for Mu Chun, he clenched his fist, producing a dark dagger. However, just as Lu Ming's hand was about to grasp Mu Chun, another hand intervened, blocking Lu Ming's advance. M. Osher cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming, his calm voice causing Lu Ming to hesitate momentarily. Lu Ming, you are crossing the line. Chapter 40. Results: Lu Ming, you have gone too far. Upon hearing the somewhat irate voice of Master Mo, Lu Ming's expression stiffened. Master Mo was a genuine powerhouse at the Spirit Soul realm, and also held the esteemed position of the Chief Mentor of the North Spirit Academy. Even in their Lu domain, they would not dare to offend him lightly. Master Mo, please do not be angry that I admit my impatience, but I kindly ask for your understanding. Our Lu domain has suffered significant losses this time. Now that Shuetu has been slain, we naturally wish to reclaim what we have lost. Lu Ming clasped his hands respectfully towards Master Mo. His tone exceeded. Master Mo replied indifferently, I understand your feelings, but that does not grant you the right to search my student's belongings at will. Had it not been for your forcing Shuetu near the North Spirit Plains, Mu Chun would not have encountered such a life-threatening ordeal. Now that he has narrowly escaped, you still wish to act this way. I fear I cannot acquiesce. Seeing Master Mo's unwavering defense of Mu Chun, Lu Ming's smile became somewhat strained. This incident indeed stems from us, and I do feel, however, we are willing to offer him satisfactory compensation. We merely hope to retrieve our belongings. Mu Chun had also sheathed the dagger in his hand. Facing Lu Ming's subtly menacing gaze, he shook his head resolutely. Third Master Lu, I have not taken your things. He had nearly lost his life to Shuetu today. Asking him to hand over the spoils was simply out of the question. You! Lu Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening considerably, but out of deference to Master Mo's presence, he refrained from taking action against Mu Chun. Mu Chun watched as Lu Ming and his group departed in a huff, their threats falling on deaf ears. Thank you, Master Mo. Mu Chun turned to Master Mo, expressing his gratitude. As a Master Mo and Master, she followed behind. Exchanging glances and then looking at the icy corpse of Shuetu's Master, she furrowed his brow and remarked, Is this little fellow truly that fortunate? To have encountered a powerful savior, just in time? The likelihood of such a scenario was indeed quite slim. However, if it were said that Mu Chun had single-handedly killed Shuetu, who was at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, the improbability would be even. Master Mo smiled noncommittally, observing the silhouette of the youth ahead. He had witnessed how Mu Chun had dispatched the fire spirit ape king and understood that anyone who viewed him with ordinary eyes might while others might deem it inconceivable for Mu Chun to have slain a master like Shuetu. He found it not entirely unbelievable. The seemingly gentle and sunny youth possessed a heart more composed and sharp than many seasoned adventurers. His methods were certainly not those of an ordinary individual. An intriguing young man. No wonder he was the only one in the North Spirit realm to obtain the qualification for the Spirit Road. Upon Mu Chun's return to the camp, a stir ensued that O Ling, Tan Qingshan, and the others immediately gathered around, clearly aware of Mu Chen's encounter with Shui Tuesday. Mu Chen smiled at them, signaling that all was well, then turned his head to gaze at the beautiful girl with reddened eyes who was watching him intently. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Tang Qian'er said, her eyes glistening. Had it not been for her words, Mu Chen would not have faced Shui Tu and fallen into such peril. "We are teammates, after all. Besides, how could I squander the chance of teaming up with such a beautiful girl without any excitement?" Mu Chen teased. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed, and she playfully punched Mu Chen. Her earlier sorrow alleviated considerably. Master Mo and Master, she also returned shortly thereafter, and the news of Shui Tu's demise spread quickly. Many students were left dumbfounded, their astonished gazes fixed on the innocent and bewildered Mu Chen. "It couldn't have been you, could it?" Tang Qian'er leaned closer to Mu Chen and whispered slyly. "Do you think it's possible?" Had Shui Tu not been severely injured by the silver-horned dragon leopard and desperately expending his spiritual power to flee, it would have been impossible for Mu Chen to slay him. "Perhaps it's impossible for others, but you're so cunning. Who knows?" Tang Qian'er replied playfully. What others deemed impossible, she believed he might just accomplish. That Mu Chen smiled lazily, stretching his limbs. Yet his thoughts drifted to the ancient copper piece within the mustard seed bracelet. It seemed he would need to find some time to return to the Mu domain. Since Lu domain valued this item so highly, it must be significant, thus it warranted his father's attention. In the days that followed with Shui Tu's death, Master Mo and the others relaxed their vigilance considerably, allowing the students to hone their skills around the outskirts of the North Spirit Plains. On the second day after Shui Tu's demise, Lu Ming departed with his group, but the dark look he cast at Mu Chen before leaving made it clear to Mu Chen that this matter was unlikely to conclude so easily. Due to this wariness, Mu Chen became considerably more cautious in the days that followed. Although he did not believe Lu Ming had the audacity to act against him under Master Mo's protection, it was wise to remain vigilant. As Mu Chen maintained his vigilance, half a month of training gradually approached its conclusion. Today, the atmosphere in the camp was particularly lively compared to usual, with all the students brimming with. Mu Chen stood at the forefront of the Eastern Academy students. Beside him stood Tang Qian'er, who had, with the aid of the Jade Spirit Fruit, broken through to the late stage of the Spirit Motion realm a week prior. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eager to discover the results of her training alongside Mu Chen. Before them, Master Mo and Master, it is now time to assess the results. Each team is to present the spiritual beast essences you have collected during this period that we will record them, and use this to have cheating Team Deng Lei, 3 mid-level low-grade Spirit Beast cores, 8 early-level low-grade Spirit Beast cores. Team Lu Yun, 2 mid-level low-grade Spirit Beast cores. Teaming Zone. The camp became exceptionally lively, as excited students continuously approached the recording personnel, presenting their team's spoils from the recent period. Mu Chen, do you think we can secure? Whether we come in first or not, it makes no difference. Mu Chen replied with a smile, showing little concern for the so-called first place. That may be true, but the only ones who could surpass us here are probably Lu Mubai and his brother. They have been keeping a close watch on you these past few days, and losing to them would be quite frustrating. Tang Qian'er murmured that at her words. Mu Chen's gaze shifted. Beside him stood Hong Ling, dressed in red, exuding a certain charm. However, she seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing in Mu Chen's direction with her watery eyes. These fellows. Mu Chen chuckled softly to himself. Ever since the incident with Shui Tu, Lu Mubai's gaze had held an unusual intensity, tinged with regret and anger, which added a layer of intrigue to the situation. That it appeared that the sudden encounter with Shui Tu might. All the items are with you, Mu Chen said with a smile. Tang Qian'er nodded and quickly stepped forward, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Why now? The incident where he led Mo Ling and others to hunt the fire spirit ape had spread unexpectedly, leaving other students astonished. After all, who would have thought that while they were still managing low-grade spirit beasts, Muchen would dare to undertake such a venture that they wouldn't. Moreover, the subsequent incident with Xuetu only added to Mu Chen's aura of mystery. Although they did not truly believe he could defeat a late-stage spirit wheel Xuetu on his own, the fact that he managed to escape with his life, all these factors undoubtedly made Mu Chen the most dazzling figure during this training session, causing those who had previously dismissed him due to his newcomer status to refrain from showing such sentiments. Thus, many were exceedingly curious about the outcome of Mu Chen's small team's performance. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Tang Qin'er approached the recording personnel and reached into her bosom. First retrieve. These spirit beasts must have possessed mid-level strength in the spirit movement realm. Typically, other students would need to form teams to hunt such creatures, with a single successful capture in a day being quite... To think Tang Qin'er could present so many all at once was astonishing. Tang Qin'er then reached out again, revealing 15 even brighter luminous spheres. 15 late-level low-grade spirit beasts. These spirit beasts, having reached late-level strength in the spirit movement realm, were usually avoided at all costs. Indeed, Mu Chen was formidable to have hunted so many. Hearing the astonished whispers around her, Tang Qin'er felt a surge of pride. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously retrieved another sphere that resembled a flame. Within it, a miniature fire ape seemed to roar, releasing an astonishing wave of spiritual energy that rendered the surrounding students momentarily speechless. They had witnessed the fire spirit ape king firsthand and later saw Mu Chen return with its severed head. That it was indeed true that this spirit beast core had ended up in his possession. That's utterly ridiculous. With the core of the fire spirit ape king revealed, who could possibly compete? Mo Ling murmured, astonished. After all, that was a mid-level spirit beast of the late spirit wheel realm. How could they, as students, possess the ability to hunt such creatures? Master Mo and Master. She also stared at the fire spirit ape king's core, both filled with astonishment. Master. The recording personnel stood in stunned silence for a while, clearly taken aback that a student could present such a high-level spirit beast core. One mid-level late spirit beast core. After a moment, Mu Chen could not possibly possess the ability to hunt a spirit beast of the late spirit wheel realm. He must be cheating. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Lu Yong stepping forward, his tone filled. Although his methods were somewhat unorthodox, they are still a part of the trial, so there is no question of cheating, Master Mo replied coolly. Upon hearing Master Mo's stance, Lu Yang's face flushed. Regardless of the methods employed, as long as one can hunt spirit beasts, that is a testament to skill. Lu Mubai chimed in with a gentle smile. With his words, he stepped forward and produced numerous luminous spheres from his own bosom. In some respects, had Mu Chen not had the fiery core to establish his dominance, Lu Mubai might have eclipsed him. However, given the presence of that flame-like core, Lu Mubai's achievement appeared somewhat lackluster by comparison. Tang Qin'er observed this scene, a flicker of delight passing through her eyes. She was not fond of Lu Mubai overshadowing Mu Chen. Though the joy in Tang Qin'er's eyes was subtle, it did not escape Lu Mubai's notice. A smirk curled at the corners of his lips as he reached once more into his bosom. The crowd's attention fixated on him, wondering if Lu Mubai had any further hidden treasures. I happened to encounter 2 spirit beasts in the late spirit wheel realm. These 2 spirit beast cores also reached the late spirit wheel realm. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as incredulous gazes fixated on Lu Mubai. Had he truly hunted 2 spirit beasts of such form? Lu Mubai's prowess was indeed impressive, but if he claimed to have hunted spirit beasts of the late spirit wheel realm, it was utterly implausible, and one would believe his excuse of fortuitously encountering 2 weakened spirit beasts. Are you Good fortune doesn't only fall upon you, Lu Yong retorted with a cold chuckle. Master Mo and Master, she exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly, but they remained silent. The assessment of such achievements was inherently lenient. Their primary concern lay in whether the students had gained valuable experience, not merely in the final results. Tang Qin'er clenched her small fist, clearly furious, yet she had no other recourse but to stomp her foot in frustration. Mu Chen observed calmly, though when Lu Mubai revealed the 2 late spirit wheel realm spirit beast cores, he cast a sidelong glance at Hong Ling, who appeared somewhat uneasy. Upon noticing Mu Chen's gaze, she averted her eyes momentarily. Forget it. After all, the top three can still receive spirit essence pills, Mu Chen said with a faint smile, trying to console the Fire Spirit Ape King had nearly cost Mu Chen his life, and she absolutely did not believe Lu Mubai had acquired those two late Spirit Wheel Realm Spirit Beast cores through his own capabilities. It's merely a minor competition. What harm is there in losing once? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Mubai offered Mu Chen a slight smile, though it carried a hint of cold provocation. Mu Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a touch exasperated that he had no desire to engage in such childish cheating antics. Yet, Lu Mubai had insisted on approaching him. Master, may I present them now? Master Mo glanced knowingly at Mu Chen, aware that this young man was likely about to pull off something jaw-dropping once again, but he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mu Chen shrugged at the now darkened expression of Lu Mubai and reached into his bosom to rummage. All eyes were riveted on Mu Chen, wondering if he could possibly produce anything else. Under their watchful gaze, Mu Chen slowly revealed his hand, and the crowd gasped in disbelief as they beheld 5 luminous spheres. These 5 spheres were all late-level spirit beast cores from the spirit wheel realm. Mu Chen shook his head, glancing at the ashen-faced Lu Mubai, and said with a slight smile, "My apologies. A few days ago, I happened upon 5 mid-level spirit beasts of the late spirit wheel realm fighting amongst themselves, and they all ended up seriously injured, so I took the opportunity to finish them off." The crowd collectively spat blood. This fellow, was he deliberately mocking Lu Mubai with such an absurd excuse? Their gazes turned to Lu Mubai, who now wore an exceptionally grim expression. Clearly, this time, Lu Mubai had suffered a setback. Chapter 42. Interception. The evaluation of their performance had taken on a somewhat farcical tone due to the antics of Lu Mubai and Mu Chen. The spiritual beast essences they presented were, to the other students, overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, it was utterly implausible, whether it was Lu Mubai's 2 essences or the 5 in Mu Chen's possession. Even the latter's excuses were half-hearted, clearly indicating to everyone that this was nothing short of cheating. Of course, many were aware that Mu Chen was deliberately targeting Lu Mubai, as the latter's 2 essences had also appeared under dubious circumstances. The record keeper paused, gazing helplessly at the This training is meant for honing real combat skills, not for you to flaunt your prowess. You two should not lose sight of the purpose. Mu Chen merely smiled nonchalantly. He had never expected those 5 spiritual beast essences to hold any significance. In truth, they were not acquired through his own efforts, but rather retrieved from the Blood Slaughter's mustard bracelet. His actions were merely a petty retaliation against Lu Mubai's provocations. Lu Mubai, however, appeared somewhat sullen. He understood that the mentor did not believe he had personally hunted those spiritual beast essences, which was indeed the case, but he had still been outmaneuvered by Mu Chen. This time, the results show that Mu Chen's team and Lu Mubai's team are tied. Clearly, the mentors were reluctant to dwell on the matter, as the rewards for the top 3 were the same, and they were too weary to engage with these 2 troublemakers. However, this decision only further implied that even the mentors doubted the authenticity of the spiritual beast essences presented by Lu Mubai and Mu Chen. Students exchanged glances, weighing the situation in their minds, and ultimately arrived at their own conclusions regarding the true victor. Disregarding the dubious essences, it was evident that the essence of the Fire Spirit Ape King held the most credibility, as both Mo Ling and others had witnessed Mu Chen divert the Fire Spirit Ape King alone. Thus, the essence of the fire spirit Ape King was undoubtedly tied to Mu Chun. With this essence in his possession, Mu Chun clearly overshadowed Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai's expression darkened as he observed the surrounding murmurs. He was acutely aware of what others were thinking. Not only had he failed to suppress Mu Chun, but he had also lost considerable face in the process. Tang Xiner, however, felt a surge of joy. Although Mu Chun and Lu Mubai were tied for first, many students recognized whose achievement bore greater weight. Thus, the evaluation results were finalized. Mu Chun and Lu Mubai's teams were tied for first, and Mo Ling's team secured second place, while the third was claimed by Chen Tong's team from the West Courtyard. Observing this outcome, those who did not qualify could only sigh in regret. Since the results are in, let us distribute the rewards. The mentor smiled slightly, snapping his fingers as several beams of light shot forth from his hand, landing safely in the hands of Mu Chun and the others. When Mu Chun looked down at his hands, the light dissipated, revealing a delicately crafted small jade box that he gently opened the box to find a thumb-sized azure green elixir nestled within, emanating a powerful and rich wave of spiritual energy. This energy was significantly stronger than that of the jade spirit fruit, as this elixir had been concocted from various spiritual herbs, resulting in a potency superior to a single jade spirit fruit. The surrounding students gazed at the spiritual nourishing pill in Mu Chen's hands with envy and longing, for it was said to accelerate one's advancement into the spirit wheel realm. Now that this training has concluded, let us make our... Additionally, there will be a month-long break during which you may choose to return home or remain at the academy, the mentor announced with a wave of his hand and a smile. Upon hearing of the month-long break, the youth erupted in excitement. Having spent so long at the North Spirit Academy, they were undoubtedly yearning to return home. The atmosphere in the camp turned jubilant as the students began to pack up, and the group reassembled, making their leisurely way back to... Upon returning to the North Spirit Academy, Mu Chun finally relaxed that he no longer needed to remain vigilant. Within the North Spirit realm, the North Spirit Academy was considered an exceptionally safe haven. Even with Lu Yu's strength, they certainly lacked the audacity to cause trouble within the Academy's confines. After lowering his guard, Mu Chun indulged in 2 days of thorough rest, gradually shaking off his previous state of alertness, and then began making preparations for a trip back to the Mu domain. However, before heading to the Mu domain, Mu Chun sought out Su Ling, gifting him a jade spirit fruit, which sent the delighted fellow into a frenzy as he eagerly agreed to assist Mu Chun with the task. The following day, Mu Chun packed his belongings and left the North Spirit Academy, heading directly into North Spirit City, making his way to the transmission spirit array bound for the Mu domain. As Mu Chun traversed the familiar streets of the city, bustling with life, he did not linger, calculating shortcuts as he moved swiftly onward. Turning a corner, the street grew quieter, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Mu Chun walked briskly through the light rain, the cool droplets striking his face, causing him to shiver slightly. Suddenly, he halted, his honed instincts from his training in the spirit road igniting a chill along his skin. Unbeknownst to him, the street had become deserted, devoid of any human presence or sound, that a grave expression settled on Mu Chen's face as he raised his gaze to the dim sky, where a faint glimmer flickered, and the air appeared to shimmer with subtle undulations. A mind-bewildering array. Mu Chen's fists clenched tightly, his dark eyes sharpening with intensity. He then fixed his gaze forward, his voice icy as it resonated. You dare to set a mind-bewildering array in North Spirit City and target the students of the North Spirit Academy? You have quite the audacity. The street remained silent, devoid of any response. Are you all mice? When did the people of Lu Yu become such cowards? Mu Chun scoffed coldly, pondering who else might be daring enough to strike at him before he returned to the Mu domain aside from. Mu Chun quickly looked up, spotting a figure holding an umbrella gracefully approaching through the rain. Hand over the item. Chapter 43. Ji-Zong, the Rain Man. Hand over what you possess. Came the voice amidst the gentle. Mu Chun, tense and alert, fixed his gaze ahead, where a figure holding a flower umbrella gradually emerged. That it was a somewhat slender man, his features exhibiting an unusual delicacy, with thin lips resembling a blade, emanating an air of chilliness. As Muchin scrutinized this unfamiliar, effeminate individual, a wave of trepidation surged within him. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "You cannot possibly be from the Lu domain, can you?" "Rather, someone has offered a handsome sum for my assistance," the effeminate man replied with a faint smile, twirling the flower umbrella in his hand, his lips pressed together. "You may call me Ji-Zong." Yi-Zong? The Rain Man, Ji-Zong. Mu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. This name held significant notoriety in the Northern Spirit realm, rivaling that of Blood Butcher. However, this did not imply that Ji-Zong's his own prowess was likely at the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. Yet he possessed another identity that inspired considerable apprehension. He was a first-grade Spirit Array Master, that in this vast world, where countless dimensions converge. Consequently, this grand world is a dazzling spectacle, a battleground of myriad paths. Spirit Array Masters and Spirit Artifact Masters, apart from the orthodox cultivation of spiritual energy, represent exceptionally illustrious. Even those with remarkable gifts and cultivation may struggle on these paths, while some seemingly mediocre practitioners exhibit astonishing aptitude in these fields. The saying, "When one door closes, another opens." Overall, being a Spirit Array Master is a highly esteemed profession, as many factions require their expertise for constructing defensive arrays, offensive arrays, or arrays beneficial for cultivation. Thus, in this vast realm, moreover, those who reach a certain level of mastery in array formation can create arrays with mere gestures, wielding their power to shake the heavens and earth. The reason Ji-Zong enjoys such renown in the Northern Spirit realm, a first-grade Spirit Array Master, when within an array, is no less formidable than a late-stage Spirit Wheel realm expert. I didn't expect that, although you are a student of the Northern Spirit Academy, you are aware of my title, Ji-Zong remarked with a smile. This contrast was distinctly unsettling. Daring to act in Northern Spirit City is a grave offense against the Northern Spirit Academy, that if they were to learn of this, your fate would likely be dire. Mu Chen retorted, his gaze flicked. "I do not wish to kill you, lest Mu Feng goes mad. Let us maintain a cordial relationship, shall we?" Mu Chen's eyes turned icy, a surge of spiritual energy quietly coursing within him. Although currently ensnared in Ji-Zong's array, he was not one to easily capitulate. "It seems you truly are quite disobedient," Ji-Zong remarked lightly, then flicked his finger. Faced with such an astonishing assault, Mu Chen's heart raced. Indeed, Spirit Array Masters were formidable. Even a Spirit Wheel realm expert would find themselves in dire straits against such an onslaught. "Gather Spirit Light." Mu Chun hastily bang bang bang. The relentless spring rain pounded against the black shield, causing it to tremble, ripples radiating outwards as if it might shatter at any moment. Despite Mu Chen's strength being, "I must break the array," Mu Chen thought, observing the rapidly collapsing black shield. Given his current strength, a direct confrontation would likely be futile against Ji-Zong. His only avenue for escape lay in dismantling the array. Once the array was breached, Ji-Zong would be stripped of his advantage, and without the array's cover, he would undoubtedly refrain from acting within the Northern Spirit realm. Yet, breaking an array crafted by a first-grade Spirit Array Master was no simple feat. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chun gradually calmed himself during this perilous moment. His gaze flickered. Ji-Zong was still merely a first-grade Spirit Array Master, and the array he had set up clearly did not reach the level. This meant he still required external elements to resonate with the array for control. Such external elements were the Achilles heel of Spirit Array Masters, typically kept in places they found easiest to defend. Mu Chen's eyes subtly scanned Ji-Zong's form, and after a brief moment, he focused on the flower umbrella in the man's grasp. But though his strength fell short of Jizong's, especially with Jizong controlling the array, there was a silver lining. Jizong was aware of this fact and had grown complacent. This underestimation would present Mu Chun with his best opportunity. Crack! The black shield formed from spiritual energy. The spring rain splashed against his face, drawing a thin line of blood. And at that moment, Mu Chen's brows furrowed like swords. With a powerful stomp, water sprayed around him as he surged forward like a leopard, darting straight towards Jizong. What an aggressively spirited youth! Jizong observed. With a wave of his hand, the spring rain coalesced into a rain spear, piercing towards Mu Chun with unmatched ferocity. Then Mu Chun lunged forward, bracing himself against the ground, propelling his body into a... With a flick of his hand, several long spears materialized, slicing through the air with lethal precision, targeting Mu Chen's vital points. Then Mu Chen nimbly maneuvered, but still, one spear grazed his chest, tearing through fabric and leaving a gash, blood immediately seeping forth. However, he paid no heed to the blood trickling from his chest. With a burst of energy, he closed in on Jizong, who raised an eyebrow at the sight and remarked in a soft voice, "So, you are aware of the need to target. You possess a keen eye, young one. But while your intentions are correct, you have overestimated your capabilities and underestimated the gap between us." With a faint smile, Jizong clenched his hand, causing the torrential spring rain to converge into his palm. Mu Chen clenched his fists tightly, dark energy swirling around him as two black seals of death emerged, radiating with overwhelming spiritual power. And without hesitation, the fist seals howled past, even tearing through the rain, the sound of the wind slicing through the air causing Jizong to momentarily falter, evidently taken aback by Mu Chen's ability to unleash such a fierce offensive with the strength of a late-stage. Had he not been a spirit array master, but rather an ordinary early-stage spirit wheel realm expert, capturing Mu Chen today would have been an arduous task. Nevertheless, that is still insufficient. Jizong's gaze turned frosty as he violently shook the water sword in his hand. The water sword swept forth like a raging serpent, crashing heavily against the two black seals of death, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy surged, Mu Chen found himself forced back step by step. Although Jizong's strength was only at the early stage of the spirit wheel realm, the might of the array allowed him to contend with late-stage spirit wheel realm experts, rendering it impossible for Mu Chen to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen observed the two seals of death retreating under pressure. Glancing once more at the razor-sharp tip of the water sword, that a chill pierced his heart, sending shivers down his spine. The great Buddha technique surged to life at that moment. Through these trials, he had come to understand that a hidden power resided within him, one that could only be awakened in the face of life and death. And now was the perfect opportunity. Arise! Mu Chen's roar echoed in his heart, resonating like thunder. Suddenly, brilliant light erupted from his body, revealing a shimmering tower of light that emanated brilliance. Chapter 44. Breaking the Array Buzz. At the moment when the vague light tower materialized within Mu Chen's body, a peculiar wave suddenly surged forth from him. This wave, while not particularly powerful, caused Jizong's body to tremble slightly, his eyes reflecting a momentary daze. However, this daze was fleeting, and Jizong quickly regained his composure with a cold snort. Indeed, Mu Chen was unlike an ordinary youth. No wonder Lu Yu had sought his assistance. Yet, regardless of how he struggled, the vast chasm between them could not be easily bridged. Whoosh! With a violent shake of his arm, the long sword clang. Jizong's attack was exceedingly fierce, slicing through the gaps between the two death seals, leaving Mu Chen no time to defend. The raindrop sword pierced into Mu Chen's shoulder, but at the moment of contact, The indistinct form of the light tower within Mu Chen trembled, causing the sword to momentarily halt before finally embedding its tip into his shoulder, blood seeping forth. As he looked at the youth before him, he was met with a pair of pitch-black eyes glimmering under the drizzle, resembling deep, unfathomable black holes that bore into him, an unspoken sense of danger suddenly enveloping Jizong's heart. Swish, the youth before him, paid no heed to the sword embedded in his shoulder. Even the pain failed to elicit the slightest twitch of his brow. His hands quivered, and a cold glint shot forth, ultimately sweeping past the handle of the flower umbrella held in his left hand. The umbrella fell limply, splashing droplets of rain, as Jizong stared in a daze, then turned to see the youth retreating, blood continuing to flow from his shoulder. You actually saw through it. Jizong's lips moved, but his expression grew significantly grave. The youth had discerned the flaw in his formation, and what unsettled him further was that the latter had the audacity to use his own body as bait, exposing some vulnerabilities in the moment he sought to injure him. Seizing that brief opening, he had struck without hesitation, severing the flower umbrella in his grasp and simultaneously cutting off his connection to the formation. You have lost. Mu Chen flashed a grin at Jizong, his smile echoing through the air. As his laughter faded, the gentle spring rain halted, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to shimmer with light. Then, Mu Chen began to perceive faint voices whispering in his ears that it was still the same street, but the ground bore no traces of rain, and sunlight. In the distance, shadows of figures began to emerge. Clearly, the illusory array that had shrouded him was now broken. Mu Chen fixed his gaze ahead, where Jizong regarded him with a... After a moment, he spoke with a smile. You are indeed a formidable young man. I never expected that Mu Feng would have such an exceptional son. Mu Chen smiled in return, yet his eyes were filled with wariness and vigilance. Do you plan to make a move next? The formation is broken. I can no longer harm you. What happens next is no longer my concern, but you should take care of yourself. Jizong replied with a faint smile, casting a profound glance at Mu Chen before turning and walking away. As Mu Chen watched Jizong retreat, his brow remained tightly furrowed, for the sense of danger still lingered, evidently indicating that Lu Yu was determined not to allow him a smooth return to Mu domain. The familiar face belonged to Lu Mu Bai, while the middle-aged man was Lu Ming. Fortunately, I never truly placed my trust in Jizong. I merely intended for him to probe the waters. If he could resolve the matter, that would be ideal, but if not, we shall take matters into our own hands. Lu Ming snorted coldly, stating, We cannot allow Mu Chen to bring that object back to Mu domain. Otherwise, our meticulously laid plans in Lu domain will be disrupted. But if we act now, it might attract the attention of the Northern Spirit Academy, Lu Mu Bai murmured. Then we must eliminate him swiftly. On the street, Mu Chen, who was on high alert, suddenly narrowed his gaze, turning to the front as 10 figures erupted forth, swiftly encircling him. 10 capable fighters in the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. Seeing these 10 figures, Mu Chen's heart tightened. Lu Domain's murderous intent was indeed formidable. Although Lu Ming's faction dared not act openly in Northern Spirit City, they had still prepared a grand feast for him. I cannot fight them. I must escape. Mu Chen's thoughts raced, and he hurriedly retreated, and no matter how arrogant he was, he could not possibly believe he could contend against 10 seasoned fighters in the initial stage of the Spirit Wheel realm. Whoosh, whoosh. The 10 figures were now charging forward, their spiritual energy erupting, malevolence suffusing the air, causing disturbances in the distance as the commotion began to attract attention. Gritting his teeth, he allowed his spiritual energy to surge within him, dark glimmers flickering ominously between his arms, evidently prepared to make a desperate stand. He needed to buy himself some time. Whoosh! The 10 figures advanced swiftly, their coordination impeccable, forming a complete encirclement that sealed off 10 sharp swords aimed directly at his vital points. That Mu Chen's gaze was fixated on the impending attacks, the dark radiance upon his arms intensifying. Just as he was about to take a decisive step forward and strike first, a thunderous "Seek death!" accompanied by the thunderous roar, a figure darted forth like lightning, landing before Mu Chen in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, a torrent of robust spiritual energy surged forth. He had finally arrived. The lean middle-aged man before Mu Chen was Zhou Yi from Mu Domain. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed upon the 10 figures that had been knocked back, yet he did not pursue them, but instead stayed by Mu Chen's side, guarding him. Seeing this, the 10 figures gritted their teeth, and with a wave of their sleeves, smoke billowed up, swiftly retreating under the cover of the chaos. Bastards! In a certain part of the street, looming, he had not anticipated that Zhou Yi would foil their plans at such a critical moment. Third uncle, Lu Mu Bai furrowed his brow, surprised that their consecutive plans had gone awry. Return to Lu Dong. I want to see just how bold Mu Feng is to interfere with our plans, Lu Ming said ominously, waving his hand before turning to leave. Seeing this, Lu Mu Bai could only sigh helplessly, his gaze passing through the shadows. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Lucky boy. This time you may escape unscathed, but next time you may not be so fortunate. Chapter 45. The Nine Netherdark Sparrow on the street. Zhou Yi stood protectively in front of Mu Chen, his sharp, eagle-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. After a moment, his body gradually relaxed as he could faintly sense the elusive killing intent receding. Swish! Dozens of figures swept in from around, encircling the two. Young Master, Master Zhou. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm fortunate that Uncle Zhou arrived promptly. What transpired? The moment I received news from Su Ling, I hastily led my men to Bailing City. Who were those individuals? How dare they make a move against you? Zhou Ye's expression darkened, as the young master of the Mu Domain. What kind of audacity did these individuals possess to confront him directly in Bailing City? They should be from... How could they? Uncle Zhou, let us return to Mu City first. I may have disrupted their plans. Mu Chen smiled gently. The commotion here was significant, and it was likely that the people from Bailing Academy would arrive soon. Although Mu Chen was aware that it was the Lu Domain behind the incident, they lacked evidence, rendering the matter unresolved. Understood. Zhou Yi nodded, waved his hand, and led Mu Chen directly towards the teleportation array in the city. With Zhou Ye's escort, no further mishaps occurred, indicating that the Lu Domain was likely aware that the situation was untenable and chose to retreat for the time being. In Mu City, within the Mu residence, the Lu Domain dared to make a move against Xiaomu. In the living room, upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, Mu Feng's previously cheerful and resolute expression turned icy in an instant. Are they seeking to sever all ties with the Mu Domain? At present, they likely do not wish to completely sever ties. Otherwise, they wouldn't have first sought assistance from Ji Zong, only resorting to action themselves when left with no choice. Mu Chen remarked with a smile from the side. They had certainly heard of Ji Zong's reputation. While his strength in the early stages of the Spirit Wheel realm was not particularly formidable, his status as a first-rate formation master posed a... Yet now, Mu Chen had actually managed to break his formation? At this point, I am at least at the late stage of the Spirit Motion realm. Mu Chen chuckled at their surprised expressions. Late stage of the Spirit Motion realm. Mu Feng was once again taken aback. Despite being delayed for a year in his cultivation in the Spirit Road, Mu Chen's talent was exceptional, and he was indeed catching up. The late stage of the Spirit Motion realm is nothing to boast about. If Ji Zong were to activate his formation, even someone in the late stage of the Spirit Wheel realm would find it troublesome. Do you truly believe your current strength is sufficient to break the formation? While Mu Feng was pleased, he could not tolerate Mu Chen's self-satisfied demeanor and immediately... Moreover, why choose to act in Bailing City? If discovered, it could incite the wrath of Bailing Academy. Given their customary conduct, they would not typically engage in such reckless... They must be aware of it, hence their decision to act in Bailing City. Oh! Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, both discerning a look of gravity in each other's eyes. They had heard of the Blood Butchers group and the Lu Domain's conflict, but had not paid it much heed. However, the Lu Domain's apparent seriousness was evidently not trivial. While this mustard bracelet possesses some value, after a moment, he flipped it over, and upon seeing the black bird pattern on the copper piece, he paused, seemingly deep in thought. This item bears a resemblance to, Mu Feng murmured, his pupils narrowing slightly. It resembles the Nine Nether Sparrow? The Nine Nether Sparrow? Zhou Yi gasped in surprise. Could it be the Nine Nether Sparrow? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly clenched his hand, causing a blazing firelight to coalesce within it, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized firehawk. The hawk's gaze was piercingly sharp. This was a genuine celestial beast, ranked 85th on the beast record, significantly more formidable than Master Mo's Golden Thunder Wolf or Master Shi's Stone Tortoise Lion. The Dragonflame Hawk, upon noticing the black bird pattern on the copper piece, its sharp eyes flickered with a hint of panic, and it quickly retreated a step, displaying evident wariness, even fear. To induce such trepidation, the Nine Nether Sparrow, born in the North Abyss, could obscure mountains with its wings, and its ethereal light could devour the sun and moon. This description of the Nine Nether Sparrow resonated within Mu Chen's heart, making him involuntarily click his tongue. Such power was truly beyond imagination. If it is indeed the Nine Nether Sparrow, it is no wonder the Lu Domain places such great importance on it. If a powerful being in the divine soul realm, if it were indeed the Nine Nether Sparrow, even if the Lu Domain exerted all its strength, they would be unable to capture it. The secret must lie within this copper piece. Mu Chen had previously attempted this, but had found it unresponsive. Yet Mu Chen's failure did not imply Mu Feng would falter, as the latter was a genuine powerhouse at the late stage of the divine soul realm, among the most elite in the North Spirit realm. The mighty spiritual energy flowed forth, and the previously still copper piece began to stir and a radiant light erupted from within, seemingly forming a luminous screen in midair. Within this screen, as the black light thickened, it eventually transformed into black flames enveloping the creature, and its piercing cries became increasingly mournful. The scene shifted, and the vision concluded, only to reveal a complex route, appearing to be a map. It truly is the Nine Nether Sparrow. Mu Feng X. The Nine Nether Sparrow was already formidable. If it were to evolve further, would it not then possess the qualifications to challenge the top ranks of the beast record? It seems the Lu Domain is indeed targeting the Nine Nether Sparrow. We cannot allow them to succeed, Zhou Yi said with a grave expression. Should the Lu Domain acquire the Nine Nether Sparrow, their power would undoubtedly surge, and given their temperament, they would likely no longer tolerate the Mu Domain. It seems somewhat familiar, Mu Feng inquired with a slight smile, his eyes sharpening. Of course it appears familiar, for it lies within the North Spirit realm. Judging by this place, it should be the Black Abyss of the North Spirit realm. Chapter 46. The seal of the Black Abyss. Upon hearing the name Black Abyss, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his lips in realization that it was indeed that infamous place. The Black Abyss is a notorious and perilous region within the northern. Unlike the Northern Spirit Plains, which frequently attracts adventurous teams, the Black Abyss is almost considered a forbidden zone. Over the years, those who ventured into its depths have met with grim fates. 9 out of 10 have become mere corpses. Henceforth, the mere mention of the Black Abyss would likely evoke profound dread. It's no easy task to enter the Black Abyss, Zhou Yi remarked, his brow furrowing in evident concern that he was clearly well aware of the dangers lurking. Moreover, should Lu Yu acquire the Nine Nether Sparrow, it would pose a significant threat to us. Mu Feng reflected thoughtfully. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. The Nine Nether Sparrow was overwhelmingly powerful. In its prime, few would dare to challenge it in the Northern Spirit realm. However, as it appeared now, the Nine Nether Sparrow had likely experienced a failed evolution, rendering it exceptionally vulnerable. Thus, it was feared that Lu Yu would not let this opportunity slip away. What should we do? Mu Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us first dispatch some capable individuals to monitor Lu Yu's movements. This matter must remain a closely guarded secret. If word were to leak, numerous factions would undoubtedly covet the opportunity, compelling Lu Yu to proceed discreetly. The Black Abyss is shrouded in deadly miasma year-round. If Lu Yu intends to act, it is certain that they will choose that time." Zhou Yi added that Mu Feng nodded again. "We should also quietly gather our forces. Should an opportunity arise, we must act. Even if we cannot secure the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, we must ensure that Lu Yu returns empty-handed. Given the long-standing enmity between the Mu and Lu clans, as long as the latter is thwarted, it would be advantageous for them." "Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations immediately." Watching Zhou Ye's retreating figure, Mu Feng smiled and affectionately patted Mu Chen's head. "You, my boy, have brought me a significant gift. Dad, take me with you to the Black Abyss." "It is ill-suited for you," Mu Feng replied, frowning. "I have emerged from the spirit path. After all, father, the conditions there may not be any worse than those I have faced." Mu Chen chuckled lightly. Mu Feng was taken aback, scrutinizing the young man before him. Though his features still bore a hint of youthfulness due to his age, there was an undeniable strength in his countenance. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he realized that the little boy he had raised was now grown. "Since you wish to accompany us, then you may, but remember to exercise caution." Mu Feng smiled. This son of his would undoubtedly surpass him, and Mu Chen nodded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he looked at Mu Feng. "Additionally, there are some matters I would like to discuss with you, father." "What is it?" Mu Feng inquired, puzzled. "It concerns me," Mu Chen said, shrugging helplessly. "Ever since I began cultivating the Can you explain this to me?" Mu Feng paused, then chuckled. "Oh, is that so?" However, Mu Chen merely stared at him, and based on his understanding of his father, the more nonchalant he appeared, "I thought it would take at least another 6 months. This matter is beyond your comprehension, for it was your mother who orchestrated it. That was within my expectations. Given your capabilities, father, I figured you wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat." Mu Chen replied, not surprised, merely chuckling. "You little rascal." Mu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment at being scorned by his son. "What exactly did mother do to me?" Mu Chen asked, "Why?" Mu Chen exclaimed in astonishment that he had always believed he lacked a spirit vein, only to discover it had been sealed by his mother. "There are 2 reasons. While having a spirit vein would greatly enhance your cultivation, to become a true powerhouse, you must possess a mindset that matches such talent that I in this world. There are countless prodigies, but how many of them can genuinely stand above the rest?" Mu Feng replied with a calm smile. "You have likely heard tales of those who transcended lower realms to reach the vast expanse of the great thousand world. Those individuals are the true strong ones, possessing an unyielding spirit that cannot be shaken by any force that rival them. You too must cultivate such a mindset." "And what is the second reason?" Mu Chen inquired. "Nothing. The second reason. Your mother has already made significant sacrifices for you, so until you possess sufficient strength, do not disturb the seal within you." Mu Feng's expression turned serious. "Mother," Mu Chen murmured, his hand gently resting on his chest. The mere mention of her name filled him with warmth from the depths of his soul. The gentle figure in his heart, though never seen, felt inexplicably familiar and comforting. What calamity had befallen them in their youth that caused their family to be torn apart, leaving him, as an infant, unable to clearly perceive that tender shadow? The seal left by your mother is not so easily undone. However, she has left the key for you to, as long as you possess the capability, you will gradually unlock it yourself. Mu Feng replied with a smile. A key. Mu Chen's, he had already experienced its challenges firsthand and wondered how long it would take to reach that pinnacle. Additionally, during this time, you should delve into the study of spirit formations. I will find a formation master to teach you, Mu Feng suddenly proposed. Spirit formations? Mu Chen was taken aback, scratching his head. I've never studied that before. Dio, you really want me to become a formation master? Your mother is quite accomplished in this area. As her son, you cannot possibly know nothing at all. Otherwise, when you meet her again, she may claim I failed in my teachings. That is so. Make sure to put in the effort, Mu Feng said, affectionately rough. Becoming a formation master was no simple feat. Why was it that his mother seemed to excel at everything? If she was so remarkable, how could she possibly have fallen for his father? Chapter 47. Spirit Arrays. Mu Feng's intention to have Mu Qin study spirit arrays was evidently not a mere whim. Thus, the following day, Mu Qin was introduced to the instructor Mu Feng had arranged for him. The instructor was a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, clad in grayish-white robes, his countenance devoid of any semblance of a smile, exuding an air of sternness. Although he was an underling of Mu Feng, he did not exhibit, rather, he maintained a demeanor of measured respect. This is Mr. Wenling. He will be your guide in the fundamental knowledge of spirit arrays. Mu Feng 1. Mu Qin said, cupping his fists in greeting, devoid of any airs of superiority. His expression humble, that Mr. Wenling offered a slight nod, remaining largely silent. You better pay attention, young man. Mr. Wen is renowned for his strictness. Although you are my son, if he deems you lack the talent, he will not hesitate to cease your instruction due to your lineage. That do you understand? Mu Feng Koshent Kropka. Mr. Wenling was considered a revered figure invited to their Mu domain. Though merely a first-level spirit array master, the total number of spirit array masters within the Mu domain did not exceed a mere 10 with Mr. When being the most formidable among them, Mu Qin nodded. There were no courses on spirit arrays at the North Spirit Academy, nor were there any instructors specifically engaged for this purpose. Additionally, ordinary individuals could hardly afford to hire a spirit array master, which contributed to the scarcity of spirit array masters in the North Spirit realm. Perhaps upon entering one of the 5 great academies, he would have access. When did I have matters to attend to? Mu Feng said, clearly at ease with his son, confident that Mu Qin, being sensible, would not do anything to provoke his teacher into leaving in a huff. With the recent tumult surrounding the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, Mu Feng was quite busy, constantly monitoring developments in the Lu domain. Please take a seat, sir, Mu Qin said with a smile as Mu Feng departed. Mr. Wen nodded and sat down beside him. After a brief silence, he turned to Mu Qin and said, I have heard from the domain lord that you once clashed with Jizong. Mu Qin was taken aback by this sudden line of questions. Wen inquired further. There were likely 2 spirit arrays. One was a bewildering array to trap me, and the other was a rain spirit array to attack me. Mu Qin replied after a moment's reflection. Both are merely 2 uncomplicated first-level spirit arrays. It seems Jizong harbored some trepidation regarding your father, refraining from employing lethal force directly, Mr. Wen observed. As far as I know, the most formidable array Jizong can deploy, once activated, even a practitioner at the late stage of the spirit wheel realm would find themselves in dire straits. Mu Qin scratched his head, realizing his victory had been somewhat fortuitous, when remarked, nodding slightly, a flicker of appreciation briefly crossing his typically stoic visage. Now let us discuss spirit arrays. With a wave of his hand, he continued, a spirit array, in simple terms, is the act of creating a resonance with spiritual energy through a special. Therefore, in a sense, the spirit arrays of the great world are more advanced and intricate compared to most arrays in the lower realms. Mr. Wen extended his hand, his long fingers contrasting starkly with his. Mu Qin watched as spiritual energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips, ultimately transforming into 5 exquisitely intricate spiritual seals. These seals appeared remarkably complex when confirmed, flicking his fingers to release the 5 spiritual seals. which vanished as if they had merged into the ocean's depths. However, as they disappeared, Muchen suddenly felt. Muchen gasped, his eyes narrowing as he discerned that the air before him appeared slightly distorted, with nearly imperceptible beams of light interweaving, leading back to the 5-minute spiritual seals. "Is this a spirit array?" Mr. Wen nodded, saying, "This is merely a minor spirit array, not even worthy of being classified as a first-level array. To set up a spirit array, one must possess absolute control over the spiritual seals. Any minute fluctuation or anomalous resonance could lead to the array's failure. In some cases, if the array fails, the practitioner might suffer a backlash of spiritual energy, and in severe instances, their life could be at stake, as such a failure is akin to the array turning against its creator." One explained, "As a first-level spirit array master, my limit is to control up to 20 spiritual seals simultaneously. Beyond that, it becomes uncontrollable. That, to my knowledge, those who exceed the power of such arrays is such that even a strong practitioner at the spirit-soul realm would be reduced to ashes." Muchen listened, inwardly astonished. Spiritual seals are the foundation for arranging. When stated matter-of-factly, the formation of an array is exceedingly intricate, akin to a grand project. Spiritual seals serve as the foundation and conduit for energy, while the array diagram is the blueprint. Without this comprehensive diagram, the project cannot commence. Mr. Wen reached into his robes and gradually produced a jade tube resembling emerald, faintly glowing. The diagram featured intricate lines that dazzled the eyes, weaving together to form an array that shimmered with a faint lightning glow. For spirit array masters, the array diagram is the most alluring object. Whenever a high-level diagram surfaces, it invariably incites a frenzy among spirit array masters vying to obtain it. Array diagrams, like spirit array masters, are also categorized into 9 levels. One's otherwise serious face. Of course, array diagrams might be somewhat premature for you at this stage, Mr. Wen remarked, turning his gaze toward Mu Chun, that he then handed him a jade slip, stating, "This contains the techniques for cultivating spiritual seals." I suggest you see if you can master them to some extent. This serves as the most fundamental test for beginners, that if you find yourself clumsy and sluggish during practice, it would be wise to stop, as it would indicate a lack of sensitivity to spiritual. After approximately an hour of contemplation, he slowly opened his eyes, placing the jade slip down, his expression contemplative. The cultivation of spiritual seals bore some resemblance to refining the Sun Luo death seals, albeit less complicated. However, this did not imply that becoming a spirit array master was easier than mastering the Sun Luo death seals. After all, the number of spiritual seals a spirit array master must control far exceeds. While Mu Chen could refine 2 Sun Luo death seals, how could he manage 20 or even 200 spiritual seals? The difficulty of control was evidently self-evident. After a thoughtful pause, Mu Chen closed his eyes once more, extending his hand. The dark spiritual energy flickered at his fingertips as he endeavored to cultivate the spiritual seals that Mr. Wen observed quietly, his gaze steady as he watched Mu Chun attempt. If the latter could not even pass this initial test, there would be no need for further instruction, as it would merely waste both their time. Chapter 48. Talon in the serene confines of the room. When the boy had his eyes tightly shut, and a dark, ethereal energy pulsated steadily from his right palm, seemingly coalescing into form. After a prolonged moment, Mu Chen had been in this state for a full hour, a duration that far exceeded his expectations. Generally, a novice with some aptitude for the profession of spirit array master could condense their. Yet at this moment, Mu Chen had not managed to form a single spirit imprint after an entire hour. This level of delay could only be described as sluggish, prompting a tinge of disappointment. He had heard tales of Mu Chen's remarkable talents in cultivation, but it seemed that this aptitude did not extend to the realm of spirit array mastery. Despite his disappointment, Wen Ling bore no ill thoughts. After all, he had witnessed such circumstances numerous times. Many prodigies in cultivation did not necessarily excel in other fields, revealing a certain fairness in this world. Time continued to pass, marked by Wen Ling's soft sighs. After another half-hour had elapsed, he finally observed the boy slowly opening his eyes. Yet, within his palm, no spirit imprint had materialized, which struck Wen Ling as quite astonishing. Surely, it was improbable that he could fail to condense even a single imprint. What is the matter? Why have you not formed a single spirit imprint? Were you distracted? Wen Ling inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone somewhat severe. Mu Chun, feeling awkward, shook his head in response, hesitating before he spoke. It's not that I haven't formed one. I just don't know if I did it incorrectly. Did it incorrectly? Wen Ling was taken. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Chun extended his slender hand, that a dark glow surged from his palm, and the ethereal energy flickered at his fingertips. Then, Wen Ling beheld a spirit imprint gradually manifesting. Ah, so you have succeeded, Wen Ling remarked, letting out. However, just as he began to relax, he noticed another spirit imprint emerging at Mu Chen's fingertips. 2. Wen Ling's brows finally rose in astonishment. But Wen Ling's eyebrows twitched, Mu Chen's hands continued to change. The dark energy swirled, and yet another spirit imprint appeared. Following the third imprint, 2 more materialized successively at Mu Chen's fingertips. 5 spirit imprints. Wen Ling stared, dumbfounded, at the 5 dark spirit imprints hovering before Mu Chen. His mind seemed to freeze for a moment, disbelief flooding his previously serious eyes, but he could hardly fathom that Mu Chen had managed to condense 5 spirit imprints. In his own early days, it had taken him a full month to achieve such a feat. For the greater the number of spirit imprints, the more challenging it became to consolidate them. Observing the dazed expression on Wen Ling's face, Mu Chen tilted his head slightly, his spirit imprints flickering before dissipating in disarray. He murmured, "Did I do something wrong?" Though he had not studied the knowledge of spirit array masters, he was aware of the difficulties inherent in the craft. Yet, during his initial attempt to condense the spirit imprints, he had felt no struggle at all. It was as though everything flowed effortlessly, even more smoothly than his usual practice sessions. This left him somewhat bewildered, questioning whether he had erred in his process. Otherwise, how could it have been so seamless? Wen Ling gradually regained composure, his gaze still fixed intently upon Mu Chen's palm. He moved his lips, stating, "It should not be incorrect." Upon uttering those words, he realized his voice was somewhat hoarse, and he quickly cleared his throat, continuing, "It seems you possess a true spirit array master is not solely reliant on talent to achieve success," Wen Ling admonished, adopting a serious demeanor once more. "You speak wisely, Mr. Wen." Wen Ling cast a sidelong glance at the youth, noticing that the depths of his dark eyes remained calm and serene, devoid of any hint of arrogance or pride typical of his age. This compelled Wen Ling to silently commend the young boy, recognizing that one day he would surpass his father and reach astonishing heights. Master Mu Feng indeed had an extraordinary son. Although the number of spirit imprints you have condensed is commendable, they are scattered in energy, lacking solidity. That is why they dissipated so swiftly. Such imprints cannot be used to form spirit arrays. Perhaps due to Mu Chen's humble attitude towards learning, Wen Ling, initially he had approached his task of instructing Mu Chen with a sense of obligation. Yet, witnessing the boy's talent and demeanor sparked a newfound appreciation for his potential that Mu Chen donned a contemplative expression before nodding. Indeed, the energy within the spirit imprints was too dispersed. In the time to come, you shall focus entirely on solidifying the spirit imprints. Once you have successfully condensed the afternoon slipped away swiftly, and as dusk enveloped the sky, Wen Ling looked upon the youth, still engrossed in his work with the spirit imprints, a satisfied smile. He then rose quietly and exited the room. Wen Ling made his way to the back hall, where he found Mu Feng engaged in conversation with Zhou Yi. Mr. Wen, how is the boy faring? Does he possess the aptitude you mentioned? Mu Feng inquired eagerly, concern etched across his features that if Mu Chen lacked such talent, it would render his inheritance moot. Congratulations, Domain Master, Wen Ling replied with a respectful bow, a smile breaking through his typically stern facade. The young master's talent in this realm is on par with his cultivation ability. At this pace, he may well complete the foundational lessons within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng sighed in relief, a broad grin spreading across his face. This boy was indeed proving himself, not tarnished. It seems that surpassing you is merely a matter of time, Zhou Yi remarked, a rare softness crossing his usually stern countenance as he smiled at Mu Feng. Of course, just look at whose son he is, Mu Feng replied with pride, his joy surpassing even the moments when he gained the upper hand against Lu Yu. By the way, our scouts report that many formidable individuals have gathered in Lu City, that it appears Lu Yu is preparing something in the shadows, Zhou Yi responded. Very well. Mu Feng nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. Once they set their plans in motion, we shall act immediately, that we cannot allow the Nine Netherdark Sparrow to fall into their hands. As the days turned into weeks, Mu Chen devoted most of his time, having recently advanced to the late stages of the spirit movement realm. He could have attempted to break into the spirit wheel realm using spirit-nourishing pills and the remaining jade spirit fruits. However, he wisely chose to forego such haste. This was a crucial time for laying a solid foundation. Pursuing speed too aggressively might lead to detrimental consequences. Through diligent practice, within a mere 5 days, he had fully solidified the 5 spirit imprints, no longer plagued by their rapid dissipation due to uneven energy distribution. When Wen Ling witnessed Mu Chen's success in solidifying the 5 spirit imprints, he felt astonishment within, yet maintained a composed. At this juncture, Mu Chen began to grasp the true complexities of setting up spirit arrays. Despite appearing to possess considerable talent in this domain, he still faced repeated failures when attempting to construct even the most basic spirit arrays, with no tangible result. Wen Ling, however, took these failures in stride. Had Mu Chen been able to arrange a minor spirit array in just a few days, it would have undermined the significance. Yet amidst his continuous setbacks, Mu Chen began to faintly discern the underlying principles. Finally, on one fateful afternoon, after half a month of diligent effort, he successfully arranged a minor spirit array. Chapter 49. Action in the Courtyard. Mu Chen held his breath, his palms aglow with the faint shimmer of 8 spiritual seals, a testament to his diligent training over the past period. He had now mastered the ability to simultaneously condense and manipulate these 8 seals. Not far from him, Wen Ling watched intently. Throughout this time, however, despite his repeated setbacks, Wen Ling sensed that Mu Chen was inching closer to success, for this young man possessed an extraordinary talent for progress amidst adversity. Whoosh, with a calm expression. As the seals disappeared, Wen Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, and she could dimly perceive that the 8 seals occupied 8 unique positions in the air, their light beams intersecting. When the last beam of light completed its complex and obscure entanglement, Wen Ling felt an immediate surge in the flow of spiritual energy within that space. The air shimmered. Without careful attention, one might hardly notice its presence. Then Mu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, excitement dancing within his dark irises. He had succeeded. Clap, clap. Not far away, a satisfied smile graced Wen Ling's face as she gently applauded and approached him. Congratulations on successfully establishing your first spiritual formation. Mu Chen returned her smile with joy. Although this small formation did not even qualify as a first-tier formation, it was enough to ignite his enthusiasm. Wen Ling stepped forward, entering the range of the small formation, and suddenly, the air around her twisted, revealing a miniature light formation that unleashed several beams of spiritual light, which entwined around her limbs and body like ropes. Not bad, Wen Ling observed with a faint smile. Then with a surge of spiritual power, she shattered the bindings effortlessly that a formation that barely constituted a first-tier formation could hardly restrain someone as prepared as she. This small formation is called the Spirit Binding Formation. While it may not be a first-tier formation, it has its uses. If an opponent is caught off guard, it can at least delay them for a moment, presenting you with a valuable opportunity. Mu Chen nodded. He had indeed recognized the potential of the spirit-binding formation, which was why he had dedicated time to studying it at Mr. Wen. When will I be able to set up a first-tier spiritual formation? Mu Chen inquired. Although the small formation had its advantages, it was still limited. True strength would only come once he could establish a first-tier formation. You still have quite a distance to cover to reach that milestone. When Ling replied, 15 spiritual seals. Mu Chen nodded slightly. Since he had managed to condense 8 seals, he had begun to perceive the increasing difficulty of further refinement. Achieving the level of 15 seals would require significant effort. Now that you possess the ability to set up a small formation, I will have you study other small formations extensively in the time. These formations, though not overly complex, are fundamental, Wen Ling said, a rare smile illuminating her face, clearly pleased with Mu Chen's progress. Understood. Mu Chen smiled and nodded. Since his introduction to spiritual formations, he had discovered a keen interest in them. Perhaps this was a talent inherited from his mother? Pondering this, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile, then felt a twinge of curiosity. His father had mentioned that his mother was highly skilled in spiritual formations, yet he wondered what tier of formation master she truly was. In the following days, while diligently continuing his cultivation of spiritual power, Mu Chen immersed himself in the study of various small formations, deepening his understanding and enhancing the number of seals he could condense. Time flew swiftly amidst Mu Chen's dedicated training, and a week later. But on this day, Mu Chen keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere within the Mu residence. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a stirring in his heart, and promptly outside the hall, guards stood vigil. But upon seeing Mu Chen, they did not obstruct his entry. Clearly having received prior instructions, Mu Chen entered the hall and found several figures within. The most striking among them were 5 individuals seated with authority. Though their physiques varied, each exuded a sharp and capable demeanor, their spiritual power radiating with considerable strength. That it's the 5 city lords of Mu Domain. Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar figures, Mu Chen felt a flicker of surprise. These 5 were his father's trusted generals, each overseeing one of the 5 cities within Mu Domain. That it was unusual for them to gather in one place. Upon seeing Mu Chen enter, Mu Feng said nothing but gestured for him to approach. Young master, the 5 figures greeted him with respectful smiles. Uncle Duan, why be so formal with me? Mu Chen replied, his tone warm and amiable, for he was well acquainted with these 5. Haha. The young master has grown. The leading lean middle-aged man chuckled, and the others joined in laughter, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Mu Feng also smiled before raising his hand, signaling for silence in the hall. I have already briefed you on our mission, that we have received reports from our scouts that Lu Domain has begun its march towards the Black Abyss, so we will be departing immediately. Mu Feng's serious gaze swept over everyone as he continued. This matter is of great significance. I will personally lead the team alongside Zhou Yi. You will leave 2 to guard Mu Domain, while the remaining 3 will accompany us. Listening from the side, Mu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Clearly, Mu Domain was sending forth its elite forces this time. His father held the Nine Netherdark Sparrow in high regard. The Lu Domain is taking this action very seriously as well. According to our intelligence, not only will Lu Qingtian be leading the charge, but also Lu Zong and Lu Ming will be accompanying him, Zhou Yi added. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Qingtian and Lu Zong were both formidable figures of the spirit realm, and Lu Ming was on the verge of advancing. Such a lineup was indeed formidable, explaining why his father and Uncle Zhou would both take the field. The 5 city lords appeared solemn, sensing the pressure posed by Lu Domain's formidable lineup. The lean middle-aged man named Duan Wei pondered for a moment, then suggested, let me, Iron Wolf, and Qin Xiong lead the team alongside the Domain Lord. The other 2 will remain to guard Mu Domain. What do you think? Agreed. Mu Feng nodded. then waved his hand. Each of you should bring a small team, and their strength must not fall below the late stage of the spiritual movement realm, with experienced veterans among them. This mission is not to be taken lightly. Understood. The 5 city lords responded earnestly, then broke into smiles. It seems we are truly about to engage Lu Domain this time. It's been far too long since we've had such excitement. Mu Feng smiled faintly, a hint of fervor igniting in his eyes. While others might fear Lu Domain, Mu Domain had no such trepidation. This time, for the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, he was determined to confront them head-on. Observing the rising fervor within the conference hall, Mu Chun licked his lips in anticipation. His curiosity for the somewhat mysterious Nine Netherdark Sparrow had grown significantly. No such high-tier spirit beast had yet appeared in the northern spiritual realm. He couldn't help but wonder who would ultimately claim it. Chapter 50. The Abyss of Darkness. The Abyss of Darkness lies in the southern region of the northern spirit realm, a rather secluded area due to its inherent peril. The treacherous nature of this place renders it sparsely populated, exuding an atmosphere devoid of human presence. There exists a considerable distance between the pastoral domain and the Abyss of Darkness. Standing atop a gentle slope, Mu Chun gazed into the distance, where an expanse of primordial forest unfolded, cloaked in an ominous shade of black. Above this seemingly endless dark forest, a pall of gray miasma lingered, a noxious vapor so toxic that even the most... Despite the intervening distance, Mu Chun could still sense the overwhelming deathly aura and a putrid stench emanating from the abyss. A stark contrast to the northern spirit planes, which made it evident why this place was regarded as a forbidden zone that, while they may not completely neutralize the potent toxins, they will afford some resistance against the miasma. Mu Chun accepted a detoxification pill and swallowed it, feeling a refreshing sensation. Let us move. With that, Mu Feng, having ensured that everyone was prepared, surged forward towards the distant abyss. Closely followed by Zhou Yi, Mu Chun, and the others, the group, numbering nearly 100, was However, those under Mu Feng's command were seasoned veterans with ample experience. Consequently, their journey was marked by an eerie silence, leaving no trace of their passage, as they stealthily infiltrated. Upon entering the abyss, Mu Chun felt a chilling sensation enveloping him from all directions, causing his blood to feel as though it had turned to ice, but he scanned the dim surroundings with caution. In stark contrast to the northern spirit plains, this place was unnaturally quiet, a silence that bred unease. The team advanced with utmost care, every member's body tense, hands gripping their gleaming weapons, their spiritual energy subtly. Despite their cautious approach, the Abyss of Darkness was undeniably fraught with peril, an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the stillness, and from beneath the decaying foliage, a massive, pitch-black serpent erupted, its monstrous form. The serpent's vile saliva dripped from its gaping maw, corroding the ground beneath, a clear indication of its toxic nature. It's a black abyss serpent. The sudden attack momentarily threw the group into disarray, but they quickly... This was a mid-tier spirit beast, comparable to a mid-stage spirit wheel realm cultivator, and to encounter such a formidable spirit beast so soon upon entering the abyss was truly unexpected. Humph! Zhou Ye's brow furrowed at the sight, and with a cold snort, he stepped forward, unleashing a surge of immense spiritual... He darted upwards, landing heavily atop the serpent's massive body. Roar! As Zhou Ye's feet struck the serpent, an immense spiritual force manifested behind him. Resembling a colossal beast, it took the form of a deep yellow giant rhinoceros, its heavily armored back appearing akin to a small mountain. Boom! As the giant rhinoceros materialized, Zhou Ye's weight seemed to multiply, and he bore down upon the black abyss serpent with crushing force. The ground trembled as the serpent let out a mournful cry, its body reduced to a pulp beneath the overwhelming pressure. A mid-tier spirit beast, formidable as it was, had been utterly crushed by Zhou Ye's might. Mu Chun could not suppress his astonishment at this display. Your uncle Zhou has now ascended to the early stages of the soul realm. The spirit beast essence he refined is the mountain rhinoceros, ranked 180 in the Beast Codex. Its weight is akin to a mountain, instantly pulverizing any foe beneath it, Mu Feng explained. Mu Chen nodded, a twinge of envy surging within him. When would he acquire his own spirit beast essence? Zhou Yi retrieved the essence from the black abyss serpent and returned, his voice grave. If you wish to keep your lives, stay alert. The group responded promptly, their vigilance heightened, though it seemed insufficient. With the black abyss serpent dealt with, the team pressed onward, though now with heightened caution. Sharp, vigilant glances swept across their surroundings, and even their footfalls were meticulously examined before they dared to tread. This carefulness, while slowing their pace, proved effective. After several encounters with stealthy attacks, they emerged with only. This cautious trek continued for nearly half an hour, as they began to delve deeper into the abyss. Yet the surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate and chilling. Suddenly, Mu Feng, at the forefront, halted. A cold smirk crept across his face. Lu Qingtian, when did you become so fond of lurking in the shadows? At the mention of Mu Feng's words, the group tensed, gripping their weapons. Had they finally encountered the Lu domain, Mu Chen too focused intently in that direction. This unexpected meeting had come sooner than he anticipated. Mu Feng, your pastoral domain is truly tenacious. Unable to shake off its pursuit, figures began to emerge from the shadows, numbering at least 100, a formidable assembly. Among them stood a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, a faint smile gracing his lips. His slightly sunken eyes surveyed the surroundings with a predatory gleam, reminiscent of a tiger or a leopard, instilling a deep sense of dread. Lu Qingtian, the lord of the Lu domain. Mu Chen's heart raced as he recognized the man, realizing he stood before the most powerful lord of the northern spirit realm, Lu Qingtian. Beside him was a notably frail middle-aged man with emerald green eyes, his expression cold and indifferent. The subtle aura of spiritual energy radiating from him marked him as a formidable figure who had also ascended to the soul realm. Lu Zong, the second master of the Lu domain. As Mu Chen's gaze swept towards the figures behind Lu Qingtian, he spotted Lu Ming and, surprisingly, Lu Mu Bai, whom he had encountered before. It appeared that he had joined this expedition. With both parties converging, the atmosphere grew tense, eyes narrowing with hostility as spiritual energy began to surge quietly, the air thick with impending conflict. Kid, so it was indeed you who took that item. Lu Ming and Lu Mu Bai, upon seeing Mu Chun trailing behind Mu Feng, exchanged glances filled with icy fury, especially Lu Ming, whose expression twisted with rage. Though he had suspected as much, the confirmation stoked the flames of his anger. How could he, a dignified third master of the Lu domain, be outsmarted by a mere youth? In the face of Lu Ming's venomous glare, Mu Chen merely offered a faint smile before turning his attention to the frigid Lu Mu Bai. I must thank you for the generous gift. Lu Mu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. Mu Feng regarded Lu Qingtian with a dispassionate gaze. Your Lu domain is certainly greedy. Good things are meant to be shared, not hoarded. Such actions are ill-advised. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed by your own greed? Lu Zong shot back. Lu Zong chuckled coldly. Your pastoral domain is sending all its elite forces. Should they all fall here, the territory of the pastoral domain would surely fall under my Lu domain's control. One would hope you do not possess such capability, Zhou Yi replied calmly. Neither side uttered another word, yet the glances exchanged were laden with palpable tension, surges of spiritual energy swirling quietly, as if a bloody confrontation could erupt at any moment. As Mu Chen observed the charged atmosphere, he silently circulated his own spiritual energy, but just as he prepared himself, a peculiar sound caught his attention from the deeper recesses of the abyss. Buzzing Denati, first startled by the noise, Mu Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he strained to discern the source. Chapter 51. The Soul-Eating Bee's Buzz. A faint buzzing sound emanated from the depths of the dark forest, causing Mu Chen's expression to change dramatically. Within the black abyss, peril lurked at every turn, where a single misstep could lead to a fatal demise. Yet within the black abyss, there existed a creature that instilled fear in the hearts of those who encountered. This creature was known as the Soul-Eating Bee, a low-level spiritual beast. Measuring merely the size of a palm, its strength barely reached the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. However, anyone who had ventured into the Black Abyss understood the terrifying implications of encountering such a swarm of soul-eating bees. Though an individual soul-eating bee could be effortlessly crushed, they did not operate alone. They always descended in swarms of thousands. They swept through like a dark cloud, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Any spiritual beast in their path, even those comparable to mid-level beasts at the late stage in the Black Abyss, encountering a swarm of soul-eating bees meant even the mightiest of high-level beasts had no choice but to retreat. Father. Upon hearing the faint buzzing, Mu Chen's heart raced, and he urgently whispered, "We must leave." A swarm of soul-eating bees is approaching. Upon hearing his words, the faces of Mu Feng and the others shifted, a look of alarm flashing in their eyes. Without hesitation, Mu Feng waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Quickly, let us move away from here." With that, he took the lead and darted in the opposite direction of the Black Abyss, disregarding any confrontations with Lu Qingtian and the others that he knew that if they were ensnared by the swarm, even if he managed to escape, the casualties among the Mu clan would be catastrophic. Their group departed in haste, momentarily leaving Lu Yu's side in stunned silence. Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow, a look of concern washing over his face as he swiftly followed suit, his expression growing grave. "It's a swarm of soul-eating bees. We must flee," Lu Qingtian shouted, unhesitatingly leading his people in another direction, clearly aware of the dangers posed by the swarm. The atmosphere that had once crackled with tension between the two factions dissipated in an instant. Meanwhile, from the depths of the dark forest, an endless expanse of black clouds surged forth, the buzzing sound amplifying and seemingly causing the very air to tremble. Boom! As the black cloud. However, the black cloud was evidently swifter, sweeping past the terrified creature, followed by a piercing, agonizing roar that quickly faded into silence. As the black cloud passed, it left behind a skeletal remains drenched in blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that within the black cloud swarmed countless palm-sized black bees, their vicious fangs glistening with blood. Both Lu Yu and Mu Yu's factions retreated with great haste, though they underestimated. In mere moments, the vast black cloud enveloped the area, and several individuals from both sides were caught unawares, swallowed by the swarm, followed by their chilling screams. Perhaps the scent of blood. The swarm did not retreat immediately, but instead split into torrents of darkness, swiftly pursuing the fleeing factions. "Dodge!" Mu Feng shouted, witnessing a wave of black rushing towards them. Little Mu, Zhou Yi, noticing that Mu Chen had also been separated from them, paled slightly and attempted to charge through the black torrent formed by the soul-eating bees. However, Mu Feng stopped him. "Rest assured, that lad is not as fragile as you think, and he has old Duan and the others with him that we must first avoid this swarm. He knows where to rendezvous with us," Mu Feng remarked, glancing at the figure of Mu Chen, now distanced by the black tide. Zhou Yi hesitated momentarily before nodding. Although Mu Chen was young, he had consistently proven to be reliable. Despite the extreme dangers of the Black Abyss, Mu Chen's cautious nature should prevent any significant mishaps. With a decisive wave, Mu Feng led the remaining members swiftly into the forest, steering clear of the ferocious swarm of soul-eating bees. However, he dared not recklessly charge through the torrent formed by the swarm. Without hesitation, he darted in another direction, fully aware that he needed to distance himself from these perilous creatures. "Master, be cautious." Old Duan and several others closely followed Mu Chen. Now separated from the group, that it was imperative to protect Mu Chen. Should anything happen to him, old Duan would find himself unable to face Mu. Mu Chen nodded, glancing back with a sharp gaze as he noticed a black tide surging towards them. "Run," he urged, channeling his dark spiritual energy and accelerating to his utmost speed. If they were encircled by the swarm, they would indeed face a perilous fate. Duan Wei and the others sensed the impending danger and quickly followed Mu Chen, refraining from uttering another word. Though they were swift, the swarm was even quicker, and they could feel the pursuing soul-eating bees drawing closer with each passing moment. "Damn it," Duan Wei cursed, realizing the situation at hand. He gritted his teeth, intent on turning back to confront the swarm. "Uncle Duan, don't be reckless." Just as Duan Wei was about to turn, Mu Chun seized his arm, pointing ahead. "It seems they have given up the chase." Duan Wei was taken aback, his gaze following Mu Chen's. Indeed, the swarm of soul-eating bees had suddenly halted their pursuit, buzzing in place before swiftly sweeping towards the northwest. Mu Chun watched this scene with astonishment, furrowing his brow as he faintly perceived a distant, almost imperceptible sound of a whistle. This faint and peculiar sound did not seem to originate from the soul-eating bees. Could it be that someone is controlling these soul-eating bees? A shocking thought surged through Mu Chen's mind. This whistle did not appear to be a natural occurrence. "Master, now that these creatures have finally retreated," Mu Chen's gaze flickered slightly at Duan Wei's words. Then he softly replied, "Uncle Duan, let us follow the swarm and see where they go." Duan Wei was momentarily stunned, then quickly protested, "It's all right. We want to get too close. We'll merely observe that if anything seems amiss, we will retreat immediately." Mu Chen deliberated that if these soul-eating bees were indeed under external control, could it mean that other forces were also aware of the Nine Netherdark? Seeing Mu Chen's determination, Duan Wei could only shake his head helplessly, then gritted his teeth, saying, "Very well, we shall follow. But if anything goes awry, I will ensure your safety." "Thank you, Uncle Duan." Mu Chen smiled, no longer hesitating as he swiftly followed after the swarm. Duan Wei, seeing this, quickly led the others in pursuit. The soul-eating bees moved with astonishing speed. The conspicuousness of the black cloud ensured that he did not lose track of it. As they followed closely, Mu Chen's expression grew, increasingly perplexed, for the faint whistle became clearer with each passing moment. "Master, the soul-eating bees have stopped," Duan Wei exclaimed anxiously, gazing into the distance. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen lifted his gaze to find a small basin ahead. Within the basin stood a black hill, upon which grew a strangely shaped black tree, densely populated by swarms. The peculiar whistling sound seemed to emanate from this very place, though it was so faint that it would go unnoticed without careful listening. That Mu Chen meticulously scanned the area, but failed to detect a single figure, leaving him puzzled. Had he misjudged the situation? Furrowing his brows, Mu Chen's gaze shifted to the black tree, gradually moving upward until, at last, he spotted a faint gray shadow at the tree's peak. Could it be that there is indeed someone here? Chapter 52. The spirit insect flute. Mu Chen's gaze was fixed intently upon the dark treetop, where he vaguely perceived a shadowy figure. However, after observing for a while, he felt something was amiss, for the silhouette exuded no trace of human presence. What could it possibly be? Mu Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Mu Chen leaned closer, whispering something into Duan Wei's ear. Upon hearing it, Duan Wei's expression changed drastically, his face turning pale. "Young master, this place was essentially the lair of the spirit-eating bees, and if they were to be surrounded, it would spell certain doom." "Uncle Duan, I understand the risks involved. Trust me," Mu Chen replied in a hushed tone, his youthful face bearing an unusual seriousness, and his dark eyes reflected a... Seeing Mu Chen's determination, Duan Wei could only offer a wry smile before gesturing to the others nearby to depart swiftly. Once they had left, Mu Chen Approximately 10 minutes after Duan Wei and the others had departed, a disturbance arose in the distance that a dozen spirit beasts were driven from the forest, racing towards Mu Chen's direction. The tranquility of the area was shattered by the stampede of the spirit beasts as countless scarlet lights ignited. The air trembled, and a resonant hum filled the atmosphere, for the myriad spirit-eating bees surged forth, transforming into a dark cloud that swept towards the fleeing beasts. Roar! It was only then that the spirit beasts realized the peril ahead, and they began to shriek frantically, turning tail and fleeing, while the dark cloud pursued them relentlessly. Although some remnants remained, the lack of numbers rendered the bees no longer a concern that moment. Mu Chen's figure darted out, making a beeline for the black tree. He sprang nimbly, akin to an agile spirit monkey, and along the way, several spirit-eating bees attempted to obstruct him, but he dispatched them effortlessly. Mu Chen's speed was remarkable. In just a few breaths, he had leaped to the treetop, which was somewhat spacious yet remarkably concealed, with branches and leaves extending outward to shroud its secrets. Due to the urgency of time, Mu Chen dared not linger, and his gaze immediately turned inward towards the treetop. There, in the thicket of weeds, sat a figure in a meditative posture. However, this figure bore no semblance of life. It was merely a skeleton, draped in tattered gray garments. Mu Chen gazed at the skeletal remains with astonishment, cautiously approaching. After ensuring there were no immediate threats, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. As he drew closer, he observed that half of the skeleton was charred black, with signs of skeletal atrophy beneath that darkened surface. It appeared that this being had suffered grievous wounds in life. Mu Chen's eyes scanned the area before suddenly stopping before the skeleton. There seemed to be some faint inscriptions present. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept away the dead leaves, focusing his gaze intently on the markings. I traveled here and stumbled upon the trace of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. Greed surged within me, and I endeavored to obtain it with great effort, ultimately achieving my desire, only to discover. It seemed this individual had also discovered the trace of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow and had come perilously close to success, only for some unforeseen event to thwart him at the last moment. The spirit insect clan, Mu Chen murmured to himself. He recalled having heard of this peculiar race within the vast world, capable of commanding countless insects, commonly referred to as spirit insect masters. These individuals wielded enigmatic abilities and were notoriously difficult to provoke. It was unexpected that one of them had met their demise here. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chen's gaze shifted to the other skeletal hand, where he spotted a black flute. The flute was intricately carved with numerous insect patterns, and whenever a gentle breeze brushed against it, faint flute notes emanated forth. Could this be the spirit insect flute? Mu Chen pondered. It was said that spirit insect masters possessed such a flute to command the insects they cultivated. Could this black flute indeed be that very item? So the delicate notes I heard were produced by the wind entering this spirit insect flute. It seems the spirit-eating bees were lured here to build their nest by this very sound. Mu Chen mused, enlightenment dawning upon him. If his assumptions were correct, this spirit insect flute should be capable of attracting the spirit-eating bees. However, he dared not use it recklessly, for he was not a spirit insect master himself. If he inadvertently summoned the bees, he would find himself utterly unable to control them, potentially inviting disaster. Nevertheless, Mu Chen was unwilling to leave empty-handed. To abandon such as he stowed the spirit insect flute, Mu Chen was about to depart when he suddenly noticed a glimmer beneath the tattered gray garments of the skeleton. Hesitating for a moment, he bowed respectfully to the skeleton before touching the frayed fabric. Due to the erosion of time, the moment Mu Chen's fingers brushed against the gray garment, it instantly disintegrated into ashes, revealing two transparent vials beneath the skeleton. These vials were evidently cracked. Mu Chen picked up the two vials, discovering a dark liquid inside, the purpose of which remained unknown. He pondered for a moment before cautiously unscrewing one of the caps, releasing an unusual fragrance that wafted through the air. Buzzing. As the peculiar scent dispersed, Mu Chen felt the black tree tremble beneath him, and he was startled to see numerous spirit-eating bees emerging from the trunk, their crimson eyes fixed upon the treetop. Alarmed by the sight, Mu Chen hastily capped the vial and swiftly stowed it within his spatial bracelet. This fragrance seemed to exert a deadly allure over the spirit-eating bees. I cannot linger any. The spirit beasts, urged on by Duan Wei and the others, would undoubtedly be unable to hold back the swarm of spirit-eating bees for long. If he did not leave soon, he would find himself surrounded, with no hope of escape. Thank you for your guidance. He nimbly leaped atop the black tree and swiftly darted into the depths of the forest as Mu Chun maneuvered through the thicket, preparing to halt and await Duan Wei and the others. A sudden gust of fierce wind swept down from above. Startled, he propelled himself backward, his feet barely touching the ground as he evaded the unseen threat. Who goes there? Mu Chen's eyes narrowed with a cold glint as he looked up to see a familiar figure standing with arms crossed on a nearby tree trunk, regarding him with an indifferent gaze. It was none other than Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai's icy glare bore into Mu Chun, and he extended a hand, speaking in a dispassionate tone. It seems you possess an extraordinary fortune. What did you obtain atop that tree? Hand it over. Chapter 53. Collision beneath the shade of the trees. Mu Chun gazed up at Lu Mubai, who was looking down at him with a piercing stare. He had not anticipated encountering him here. It seemed that the forces from the Lu domain had also been scattered by the swarm of devouring spirits. Judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that this fellow had faintly sensed the subtle. As for Lu Mubai's demand for him to surrender his belongings, Mu Chun merely smiled lightly, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. This is not the North Spirit Academy. Should I choose to kill you, I would face no repercussions. Thus, I hope you can come to terms with reality. With your temperament, you surely are not the type to recklessly charge into battle without thought. Upon realizing that Mu Chun had disregarded his words, a shadow of darkness, you certainly have a knack for stumbling upon such events. Lu Mubai's eyes glinted with sarcasm. They had investigated the incident afterward and discovered signs of struggle in the territory of the silver-horned dragon leopard, including remnants of Blood Butcher's tattered garments. This had led them to understand how Mu Chun managed to escape from Blood Butcher's grasp. So, Blood Butcher's demise at the hands of the silver-horned dragon leopard has nothing to do with you. To use this to intimidate me is rather naive. Lu Mubai scoffed, having deduced much about the events of that day. They merely regarded the appearance of the silver-horned dragon leopard as a coincidence, never considering that it was a ploy orchestrated by a young man to lead Blood Butcher to his doom. Mu Chun chuckled softly, not inclined to engage in a futile debate with Lu Mubai, as he found amusement in their self-righteousness. Now, do you intend to voluntarily surrender your belongings? Mu Chun smiled and shook his head. Bang! At the instant Mu Chun shook his head, Lu Mubai's gaze turned utterly frigid, and he lunged forward like a hawk diving for its prey. His palms surged with spiritual energy, ruthlessly striking towards Mu Chun. With a swift motion, Mu Chun's toes dug into the withered leaves, launching a flurry of them into the air as he quickly retreated. Boom! Fiery red spiritual energy erupted, shattering the swirling leaves, while Lu Mubai moved like lightning, his hand resembling an eagle's claw, the scorching energy radiating a searing intensity, aimed directly at Mu Chun's vital points. Seeing Lu Mubai's fierce assault, Mu Chun's expression turned cold, that a dark and fierce aura manifested on his fist, followed by the emergence of the Forest of Death seal. He unleashed a powerful punch. The Forest of Death seal flickered on the surface of Mu Chun's fist, emanating a domineering wave of energy intertwined with a dark spiritual force. Bang! Mu Chun's fist collided head-on with Mu Chun's body trembled slightly, stepping back several paces, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Mubai. This fellow's strength had indeed reached the level of the spirit wheel realm. Late stage of the spirit movement realm. Lu Mubai, the last time he had faced Mu Chun, he had just barely reached the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. He had not expected that so little time had passed before Mu Chun had advanced to the late stage. Such a pace of cultivation was truly remarkable. Moreover, What astonished him the most was that Mu Chun could withstand a direct clash with him. Although Mu Chun had not gained the upper hand, his ability to contend with him at this— "No wonder you always wear that infuriating expression that I had originally intended to have you suffer a complete defeat in the upcoming competition for the 5 Great Academy spots. But alas, your presence displeases me too much. It seems I shall deny you that opportunity." Lu Mubai spoke icily, taking a step forward as fiery spiritual energy surged from within him, enveloping Mu Chun in a palpable pressure, indicating his intention to eliminate him right here. Swish, Lu Mubai showed no hesitation. As his spiritual energy surged, his palms morphed into claw shapes, the rolling fiery energy resembling the form of a fire hawk, that he then merged his hands with the fire hawk and fiercely swooped down towards Mu Chun. Mu Chun observed Lu Mubai's ferocious assault, but chose not to confront him head-on. Lu Mubai's strength indeed surpassed his by a narrow margin, and a direct confrontation would suit his intentions perfectly. With a swift motion, Mu Chen's toes grazed the ground, and he nimbly leapt back, his fingertips faintly glowing with dark light. Lu Mubai relentlessly pursued him, his fierce attacks forcing Mu Chun to retreat step by step. Observing Mu Chen's continuous evasion, Lu Mubai let out a cold laugh, saying, "Haven't you always been rather proud? Why do you now scurry about like a stray dog?" Mu Chun returned the cold laugh, yet still had no intention of clashing directly. Mu Chen's footsteps halted abruptly, his dark eyes fixed intently on the oncoming savage assault, that in an instant, he brought his hands together, a commanding voice erupting from his lips. "Form the array! Buzz!" As his voice resonated, the air before him rippled, and suddenly, strands of spiritual energy shot forth, binding Lu Mubai's limbs. The unexpected entanglement momentarily stiffened Lu Mubai's body, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. A spiritual formation? However, the surprise in his eyes lasted only a moment before, with a cold laugh, he declared, "So it is merely a trivial formation." Boom! Lu Mubai unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, shattering the binding light strands. His assault unchained, yet the brief interruption caused by the minor formation had undeniably diminished Lu Mubai's momentum. This time, facing Lu Mubai's ferocious strikes, Mu Chun no longer evaded. The coldness in his dark eyes surged forth. Dark spiritual energy suddenly coiled around Mu Chen's arms, and he stepped forward, bringing his palms together, 2 forest of death seals flashing rapidly into existence between them. Finally his palms drew inward before he thrust them outward. The 2 forest of death seals shimmered with a dominating radiance, but as their fists roared past, the moment arrived when their cold, fierce gazes met. Chapter 54. The Black, Toxic Swamp Bang. A resounding sound suddenly echoed through the shaded woods, as a wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a— The towering trees trembled violently, shedding a cascade of foliage. Amidst the falling leaves, 2 figures collided with a thunderous impact, both staggering backward from the force of their encounter, and Mu Chen's feet skidded across the ground as he retreated several steps, finally stabilizing himself with a firm stomp. His palms trembled slightly, the backlash from the immense force causing a dull ache in his hands. Yet, despite the pain, he had managed to withstand the ferocious onslaught from Lu Mubai. Clearly, the true might of the 2-inch forest of death seals had been revealed at last. Since he had cultivated the 2 seals, Mu Chun had never been able to fully unleash their power, as his previous opponents, Blood Slaughter and Ji Zhong, had far surpassed him in strength. In such an overwhelming disparity, even activating the seals had been futile, leaving Mu Chun in the dark regarding their true capabilities. However, now he finally sensed their potency. Though Lu Mubai had ascended to the spirit wheel realm, it appeared he was still— While this placed him above Mu Chun, the gap was not insurmountable like that against Blood Slaughter. Thus, in this level of confrontation, the true power of the Forest of Death Seals could find— In stark contrast to Mu Chen's composed demeanor, Lu Mubai's face was ashen. His gaze fixated on Mu Chun with a mixture of incredulity and rage. That it was evident he struggled to comprehend how Mu Chun, with merely late-stage spirit movement realm strength, could continue. Although he still possessed undisclosed methods, the fact that he, a spirit wheel realm cultivator, was not gaining a decisive advantage was intolerable. Are you beginning to doubt your judgment? You initially thought I would be an easy target for you to trample. Yet it seems reality has deviated from your expectations, Mu Qin remarked with a smile, observing Lu Mubai's waning composure. A vein throbbed on Lu Mubai's forehead as he inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. His expression darkened ominously, and his voice dripped with cold disdain. You have indeed surprised me somewhat, but do you truly— As those final chilling words escaped Lu Mubai's lips, fiery spiritual energy surged from his body, and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him that it was evident. Determined to eliminate this loathsome adversary, Lu Mubai resolved to employ any means necessary. Mu Qin narrowed his eyes into a dangerous slant, the smile at his lips growing colder. Though confronting Lu Mubai posed challenges, if this opponent beneath the canopy, the two stood poised, their gazes sharp as blades, while leaves continued to drift between them, the atmosphere thick with tension. Crack! Yet, swish! The sounds drew closer, and soon, several figures burst forth from the forest, landing behind Lu Mubai. Master, we have finally located you. Mu Qin observed the newcomers with a slight furrow in his brow. They were evidently forces from Lu Domain. Upon seeing them, Lu Mubai released a quiet sigh of relief, then shot Mu Qin a mocking glance that it seems your luck has run out. Not necessarily, Mu Qin replied with a smile, his gaze drifting towards the distance, where familiar figures were hastening towards them. None other than Duan Wei and his companions. Duan Wei and his group had clearly sensed the commotion and rushed over. Upon spotting Lu Mubai and his entourage, their expressions shifted, and they quickly shielded Mu Qin, their eyes filled with wariness. Mu Qin shook his head, his tense posture relaxing. With both sides having reinforcements arrive, it seemed that further conflict was unavoidable. Otherwise, the scale of their confrontation might attract some of the spiritual beasts from the Black Abyss, causing trouble for everyone involved. Lu Mubai also appeared to recognize this, gritting his teeth in frustration. It seems you are fortunate enough to escape with your life once again. Merely talking tough won't suffice. Wait until you can truly crush me before you boast, Mu Qin replied with an even expression. There will come a time for that. I am eager to see if your face retains its infuriating expression then, Lu Mubai stated, fixing Mu Qin with an intense gaze. Without further ado, watching Lu Mubai's group retreat, Duan Wei and the others let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Mu Qin. Master, are you unharmed? Mu Qin smiled and shook his head, his dark eyes glimmering with cold light as he watched Lu Mubai's retreating figure. After a moment, he finally turned and sped off in another direction. Let us be on our way and reunite with my father. Before them lay an expansive black, toxic swamp, shrouded in a thick, viscous myriad. The noxious atmosphere was particularly potent. Even those at the spirit wheel realm would struggle to endure for long if they ventured within. Within the swamp, bubbles erupted, releasing faint wisps. At the swamp's edge, a group of individuals wore expressions of concern. Leading them was Mu Feng, who furrowed his brow as he gazed into the seemingly endless expanse of the black mire. Domain Lord, traversing this black toxic swamp is exceedingly perilous. The miasma above is insurmountable, and if we attempt to cross the swamp, few will survive the onslaught. Is there another route to access the depths of the Black Abyss? Zhou Yi inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There is an alternative, but it requires a considerable detour. Given the time consumed, those scoundrels have clearly prepared thoroughly. Zhou Yi bit his lip, realizing that Lu Domain had likely conducted extensive reconnaissance, possibly even sending scouts ahead. Mu Feng sighed inwardly before asking, have there been any updates on Xiao Mu and the others? None yet. Should I lead a group to search for them? Zhou Yi offered, and Mu Feng contemplated for a moment, about to respond. No need for that. I previously underestimated that boy. Turning his gaze towards the forest behind, he noticed the underbrush rustling as several figures darted swiftly toward them. Leading the group was none other than Mu Qin. Father, Mu Qin exclaimed upon spotting the group by the swamp, his face lighting up with a smile. He had finally caught up. Are you all right? Mu Feng asked, casting a glance at Mu Qin. Mu Chun shook his head and approached, surveying the vast swamp with a teasing tone. Father, it appears you've encountered quite the predicament. That it was evident that he had grasped the challenges faced by Mu Feng and the others. With a hint of irritation, Mu Feng shook his head and then let out a resigned sigh. Though he and Zhou Yi, with their spirit soul realm powers, could barely leap over the swamp, the rest of their party, if we delay any longer, the Nine Netherdark Sparrow may fall into Lu Domain's hands, Zhou Yi remarked with a rueful smile. Uncle Zhou, do not worry. The Nine Netherdark Sparrow is unlikely to be so easily. Although he had never encountered the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, the information left by the skeletal remains suggested that it was anything but ordinary. Moreover, successfully crossing this black toxic swamp is not an impossible feat. Oh, hearing this, Mu Feng, Zhou Yi, and the others were taken aback, their eyes brightening as they looked towards Mu Chun. The young man appeared unfazed, casually dusting off his hands with a, "Do you have a plan?" Seeing their eager expressions, Mu Chun smiled gently and nodded. "I end the spirit path. There were places far more perilous than this black toxic swamp." Chapter 55. The method. As Mu Feng and his companions beheld the calm and smiling youth before them, they exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of delight and uncertainty. Could this lad truly resolve a matter? "If you merely prattle on, I shall not spare you." Mu Feng jested. Mu Chun fixed his gaze upon the vast expanse of the Black Venom Marsh and remarked, "The Black Venom Marsh is a treacherous place where birds find it impossible to cross. Should one step upon its surface, they would become hopelessly ensnared. The noxious miasma that pervades the sky renders flight impossible. However, if we utilize floating objects, yet before long, we would be dragged down and torn to shreds by the multitude of black venom crocs lurking below. We are well aware of these facts." Mu Feng retorted with a chuckle. "Truth be told, what entity can move freely within the black venom marsh?" Mu Chun inquired with a smile. "Move freely?" Mu Feng paused, contemplating, before responding. "The black venom croc? Indeed. Furthermore, the scent emanating from the croc hides would deter attacks from the black venom crocs," Mu Chun explained. "Is it truly that simple?" Mu Feng and the others furrowed their brows. While the approach was not particularly, though the croc hides might offer some protection, it was evident that it could not guarantee their safety. "Ah, there is indeed one more step," Mu Chun smiled. "While the black venom crocs possessed limited intelligence, Father, Uncle Zhou, I entrust the task of hunting black venom crocs to you." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp Mu Chun's intentions. At present, they had few alternatives, and time was of the essence. Otherwise, they would be left far behind by Lu Yu and his companions. "Zhou Yi, let us take action." The rest prepared to fashion the boats. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Yi, Mu Feng unleashed a surge of formidable spiritual power from within. In an instant, he appeared above the black venom marsh, a fiery aura. This magnificent creature was adorned with fiery red scales, its wings resembling those of a dragon, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. The powerful spiritual pressure radiating from Mu Feng sent ripples through the marsh below, stirring the waters as numerous menacing black venom crocs emerged, gazing up at the flame eagle with a mixture of fear and wariness. The sheer weight of the creature seemed to vibrate the very air around them. Any cultivator who would refine the essence of such spiritual beasts would gain certain traits and powers from them. Just as Mu Feng's flame eagle endowed him with speed, Zhou Ye's mountain spirit beast granted him pure strength. As Mu Chun observed the imposing spiritual beasts behind Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, the realm of divine spirits was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of the spiritual wheel realm. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, then let out a low growl as he struck out with a punch, sending a beam of deep yellow boom. The ground trembled, and the marsh was violently disturbed, creating a deep pit as the shockwave sent several black venom crocs flying. At this moment, Mu Feng, a torrent of fierce fire erupted forth, enveloping the 10 or so black venom crocs. Crack! As the spiritual energy surged, those black venom crocs, meanwhile, at a distance from the black venom marsh, a group of individuals paused at a cliffside passage, precisely the same Lu Yu faction that had previously encountered Mu Feng and his companions. This surge of with Mu Feng and Zhou Ye's strength, they could force their way through, but it would be a tremendous drain on their energy. The rest of their group would lack such capability. Lu Qingtian, leading the group, smiled. Will they still have the audacity to contend with us then? Indeed, brother, you are quite perceptive that if the opportunity arises, we must ensure they do not escape. Without Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, the Mu domain will be at our mercy. Lu Qingtian nodded with a faint smile, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes that if the chance presented itself, he would not let them slip away. For now, they simply needed to await the exhausted remnants of the Mu domain, battered by the black venom marsh, to appear in the depths of the black abyss. You have only yourself to blame. Da boom! The earth shook as Mu Chen observed the 10 or so black venom crocs tossed to him by Mu Feng, that he could not help but click. Each of these crocs possessed the strength of the early spiritual wheel realm. Yet in the hands of his father and Uncle Zhou, they exhibited almost no resistance, that Mu Chen marveled briefly, then summoned several capable individuals to meticulously skin the hides from the black venom crocs. Meanwhile, a makeshift boat was also being prepared, which Mu Chen instructed them to wrap in the croc hides. Should they hurl the boat directly into the black venom marsh, it would likely sink immediately. However, the residual spiritual energy lingering in the croc hides would enable the boat to float atop the marsh. Once they completed their tasks, the group turned their gazes toward Mu Chen. Should trouble arise in the black venom marsh, few will emerge alive. Rest assured, father, Mu Chen replied with a smile that he pointed toward the marsh and explained, our primary concern is evading. As mid-level spiritual beasts, they possess poor sensory perception and lack sharp vision due to their prolonged existence in the marsh, that if we can disrupt their sight and combine that with the scent of the croc hides, we should be able to slip by unnoticed. How do we disrupt their sight? Mu Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. Thanks to your guidance, while it may not be overly powerful, it is perfect for dealing with these dim-witted black venom crocs. Mu Feng, Zhou Yi, and the others exchanged glances, astonished. Once Mu Chen finished speaking, he focused intently, his fingertips moving deftly as the 8 spiritual seals vanished around the boat. The others could vaguely sense the air shimmering, an unusual wave of energy radiating from the area. With a series of hand gestures, Mu Chen finally exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow as he declared, all done. The group hurriedly turned their eyes toward him, and indeed, this concealment could be readily perceived by a human eye. Yet fortunately, the black venom crocs did not possess such intelligence. Our young master truly is a hidden talent, Duan Wei and the others exclaimed in admiration. Having always regarded Mu Chen as merely a youth, they now realized he was far from ordinary. Though they remained uncertain whether this method would succeed, the sight before it only matters if it proves useful. Otherwise, it would be a futile effort, potentially leading to harm. Mu Feng remarked, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips, though he refrained from overtly praising Mu Chen, lest it inflate the boy's ego. Only time will tell whether. Chapter 56. Ruthless measures in the sinister depths of the black poison swamp. Enormous black toxic bubbles began to rise, only to burst with a resounding pop, releasing a nauseating. At that moment, a small vessel, wrapped in the hide of a black poison crocodile, cautiously navigated through the desolate expanse of the swamp. The occupants of the boat were tense, their bodies coiled with apprehension, refraining from uttering a single sound, their eyes fixated on the treacherous marshland surrounding them, while their internal energies surged quietly. This group, naturally, had adopted Mu Chen's approach, having plunged into the black poison swamp alongside him. Although Mu Chen's unwavering confidence instilled a modicum of reassurance in stark contrast to their palpable anxiety, Mu Chen maintained an air of calm, though his gaze remained intensely vigilant, for the small vessel housed several formidable individuals from their domain. Should they suffer losses here, it would be a grievous blow to their collective strength. Standing beside Mu Chen, Mu Feng appeared outwardly composed, yet a hint of gravity lingered in his demeanor, his body tense and ready to spring into action at the first sign of trouble. As the small craft delved deeper into the swamp, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. The toxic, black mud churned ominously, revealing the grotesque forms of black poison crocodiles, which began to glide menacingly toward the vessel. The sight caused the hearts of the occupants to race, their peripheral vision catching glimpses of the creatures, whose crimson eyes glared hungrily through the murky waters that ended the suffocating silence aboard the boat. Dozens of black poison crocodiles encircled them, their glaring eyes exuding a savage hunger. The tension in the air was palpable. Under Mu Chen's steady command, the vessel maintained a deliberate pace as it traversed the swamp, allowing the occupants to breathe a sigh of relief when they realized the crocodiles did not launch an attack. From their bloodshot eyes, it was evident that the creatures sensed something amiss, yet could not discern the source of their unease. Ultimately, the small vessel maneuvered successfully through the throng of black poison crocodiles, though the crew remained silent and tense. It was not until 30 minutes later, upon spotting the edge of the swamp, that they finally exhaled the pent-up breath they had been holding. "Hey, we actually made it through." The young master is truly remarkable. The atmosphere on the boat lightened considerably, as Duan Wei and the others expressed their admiration with bright smiles. "Father, what do you think? Did I embarrass you?" Muchen also felt a wave of relief wash over him as he clapped his hands and turned to Mu Feng with a grin. "You little rascal." Mu Feng chuckled lightly, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable sense of this boy had finally matured, capable of sharing in the burdens he had carried alone for so long. "Little Mu has indeed changed," Zhou Yi remarked, reflecting on Mu Chen's transformation since where once stood an innocent, somewhat clever boy, now stood a young man poised to shoulder significant responsibilities. That Mu Feng nodded slightly, ruffling Mu Chen's hair before swiftly leaping to the swamp's edge, declaring, "Let us quicken our, otherwise we'll fall too far behind the Lu domain." "Understood." Duan Wei and the others responded in unison, disembarking one after another to make necessary adjustments while remaining vigilant, hastening towards the depths of the black abyss. As Mu Feng and his crew traversed the black poison swamp en route to the heart of the black abyss, a pair of icy gazes from a distant cliff bore down upon them. "Those rascals actually made it through the black poison swamp unscathed. How is that possible?" Lu Ming glared at the distant figures, his expression darkening. "It seems the Mu domain has indeed come prepared," Lu Zong mused, furrowing his brow. His initial plan to ambush the Mu forces when they were weakened by the swamp as hazards had been thwarted. Lu Qingtun's eyes glinted with a cold light. The more prepared the Mu domain was, the greater the obstacles they posed. These individuals must be eliminated. The Nine Nether Sparrow must belong to the Lu domain. With the possession of the Nine Nether Sparrow, they would ascend as the true overlords of the Northern Spirit Realm, and he, Lu Qingtian, would no longer be merely a domain. A burning ambition flickered in Lu Qingtian's eyes. "Eldest brother, what shall we do now?" Lu Ming inquired, noting that the Mu forces were nearly upon them. "There is no need to rush," Lu Qingtian replied with a calm smile. "How long have we prepared for this plan? The Black Abyss has long been within our grasp. The Mu domain, blinded by greed, thinks they can compete with us." As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the depths of the Black Abyss, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. "Let us go. Did I have a grand surprise prepared for them?" Yes, they ventured deeper into the Black Abyss. Mu Feng and his companions became increasingly cautious. The depths of the abyss were known to harbor advanced spirit beasts. The group stealthily navigated through the dark foliage, avoiding confrontations with any spirit beasts they encountered, opting instead to circumvent them and depart swiftly. After half an hour of such careful maneuvering, they finally, gazing at the ominous landscape, Mu Feng furrowed his brow, a serious expression on his face, that we are approaching the depths of the Black Abyss. That this area can truly be considered the heart of the Black Abyss, where advanced spirit beasts reside. Advanced spirit beasts, Duan Wei and the others murmured, their eyes widening at the thought of such formidable foes, comparable to those in the Soul Realm. During our passage, let us refrain from hunting any spirit beasts. The advanced spirit beasts here are exceedingly bloodthirsty. Even a hint of blood can draw their attention, that if we attract more than 2 advanced spirit beasts, the consequences would be dire, Muchen cautioned, nodding in agreement. This place was far more perilous than the northern spirit plains. Let us proceed. Everyone stay alert, Mu Feng commanded, leading the way as he swiftly advanced into the dark chasm of the massive mountain. The depths of the black abyss, perpetually enveloped in a miasma, were shrouded in shadows, the air heavy with humidity. Occasionally, distant, guttural, moving cautiously through the shadows. Mu Feng's group avoided any area that might betray the presence of spirit beast, and you can sense the flow of spiritual energy coursing through Mu Feng. They were perpetually prepared to respond to any unforeseen threats. Despite their careful passage, they encountered no obstacles. This unexpected ease allowed Duan Wei and the others to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. At this pace, they would soon reach the innermost depths of the black abyss. However, unlike their relief, Mu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This smooth progress only heightened his unease as they rounded a bend in the mountain path. Mu Chen exchanged a wary glance. Upon turning the corner, the terrain suddenly opened up before them, revealing a vast expanse of rocky ground situated at the confluence of 3 towering peaks. Mu Feng surveyed the area, his expression abruptly sharpening that he lifted his gaze, focusing intently on a concealed section of the cliff where several figures began to emerge. It's the Lu domain. Be careful, Zhou Yi shouted, his voice low as he summoned his spiritual energy. What do you want, Lu Qingtian? Mu Feng demanded, his tone heavy with foreboding. Seeing you all so cautious is rather dull. So I thought I'd help you find some excitement. Lu Qingtian replied with a grin that bore a hint of malice. He gestured, and his followers produced several large jars, which they hurled downwards. With a series of explosive impacts, the jars shattered upon the ground, spilling forth a deep crimson liquid that spread rapidly, saturating the air with a pungent. The sight left Mu Feng and the others with grim expressions. Just animal blood doesn't seem very effective, Lu Qingtian remarked, inhaling the sanguine aroma, a cold glint. Without warning, he flicked his wrist, sending a group of Lu domain elites hurtling away, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Boom! Lu bang! A dull thud resonated as the figures exploded midair, blood mist raining down in a gruesome spectacle. The sight was chilling and grotesque, darkening the expressions of Mu Feng and roar just as their expressions soured. A series of low, thunderous roars erupted from the depths of the black abyss, filled with a chaotic surge of spiritual energy. Advanced spirit beasts. Mu Feng's face turned ashen. Lu Qingtian's methods were truly ruthless. Chapter 57. Seizing the opportunity roar. As the blood-curdling roar echoed from afar, a pallor swept across the faces of Mu Feng. Did you truly believe that merely acquiring a fragment of information qualifies you to vie with us? Well, since we are here, we might as well pay the price and learn a lesson. Mu Feng's gaze turned icy yet he was not inclined to engage in further quarrels. His mind raced, pondering strategies. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from those roars undoubtedly belonged to high-level spiritual beasts that if they were entangled with these formidable... At that moment, Lu Qingtian would likely seize the opportunity to strike. However, retreating outright would play into Lu Yu's hands, allowing them unimpeded access to hunt the... If Lu Yu succeeded in capturing it, it would spell great peril for their Mu Yu. This precarious predicament left them feeling trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. What do we do now? Zhou Yi could no longer contain his anxiety. Let us assess the situation first, Mu Feng replied, his expression ashen. Beside him, Mu Chen furrowed his brows, finding Lu Yu's minions exceedingly vexatious, constantly setting traps for them. Roar. As the Mu Yu forces remained on high alert, the distant beastly roar. Soon, 3 streaks of light darted forth from the depths of the black abyss, ultimately appearing around the mountain walls. 3 high-level spiritual beasts. Mu Feng clenched his teeth, unable to suppress his agitation as he gazed at the luminous figures. Under the tense scrutiny of the group, the three beams of light swiftly revealed their massive forms, their crimson eyes gleaming with bloodlust and ferocity. Then on the right wall loomed a colossal beast, its jet-black form reminiscent of forged steel, reflecting the sunlight with a blinding glare, its streamlined body resembling a machine of slaughter. Purple-winged lion, black iron beast. Seeing these two formidable creatures, Duan Wei and the other's expressions changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. Indeed, they were high-level spiritual beasts, likely possessing the strength of early-stage divine soul realm. That is, the waterfire crane. Mu Feng's gaze swept over the two high-level spiritual beasts before it was a gigantic black crane, its wings a striking spectacle, one resembling flowing water in shades of blue, while the other blazed like fire, creating a mesmerizing display as it flapped. Yet, beneath this resplendence lay a lethal force. The waterfire crane was the strongest among the trio, having reached the mid-stage of the divine soul realm. Mu Feng, it seems fortune has not favored you. Even the waterfire crane has been drawn here. That it appears we are in for an exhilarating spectacle of man versus beast. Lu Qingtian chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at the unfolding scene. He waved his hand, signaling his men to conceal themselves within the cliffs. These high-level spiritual beasts, lured by the bloodshed below, would remain oblivious to their presence. Bastard, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lord of the domain, if we engage these three high-level spiritual beasts, even if we manage to defeat them, we risk being ambushed by Lu Yu. Duan Wei voiced his concerns, worry flashing in his eyes. Mu Feng's expression darkened. The three high-level spiritual beasts had now set their sights on them, that if they did not fight back, retreating was their only option, yet he felt an unwillingness to concede at this moment. Seeing Mu Feng's contemplative gaze, Duan Wei and the others dared not interrupt, their eyes fixed anxiously on the eager beasts, sweat pooling in their palms. That Mu Chun, understanding their dire situation, furrowed his brow in deep thought. After a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing through his dark orbs. Father, Mu Chen spoke softly. Mu Feng, lost in thought, responded absently, his brow furrowed in frustration. Can you and Uncle Zhou hold off these three high-level spiritual beasts? Mu Feng glanced at him, reluctantly nodding. But if we do so, both Uncle Zhou and I will undoubtedly suffer considerable exhaustion. Once our combat strength, just entangle them without exhausting yourselves too much, Mu Chen advised. However, prolonging this standoff does not benefit us either, Mu Feng frowned. If we cannot defeat these three high-level spiritual beasts, Mu Feng's body stiffened momentarily, his expression turning to one of disbelief as he stared at Mu Chun, while Zhou Yi and the others looked on incredulously. After all, they were facing three high-level spiritual beasts. How could Mu Chun, merely in the late stage of the spirit movement realm, possibly deal with them? It's not always necessary to rely on brute force to resolve matters, Mu Chun retorted with a smirk. There exists something called it has saved me countless times in the spirit road. What exactly do you intend to do? Mu Feng could not help but inquire, his curiosity piqued. Could this young lad truly have a solution? There is no time for explanations now. You hold them off while I prepare, Mu Chen urged, glancing at the three high-level spiritual beasts poised to pounce. Then Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth in resolve. Trusting Mu Chun at this moment was their only option, and if he was confident, he must have some means at his disposal. Then we leave this to you. Without further ado, Mu Chun dashed outward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Someone fled? Lu Qingtian and his cohorts. What could he be planning? Is he attempting to escape alone? Lu Mubai murmured, a sense of unease gnawing at him regarding Mu Chun. Forget about him. a mere late-stage spirit movement realm kid, without the protection of Mu Feng and the others, will hardly make it out. The pillars of Mu Yu were Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. What was one Mu Chen worth? Lu Mubai nodded. Realizing he had overestimated Mu Chen, that I in such a predicament, could he possibly turn the tide? A fool's dream, boom. As they conversed, a surge of mighty spiritual energy erupted below, and Mu Feng and Zhou Yi sprang into action, charging directly toward the three high-level spiritual beasts that loomed menacingly. Mu Feng positioned himself directly against the water-fire crane and the black iron beast. With his strength at the late stage of the divine soul realm, he held his ground even when facing two adversaries. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, at the early stage of the divine soul realm, matched the purple wing lion blow for blow. The ensuing clash sent shockwaves through the air, each encounter reverberated. Lu Qingtian observed the fierce battle with an amused expression, his eyes icy as he thought, Mu Feng, unleash your full strength. Since you refuse to retreat, let your life be forfeit here. As the valley erupted in chaos, Mu Chen swiftly darted away, leaping onto a rocky outcrop. His eyes surveyed the vast expanse of the Black Forest, and with a flick of his wrist, a short flute adorned with intricate engravings materialized in his hand. This was the spirit insect flute he had acquired earlier. Chapter 58. Summoning the spirit bees. Holding the somewhat cold spirit insect flute in his hand, Mu Chen's eyes flickered with contemplation. However, he soon cast aside his hesitation, placing the flute to his lips that a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, and he exhaled forcefully into the flute. Although Mu Chen was not a spirit insect master, and thus lacked the skill to adeptly manipulate the flute, he understood the most fundamental way to use it. A seasoned spirit insect master could summon the desired spirit insects at will, but Mu Chen was not so fortunate. Fortunately, within the Black Abyss, the most numerous creatures were the devouring spirit bees. It was reasonable to assume that playing the flute here would attract them, and there was a glimmer of hope in that as thoughts raced through Mu Chen's mind. The flute emitted a faint glow. The engraved patterns began to writhe, and a peculiar sound wave emanated from the flute, spreading outwards into the distance. This sound wave was not loud. In fact, it was so subtle that it could easily be overlooked if one did not listen closely. Yet, Mu Chen was aware that the spirit insects were extremely sensitive to such sound waves that he continuously infused spiritual energy into the flute, sustaining the spread of the sound waves, while also stealing glances into the depths of the Black Abyss. With the fluctuations of spirit, it appeared that his father and Uncle Zhou had already engaged in battle with the three high-level spirit beasts. Time was of the essence. A hint of anxiety crossed Mu Chen's eyes. Those three high-level spirit beasts were formidable opponents. If his father and Uncle Zhou were entangled with them for even a moment longer, their energy would be depleted further. Once that depletion reached a critical point, the lurking forces from such a scenario was undoubtedly one that Mu Chen wished to avoid. The flute's melody drifted through the air, yet there was still no significant response from afar, causing beads of sweat to form in Mu Chen's palms. Could it be that his method was ineffective? Though he had spoken confidently in front of Mu Feng and the others earlier, it had merely been to reassure them that Mu Chen understood the inner turmoil of Mu Feng, who was torn between not wanting to retreat and allow the Lu domain to seize the Nine Netherdark. Thus, he had devised this plan, attempting to overturn an exceedingly disadvantageous situation. However, if he could not even summon the devouring spirit bees, his so-called strategy would be rendered futile. As Mu Chen anxiously awaited, time swiftly slipped away, in the blink of an eye. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the valley became increasingly tumultuous. Clearly, the battle there was reaching a boiling point. His time was running out. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chen was about to withdraw when his gaze suddenly sharpened, quickly followed by a surge of elation. They're coming! In the distance, the devouring spirit bees had finally been drawn in. Suppressing his exhilaration, Mu Chen stowed the spirit insect flute and swiftly darted towards the valley. Boom! Within the valley, Violence. Duan Wei and the others watched anxiously as the two battle circles within the valley collided fiercely, the energies erupting and shattering the debris into dust. Damn it! Duan Wei exclaimed as he noted the stalemate in the battle, his gaze shifting toward it. Clearly, this situation played right into the hands of the Lu domain. Is the young master not back yet? Someone asked, glancing back. Duan Wei shook his head with a wry smile that he, too, was uncertain of what Mu Chun was up. However, judging from his earlier demeanor, it seemed he must have some plan in mind, though Duan Wei wondered if those ideas could indeed break the current deadlock. Let us wait a little longer. If the Lu domain dares to strike, we want to let them have it easy. Duan Wei gritted his teeth. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Just as they prepared, a sudden noise erupted from behind. They quickly turned to see Mu Chun racing towards them. Young master! Duan Wei and the others exclaimed in delight. Father! Uncle Zhou, retreat! Mu Chun shouted. Having been awaiting Mu Chen's signal, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi immediately retreated at his command, but the three high-level spirit beasts pursued relentlessly. Observing the relentless pursuit of the three high-level spirit beasts, Mu Chen clenched his fist, he uncapped it, releasing an unusual fragrance into the air. Bang! Mu Chen struck the vial, and a dark liquid burst forth. He wielded his hands, channeling spiritual energy like the dark mist adhered to the beasts without eliciting any reaction. They paid no heed to Mu Chen, whom they regarded as an insignificant insect, and continued their chase after Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. Duan Wei and the others were left baffled by Mu Chen's strange actions. Into that crevice, Mu Chun pointed urgently toward a nearby fissure in the mountainside. Duan Wei and the Mu Chen followed closely behind, while Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, at the rear, unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy to force the three high-level spirit beasts to retreat hastily. What are they doing? Did they not realize this would sever all paths of escape? How could they be so foolish? Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow tightly. Given Mu Feng's cunning, how could he make such a blunder? Elder brother? Lu Ming inquired softly, clearly perplexed by the situation. Lu Qingtian squinted his eyes, and in the next moment his expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly looked up toward the valley's edge. The buzzing noise had abruptly intensified. Is that the devouring spirit? They saw a black cloud descending, enveloping the valley, the buzzing echoing ominously roar. The three high-level spirit beasts, sensing the approach of the devouring spirit beast, faced with such a terrifying number of spirit bees, even they, as high-level spirit beasts, were in grave danger. The black cloud surged into the valley like a torrent, showing no signs of stopping. The torrent howled as it swept toward the three high-level spirit beasts, leaving Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian's groups in stunned silence. Roar! Enveloped by the black cloud, the three high-level spirit beasts thrashed wildly, unleashing violent waves. Yet almost immediately, they were overwhelmed by an even greater tide of bees. Watching the increasingly faint roars of the beasts beneath the shroud of black, Mu Feng and the others felt a shiver run down their spine. Slowly, they turned to gaze at the strikingly radiant young man, grinning brightly at them from behind, their expressions stiffening. Could this truly be the plan Mu Chen spoke of? Such a feat was utterly astonishing. Chapter 59, Arrival Buzz. The distinctive hum of the soul-devouring bees reverberated through the valley, sending a chill down one's spine, particularly as three formidable spirit beasts struggled against the overwhelming tide of darkness. The ground of the valley was nearly carpeted with the carcasses of the soul-devouring bees due to the resistance of these three high-level spirit beasts, yet the bees showed no sign of retreat. Their crimson gazes fixated wildly upon the beasts, launching wave after wave of assault. The dark torrent resembled an immense tempest, and wherever it passed, all living creatures were left as nothing. The two groups hidden within the valley watched the scene before them, their scalps tingling with fear. At this moment, regardless of which side was ensnared, Mukin concealed himself within a crevice of the mountainside, his gaze peering through the fissure into the valley. The spirit insect flute and the peculiar aromatic black liquid had already been stowed away in his mustard seed bracelet, leaving no trace behind. If he were to attract the soul-devouring bees now, he would truly find himself with no escape. The black storm within the valley raged for a full 10 minutes, the once furious fluctuations of spiritual energy gradually waning until they finally dissipated. When the three waves of spiritual energy vanished, it became evident to all that the three high-level spirit beasts had been annihilated by the soul-devouring bees. This left Mufeng and the others unable to suppress their astonishment. Although the individual strength of these bees was quite weak when gathered en masse, they transformed into one of the deadliest entities within the abyss of black darkness. After eliminating the three high-level spirit beasts, the massive swarm of soul-devouring bees circled once more above the valley before swiftly departing with their ominous buzzing. As the swarm retreated, Mufeng and his companions emerged from the crevice, turning their gazes toward the valley's center. There, the once imposing three high-level spirit beasts lay reduced to mere bones, with grotesque strands of blood clinging to the white skeletons, exuding an eerie chill. Mukin, quite leisurely, approached and extracted three exceptionally radiant spirit cores from the skulls of the three high-level spirit beasts, unceremoniously stowing them in his mustard seed bracelet. These spirit cores, products of high-level spirit beasts, held a value far surpassing those they had previously obtained from the North. Even some formidable figures in the divine soul realm would find themselves tempted by such treasures. Having secured the spirit cores, Mukin finally raised his head with a smile, fixing his gaze upon the mountainside as he remarked, "Do you still possess any strategies? Do you wish to lure more high-level spirit beasts here? I would not mind drawing the swarm of soul-devouring bees back for a second round, then on the mountainside." Lu Yu and the others wore particularly grim expressions. Lu Qingtian's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Mukin, disbelief flickering across his features. "You summoned those soul-devouring bees? Could it be that you all were responsible?" Mukin smiled gradually. "Otherwise, the next time the swarm appears, your fate may very well mirror that of the fallen beasts." The Lu clan's ranks stirred slightly, and the expressions of Lu Zong and Lu Ming shifted. They had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of the soul-devouring bees. If they were to become ensnared, escape would be utterly impossible. "You insolent brat, attempting to intimidate me. You still have much to learn." Lu Qingtian regained his composure and sneered. "Perhaps the swarm was indeed summoned by you, but clearly, you lack the ability to control them. The black mist you released earlier must have been the catalyst for the bees' frenzied assault on those three." Mukin chuckled, secretly impressed by Lu Qingtian's keen insight, as he had accurately discerned his earlier actions. "Mukin, you have a remarkable son." Lu Qingtian glared frostily at Mufeng, recalling how his plans to severely injure Muyu had been thwarted by a mere boy, igniting a surge of ire within him. "Thank you for the compliment," Mufeng replied with a grin. "Lu Qingtian, do you have any tricks left? Are you planning to take matters in your own hands? I wouldn't mind a little sparring, as it's been a while since I've had the pleasure." Lu Qingtian's expression darkened, though anger simmered within him. He understood that now was not the time for a full-scale confrontation with Muyu. Otherwise, the losses would be too great, and they would be unable to capture the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. "I shall see how long you can remain so smug." Lu Qingtian's voice was icy as he spoke, and without further ado, He gestured for the Lu clan to swiftly head toward the depths of the abyss of black darkness. They had no intention of wasting time trying to hinder Mufeng, as they recognized it would be a futile endeavor to keep close behind them. Mufeng commanded, promptly leaping into action, leading the Muyu clan to trail Lu Qingtian's group. The prior failure of Lu Yu's plans left them unable to shake off the Muyu clan. The two parties, one in front and the other behind, swiftly traversed the abyss of black darkness, and this time, Lu Qingtian's group, as both groups proceeded with such caution, they did not disturb any other spirit beasts along the way. After approximately half an hour of rapid advancement, the oppressive blackness of the valley began to recede, and the terrain gradually became more expansive and level. Swish! Mufeng's group emerged from the valley, arriving at a high slope. Gazing ahead, their eyes widened in astonishment. Before them lay a vast black basin, the ground scorched and blackened as if consumed by flames. However, what shocked Mufeng and the others most was the sight within the basin, which was littered with a multitude of stark white bones. These bones, judging by their size, appeared to belong to spirit beasts. Mufeng stared at the ground strewn with bones, his breath catching in his throat. What had transpired here? How could so many spirit beasts have perished? His gaze slowly lifted to the forefront, where he beheld a massive at its summit lay a darkened depression that resembled a demonic maw, devouring everything in its vicinity. This place, Mufeng's expression grew grave. The scene before him felt eerily familiar. In a fleeting moment, turning his head, he exchanged a glance with Mufeng, both of them perceiving a flicker of astonishment and elation in one another's eyes. Clearly, this was the very location of the... It was also the destination of their quest. Chapter 60. The Mysterious Rocks in the Black Basin. A gentle breeze whispered through, causing the countless eerie white bones to shudder slightly, a sight that sent a chill coursing through the heart. This is the very place where the Nine Netherdark Sparrow resides. At that moment, the eyes of both factions gleamed with fervor. Lu Qingtian's eyes burned with desire. He turned to glance at Mufeng not far behind him, a cold smile creeping across his face as his formidable spiritual energy surged forth, propelling him like an arrow. Following closely were Lu Zong, Lu Ming, Lu Mubai, and others, who immediately followed suit. "Make your move!" Mufeng bellowed, his own powerful spiritual energy. With a thunderous flap of its wings, the flaming eagle shot forth, and Mufeng leapt onto its back. The duo surged into the air, their tumultuous energy stirring a tempest in their wake. With a low growl, silvery light burst forth from his body, materializing into a gigantic silver beast resembling a massive ape, its body covered in shimmering scales that flickered with the glint of lightning, its roar resonating with echoes of thunder. This formidable spirit beast ranked 133rd in the beast record, a peak existence among advanced spirit beasts, though it had yet to attain the status of a heavenly beast. With a resounding thud, the thunder-scaled beast stomped the ground and shot forth like a streak of lightning, bearing Lu Qingtian and blocking Mufeng's path. "Ha ha! Lu Qingtian, let us see who has advanced more over the past year." Mufeng, undaunted, laughed heartily as the flaming eagle beneath him emitted a deep, piercing cry. Unleash! Boom! The two titanic entities collided fiercely in mid-air, the shockwave of their violent energies shattering many of the ominous white bones below. The domain masters of both Mu and Lu, with a cold shout, verdant light radiated from him, and a somewhat ethereal colossal creature took shape behind him, a giant green scorpion, exuding a faint fragrance, clearly imbued. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled violently as Zhou Yi, with a cold snort, charged forward like a moving mountain, crashing toward Lu Zong. Bang! The two factions fully engaged in a brutal melee, the sounds of combat shattering the long under the cover of Duan Wei and others. Mu Chen collided with the Lu faction, quickly pushing through, his body darting like an arrow toward the summit of the black volcano. "Mubai, stop him!" Lu Mubai nodded immediately, pivoting to pursue Mu Chen with great speed that Mu Chen sensed the wind slicing behind him, glancing back with a furrowed brow as his spiritual energy surged, infusing his leg. The two raced past the black basin, drawing closer to the black volcano, scaling its steep walls like agile monkeys. Whoosh! As Mu Chen rapidly ascended, instinctively he lunged forward, pressing his palms against the ground, propelling himself into the air. Clang! A sharp dagger embedded itself fiercely into the ground where Mu Chen had just stood, piercing through the tough volcanic rock. Whoosh! Lu Mubai clenched his hands, sending several more daggers flying, this time aimed directly at Mu Chen to force him back. Sensing the rapid whoosh of the incoming daggers, Mu Chen clenched his palm, swiftly summoning several spiritual seals that shot forth, merging with the air. Strands of light manifested, distorting the air as waves of spiritual energy surged forth, countering the daggers with precision that I end setting up a minor spiritual array to fend off the attacks. He leapt over a cluster of sharp volcanic rocks, landing firmly with one foot while the other kicked out like a whirlwind, sending a barrage of jagged rocks hurtling toward Lu Mubai. Boom! Lu Mubai, seeing the oncoming rocks, clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a punch infused with fiery spiritual energy that roared forth, obliterating the projectiles. However, though he thwarted the attack, Lu Mubai's speed was momentary. He watched as Mu Chen seized the opportunity to dart away like a nimble monkey, gritting his teeth in frustration as he hurried after him once more. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of attacks and defenses, utilizing every... The scene appeared quite lively, yet only they felt the underlying peril. Neither showed mercy in their strikes. Swish, in this chase, after several minutes, Mu Chen reached the summit of the black volcano first. At the peak lay a sunken volcanic crater, shrouded in darkness, obscuring whatever lay within. Boom! As Mu Chen scanned the crater, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind, causing him to hesitate momentarily. With a swift push off his toes, he descended into the depths of the crater. Lu Mubai closely followed, hesitating for just a moment before resolutely leaping in after him. The two slid rapidly into the crater. Inside the crater, the dim light revealed an expanse of black volcanic rock, an abyss of darkness. Then Mu Chen's gaze darted around, and to his astonishment, he found no trace of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow here, only a multitude of massive black... Lu Mubai, having also descended into the crater, did not immediately attack Mu Chen. Instead, he began scanning the area, clearly searching for the elusive Nine Netherdark Sparrow. Both of them surveyed their surroundings. Mu Chen furrowed his brow, cautiously moving through the crater's floor, his gaze intent on finding any clue. Lu Mubai glanced at Mu Chen and stepped back slightly, evidently sharing the same intent. The crater's bottom was not overly spacious, and the two quickly traversed the area, yet still yielded no results, deepening their shared perplexity. Could it be that what was inscribed on the Mu Chen bit his lip, surveying the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the central position of the crater, surrounded by enormous black rocks carved by the volcanic forces. Examining the massive stones, he discerned nothing of significance, letting out a resigned sigh as he turned. Suddenly, he halted mid-stride, his hand instinctively grasping the ancient copper plate that appeared in his palm. He caressed the surface of each rock, and after a moment, his steps came to a halt, his eyes brightening as he focused on a particular massive black stone before him. Standing there, the copper plate in his hand grew increasingly hot. Chapter 61. The mysterious black egg. Before Mu Chen stood a colossal black rock, towering at least a dozen zhang high. The surface of the rock bore several scattered holes, yet it appeared exceptionally smooth, perhaps a result of past lava flows. That Mu Chen gently brushed his palm against the dark stone. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, dark spiritual energy surging in his palm, as a deathly seal manifested upon the surface of his fist. Boom! Mu Chen retracted his arm before launching a powerful punch. In the brief distance, a sharp sound of wind tore through the air, and enveloped in spiritual energy, his fist struck the massive black rock with tremendous force. Bang! As Mu Chen's fist made contact with the stone, a deep rumble echoed, causing crack. Fragments of stone began to cascade down from the enormous rock, the fissures spreading at an alarming rate until they engulfed the entire surface. Witnessing this, Mu Chen cautiously took 2 steps back. He had already sensed a hollow space within the rock. The massive stone continued to shake violently, debris raining down, and just as Mu Chen focused intently, his pupils constricted in surprise. A beam of black light suddenly shot forth from the cracks in the rock. The commotion immediately caught Lu Mubai's attention, who stared in astonishment at the trembling black stone, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. Streams of black light erupted from the fissures, followed by a wave of energy. With a resounding boom, the enormous rock exploded. Shards of stone shot outward, some narrowly missing. Within this sphere of darkness, Mu Chen discerned a massive black egg, approximately a zhang in size. The egg was entirely smooth and ebony. Upon closer inspection, the patterns resembled the wings of a mysterious black bird, enveloping the egg protectively. This is... Mu Chen stared at the radiant black egg, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes sparkled with delight. In the image on the bronze piece, it seemed that the Nine Nether Sparrow had transformed into an egg and fallen here. Could this be the very one? As Mu Chen beheld the black egg, Lu Mubai also noticed it, and a palpable greed surged in his eyes. He swiftly moved, dashing towards the egg. Seeing this, Mu Chen's gaze flickered, but he refrained from recklessly charging forward. He did not believe that the Nine Nether Sparrow could be so easily acquired. Lu Mubai swiftly approached the black egg, but just as he was about to step within a zhang radius of it, a surge of black light suddenly erupted from its surface. Bang! The black light struck Lu Mubai with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward, crashing against the mountainside, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Buzz! After repelling Lu Mubai, the black egg appeared to be activated, and rings of black light began to encircle it, gradually rising into the air above the volcanic crater. Mu Chen, witnessing this scene, hastily followed, emerging at the summit of the volcano. Buzz buzz. The black egg hovered ominously above the crater, waves of black energy radiating outward, causing the surrounding spiritual energy. This commotion rapidly drew the attention of everyone present. Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian both retreated, their gazes filled with incredulity as they regarded the mysterious black egg. "Father, that black egg, we must seize it!" Lu Mubai exclaimed, his voice frantic as he stumbled forward. "The Nine Nether Sparrow?" Lu Qingtian's eyes widened. A rush of ecstasy. Mu Feng, not to be outdone, immediately followed suit. The two moved with incredible speed, reaching the top of the volcano in the blink of an eye, both extending their hands towards the end. He suddenly recalled the skeletal figure he had encountered in the black abyss, and an unsettling feeling welled up within him, prompting a warning to escape his lips. The moment Mu Feng heard this warning, he was taken aback, his eyes flashing with urgency. He gritted his teeth and abruptly halted his advance. Despite the rare opportunity before him, he chose to trust Mu Chen, suppressing his impulsive desire. However, as Mu Feng paused, Lu Qingtian, just as he was about to seize it, his expression changed dramatically. Buzz! A peculiar sound emanated from within the black egg, and Lu Qingtian's finger that touched the egg rapidly turned ashen. A searing pain radiated. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Qingtian's face to contort in horror. He struggled wildly, but found his fingers seemingly glued to the EGG, and no matter how he fought, he could not break free, and to his terror, his spiritual energy began to flow rapidly. With a swift motion, he severed his finger from the egg. Blood splattered as he endured the excruciating pain, retreating in haste. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. Mu Feng, being the closest, his expression shifted, realizing that this object was indeed not to be trifled with. Had Mu Chen not called out to him, the consequences could have been dire. "Brother, Lu Zong, this accursed object is indeed peculiar," Lu Qingtian warned, channeling his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding from the severed digit. His gaze darkened. Lu Zong and the others nodded in agreement. It seemed that the Nine Nether Sparrow was not so easily obtained after all. At this moment, Mu Feng descended. Joining forces with Mu Yu's group, he patted Mu Chen's shoulder, a hint of trepidation evident in his expression as "I have a lingering sense that something is amiss." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. The Nine Netherdark Sparrow was no ordinary spirit beast, but a formidable being ranked 11th in the beast record. In comparison, even his flame dragon eagle paled in significance that an unusual tension enveloped the atmosphere. Two factions that had previously vied fiercely for dominance now hesitated, neither daring to strike out again. A gentle breeze wafted through, momentarily alleviating the tautness in the AI. Ardena Chen's gaze remained unwavering on the mysterious black egg. But then an extraordinary wave of energy quietly emanated from within, rippling outward. Chapter 62. Mutation. A low hum reverberated. Above the ominous black volcanic crater, a mysterious black egg hovered, its surface gradually illuminated by intricate, obscure patterns of light. As these patterns emerged, everyone present could perceive a sudden surge of chaotic spiritual energy permeating the atmosphere. That Mu Feng and his companions gazed solemnly at the scene before them, feeling the turbulence of spiritual energy. This situation was somewhat unexpected. According to the imagery contained within the copper plate, the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, having previously failed its evolution, should now be in an extremely weakened state. However, from the recent encounter where the mysterious black egg forced Lu Qingtian to retreat with severed fingers, it was evident that this entity was far from the feeble creature they had anticipated. Be cautious. Mu Feng spoke in a grave tone. We could forego the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi and the others momentarily hesitated, but upon witnessing Mu Feng's serious expression, they nodded in agreement, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic black egg in the sky. The Nine Netherdark Sparrow was immensely powerful. Although they were unaware of the extent of its strength prior to its failed evolution, it undoubtedly surpassed the capabilities of a spirit soul realm practitioner. If the Nine Netherdark Sparrow still retained even a fraction of its former power, it was likely that no formidable opponent within the Northern Spirit Realm could subdue it. Not far away, Lu Yu's forces also regarded the mysterious black egg with a sense of impending dread. Lu Qingtian's expression was extremely grim, while Lu Mubei's face alternated between shades of pale and red. Had it not been for him earlier, Lu Qingtian would not have been so frantic in his attempts to seize the egg. Moreover, at that critical moment, Mu Chun had chosen to issue a call that starkly contrasted with his own, ultimately saving Mu Feng. Comparatively, Lu Mubei felt a flush of... Should anything happen to Lu Qingtian, it would be a devastating blow to Lu Yu. With a grim shake of his head, Lu Qingtian's eyes remained glued to the sky, unwavering. Focus your attention on it. I do not wish to return empty-handed this time. His somber command resonated among Lu Yu's ranks, causing their hearts to race as they nodded in urgent compliance. Under the tense scrutiny of both factions, the luminous pattern, with a sudden vibrational surge, the black egg emitted a series of dark rays that shot forth violently. The sky darkened rapidly, hinting at the transition from day to night. A clear and resonant cry pierced through the encroaching darkness, transforming into sonic waves that reverberated outward, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he observed the black rings enveloping the sky. A wave of unease watched. His fists clenched tightly as a look of horror filled his eyes. The spiritual energy within us is dissipating. At his words, Zhou Yi and the others hastily checked their own energy reserves, only to discover that indeed, their spiritual energy was vanishing at an alarming rate. It was as if some unseen force was forcibly siphoning their energy away. Hearing Mu Feng's alarm, Mu Chen's heart raced as well. Being at the late stage of the spirit movement realm, he was less sensitive to the loss of... At such a moment, the only plausible explanation for this bizarre phenomenon could only be attributed to the enigmatic black egg. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's forces were thrown into disarray, with panicked cries erupting among them as they too recognized if this continued, their spiritual energy would soon be entirely depleted, leaving them unable to escape the black abyss. That Mu Feng's gaze darted anxiously. Before Mu Feng realized they had acted recklessly. What level of existence was the Nine Netherdark Sparrow? Even in its weakened state following a failed evolution, how could they expect to seize it so easily? At this juncture, there was no room for greed. If their lives were at stake, no treasure would hold value. Therefore, without hesitation, Mu Feng decided to lead his group away. However, just as Mu Feng issued the order to retreat, the ground beneath them suddenly Mu Feng and Mu Chun hastily looked up, directing their gazes toward the distant horizon, where an array of lights erupted from the black abyss, revealing a multitude of formidable spirit beasts, among them a dozen high-ranking ones charging forward with... The sight of these beasts surging toward them sent a chill down Duan Wei's spine that Mu Chun gasped involuntarily. What was happening? Were the spirit beasts from the black abyss truly coming for them? Quick, take cover! Mu Feng's eyes twitched as he suppressed his inner terror, swiftly leading the way to the nearby rocky outcrop. Faced with such a stampede of beasts, even a strong practitioner of the spirit soul realm would be compelled to retreat. Mu Feng and his companions scrambled to evade the chaos. Many felt their legs weaken. The scene was utterly terrifying. Lu Qingtian was equally startled, yet he managed to maintain his composure. He too quickly led his group to safety, refusing to... The two factions, maintaining a safe distance from one another, held their breaths, cautiously crouching low as they watched the approaching tide of spirit beasts. Mu Chen's gaze remained fixed on the charging beasts. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chun recalled the skeleton of the insect master he had seen earlier, and his apprehension toward the unseen Nine Netherdark Sparrow intensified. The stampede of beasts billowed clouds of dust as they stormed into the black basin, trampling the remnants of white bones that had previously littered the ground, heedless of their destruction. Their trajectory was unerringly aimed at the mysterious black egg suspended above the volcanic crater. Mu Chun watched intently as the horde surged toward the basin, rapidly closing in. To his shock, he witnessed the intricate dark patterns on the egg begin to stir, as if awakening from slumber, gently flapping its wings. The already dim sky grew even darker. Once more, a resonant black sound wave emanated, rippling gently like water, ultimately sweeping over the frenzied stampede of beasts that in that instant, the world seemed to... Mu Chun inhaled sharply, a wave of horror washing over him as he observed the spirit beasts affected by the black sound wave, both high-ranking and low-ranking, instantly freezing in place before their flesh and blood were violently stripped away, leaving behind a multitude of stark white skeletons. Exchanging a glance with Mu Feng, both men recognized the shock mirrored in each other's eyes, recalling the skeletal remains they had encountered upon their arrival. It became clear that this phenomenon was not a singular occurrence. Chapter 63. The Black Divine Thundercloud. The black sound waves, akin to gentle ripples, emanated from the obsidian basin, spreading outward. Wherever these sound waves traversed, all spirit beasts were instantaneously reduced to chilling white bones, devoid of even a trace. Mu Chun and his companions stood in dumbfounded astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, their hearts gripped by an unsettling chill. This scene was undeniably bizarre. Swish, swish, the spirit beasts, now mere skeletons, released buzzed in response to these magnificent rainbows brimming with potent spiritual energy. The mysterious black egg radiated a dark luminescence, resembling an insatiable abyss that devoured the entire spectrum of light. Wave after wave of rainbows ascended from the remnants of the spirit beasts, their vibrant beauty coming at the cost of their very essence. Most disconcerting was the fact that these spirit beasts bore witness to this horrific tableau without a hint of panic. Instead, their crimson eyes gleamed with fervor, as if they found a twisted sense of honor in their self-sacrificial act, akin to moths drawn to a flame. This unsettling contrast sent a shiver down Mu Chen's spine. The methods employed here transcended anything he had previously witnessed from spirit beasts, exhibiting a cunning and ruthlessness that even surpassed that of humans. That black... Mu Feng nodded, saying, "Moreover, such scenes have likely occurred before. Over the years, countless spirit beasts may have perished here, transforming into bones to supply spiritual energy to the Nine Netherdark Sparrow." The spirit beasts of the Black Abyss. Mu Feng's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, "If such atrocities were committed by humans, they would not be surprised. Yet the orchestrator of this grim spectacle was merely a single spirit beast, albeit a formidable. Otherwise, I fear our fate would not differ from that of those spirit beasts." Zhou Ye's complexion paled slightly. If all of this were indeed a scheme devised by the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, It was utterly terrifying. Mu Chen sighed, understanding that his father's words likely bore truth. Over the years, many humans, lured by greed, must have arrived here only to find themselves unable to escape. This terror stemmed not only from its strength, but also from a cunning and ruthlessness surpassing that of humanity. Retreat! Mu Feng's voice brooked no hesitation. The Nine Nether Sparrow is beyond our reach. No one in the Northern Spirit Realm has been able to tame such a being. While its attention is fixed on those spirit beasts, we must withdraw immediately. Understood. Duan Wei and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Given the bizarre circumstances, it was undoubtedly wise to depart swiftly. Clearly resolved to abandon any desire for the Nine Nether Sparrow, Mu Feng issued his command, gesturing for the group to stealthily ascend the rock. Their departure might actually bring us some relief from vigilance against them. What then shall we do? Lu Ming hesitated, clearly unnerved by the scene before them. The mysterious black egg was too peculiar. Instinctively, they felt that distance was the wisest course of action. Wait a moment. A flicker of struggle crossed Lu Qingtian's gaze. Yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "The allure of the Nine Nether Sparrow is too great. If I can seize even the slightest opportunity, I would become the sovereign of the Northern Spirit Realm." Lu Ming and Lu Zong exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. They had prepared for this plan for so long. Leaving now would indeed be a bitter pill to swallow. As the Mu Domain contingent quietly retreated, the Lu Domain forces remained undeterred in their ambitions. Within the Obsidian Basin, countless spirit beasts succumbed to the black sound waves, transforming into chilling white bones. Whooshed in the sky, innumerable beams of light howled, ultimately absorbed into the enigmatic black EGG. As the last rainbow vanished, the world fell into an eerie silence that cracked. In the midst of the stillness, a faint sound of cracking echoed, not loud but enough to leave the Lu Domain and the retreating Mu Domain forces in shock, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the mysterious black egg, which was now adorned with fine cracks. As the fissures appeared, black flames surged forth, enveloping the black egg, the strange flames causing the very essence of the realm to seem to boil. Just as he spoke, a resounding cry reverberated through the heavens, emanating from within the black egg. The black flames surged like a tempest, engulfing the sky. The cracks on the black egg multiplied rapidly, until with a sharp sound, it shattered. The black flames became increasingly wild, and to Mu Chen's astonishment, a colossal black wing, seemingly capable of obscuring mountains, unfurled from the raging inferno. The black flames blazed fiercely in the sky, and through the swirling flames, an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy permeated the air, causing the very atmosphere to thrum with intensity. Is that the Nine Nether Sparrow? Mu Chun gazed in awe at the magnificent creature unfolding within the roaring black flames. Though its true form remained obscured, the hazy outline was already breathtaking. This energy fluctuation. Mu Feng's eyes remained fixed on the vague giant, swallowing hard. The magnitude of this spiritual pressure would likely be insurmountable even for those who had ascended to the third heaven. To think they had dared to entertain the notion of taming such a being. What utter folly! Run! Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng resolutely suppressed his greed and barked an urgent command to retreat without looking back. Boom! However, as Mu Feng urged the group to flee, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. They looked up, stunned, to see dark thunderclouds gathering ominously above the billowing black flames, within which lurked serpentine bolts of lightning, stealthily twisting. A destructive force radiated from the black thunderclouds. Is that the Black Divine Thundercloud? Mu Feng's pupils constricted in terror as he struggled to contain his shock, the words escaping his lips involuntarily. The Black Divine. Mu Feng inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his astonishment, murmuring, "The Nine Nether Sparrow. is still not satisfied. It seeks to attempt evolution. Chapter 64. Evolution, Evolution. At this moment, Mu Chun and the others were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon the colossal shadow amidst the swirling black flames in the sky, unable to suppress their astonishment. Didn't he fail before? Thus, it wishes to attempt once more. Mu Feng's eyes reflected a hint of surprise as he remarked, "It appears that the Nine Nether Sparrow is exceedingly proud. The previous failure in its evolution compelled it to exert immense effort to be reborn from the flames. Yet, astonishingly, upon re-emerging, it intends to pursue evolution again." Mu Chin was equally taken aback by the audacity of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Generally, when an individual experiences failure in a certain endeavor, they subconsciously avoid that path. However, this Nine Nether Sparrow resolutely strives to rise from its previous defeat. Such determination and pride are truly awe-inspiring. Is it capable of succeeding? Mu Chun inquired softly, lifting his gaze to the ominous black thunderclouds in the sky, where the black lightning undulated like a massive black dragon, exuding an indescribable aura of celestial might. Uncertain that the Nine Nether Sparrow is inherently a formidable being, ranked 11th in the Great Beast record. Should it successfully evolve, it would qualify to challenge the heavenly rankings of the Great Beast record, at which point it would genuinely become a divine beast, Mu Feng explained. Divine beast. Mu Chun pressed his lips together, the simplicity of the term evoking an unparalleled weight. For in this vast world, each divine beast embodies a superlative existence. Even those, however, this black divine lightning tribulation is not easily traversed, Mu Feng murmured, his eyes fixated on the immense shadow amidst the black flames. The world is replete with spirit beasts. The chasm between spirit beasts and divine beasts, encapsulated in a mere word, is a divide that millennia of arduous cultivation cannot bridge. That IT has already failed once. Generally speaking, those who fail to yet the Nine Nether Sparrow managed to escape death previously. Should it falter again, perhaps fortune will not favor it a second time. That is Mu Feng's steps, once retreating, gradually slowed. He contemplated the implications of the Nine Nether Sparrow facing the tribulation. At this moment, they were rendered safe. In the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow, they appeared as mere ants, unworthy of its attention. But Mu Chin felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. If the Nine Nether Sparrow were to be obliterated within the lightning tribulation, no one would be able to obtain its spirit essence, leaving their expedition to the Mu domain fruitless. Yet, even if they acquired the Nine Nether Sparrow's spirit essence, who among them possessed the capability to refine it? The fortunate success Mu Feng had in refining the flame dragon sculpture was a testament to incredible odds, let alone when faced with the far more formidable and terrifying Nine Nethers. As Mu Chun and the others gazed at the sky with a mix of awe and regret, a clear, resonant cry echoed through the heavens once more. This time, within that cry, there seemed to resonate a profound battle intent and indomitable spirit. It was a challenge issued to the black divine lightning tribulation. Boom! The black thundercloud appeared to sense the Nine Nether Sparrow's provocation. Immediately, a deep rumbling reverberated. Caw! The clear cry resounded again, and amidst the raging black flames, the immense wings of the Nine Nether Sparrow unfurled with a flourish, causing the black flames to surge in a tempestuous way. The Nine Nether Sparrow, facing the black divine lightning tribulation, audaciously took the initiative to attack. Boom! The black thundercloud shifted ominously, the black lightning coiling like a sinuous dragon, coldly observing the onslaught of the countless black fire pillars. Then, imbued with destructive power, the black lightning surged downward with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The black lightning collided violently with the black fire pillars in the distant sky, causing the entire world to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. The resounding roar shook the earth violently, fissures spreading from the black basin. Mu Chun and the others could only watch in shock at the dreadful spectacle above, where black fire and black lightning rampaged mercilessly. The black lightning was evidently a terrifying force, descending with the intent to obliterate all, shattering the countless black fire pillars into oblivion. The black lightning shattered the fire pillars with a more terrifying momentum, piercing directly into the vast sea of black flames. ultimately striking the immense entity. Ka! This time, the sound carried a note of pain, yet it was quickly followed by an outburst of fury. The Nine Nether Sparrow flapped its wings in unison, and the black sea of flames surged wildly, eventually coalescing into a storm of black flames that nearly connected heaven and earth. Buzz! As the black flame storm whirled, the ground began to crack. Fortunately, the Nine Nether Sparrow's primary target remained the black divine lightning tribulation. Once the storm took form, it rushed vehemently toward the ominous thundercloud. Facing the Nine Nether Sparrow's ferocious onslaught, the black divine lightning tribulation swiftly writhed in response to the center of the thundercloud. A swirling vortex suffused with black lightning emerged, where countless bolts of black lightning began to coalesce. Boom! Within the vortex, innumerable bolts of black lightning converged, ultimately forming an enormous lightning pillar that burst forth, crashing down upon the black flame storm. Whoosh! The black lightning pillar, akin to the wrath of a thunder god, violently tore through the black flame storm, dimming the entire world in its wake. The black flame storm, which had gathered the full might of the Nine Nether Sparrow, was once again thwarted, prompting the Nine Nether Sparrow to unleash a furious cry. This accursed lightning tribulation had already obstructed it once. Could it truly be hindered a second time? The proud creature was utterly unwilling to concede defeat. The vast black flames suddenly contracted eerily, as if all the flames were drawn into the colossal form of the Nine Nether Sparrow. With the flames retracting, the magnificent figure of the Nine Nether Sparrow finally became distinctly visible to all. That it was a gargantuan entity nearly 10,000 feet in length. Its wings, when unfurled, could obscure mountains. Its body bore deep, mysterious black feathers with tendrils of black flames swirling within them. The tail. Elongated tail feathers elegantly extended, with clusters of black flames gently igniting at their tips. Though the Nine Nether Sparrow's size was extraordinarily immense, it bore no hint of clumsiness. Rather, its sinuous form appeared graceful and slender, mysterious and beautiful, captivating all who beheld it. However, at this moment, the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow glowed a fiery red. Brimming with unwilling fury, it fixed its gaze upon the thundercloud looming in the sky. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest arose. Black flames enveloped its colossal wings, and it transformed into a streak of black flame, soaring skyward, channeling all its strength toward the black thundercloud. That it was determined to engage the black divine lightning tribulation in a final, desperate struggle. Muchin watched in awe as the Nine Nether Sparrow flapped its wings, charging fearlessly toward the terrifying black thundercloud like a moth drawn to a flame. His heart swelled with a mixture of shock and admiration for the indomitable spirit of the Nine Nether Sparrow. Yet amidst this admiration, a sense of regret emerged, for Muchin perceived that the black divine lightning tribulation was once more intensifying, as if all the lightning within it were converging into a singular, cataclysmic strike. That blow would surely be earth-shattering. Boom! The world fell into a profound silence, save for the resounding thunder, as a bolt of black lightning, nearly equal in size to the Nine Nether Sparrow, surged forth like an enraged black dragon, piercing through the heavens and crashing heavily upon the... Chapter 65, Self-Detonation. A torrent of black lightning cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by an indescribable roar of thunder that resonated far and wide, nearly engulfing the entire abyss. The ethereal beasts dwelling within this abyss emitted horrified shrieks, trembling uncontrollably as they cowered on the ground, paralyzed with fear. All present gazed in astonishment at the tumultuous spectacle. The sheer magnitude of this force was utterly terrifying. Should it befall them, they would likely be reduced to nothingness. Chirp! Beneath the rampant black lightning, a mournful cry pierced the air, infused with a sense of unwilling. Could the black divine thunder tribulation truly be this fearsome? Even an entity as powerful as the Nine Nether Sparrow could not withstand it to eye in the sky. The frenzied black lightning relentlessly pressed the... Ultimately, the black flames were entirely vanquished, and the cries of the Nine Nether Sparrow grew laced with a sense of impending doom. It had not anticipated that it would fail for the first time. The black lightning, imbued with destructive power, swiftly bore down upon the corporeal form of the Nine Nether Sparrow. As it let out another mournful cry, its colossal body ignited, the mysterious black feathers ablaze. The black flames surged violently, and the temperature in the realm soared dramatically. Retreat! The Nine Nether Sparrow has gone mad. It intends to self-destruct. Mu Feng's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the unexpected ignition of the black flames emanating from the Nine Nether Sparrow. He bellowed, seizing Mu Chun and darting away like an arrow from the Basin of Shadows. Behind them, Zhou Yi, Duan Wei, and others, faces pale with horror, hurriedly followed suit. The self-detonation of a Nine Nether Sparrow would be cataclysmic. The distant Lu domain forces also sensed the peril, their faces drained of color as they turned on their heels, fleeing desperately in another direction. At that moment, they had entirely abandoned any thoughts of contending with the Nine Nether Sparrow. The two groups fled in a frenzy. The black flames spiraling from the Nine Nether Sparrow intensified in ferocity. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it conjured a tempest in the realm, and then, in an earth-shattering explosion, its massive form detonated. The black flames erupted. The entire world seemed to transform into a steamer, the searing heat igniting the forests below. Boom! Although Mu Feng and his companions had distanced themselves from the epicenter of the explosion, the shockwave still hurled them away, leaving them sprawled on the ground in disarray. Mu Feng rose, casting a grave glance at the sky behind him. There, accompanied by the self-detonation of the Nine Nether Sparrow, a colossal black fire lotus bloomed in the heavens. Black flames streaked across the sky like meteors, trailing long tails of fire as they rained down, painting a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic doom. Thud! Wherever the black flames landed, the earth fractured, massive fissures sprawling rapidly across the basin, which was soon left in utter disarray. Run! Mu Feng uttered solemnly. They could no longer remain here. Should they be unfortunate enough to be struck by a falling fireball akin to a meteor, it would spell disaster. Whoosh! Just as Mu Feng's warning fell, a searing sound of wind sliced through the air. He hurriedly looked up, his expression shifting drastically upon seeing a black flame soaring towards them. Mu Feng watched as the black flame rapidly expanded in his vision, his face paling at the sight. At this moment, escape was futile that he and Zhou Yi exchanged a swift glance before stepping forward in unison, their voices booming in unison as their powerful spiritual energy surged forth, forming a robust barrier of spiritual light to shield the others behind them. Whoosh! The black flame, trailing a long black tail, descended with a roar, crashing heavily against the barrier of spiritual light. Boom! Mu Chun and the others felt the ground beneath them fracture as the intense heat bore down upon them, causing their skin to sting painfully. The barrier of spiritual light strained against the oncoming black flame, while sweat dripped incessantly from Mu Feng and Zhou Ye's brows, their hands searing from the exertion of maintaining the barrier. Yet they persevered, fully aware that should the others be engulfed in the blast, it would likely result in grave injuries, if not worse. Creak! The barrier trembled ominously, twisting under the immense pressure, and the unsettling sound sent shivers down the spines of Mu Chun and the others, prompting them to retreat step by step. Be cautious. We cannot hold it. As the barrier twisted further, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi finally reached their limit. With a low roar, the barrier shattered, and the two were sent sprawling backward in disarray. The black flames surged forth like a torrent. Though most of the force had been mitigated by Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, the residual blast still struck Duan Wei and the others, sending them tumbling across the ground for over 100 meters before they finally came to a halt in a disheveled state. Thud! Mu Chun was also flung backward, crashing heavily against a boulder, and he instantly felt a metallic taste in his throat and could not help but spit out blood, his entire body feeling as though it had been shattered. This is utterly astonishing. Mu Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed a bitter smile. This was merely one fragment of the flames raining down. If the entirety had struck them, would they not have been reduced to ash in an instant? The self-detonation of the Nine Nether Sparrow was truly terrifying. Unsteadily, Mu Chun rose to his feet, Intending to call out to Mu Feng and the others when his expression suddenly changed, he abruptly looked up, eyes widening as he beheld the small black flame barreling straight towards him. Mu Chun. This sudden turn of events did not escape Mu Feng's notice. His face twisted in horror as he dashed toward Mu Chun with all his might. Yet his speed could not match that of the rushing black flame, and even Mu Chun could only watch helplessly. In the fleeting moment before the darkness consumed his vision, he vaguely glimpsed a flicker of light within the swirling black flame, and then all faded to black amidst the agonizing torment. Chapter 66. The anomaly within Mu Chen's consciousness drifted aimlessly in the abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, suspended in a state of slumber, unaware of the passage of time. This disorientation persisted for what felt like an eternity until, suddenly, peculiar ripples began to undulate in the surrounding obscurity. As the black flame solidified, it transformed into a colossal black bird. Soaring skyward with a piercing RYIT seemed to have sensed Mu Chen's drifting consciousness and unleashed a sharp shriek, morphing into a torrent of black fire that surged toward him with ferocious intent. Ah! Mu Chen let out a shriek, his body instinctively jerking upright, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes wide with trepidation. Is young Mu awake? The young master has awakened. Just as Mu Chen grappled with the shock of the vision, jubilant voices resonated around him. He blinked in confusion, lifting his gaze to find himself on a stretcher, surrounded by Zhou Yi, Duan Wei, and others, all wearing expressions of relief. Are you awake? A familiar voice filled with joy reached his ears as Mu Feng hurried to his side, visibly relieved to see Mu Chen unharmed. Father, what transpired? Mu Chen rubbed his aching head and inquired. You were caught in the explosion of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow's flames and have been unconscious until now. Fortunately, it appears you are none the worse for wear. Mu Feng replied, a hint of relief washing over him. He could scarcely fathom how he would cope if anything had happened to Mu Chen. Mu Chen paused, a flicker of memory surfacing. He vaguely recalled being assailed by a wave of black flames before losing consciousness. What about the Nine Netherdark Sparrow? Is it gone? He asked, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed. Mu Feng nodded regretfully. The Nine Netherdark Sparrow perished in its self-detonation, leaving nothing behind. This time, we have returned completely empty-handed. However, it is for the best. At least the Lu domain has also returned empty-handed, which is a minor victory for our Mu domain. Our main objective was to thwart the Lu domain, aside from capturing the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. Mu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was a formidable entity ranked 11th on the beast record, not something one encounters every day. The thought of refining its spiritual essence was tantalizing. We have successfully traversed the Black Abyss and are now heading back to the Mu domain. Zhou Yi chimed in with a smile. This expedition through the Black Abyss was made possible largely due to you, young Mu. Otherwise, we might have missed the Lu domain entirely and the grand spectacle that awaited us. Indeed, the domain lord has found a worthy successor. This is truly commendable, Duan Wei and the others echoed, impressed by Mu Chen's contributions during the expedition. Mu Feng, hearing their praises, couldn't suppress his sense of pride, but he quickly waved his hand, cautioning, upon our return, everyone must remain vigilant. The Lu domain's failure will undoubtedly breed resentment, and knowing their nature, they are unlikely to let it go easily. The group nodded in unison, hastening their pace. Although they had emerged from the Black Abyss, the memory of the cataclysmic events still chilled their hearts, and they longed to distance themselves from that place. As Mu Chen lay on the stretcher, he instinctively touched his head and turned to gaze back at the distant Black Abyss. For some reason, an unusual feeling lingered within him. It seemed that the Nine Netherdark Sparrow had not truly perished. 2 days later, Mu Feng and his entourage returned to the Mu domain, weary yet relieved to have survived the harrowing journey. Mu Feng dismissed the group, urging them to rest, while Mu Chen, feeling exhausted, retreated to his quarters and fell into a deep slumber, clearly worn out from the recent days of turmoil. When Mu Chen finally emerged from his profound sleep, the night had deepened, but he stared into the stillness of the night, momentarily lost in thought before stretching lazily. It is time to cultivate, Mu Chen murmured with a light chuckle, crossing his legs, and he soon entered a meditative state, the air around him shimmering slightly as wisps of spiritual energy were drawn toward him, permeating his being through his breath. This state of cultivation persisted for about an hour until he abruptly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his obsidian gaze glimmered with astonishment and barely contained joy that he sensed that the spiritual energy within his dantian had reached a state of fullness, indicating that he had achieved the pinnacle of the late stage of the spirit movement realm, and was now poised to effortlessly break into the spirit wheel realm. To think it would happen so swiftly, Mu-chun rejoiced. He had anticipated that this process would take at least another half-month, yet the journey through the black abyss had proven to be immensely beneficial. After a moment, Mu-chun gradually subdued his elation, his hand forming a fist as a delicate jade box appeared within it. Inside lay a round, jade-like pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, a reward he had acquired during his trials in the North Spirit Plains. This particular pill was immensely helpful for those striving to break into the spirit wheel realm. Mu-chun had refrained from using it casually, waiting for the most opportune moment, and now, that moment had arrived, he retrieved the emerald-like pill, inhaling its faint fragrance which sharpened his senses, and without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the spirit-nourishing pill whole. Buzz! The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through Mu-chun's body like a flood. With his eyes tightly shut, he activated the Grand Buddha technique, gradually refining the potent spiritual energy, which flowed unceasingly into his dantian. As this substantial influx of spiritual energy entered his dantian, notable changes began to occur. The once nebulous cluster of spiritual energy, resembling a starry sky, began to contract slowly. To break into the spirit wheel realm, a copious amount of spiritual energy was required. Fortunately, with the spirit-nourishing pill at his disposal, this step saved him considerable trouble, but he steadied his mind, methodically refining the pill's essence and directing it into his dantian. Within his dantian, the palm-sized sphere of spiritual energy had shrunk to the size of a chicken egg, yet its edges began to round out. The originally deep black hue of the spiritual energy grew even more profound. The sphere of spiritual energy continued to compress, as Mu-chun persistently infused more energy into his dantian. This process continued for approximately 10 minutes until the egg-sized sphere of energy stabilized at the size of a dove's egg, at which point the compression ceased completely. Mu-chun tuned into the changes within his dantian, his mind diving deep into it. He beheld a dove egg-sized sphere of pitch-black spiritual energy, gently suspended within. This spiritual energy sphere was several times smaller than the previous cluster, yet Mu-chun could discern the immense potency contained within it, far surpassing his former state in the late spirit movement realm. He gazed at the petite yet exquisite sphere of spiritual energy. Unable to contain his joy, he had finally achieved a breakthrough into the spirit wheel realm, marking a true advancement in his cultivation. With this alone, he had satisfied the most fundamental requirements for enrollment in the 5 great academies. While he was not surprised by his progress, the exhilarating sensation of newfound strength was indescribably delightful. Even if those individuals traversing the spirit road had surpassed him in prowess by completing their final steps, so be it. He, Mu-chun, would not be outdone in this vast world. Mu-chun pressed his lips together, a deep-seated pride and determination emanating from his youthful countenance. With the successful formation of the spirit wheel, Mu-chun felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. Just as he prepared to exit this state of cultivation, a familiar, melodious cry suddenly resonated within his mind. Ka. The sound was not particularly loud, yet it struck Mu-chun like a bolt of lightning, freezing his body in place, his thoughts muddled by a buzzing in his head. Boom! As Mu-chun's mind struggled to regain clarity amidst the reverberations of the cry, he was horrified to discover an extremely malevolent surge of energy abruptly erupting from within him, racing toward his mind as if intent on devouring his consciousness. The essence devours its master? This realization sent a chill coursing through Mu-chun's already stunned body, his eyes widening in terror. Chapter 67. The page of black paper and the spirit sparrow. The sudden turn of events plunged Mu-chun's mind into a state of utter chaos and alarm, leaving his complexion unusually pale. The notion of a spirit core devouring its master. Damn it. He had just barely broken through to the spirit wheel realm and lacked the strength to refine the essence of a spirit beast. How could such a thing inexplicably manifest within him? Mu Chen's thoughts were a tangled mess, but fortunately, he retained a flicker of composure, quickly regaining focus. For the moment, he needed to prioritize one thing above all: preserving his life. The phenomenon of a spirit core consuming its master was not uncommon. There were those among the powerful who had ascended to the realm of divine spirits, often overly ambitious, seeking to refine the essences of formidable spirit beasts. Little did they realize the perilous nature of such endeavors. Refining a spirit beast's essence required the complete obliteration of its prior intelligence. This method inevitably incited fierce resistance from the spirit beasts themselves, and those imbued with fierce vitality would seize the opportunity to retaliate, potentially fatally harming their master. A particularly savage surge of energy surged towards Mu Chen's mind, seeking to eradicate his consciousness. Faced with this internal assault, Mu Chen found himself with limited options. That he took a deep breath, directing his internal energy to circulate through his meridians, colliding with the encroaching force. Boom! The sound reverberated within Mu Chen, causing a sweet taste to rise in his throat. The clash of energies generated ripples that swiftly spread out, ultimately colliding with the fierce wave rushing towards his mind. The impact sent another wave of dizziness coursing through Mu Chen's thoughts, yet he bit down on his tongue. Using the sharp pain to keep himself alert, it was then that he noticed an eerie black flame rising within him, an ominous presence. That black flame flickered, and within it, he could faintly discern the elegant silhouette of a soaring bird. It's the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. Upon recognizing the shadow that had left an indelible impression on him, Mu Chen's heart surged with tumult. He never imagined that not only had a spirit beast's essence invaded his body, but it was also that of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. It was during that moment, Mu Chen suddenly recalled the instant before he fell unconscious in the black abyss, when a mass of black flames surged towards him, as if concealing something. Could it be that the essence of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow had been hidden within that flame, subsequently entering his body? Damn it! Mu Chen cursed, his heart racing with trepidation at the realization that, given his current strength, he was utterly incapable of refining it. The only outcome would be his consciousness being erased by the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, or perhaps this cunning and ferocious creature would find a unique way to seize his body for its rebirth. That was a fate Mu Chen could not bear to witness. Chirp! Seemingly sensing Mu Chen's gaze, the Nine Netherdark Sparrow erupted with a fierce cry, infused with murderous intent, as the black flames lunged toward Mu Chen's energy sea. It was clever, knowing that should it breach his energy sea and destroy his internal power, he would be rendered powerless to resist. What a ruthless beast! Mu Chen was taken aback by the Nine Netherdark Sparrow's ferocity. The black flames, with the barely visible form of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow, regarded the oncoming surge of energy with an expression of utter disdain. What level of existence was it? Even in its current weakened state, it was far beyond the capabilities of a mere youth who had just entered the spirit wheel realm that moment. The black flames seemed to grow brighter, and with a powerful beat of its wings, the flames surged forth to meet the incoming energy. As the two forces collided, Mu Chen was horrified to witness his internal energy evaporating upon contact. This effort to obstruct the Nine Netherdark Sparrow was utterly futile. The disparity between them was insurmountable. One was a legendary spirit beast known throughout the world, while the other was merely a novice in the spirit wheel realm. Mu Chen recognized the vast chasm separating them, yet he refused to concede. Gritting his teeth, a fierce determination flickered within him, that if you seek to destroy me, then you shall not emerge unscathed. With a surge of will, Mu Chen activated the nascent energy wheel within his sea of energy, extracting every ounce of power stored within it and unleashing it toward the encroaching black flames. Sizzle! The black flames continued their relentless advance, devouring all energy in their path. Though Mu Chen poured every ounce of strength into his defense, it only slightly delayed the inevitable, failing to truly halt the Nine Netherdark Sparrow. In mere moments, the black flames shattered through all of Mu Chen's defenses, emerging before his energy sea, where the faint outline of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. Whoosh! With a decisive surge, the black flames finally breached the energy sea, unleashing a searing pain that contorted Mu Chen's visage He could see the Nine Nether Sparrow racing toward the newly formed energy wheel, flames roaring as it sought to obliterate it. This energy wheel encapsulated the culmination of Mu Chen's efforts. Should it be destroyed, all his hard work would be rendered meaningless in an instant. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Mu Chen found himself utterly powerless. The chasm between them was a rift that no tactic could bridge. With bloodshot eyes, he could only watch helplessly as the Nine Nether Sparrow bore down upon the energy wheel. "I'll fight you to the bitter end." In a moment of desperation, Mu Chen roared, prepared to detonate the energy wheel in a final act of defiance. Though it would come at a great cost, it was a preferable fate to being erased by the Nine Nether Sparrow. As the energy wheel erupted with blinding light, its energy turned violently chaotic. Yet, just as Mu Chen was about to follow through on his desperate plan, a delicate sound, reminiscent of a resonant bell echoing through a valley, quietly reverberated within his energy sea. Under the influence of that peculiar sound, the tumultuous energy will began to gradually calm. Then Mu Chen stared, bewildered, as he turned his gaze upward to find a thin sheet of black paper lying serenely above the energy wheel. It seemed that this sound had emanated from it. Mu Chen felt tears welling in his eyes. Ever since he had acquired this mysterious, inscrutable black paper, it had remained dormant within him, never once showing any sign of utility. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would emerge at this crucial juncture to suppress his only means of battling the Nine Nether Sparrow? As the energy wheel was subdued, the black flames of the Nine Nether Sparrow drew perilously close, distorting the energies within his sea. "It's over," he sighed in despair, realizing the gravity of the situation. Boom! The black flames surged violently. Yet just as they were about to collide with the energy wheel, a thin black veil descended from above. Bang! The once invincible black flames were unexpectedly repelled, and a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the Nine Nether Sparrow hidden within the flames. Mu Chen, witnessing this turn of events, was momentarily stunned before hastily shifting his gaze back to the thin sheet of black paper, recognizing that the veil had emanated from it. Buzzed at a sound akin to an ethereal chant began to emanate from the black paper, and for the first time, dark purple glimmers appeared upon its surface. Whoosh! These glimmers materialized and suddenly shot forth, transforming into a dark purple veil that enveloped the black flames of the Nine Nether Sparrow. This unexpected development startled the Nine Nether Sparrow, which hastily collided against the veil. Yet to Mu Chen's astonishment, the veil remained unyielding against the sparrow's assault. The veil took shape, but that was not the end. Dark purple rays of light began to coalesce beneath the Nine Nether Sparrow, gradually expanding into a dark purple mandala flower. The petals of this mandala were adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, and upon beholding this flower, the Nine Nether Sparrow's eyes widened in horror. It then emitted a frantic and terrified cry. The mysterious dark purple mandala flower enveloped the black flames, binding the Nine Nether Sparrow within it, and slowly rising to settle upon the thin sheet of black paper. A flower of confinement had thoroughly ensnared the Nine Nether Sparrow within its grasp. As the Nine Nether Sparrow was trapped, the tumult within Mu Chen's energy sea gradually subsided, the black flames receding until they coalesced into a miniature version of the Nine Nether Sparrow, no larger than an infant's fist. It struggled in fury, yet could not escape the grip of the dark purple mandala flower. Ultimately, it ceased its struggles, its eyes filled with resentment and malice, gradually closing as it prepared to conserve its strength, awaiting the opportune moment. Mu Chen stood in stunned silence, gazing at the miraculous confrontation within his energy sea. After a long while, he emerged from his stupor, staring blankly at the dark purple mandala flower resting upon the thin sheet of black paper. Is this really resolved? Chapter 68. The fire flame spirit array. When Mu Chen awoke in the early morning, his mind remained in a state of disarray. Had it not been for the dark purple mandala flower still present on that page of black paper within his dantian, along with the imprisoned Nine Nether Sparrow, he might have believed that the events of the previous night were merely a figment of his imagination. Damn that beast. After a considerable time, Mu Chen gradually accepted this unsettling reality that he rubbed his face vigorously with his palm, cursing in frustration. Although the Nine Nether Sparrow was currently confined by the mysterious black paper, Mu Chen still felt a sense of unease. After all, this creature was exceedingly powerful, While it was in an extremely weakened state now, what would happen when it eventually regained its strength? What if that enigmatic black paper could no longer contain it? Having this entity residing within him was akin to harboring a volatile bomb, capable of wreaking havoc at any moment. Only after experiencing the ferocity and untamed nature of the Nine Netherdark Sparrow could he fathom the naivety of his desire to subdue it. Given the sparrow's pride, Mu Chun was certain that if anyone attempted to forcibly refine it, that wretched creature would fight to the bitter end. What use was a spirit beast's essence? After venting his frustrations upon the Nine Netherdark Sparrow and his thoughts, Mu Chun gradually calmed himself. The situation was as it stood. Any further outbursts would be futile. Fortunately, the Nine Netherdark Sparrow was trapped for the time being, granting him some time to contemplate strategies to deal with it. Rising from his bed and tidying himself up, Mu Chun exited his room and made his way to the usual place where he studied spirit arrays with Mr. Wen Ling after his experience in the Black Abyss. Mu Chun had come to appreciate the power of spirit arrays, and his interest had only intensified. Moreover, the arrays he had employed thus far were merely minor ones, not even qualifying as first-tier arrays. Upon arriving at the usual training room, Mu Chun found that Mr. Wen Ling was not present. It seemed he had arrived early. However, he was not impatient. He sat down on the cushion and wore a contemplative expression. With his formal advancement into the spirit wheel realm, he could sense that the magnitude of his spiritual power had significantly increased, and his control over it had become much more refined. I wonder how many spirit seals I can condense now. Mu Chun murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes that he then extended his palm, swirling it, and dark spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his hand. The speed and density of the spiritual power filled Mu Chun with satisfaction. Indeed, in the spirit wheel realm, the efficiency of manipulating spiritual energy far exceeded that of the late stages of the spirit movement realm. The dark spiritual energy rapidly coalesced at Mu Chun's fingertips, and 8 spirit seals were condensed in swift succession. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, the 9th spirit seal quietly formed. Mu Chun gazed at the 9th seal, yet did not cease his efforts. The dark spiritual energy continued to gather, leading to the emergence of the 10th and 11th seals. Eventually, the dark energy flickered and settled at a total of 12 spirit seals. Looking at the 12 spirit seals in his palm, Mu Chun felt a sense of reluctant satisfaction, but he sensed that this was not his limit. He had merely just entered the spirit wheel realm and needed some time to stabilize. He believed he could achieve even more in due course. Chuckling at his progress, Mu Chun clenched his hand, causing the 12 spirit seals to dissipate. Just then, he heard footsteps outside the door, which opened to reveal Mr. Wen Ling. Mr. Wen, Mu Chun exclaimed, quickly rising to pay his respects. Wen Ling waved his hand dismissively, a hint of a smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor as he remarked, I have heard from the domain master about your use of minor spirit arrays in the Black Abyss. You are quite the quick learner. Invited by Mu Chun's father to instruct him in spirit arrays, Wen Ling felt a sense of pride in Mu Chun's rapid progress, acknowledging that much of it stemmed from the latter's apparent talent in the field. Mu Chun smiled sheepishly. Those minor spirit arrays were merely sufficient to deceive lower intelligence spirit beasts that I in the next few days. You will likely need to study on your own, Wen Ling said, looking at Mu Chun. Your father plans to construct a second-tier gathering array in Mu City. This level of array is beyond my current capability to create alone, so your father has gone to great lengths to invite 3 first-tier array masters to assist. During this time, I will be working with them to see if we can succeed at a second-tier gathering array. Mu Chun expressed his surprise that in the entire Northern Spirit Realm, the only third-tier gathering array resided in the Northern Spirit Academy, while second-tier gathering arrays were exclusively found in the Lu domain. Even in their Mu domain, they possessed only a first-tier gathering array. This had always been a sore point for his father, as gathering arrays were indicative of a faction's strength. The Lu domain had become the most formidable of the 9 domains over the years, largely due to the contributions of its second-tier gathering array. However, constructing a second-tier gathering array was no simple feat. Even some second-tier array masters lacked the confidence to ensure its successful creation. Furthermore, the construction of gathering arrays required a plethora of rare materials, making the cost exorbitant. A failed attempt would be a significant loss for the Mu domain, which is why Mu Chun's father had refrained from acting recklessly all these years. Yet, it seemed he could no longer contain his impatience. Even with the addition of 3 first-tier array masters collaborating with Wen Ling, the success of establishing that second-tier gathering array remained uncertain. Mr. Wen, please attend to your matters. Mu Chen nodded in understanding. Wen Ling acknowledged him and seemed to be overwhelmed by the second-tier gathering array's complexities. He did not linger further, turning to leave. Mr. Wen, Mu Chen suddenly called out, seeing Wen Ling look back at him in confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I have gained some understanding of minor spirit arrays, and I wonder if you could provide me with a first-tier array diagram for observation? Upon hearing Mu Chen request to observe a first-tier array diagram, Wen Ling's brows furrowed, and his expression grew considerably serious. While it is commendable that you possess talent, do not forget what I previously cautioned about aiming too high too quickly. A first-tier array requires at least 15 spirit seals. Its complexity far exceeds that of minor arrays that if you wish to observe a first-tier array diagram, you must at least wait until you can condense 10 spirit seals before he could finish. He abruptly fell silent, his usually stern face reflecting an expression of astonishment. He had just witnessed the young man before him raise his hand, whereupon 10 spirit seals had manifested at his fingertips, precisely matching the number he had mentioned. Wen Ling stared in disbelief at the 10 spirit seals at Mu Chen's fingertips. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, casting Mu Chen an incredulous glance. How long had this young lad been practicing spirit arrays? To condense 10 spirit seals so swiftly was nothing short of astonishing. Wen Ling cleared his throat, suppressing his surprise. Since you have achieved this, I will grant your request. Saying this, he withdrew a red array diagram from his robes and handed it to Mu Chen. This is a relatively simple first-tier spirit array. Known as the Fire Flame Spirit Array, the IT requires at least 15 spirit seals to be set up. You may observe it, but do not attempt to practice it. The backlash from a spirit array can be quite perilous. Mu Chen eagerly accepted the red array diagram, nodding repeatedly in appreciation. Seeing this, Wen Ling waved his hand and turned to leave, as he still needed to confer with the 3 first-tier array masters on how to construct the second-tier gathering array. This was a troublesome endeavor, yet it also presented a valuable opportunity for him to find a breakthrough and advance to the level of a second-tier array master. Once Wen Ling had departed, Mu Chen cautiously unfolded the first-tier array diagram. A wave of crimson light surged forth, imbued with a faintly scorching aura. Mu Chen focused his mind and peered closely at the diagram. On the array diagram, red light flickered as lines extended and intertwined, forming a rather intricate pattern. Mu Chen gazed at this diagram, which could easily leave an ordinary person feeling dizzy, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, first-tier spirit arrays were far more complex than minor arrays, further igniting his interest. Immersed in the intricacies of the Fire Flame Spirit Array, Mu Chen studied the elaborate spirit lines for a considerable time before finally retracting his gaze. Though he felt a strong urge to experiment, he refrained from recklessness. After all, a first-tier spirit array required at least 15 spirit seals as a foundation, and he clearly had not yet reached that level. It seems I need to diligently refine my skills, Mu Chen thought to himself, satisfied as he stored the array diagram away. He then closed his eyes, concentrating on the task of condensing more spirit seals in the following days. Wen Ling remained preoccupied with the construction of the second-tier gathering array and had no time to offer further guidance to Mu Chen. The latter, however, was content to have the time to himself, dedicating all his efforts to practicing the condensation of spirit seals. His diligence bore fruit as he gradually adapted to the spirit wheel realm. His control over spiritual power became increasingly adept. Consequently, on the 5th day, he finally succeeded in increasing the number of his spirit seals to 15. Upon reaching this milestone, Mu Chen felt an undeniable thrill of excitement. In a fit of enthusiasm, he retrieved the Fire Flame Spirit Array once more, as he now felt sufficiently qualified to attempt this genuine first-tier array. Chapter 69. The second-level Spirit Gathering Array in the rear courtyard of the Mu residence. Mu Chen stood upright, his eyes glimmering with excitement. After days of diligent training, he had successfully condensed 15 spirit seals, thereby meeting the most basic requirements for the Fire Flame Spirit Array. Now, he was ready to experiment, eager to discover the true power of this level of spirit array. With a flourish, Mu Chen opened his palm, dark spirit energy flickering before him, transforming into a series of radiant black spirit seals. That he skillfully manipulated these seals, sending them into the air before him. They dissolved like raindrops falling into the ocean, leaving only a peculiar ripple that hinted at their presence. The arrangement of a first-level spirit array was far more complex than that of a minor array. Although Mu Chun had spent considerable time studying the diagram of the Fire Flame Spirit Array, executing it hands-on felt particularly challenging. As he infused the 15 spirit seals into the air, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. With a hum, the 15 spirit seals melded into the air, creating indistinct points of spirit energy. Mu Chun focused his mind, extending these points into lines of light that gradually converged. The complexity of the diagram left him somewhat flustered. Such intricate construction demanded an astonishingly precise manipulation of spirit energy. Any slight miscalculation could lead to failure. Clearly, constructing a first-level spirit array was no simple feat. Despite Mu Chen's considerable talent, immediate success eluded him. As the lines of the array reached a particularly intricate phase, he made a critical error, misplacing one of the spirit energy lines. At that moment of deviation, Mu Chen's heart sank, and he watched in dismay as a violent surge of spirit energy erupted in the air before him, that a torrent of crimson energy surged forth, revealing an incomplete form of the spirit array. Boom! The raging crimson energy collided with Mu Chen's body, sending him crashing several meters away, his appearance disheveled and battered. Rising from the ground, Mu Chen was fortunate to have sustained only minor injuries. He dusted himself off and fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the errors that had led to his earlier failure. His dark eyes sparkled with determination. Though his first attempt at arranging a first-level spirit array had ended in failure, he was undeterred. Instead, a stubborn resolve ignited within him. After a brief respite, he resumed his efforts. However, the results remained. Boom! Boom! Throughout the afternoon, the courtyard was filled with muffled thuds as Mu Chun was repeatedly sent flying. The patrolling guards exchanged glances, unsure whether to intervene, but ultimately refrained from interrupting his training. As night fell, the weary Mu Chun finally ceased his attempts. Despite spending the entire afternoon in failure, his confidence remained unshaken. Each setback only served to fortify his resolve. He had overcome the obstacles of his previous attempts, and at this pace, success in arranging the Fire Flame Spirit Array was inevitable. With this thought in mind, Mu Chun smiled broadly, clapped his hands, and turned to leave. In the subsequent 3 days, Mu Chun devoted nearly all his energy to the Fire Flame Spirit Array, repeatedly attempting and failing in the courtyard. Occasionally, the patrolling guards would gaze in astonishment at the boy who repeatedly rose from the ground, though they were unaware of the nature of his training. Nonetheless, his ability to persist despite numerous failures earned him their respect for his tenacity and determination. The young master is indeed a diligent individual. It seems the Mu domain has a promising future. The guards mused quietly, careful not to disturb the boy's training. Mu Chen's failures persisted until the evening of the 3rd day, when a significant change finally occurred. The boy in the courtyard, once again disheveled, exhibited a flicker of spirited determination in his dark eyes. 15 spirit seals danced at his fingertips, swiftly merging into the air and generating waves of spirit energy. Compared to several days prior, Mu Chen's technique had become markedly more proficient. It was clear that his recent failures had facilitated substantial growth. As the air shimmered, spirit energy surged from the surroundings, and suddenly, a complex fire-red light array, spanning approximately 10 zhang, began to materialize before him. Within this fire-red array, the light surged, resembling flames dancing within, presenting a sight of remarkable splendor. Mu Chun beheld the successfully formed Fire Flame Spirit Array. An uncontrollable joy welled within him. After so many failures, he had finally succeeded. Though the array still exhibited some signs of instability, it had undeniably been successfully arranged by Mu Chun. Go! Suppressing his elation, Mu Chun altered his hand signs, fingers curving as he pointed toward a rock formation in the courtyard. With a hum, the fire-red array erupted in a blaze, and a brilliant column of flame shot forth as if from a volcanic eruption, striking the rock formation with tremendous force. Bang! The earth trembled, and the black rock formation, roughly the size of a small room, shattered into countless fragments, leaving the courtyard in disarray. What incredible power! Mu Chun exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. This force could undoubtedly cause considerable discomfort even to a mid-stage spirit wheel realm expert. The first-level spirit array was indeed formidable, though it came at a significant cost to him. "Young master!" The guards outside the courtyard heard the commotion and rushed in, their expressions alarmed as they surveyed the chaos, initially fearing that Mu-chan had been attacked. "It's nothing. I did this myself," Mu-chan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively that he glanced at his disheveled appearance and chuckled helplessly before retreating to clean himself up. The guards exchanged bewildered glances. When had the young master become so powerful? Shattering a rock formation of that size was no feat even their captain, a novice in the spirit wheel realm, could accomplish. After tidying up, Mu-chan exited the room and noticed the guards busily cleaning the courtyard. He decided to slip away. His relentless study of the fire-flame spirit array had left him quite fatigued. Leisurely strolling through the Mu residence, Mu-chan ambled towards the meeting hall, noticing the lights still flickering within. Was his father still engaged in discussions at this late hour? Curiosity piqued. He approached and soon heard a thunderous crash from the meeting hall. The sound was familiar. It was the noise of Mu Feng slamming his hand on the table in anger. It seemed his father had not been this furious in quite some time. What could be the matter? Mu-chan paused, straining to listen. Inside the meeting hall, Mu Feng's expression was stormy as he stood, having shattered the table with his blow. "Those scoundrels from Lu Domain delight in underhanded tactics," he exclaimed angrily. Beside him, Zhou Ye's expression darkened as he sighed. "Those rascals not only hiked the prices of materials upon hearing we intended to construct a second-level spirit gathering array, but they also spent lavishly to restrict many spirit array masters. Now, the materials we have left cannot withstand another failure." Mu Feng clenched his fists, then turned to the four figures in the hall, one of whom was Wen Ling, while the other three appeared to be middle-aged, likely the additional first-level spirit array masters Mu Feng had summoned. "Wen Ling, is there still any trouble in constructing the second-level spirit gathering array?" Mu Feng inquired, softening his tone. Wen Ling sighed. "Domain Lord, we attempted it once in recent days, but it ended in failure, resulting in substantial material loss. According to our estimations, we will require assistance from another first-level spirit array master." Zhou Yi frowned. "All of our spirit array masters have been summoned, and with Lu Domain's interference, finding another first-level spirit array master will be quite troublesome." Wen Ling chuckled wryly, fully aware of the difficulties, but acknowledging that their quartet was indeed insufficient for the task. "Zhou Yi." Mu Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his hand. "Spread the word. Any spirit array masters who have been poached by Lu Domain, if they come to assist our Mu Domain, we will offer them double whatever Lu Domain has promised." Zhou Yi was taken aback. This was a significant financial commitment. Moreover, such an announcement would likely embolden those cunning spirit array masters to demand exorbitant fees, creating an imbalance among the three he had already hired. Glancing at the three spirit array masters, he noted their slightly uneasy expressions. "Domain Lord, it would be wise not to speak in anger. Such comments may only serve to destabilize our efforts," Wen Ling cautioned with a wry smile. Realizing the implications, Mu Feng nodded, offering an apologetic clasp of his fists to the three spirit array masters before returning to his seat, his expression grave. The news of their Mu Domain's intention to construct a second-level spirit gathering array had spread. Failing to accomplish it would invite ridicule. Silence enveloped the meeting hall once more, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Creak. Suddenly, the tightly shut door swung open slowly, drawing a frown from Mu Feng, who was about to reprimand the intruder until he saw Mu Chen's figure and swallowed his words. Mu Chen flashed a smile at Mu Feng before turning to Wen Ling. "Mr. Wen, might I step in to fill the gap for the missing spirit array master?" Chapter 70. Participation in the assembly hall. The atmosphere momentarily faltered due to Mu Chen's utterance, before the astonished gazes of Mu Feng and the others were cast upon him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Feng chastised, his brow furrowed. Wen Ling also frowned slightly. Constructing a second-level spirit gathering array was a rather cumbersome task, one that only a first-level array master could assist with. Although Mu Chen exhibited remarkable talent in the study of arrays, he was still a novice, and thus ill-equipped to bear such a heavy responsibility. Constructing a second-level spirit gathering array is not something one can casually partake in. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, the loss of materials would be quite severe for the Mu domain, remarked a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, a faint smile playing on his lips, clearly dismissing Mu Chen's words as youthful arrogance. The other two first-level array masters nodded in agreement. If such a fledgling could participate, what need would there be for their expertise? Mr. Wen, is it true that as long as one can set up a first-level spirit array, one can be considered a first-level array master? Mu Chen disregarded their skepticism and turned to Wen Ling with a smile. Wen Ling paused, then replied, "In theory, yes. I have successfully arranged the first-level spirit array fire flame array," Mu Chen declared. Wen Ling's voice abruptly halted. His mind momentarily stalled before he exclaimed, "How is that possible? You can set up the fire flame array?" The other three first-level array masters stared at Mu Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere youth could attain their level of proficiency. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi looked equally astonished at Mu Chen, yet both understood him quite well. Mu Chen would not boast frivolously before them. If he claimed he could arrange the fire flame array, there was likely some credibility to it. When Ling regained his composure, eyeing Mu Chen with uncertainty, before skeptically suggesting, "Then why not demonstrate it before us?" With a resigned nod, Mu Chen clenched his palm, dark spirit power coalescing as 15 black spirit seals flickered into existence. To think he can refine 15 spirit seals. The three first-level array masters' expressions turned grave. They could only manage 17 at most, and here was a mere teenager nearly matching their prowess. What terrifying talent in arrays did he possess? When Ling, witnessing the 15 spirit seals, could not help but move his lips, though he remained silent, already beginning to believe Mu Chen's claims. With a solemn expression, Mu Chen rapidly transformed his hand gestures, sending those 15 spirit seals into the air, where they dissolved into formlessness, while his hands swiftly changed the array formations. Buzzed as Mu Chen's gestures shifted, those present felt the temperature in the room gradually rise, and the air before him began to rapidly gather spirit power. Everyone present was perceptive enough to discern the complex light array forming in the air, with flickering flames dancing within it. As time passed, Mu Chen's hand movements finally came to a halt, and a fire-red spirit array, enveloping nearly half of the hall, slowly emerged before him. When Ling gazed at the formed array with a complex expression, finally unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, it is the fire flame array. The three first-level array masters exchanged glances, then chuckled bitterly. A first-level array master at such a young age? This was certainly the first time they had encountered such a phenomenon. What an anomaly the young master of the Mu domain was. Joy radiated from Mu Feng and Zhou Ye's eyes. Mu Feng rose, patting Mu Chen's shoulder with a smile. "Well done, young lad. It seems you truly have inherited your mother's talent in this regard. Please do not overlook my own efforts," Mu Chen replied helplessly. Had he not dedicated himself tirelessly to studying the fire flame array this past week, enduring failure after failure, he would not have succeeded. Mu Feng nodded with a beaming smile, his pride and satisfaction evident. The anger he had felt earlier regarding the interference from the Lu domain had dissipated entirely. "Mr. Wen, what do you think of Mu Chen? Can he be of assistance?" Mu Feng inquired, looking at Wen Ling. Wen Ling pondered for a moment before responding. It is indeed true that Mu Chen can refine the fire flame array. However, he is still a beginner and may not yet qualify as a true first-level array master. He still needs some honing in terms of experience and discernment. Mu Feng glanced at Mu Chen and nodded. Indeed, no matter how strong Mu Chen's talent was, experience was not something one could acquire without effort. Mu Chen's expression turned slightly sour. However, experience must be accumulated over time. Constructing a second-level spirit gathering array will also serve as an excellent opportunity for him. Presently, he is just barely qualified to participate, Wen Ling remarked with a smile, observing Mu Chen's troubled face. Excitement surged in Mu Chen's dark eyes as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Wen." Wen Ling waved his hand, his gaze towards Mu Chen unexpectedly gentle. Even he, a seasoned individual, could not help but feel a sense of admiration for such a gifted youth. Yet he understood well that he would not be able to provide much guidance in the future, as surpassing him would likely be a simple matter for Mu Chen. The three first-level array masters, upon hearing this, ceased their objections, clearly awed by Mu Chen's recent display. According to Wenling, Mu Chen had only been exposed to arrays for about a month, yet he had already achieved a level of proficiency that might soon exceed theirs. It would not be long before this young man became the most formidable array master in the Northern Spirit Realm. Tomorrow, Mu Chen will accompany us to the location for the Spirit Gathering Array, allowing him to familiarize himself first. In a few days, we shall proceed with the setup. How does that sound? When Ling proposed, looking at Mu Feng. Agreed. Mu Feng replied without hesitation, as long as it would deepen Mu Chen's understanding of arrays. He would not mind if the materials for the gathering arrays were squandered. With a decision reached, when Ling and the others discussed further details with Mu Feng before taking their leave. Tomorrow, you must follow Mr. One and the others closely, and do not think that mere talent is sufficient to become complacent. The study of arrays is not a journey one can embark upon solely with innate ability, Mu Feng admonished, turning to Mu Chen as he watched when Ling and the others depart. Regardless of how average you might be in spirit cultivation, you must not be ordinary in array studies. Otherwise, it would truly be a disgrace to your mother. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and could not resist asking, "Is mother a formidable array master? Your mother's mastery of arrays is unparalleled in the Northern Spirit Realm, and even among the 5 great academies, few can rival her." Mu Feng replied with a faint smile. "Is she truly that impressive?" Mu Chen was taken aback. Most array masters in the Northern Spirit Realm had mediocre abilities, but what was this 5 great academies? The most powerful array masters there could likely obliterate a Spirit Realm powerhouse with a mere flick of their wrist, and his mother was said to be of such caliber. But if mother is that powerful, doesn't that put a lot of pressure on you, father? Mu Chen teased, glancing at Mu Feng with a smirk. When I first met your mother, her strength had been sealed for various reasons, and I perceive her as just an ordinary, delicate woman. I protected her along the way and almost lost my life in the process. Mu Feng chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. Who would have thought she would become so formidable? However, your mother is very gentle. She would not impose any pressure on me. So you took advantage of her misfortune. When her strength was sealed, she must have been at her most vulnerable. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for you? Mu Chen remarked, realization dawning upon him. You little rascal, you're asking for a beating. Mu Feng finally lost his temper, feigning a strike, while Mu Chen burst into laughter and dashed away, leaving Mu Feng with a bemused expression. This boy. Mu Feng retracted his fist, a smile of contentment spreading across his face as he murmured to himself, Jing, our son is becoming more and more remarkable. I believe that in the future, he may surpass you, and that will be when our family is reunited. As he spoke, a shadow of darkness crossed his eyes, his palms clenching tightly, and his lowered face took on a somewhat grim expression. You may look down upon me. I am indifferent to that I may lack the capability, but that I still have a son. But the following day, as dawn broke, Mu Chen exited his chamber and encountered Mu Feng, when Ling and others who had long been awaiting him outside the assembly hall. Let us go, Mu Feng greeted with a faint smile upon seeing Mu Chen arrive, leading the way out of the Mu residence towards the northern part of Mu City. There lay a vast square, a site typically used for the training of the Mu Domain's guards. Successfully arranging a second-level spirit gathering array, there would significantly enhance the Mu Domain's allure to powerful individuals, as the benefits of a spirit gathering array for cultivation were self-evident. Currently, the square had been cordoned off by the guards of the Mu Domain. As Mu Feng and his party entered the square and halted, their gazes turned fervent as they looked ahead. Chapter 71. The United Formation. At this moment, Mu Chen gazed ahead, where 5 towering stone pillars, each standing approximately 10 zhang high and of a deep yellow hue, were prominently situated in the center of the spacious square. The pillars were intricately adorned with mysterious engravings, and around them, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth subtly rippled with signs of fluctuation. These must be the spirit-gathering pillars crafted from spirit-gathering stones, are they not? Mu Chen approached, examining the 5 pillars. The spirit-gathering array at the Northern Spirit Academy also featured such pillars, albeit in a golden hue, which evidently possessed a far purer quality than these. These 5 spirit-gathering pillars are the central hub of the spirit-gathering array, with the cost of each reaching over 1,000,000 spirit coins, Mu Feng remarked with a faint smile. Mu Chen nodded. Unlike ordinary spiritual arrays, the Spirit Gathering Array, while devoid of offensive capabilities, is an essential asset for many factions and a symbol of their strength. Over the years, the Lu domain has risen to become the most formidable force in the Northern Spirit Realm, not only due to their superior foundation, but also because they possess a secondary Spirit Gathering Array. To cultivate within this secondary Spirit Gathering Array, many powerful individuals have flocked to the Lu domain, hoping to secure better cultivation conditions and advance further on their spiritual paths. In general, the Spirit Gathering Array is relatively well known among array masters. Most are familiar with its design. However, knowing it is one thing, while constructing it is exceedingly challenging. Not to mention the numerous rare materials required. To set up the secondary Spirit Gathering Array, Mu Domain needs a staggering 50 foundational spiritual seals. This number of seals is beyond the capacity of even some less experienced second-level array masters, and such masters are exceedingly rare in the Northern Spirit Realm, making it impossible for Mu Domain to hire one. Thus, they must rely on numbers, attempting to collaborate with 4 first-level array masters to see if they can succeed. Fortunately, Wen Ling has long been considered a top-tier first-level array master, with a high probability of advancing to the second level. With him leading, the chances of success are somewhat increased. For the construction of this secondary Spirit Gathering Array, the 5 of us will each be responsible for 1 Spirit Gathering Pearl, completing our respective portions of the array design according to the diagram, and finally linking them to activate the formation, Wen Ling said, looking towards Mu Chen. Dividing the responsibilities for the array design is indeed one approach, yet it seems to require an exceedingly high level of mutual understanding. Should there be even the slightest error during the linking process, Mu Chen hesitated. He was no longer a novice in the realm of arrays and could naturally perceive the flaws in this method. Wen Ling nodded, sighing. That is unavoidable to construct a secondary Spirit Gathering Array alone. I doubt one could find such a formidable second-level array master in the entire Northern Spirit Realm. When the Lu domain constructed their secondary Spirit Gathering Array, they adopted a similar strategy. Moreover, to my knowledge, they secretly failed numerous times, incurring significant losses, yet the general populace remains unaware. Mu Feng chuckled, adding, the materials we have on hand can only support one more failure. Otherwise, we will need to prepare for a considerable period. If we fail to construct the secondary Spirit Gathering Array, the Lu domain will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike at us, spreading the news to our detriment, Zhou Yi said helplessly. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively, smiling nonchalantly. Just do your best. Zhou Yi let out a bitter laugh. He understood that it was because Mu Chen was now involved that Mu Feng opted to downplay the situation, not wanting to impose undue pressure or guilt upon him in case of failure. In truth, he was eager to see the secondary Spirit Gathering Array completed promptly, as it would greatly enhance the reputation of Mu Domain. Mu Chen exchanged a glance with Mu Feng, but refrained from speaking. After all, they were father and son. Despite his casual words, Mu Chen could still sense Mu Feng's concern and seriousness regarding this matter. For this array formation, I will handle 20 spiritual seals, while the remaining 30 will be divided among you 3, with Chen Ling taking 8 each, and Mu Chen responsible for 6 seals, Wen Ling stated, looking at Mu Chen. Do not underestimate these 6 seals. Completing your portion of the array design may prove even more challenging than the Fire Spirit Array. Mu Chen nodded, fully aware of this fact. Given his limited experience, Wen Ling assigning him 6 seals already indicated a considerable amount of trust. Next, I will explain the critical aspects of the Spirit Gathering Array to you. Pay close attention to avoid any mistakes that could jeopardize the entire endeavor, Wen Ling said earnestly. Understood, Mu Chen replied with a smile. Despite his youthful and somewhat inexperienced appearance, he displayed a demeanor of humility and respect, prompting the 3 first-level array masters nearby to nod in approval. It was rare for someone of Mu Chen's status and talent to exhibit such amiability. Many other youths would likely have been arrogant. Mu Feng observed Mu Chen attentively absorbing Wen Ling's explanations about the numerous key points of the Spirit Gathering Array, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. He waved his hand, signaling Zhou Yi and the others to step back. Such matters concerning formations were indeed a headache, and it was best to let the young man grapple with them on his own. In the following days, Mu Chen visited the square daily, practicing and studying the secondary spirit gathering array alongside Wen Ling and the others. His gentle and eager-to-learn attitude greatly pleased the three first-level array masters, who occasionally shared their own experiences in array formation, and Mu Chen received their teachings with an open mind. Through diligent effort over the course of several days, Mu Chen gained a rough understanding of the secondary spirit gathering array, and he was astounded by its complexity. Compared to what he had previously learned with the fire spirit array, it seemed almost trivial. Seeing that Mu Chen was beginning to grasp the intricacies of the secondary spirit gathering array, Wen Ling and the others were quite pleased. After some discussion, they ultimately decided that the following day would mark the commencement of their formal efforts. Standing in the square, Mu Chen gazed at the 5 standing spirit gathering pillars and took a deep breath to gradually calm his emotions. Beside him, Mu Feng patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Just do your best. Even if we fail, it won't matter too much. That IT will merely delay things for a bit." Mu Chen smiled in return, but said nothing, instead looking towards Wen Ling, whose expression was now serious. With a swift motion of his hand, Wen Ling propelled himself onto one of the spirit-gathering pillars. Seeing this, Mu Chen and Chen Ling followed suit, each landing on a separate pillar. "Prepare to begin," Wen Ling commanded in a low voice, raising his hand as a luminous orb of light ascended from his palm, emanating waves of potent spiritual energy. The 4 of them followed suit, releasing their own orbs of light. These were the essences of high-level spiritual beasts, indispensable for setting up such a formation, as the array required the immense spiritual power contained within these essences for guidance. "L'illustrious commence," Wen Ling shouted, his gaze fixed on the orb above his head. With a swift motion of his sleeve, 20 spiritual seals shot forth from his attire, their gathering speed far surpassing that of an ordinary first-level array master. Chen Ling and the others cast envious glances, for although they too were first-level array masters, they were still far inferior in comparison. Wen Ling had a strong likelihood of achieving second-level mastery. After a moment of envy, they collected their focus and each refined 8 spiritual seals, carefully manipulating them to infuse into the surrounding air of the spiritual beast essence. Buzz Mu Chen also initiated his actions, 6 spiritual seals coalescing at his fingertips. Given his current capabilities, he could manage exquisite control over merely 6 seals. The 6 seals vanished into the air, surrounding the spiritual beast essence, and as the air rippled, Mu Chen gently closed his eyes, deftly maneuvering his elongated fingers. With each subtle movement, beams of light began to emerge from the air around the essence, weaving cautiously together. The square fell silent as the 5 of them concentrated all their efforts, meticulously arranging the portions of the array design for which they were responsible. Mu Feng and the others stood a short distance away, their expressions grave as they observed the fluctuating spiritual energy in the arena, each bearing an air of tension. Should this attempt fail, their plans would be delayed by at least 6 months, and they could only imagine the ridicule they would face from the Lu domain. "Pass the word down. No one is to approach this area," Mu Feng instructed with a wave of his hand. "Understood," a guard quickly replied, then discreetly led a large contingent of personnel away. Time, in the anxious waiting of Mu Feng and the others, slipped by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the waves of spiritual energy in the arena grew increasingly tumultuous. Above the 6 individuals atop the spirit-gathering pillars, intricate patterns of spiritual energy flickered with blinding brilliance. After approximately another half-hour, Wen Ling was the first to open his eyes. His gaze was filled with tension and seriousness. He bore half the responsibility for this array formation. Should any of the others make even a minor mistake, there might be room for remedy, but if he failed, the entire endeavor would likely collapse entirely. Following Wen Ling, Chen Ling and the others, including Mu Chen, gradually opened their eyes, evidently having completed their respective portions of the array design. "Link the array," Wen Ling commanded, his expression growing even more solemn. The next step would be the most challenging. Any error in linking could trigger a catastrophic failure. Upon hearing this command, Mu Chen and the others tensed their bodies, nearly reaching the pinnacle of their focus. With a thought, beams of light surged forth from the intricate light array above them, intersecting and intertwining. Watching this scene unfold, Mu Feng and the others felt their hearts leap in their chests, acutely aware that the success or failure of their efforts hinged upon this moment. Chapter 72. The state of the heart array. A low hum resonated in the air. The turbulent and powerful spiritual energy surged like waves, rippling through the atmosphere. All eyes outside the array were fixed anxiously on the scene above, where 5 individuals, Wenling, Mu Chun, and their companions, stood beneath 5 intricate formations of spiritual energy, gradually coalescing. Suddenly, the 5 complex arrays began to tremble violently, beams of spiritual light shooting forth from within, converging sharply at the center of the array. The intricate interconnections of the spiritual rays sparked a series of oscillations, and the expressions of Wenling and his companions grew exceedingly grave, their focus unwavering. Even the slightest misalignment in the connection of the spiritual rays could result in catastrophic consequences. That as the beams of spiritual light quietly drew closer together, Mu Feng and the others observed that the 5 disparate arrays were subtly showing signs of merging. Yet, they dared not breathe a word, fully aware that success had not yet been attained. Time passed slowly, and the trajectories of the connecting rays grew increasingly complex, requiring a level of precision and control that was quite demanding. Each pair of spiritual rays had to be maintained at an equal strength. Otherwise, the collision could easily scatter one another's rays, leading to failure in the connection. This demanded an extraordinary level of microcontrol. As the intricacy of the connection intensified, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Wenling and his companions, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on their foreheads. This manipulation was mentally taxing, that Mu Chun concentrated intently, his eyes subtly closing without his comrades noticing. Although darkness enveloped his vision, curiously, it felt as though his spirit flowed along the rays of spiritual energy he was controlling, drifting through the gathering array. Not only was he attuned to the array he was responsible for, but even the formations on Wenling's side seemed to imprint themselves upon his consciousness. At this moment, the external world felt as though it had been peeled away from him. No sound could disrupt his focus, and his mind was solely occupied with the intricate paths of the obscure array diagrams. That in this peculiar state, the tension that had previously gripped Mu Chun dissipated entirely. His slender fingers trembled lightly, and the beams of spiritual light moved with precision in accordance with his will. That he increasingly felt an almost innate familiarity with these arrays. That in the air, the 5 formations drew ever closer, the beams of spiritual light gathering them together, gradually indicating signs of complete integration. Witnessing this, Mu Feng and the others could not help but display expressions of joy. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. However, Wenling remained vigilant, fully aware that the connection would not be deemed successful until the final, minute step was completed. An oversight in this step could lead to the entire array collapsing. Just one last bit. Wenling gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure as he controlled the rays of spiritual light, ensuring stability as they completed the connection with the other 4 formations. Upon finishing this final step, he could not help but exhale in relief. Yet at that very moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation within the array. This disturbance was not intense, but it caused Wenling's expression to change dramatically as he hastily looked up, noticing disarray within the formation before Qinling. Not good. Wenling's heart raced, his face paling as he realized that while Qinling was connecting with a nearby array master, the latter's overly potent spiritual ray had directly scattered Qinling's light. Seeing this, Qinling's expression shifted drastically, and he frantically attempted to remedy the situation, hurriedly trying to re-establish the connection. However, in his haste, he made an error, causing the array that had just stabilized to undulate once more. Cracked at a faint sound of fracturing emanated from Qinling's array, and he turned pale as he witnessed the gradual dissipation of the spiritual rays, ultimately leading to the shattering of 3 spiritual seals within. The sudden turn of events caused the other 2 array masters to blanch as well, especially the one whose excessive force had scattered Qinling's rays, whose expression turned particularly grim. Once the spiritual seals shattered, it essentially meant that half of the array was compromised, and without Qinling's portion, the gathering array could not possibly be completed. The unfolding crisis was noted by Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, who had been intently monitoring the situation. They clenched their fists tightly, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared bitterness. Indeed, problems had arisen. Chen Ling, steady your mind. Do not panic, Wen Ling shouted. Chen Ling gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply as he exerted all. However, with the shattering of the 3 spiritual seals, his formation had become incomplete. Brother Wen, I fear I cannot hold out much longer. I apologize. This time I have dragged us down, Chen Ling admitted with a wry smile. You have 3 seals shattered, and the array is incomplete. Can you still gather seals to remedy this? Wen Ling asked, biting his lip, that Chen Ling's face flushed with shame as he replied, I fear I cannot stabilize this incomplete array while simultaneously gathering seals. Wen Ling sighed, turning to the other 2 array masters, who also awkwardly shook their heads. Their abilities were limited, and diverting their attention to aid Chen Ling would likely lead to complications on their end as well. Seeing this, a bitter expression crossed Wen Ling's face. In their joint effort to arrange the formation, he had already shouldered the most complex aspects. Controlling 20 spiritual seals was his limit. Any more would be utterly impossible. Alas, he sighed, shaking his head helplessly at Mu Feng outside the array, realizing that failure was inevitable. Mu Feng let out a bitter laugh and nodded, preparing to signal for them to cease. Just as he was about to call an end to the failed formation, Zhou Yi suddenly exclaimed. Little Mu Feng immediately looked up to see Mu Chun, eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Yet suddenly 3 spiritual seals materialized at his fingertips. What is he doing? Wen Ling and the others were taken aback by Mu Chun's actions, but their expressions soon shifted as they beheld Mu Chun launching the 3 seals into the air above Chen Ling. The seals swiftly merged into the surrounding air, and before long, rays of spiritual light began to spread at an astonishing pace, sketching out a somewhat incomplete array bit by bit. It's the part of the array that Chen Ling lost. With keen insight, when Ling and the others recognized that the portion Mu Chun was reconstructing was precisely the segment that had just shattered. However, astonishment quickly washed over them. How could this be possible? Mu Chun had only been studying the segment he was responsible for, having had no contact with Chen Ling's portion. How could he so swiftly and flawlessly recreate it? Exchanging glances, they saw the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes, realizing that Mu Chun had his eyes closed, meaning he had not even seen the array he was reconstructing. How could this happen? The 2 array masters gasped in disbelief, when Ling, equally astonished, focused intently on Mu Chun, whose eyes remained shut but whose long fingers danced delicately. His gaze sharpened as he slowly remarked, it appears he has entered the heart array state. The heart array state. Chen Ling and the others were initially stunned, then gasped in unison, their eyes filled with incredulity. The heart array state, something only a 3rd-level array master could achieve. How could he possibly enter such a state? When Ling, equally perplexed, could only offer a wry smile. I am not entirely sure. He seems to possess an extraordinary talent for array manipulation. While rare, such occurrences are not unheard of. Some individuals with exceptional aptitude in array studies can indeed enter the state before reaching the 3rd-level mastery, given the right circumstances. Chen Ling and the others fell silent, their hearts filled with envy. This state was something they would likely never attain in their lifetimes, yet this young man had entered it almost effortlessly, leaving them in awe. Chen Ling, stabilize your remaining array, link it with Mu Chun, and continue the formation, Wen Ling commanded solemnly. Chen Ling nodded vigorously, then cautiously controlled his damaged array, slowly connecting it with the segment Mu Chun had restored. Merge the arrays, at Wen Ling's shout. Chen Ling and the others activated their arrays once more. This time, no unexpected incidents occurred. The 5 formations fused perfectly, and an immense wave of spiritual energy erupted from the air, enveloping the area in radiant light. The entire city of Mu could feel a massive influx of spiritual energy converging toward the square. We did it. The 4 of them gazed at the vast, intricate array above the square, relief and joy flooding their expressions. Outside, Mu Feng observed the dramatic turn of events, his face alight with excitement. Gradually, the 4 withdrew their focus from the gathering array, casting complex looks toward the young man nearby. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Wen Ling and the others, a touch of confusion in his voice as he asked, "Did we complete it?" Instantly, the expressions of Wen Ling and the others stiffened.